A surgery that shook the world. High martial arts. Doctor, sign-in, supernatural ability, system, genius, time travel, golden finger, urban out of nowhere. Lan Tian finds himself as an intern doctor and awakens his golden finger in the operating room. Daily, sign-in medical system. Sign-in day 1. Obtain world-class heart transplant surgery skills. Sign-in day 2. Obtain world-class tumor removal surgery. Sign-in day 3. Obtain world-class coronary artery bypass surgery. 90 days of sign-ins grant Lan Tian extraordinary abilities. On this day, Lan Tian suddenly receives a patient with steel rebar piercing through their body, a case no one at the first hospital can handle. When a patient causes a scene, Lan Tian steps forward. Miraculous surgery and heart repair gradually begin to shine at the Huifeng First People's Hospital. A surgical record and video that even world experts find hard to erase make Lan Tian an international sensation. Country R, Dr. Lan Tian, we are willing to offer triple the price to hire you. Country M, Dr. Lan Tian, as long as you're amazing and willing to come to our hospital, you can choose any hospital you like. Lan Tian, I just want to keep a low profile and sign in. Chapter 1, Awakening the Golden Finger in the Operating Room. Huifeng City First People's Hospital. The word surgery in progress are lit up outside the operating room. Inside, the surgical lights are bright, with 5 physicians, 1 anesthetist, 1 circulating nurse, and 1 intern. Prepare for defibrillation. Start. Again. The lead surgeon repeats the monotonous phrases over and over again. In the corner, Lan Tian is quietly waiting. He is tall with a good face, but his hands are trembling. This is his first time standing in the operating room, and it's for such a high-level surgery. Very good. The effect is nice. Scalpel. The lead surgeon's voice reaches his ears. This is his assessment physician. Lan Tian was allowed in here because the teacher responsible for assessing him is the lead surgeon for this operation. Why is it still not over? Lan Tian feels a bit anxious inside. This is too torturous. He has only one purpose in the operating room: to observe quietly and then go out to give his assessment teacher a conclusion. But what conclusion can he give? He knows nothing about medicine. Just 10 days ago, he was a newcomer writer earning a mere 1,200 yuan a month in royalties. At that time, he was writing a novel called Invincible Divine Doctor, and due to a keyboard malfunction, he got startled and knocked over a kettle. A large amount of water came into contact with his body and the power strip, resulting in him ending up in the body of this intern doctor named Lan Tian. Beep, beep, beep. The ECG monitor lights up, and the beeping sounds continuously flash in his ears. The surgery is halfway successful. Oh no, my medical internship is going to be over. Lan Tian feels a wave of discomfort inside. Just thinking about having to go back to writing novels or moving bricks makes him uneasy. Ding! Sign-in system, binding in progress. Binding successful. Daily sign-ins can earn generous rewards. Main sign-in direction, medical skills. Listening to the sounds of the ECG, Lan Tian feels something is wrong with his ears. He taps them, then pinches himself. Since no sounds can be made in the operating room, it makes him blush with pain. What the heck? Is this not a dream? A sign-in system? The main sign-in direction is medical skills? Lan Tian is so excited that he almost jumps up. Isn't this just like the protagonist's system in the novel Invincible Divine Doctor that he wrote? He has crossed over, and not only himself, but also the system he created? Cough. Lan Tian wants to laugh, but remembering that this is a surgery requiring absolute silence, he can only hold it in. This is too thrilling, awakening a golden finger in the operating room. I feel like my heart is about to reach 180 beats per minute. Indeed, there are golden houses in books. The ancients were right. They do not deceive me. Lan Tian is overjoyed. He previously knew nothing, but now with the sign-in system, he no longer fears assessments. He can finally shed the title of a struggling author earning only 1,200 yuan a month. This time, he can make a name for himself in the medical field. At this moment, the physicians on site began to get busy. This surgery is about the patient's heart failure, and the main point is to implant an electronic assist pump. This step requires even more caution. Lead surgeon Lin and is now fully focused. Every subsequent step cannot afford the slightest mistake. Dressed in sterile surgical attire, Lan Tian is fixated on Dr. Lin and surgery. This doctor, with great authority throughout the city, has been rated as the best doctor in Huifeng City. Dr. Lan Tian's movements are slow. Implanting the electronic assist pump is a very challenging process. Sweat drips inside the sterile surgical gown. The doctors present are starting to get soaked. Their breathing has become silent. After about an hour, the sound of swallowing can be heard in the operating room. Success. The successful implantation means the patient's lifespan can be extended. Lan Tian has been watching the entire process. His eyes reveal a fiery light. This is much more interesting than writing novels. And writing novels can't save lives, but this can. However, just a few minutes ago, he did not think this way. Lan Tian, tell me your impressions of this surgery in the afternoon. You can leave now. Dr. Lin said to Lan Tian. Okay. Lan Tian smiled and then walked out of the operating room. After changing back into a white coat, Lan Tian softly murmurs to the mirror. Yeah, still so handsome. I was this handsome in my last life, and I'm still this handsome in this life. Comfortable. After tidying up his sterile surgical gown and returning it, he finally walked out of the changing room. As he walked out, he suddenly saw a large group of doctors in white coats gathering. Out of curiosity, he tapped the shoulder of a nearby nurse. Excuse me, miss. Before Lan Tian could finish, he was interrupted. Never had a boyfriend, 18 years old, emotionally clean, Lan Tian. Would you like to date? Lan Tian looks at the nurse with a black line on his forehead. He really wants to spray her face with a mouthful of salt soda. He shakes his head and sighs. Indeed, being handsome comes with its troubles. Cough, cough, seriously, what are they doing? Lan Tian touches his nose and can't help but ask. He is really afraid of nurses. Wasn't there a saying that one shouldn't marry certain professions? Kindergarten teachers, nurses, bank women. Although every profession has its quirky phenomena, the nursing field is no exception. There are good and bad, but being so deeply affected by social opinion is torturous. Oh, that's the intern training. Oh, I remember you're also an intern. Why aren't you going? The nurse suddenly remembered. Isn't Lan Tian also an intern? She wanted to say something else, like passing a little note or something. But she found that Lan Tian had already walked away. These intern doctors stand straight like soldiers on standby, ready to rush to the battlefield at the command of their leader. Knowing he has the sign-in system, Lan Tian's posture straightened, his legs no longer ache, and his hands no longer hurt. His hormones are almost overwhelming. His demeanor has undergone a leap in change. Ding! First sign-in successful, awarded world-class heart transplant surgical skills. As Lan Tian walks towards the intern area, he stops in his tracks. Countless memories surge into his mind. His hands move involuntarily. It's as if he is playing a world-class piece of music. Using a scalpel, cutting, replacing. Numerous heart removal images converge at a single point, forming his unique muscle memory. In an instant, Lan Tian learns the most risky surgery. A better light shines in his eyes. Is there any surgery better and more powerful than world-class surgery? The answer is no. In his mind, a top-tier surgery begins to unfold. A phantom figure personally performs the surgery in front of him. The entire surgical process flows smoothly. The phantom figure shows no sign of weakness. He seems very relaxed. Perfect, too perfect. This process feels really good. Lan Tian opens his eyes, his gaze filled with fiery light. This is not a simple heart removal surgery. On the contrary, it is very difficult. Because the current case does not show the high standards and ease of the heart removal surgery presented in Lan Tian's mind. Moreover, it must ensure the patient receives the best recovery after the heart removal. Lan Tian discovered that from the surgery just now to successfully signing in, he has grown to like the profession of a doctor even more. This is much more meaningful than writing about an invincible miracle doctor. After all, this internship salary is more than $1,200. Chapter 2. Top-level understanding. I just made a little progress the next day. When Lan Tian arrived at the hospital, he suddenly received a notice that he was to be transferred to the emergency department. Other interns were also being assigned to various departments one by one. Lan Tian was still in a daze upon receiving this notice. He was supposed to be following Dr. Lin. How did he suddenly end up in the emergency department? Logically, he shouldn't be in the emergency department at all. But this was the hospital's arrangement, a system that needed to be obeyed. He wasn't sure if the conclusion he reached yesterday was correct. Lan Tian still felt a bit worried. After all, the basic conclusion he hurriedly provided yesterday left him unsure of the assessment standard from Dr. Lin and side. If he failed, he would have to leave after a month. Since I'm here, I might as well be at ease. There's nothing to be afraid of. Lan Tian comforted himself and began his first day of work in the emergency department. In the emergency department, he wasn't particularly busy. However, he was more eager than anyone else for tomorrow to come, because every day there would be a systematic sign-in. Ding! Second day sign-in, reward, world-class tumor resection surgery. Ding! Third day sign-in, reward, world-class coronary artery bypass surgery. Ding! Fourth day sign-in, reward, world-class appendectomy. Fifth day. Lan Tian had been working quietly during this time, never meddling in other matters unless assigned by the hospital. With each day's sign-in, Lan Tian experienced significant improvement. The nourishment from world-class surgeries made his grasp of surgical techniques more accurate. He now felt that he was not inferior to any lead surgeon. If it were the surgery Dr. Lin had performed before, he was sure he could do it even better. But he remained low-key and didn't think of himself as invincible just because of this technical skill. However, as the saying goes, gold will always shine. As the first People's Hospital in Huifeng City, the number of patients was numerous. Many people came to the emergency room every day. Lan Tian initially started as a helper, but as the number of patients increased, the head of the emergency department began to let Lan Tian set up a desk to handle cases independently. He would ask questions when he encountered something he didn't understand. As a necessary path for emergency patient admission and treatment, Lan Tian gradually began to show his capabilities. The top-level surgeries from the sign-ins brought not only surgical skills, but also more experience. Patients with various conditions, from minor headaches and fevers to major cases like strokes, premature pregnancies, and traffic accidents, began to come under Lan Tian's care. In just 20 days, Lan Tian became a treasure in the emergency room. He no longer had any trivial tasks, and the doctor-patient relationship became exceptionally good under his care. The emergency department, which was originally busy, became orderly with Lan Tian's handling. Every patient he dealt with would sincerely thank him. Male patients occasionally chatted about unrelated topics, like how to pursue girls. As for female patients, well, they talked about being 18, having no romantic history, and being able to swim. Director Tan, Lan Tian is my student, and I am responsible for his assessment. I should have the right to allocate him, right? Dr. Lin stood outside the emergency room, looking at Director Tan long with a resentful expression. Dr. Lin, how can you say that? Lan Tian has helped us a lot, and I have already applied to the hospital director. No matter what, we must keep him. I need him in the emergency department, Director Tan long said with a smug expression. This side conversation was quite obvious. As the assessment physician, even if you Lin and didn't want Lan Tian, Tan Long, would make sure to keep him. No, that's too much. Who said I didn't want him? I came today to find Lan Tian to tell him the assessment results, and I also intend to have him follow me. Dr. Lin was anxious in his heart, and his words came out a bit jumbled. Having intentions is one thing, but you won't be able to take him away. Director Tan Long smiled, his face full of wrinkles, clearly not planning to let him go. The conversation between Dr. Lin and Director Tan Long was overheard by other nurses, the head nurse, and the intern doctors. Especially those interns, they were all envious. Oh no, we can't let Lan Tian go. Yeah, Lan Tian is progressing too quickly, truly a top student. I agree. Mainly he's very handsome. If I were a patient, I want to get sick every day to see him. Huh, didn't you know? Since that time, a beautiful woman saw Lan Tian. She comes to see him every few days. So envious. Lan Tian understood this change in attitude. Capable people, no matter where they are, will always be welcomed. The main point is that he was very humble. Bang! Oh, Director Tan, you're here. Do you have something to discuss? Upon seeing Director Tan Long standing at the door, Lan Tian stood up directly, causing the female patient in front of him to look at Tan Long with a resentful expression. Oh, Lan Tian, it's nothing. You can step out for a moment. This patient can be handed over to someone else. Dr. Lin is looking for you. Tan Long rubbed his nose. This female patient seemed a bit too scary. Having seen many female patients over the years, he had never seen one this intimidating. Oh, okay, I'm coming right away. Lan Tian nodded, apologized to the patient, and walked out. In Dr. Lin's office. Lan Tian, you're here. Come sit. Dr. Lin walked towards Lan Tian with a smile, then took out the assessment report he had written earlier. Lan Tian, did you write this? Dr. Lin asked. Yes, I wrote it. Is it okay, Dr. Lin? Lan Tian felt a bit anxious. He was more nervous than during the college entrance examination. He was gradually starting to enjoy this feeling. Of course, it's not just okay. Lan Tian, your understanding and suggestions are the best I've ever seen. You've truly surprised me. By the way, I'm planning to make your assessment report public. What do you think? Doctor. Lin clapped his thigh and asked, Huh? Public? I'm fine with that. Lan Tian was a bit confused. Had the experience he gained from signing in made the lead surgeon this excited? Thinking about it, it was indeed top-tier experience. Oh, and you're indeed improving very quickly. I've looked at your report. You are truly a constant source of surprises. Dr. Lin praised without reservation. No. I'm just making a little progress every day, a bit more than a little. Lan Tian smiled and scratched the back of his head. Very good. You must continue to maintain this momentum. Also, do you have any intentions? Before Dr. Lin could finish his sentence, an excited voice suddenly came from outside the door. No, Lan Tian absolutely cannot leave. All right, Lan Tian, I've already spoken to the director. Your assessment is completely fine. You can stay in our emergency department, and we will handle your formal employment procedures tomorrow. Director Tan Long walked in, taking Lan Tian away under Dr. Lin and shocked expression. He left. What the hell? Dr. Lin and went from shock to astonishment to cursing. Damn it, this is too insidious. My student, Director Tan's perfect move to snatch Lan Tian could only be described in one word. Awesome. Chapter 3. Breathing accelerated. Patients impaled by steel bars, have you heard? Lan Tian has been retained. No way. There's still more than 10 days until the assessment ends, and they're announcing his retention now? Do you have any news? We don't have any. Damn, it can't just be him, right? In an instant, all the interns who were training alongside Lan Tian suddenly burst into tears. This is just too much of a blow. No, it's simply inhumane. Boo-hoo, is it because I'm too handsome? Don't stop me. I'm definitely going to buy him a mirror today. Jealousy, envy, sadness. These expressions were vividly displayed on the faces of the interns. But this is something that can't be envied. Lan Tian's abilities were well known throughout the hospital. And it wasn't just that. They all knew how hectic the emergency room was. Even an ordinary patient with a cold would rush to see Lan Tian. Signed in on the 26th day. Received world-class thoracic surgery. Signed in on the 27th day. Received world-class organ transplant surgery. Signed in on the 28th day. Received neurosurgery. Consecutive sign-ins for 30 days. Received top-notch bandaging skills and a 50 proficiency bonus with the scalpel. In a month, Lan Tian continued to diagnose patients as usual. But on this day, he felt a transformation. 30 different surgical experiences swirled in his mind. Each surgery felt as if he had personally experienced it. He felt his hands becoming lighter and his control over the scalpel becoming stronger. There's a saying, with great power comes great responsibility. But this saying didn't apply to Lan Tian. He was still doing what an emergency room doctor should do. No pride, no striving to stand out. He was grounded, taking one step at a time. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. As the days of sign-ins increased, the rewards piled up to the point where he couldn't believe it himself. Ding! Successfully signed in for 90 days. Received 100 body flexibility. Body flexibility? Lan Tian felt a bit dazed. This thing has sign-ins too? He gently moved his fingers and found that they seemed to be lighter. Most importantly, when a patient was about to faint, his speed was surprisingly fast. The patient is fainting, quick, Lan Tian shouted. Soon, a nurse came in and, under Lan Tian's explanation, took the patient for an foredrip. Whether it was his body or fingers, they both had high flexibility. If that's the case, wouldn't I be able to handle the scalpel even better? Lan Tian was pleasantly surprised. He picked up a pen and gently slid it across the table. If he pressed too hard, the ink would leave a heavy mark and scratch the surface. If too light, it wouldn't leave any ink. But he found that he could make the pen draw a line that he was very satisfied with. Amazing. Lan Tian looked at his hands and had a strange illusion that they had become a little longer and thinner. However, just as he was preparing to receive the next patient, a sudden roar came from outside the door. My husband isn't dead. You call yourselves the first hospital? He is clearly still alive. Don't stop me. If you can't treat my dad, we'll go to another hospital. A man's and a woman's voices echoed back and forth, drawing the attention of all the mildly ill patients. The doctors standing in front looked troubled. They could only lower their heads, not daring to speak. "Hello. I'm the emergency room director, Tan Long. Your husband's vital signs are almost gone. We are acting out of goodwill, you know." And before Tan Long could finish, he was cursed at and pointed at. "Let me tell you, my dad isn't dead. If your hospital can't treat him, just give me a straight answer, or else we'll go to the second hospital." The shouting continued. Because the distance was too far, Lan Tian could only hear it vaguely. "Hey, Sister Chun, what is going on up front?" Lan Tian gently tugged at a female doctor's sleeve and asked quietly. "Oh, a patient was sent in this morning, impaled by a steel bar. The bar is very close to the heart, and if we operate, we will definitely touch the heart. In a scenario of massive bleeding, it's unsolvable." Chen Xiaoyan sighed and shook her head. She had seen too many such cases. It was very difficult to resolve. If someone died in the hospital, it would really be a big problem. Steel bar penetrating the whole body? Lan Tian murmured, and suddenly countless solutions erupted in his mind. Concerning the situation that Chen Xiaoyan just mentioned, he instantly had a treatment plan. "Sister Chun, could you please help me look at this? I'm going to take a look." Lan Tian couldn't sit still. He couldn't just stand by in such a situation. When he arrived at the operating room door, he was suddenly stunned by the sight before him. The man who was cursing had actually punched Tan Long to the ground. A male doctor tried to step forward, but the man pulled out a knife. "Get the hell away from me." The furious shouting continued. Ding! Everyone's attention was drawn to the sound. The operating room lights dimmed, and the door opened. A weary Lin and walked out of the operating room. The man rushed over, standing in front of Linen, trembling as he asked, "What happened to my dad?" "I'm sorry. Please prepare yourself mentally. We currently cannot remove the steel bar because it is about to touch the heart. The lower part of the steel bar is larger than the upper part for some reason, and during the patient's movement, the larger side shifted slightly to the left. If the right atrium is accidentally touched, it will be fatal." Linen, as a doctor, explained to the family member in the simplest and most understandable way. "That's impossible. The previous doctor said that your first hospital could treat him. You're lying to me. You're lying." Just as his hand was about to strike, Lan Tian grabbed his wrist and looked at Linen, saying, "Dr. Lin, I want to go in and take a look. Is that okay?" Lan Tian stared at Linen, and in his mind, based on the conclusion just given, he came up with another set of solutions. "You?" Lan Tian. Before Linen could finish, Lan Tian took out a pair of sterile gloves and rushed inside. He knew that delaying even a minute would increase the danger, although he had asked. It wasn't a real request, just a notification. "Lan Tian, get out here quickly." Tan Long regained his senses and shouted. But Lan Tian had already closed the operating room door, unable to hear their voices. Chapter 4. Is this a performance slice or surgery? He is joking with the hospital's regulations, and once he comes out, he will be suspended no matter what he says. Tan Long was filled with anger. He did not expect that the usually honest and upright Lan Tian would actually lose his composure today. Moreover, he openly violated the hospital's rules. Well, let's see what kind of miracle this kid can create. Linen sighed. He also hoped for a miracle to happen, because there were many places in the assessment report that Lan Tian gave him that he had never dared to think about, nor could he imagine where the knife would fall. When he saw it for the first time, he only had one expression: shock. Prepare for the second round of surgery. Lan Tian walked into the operating room, ignoring the surprised expressions of the other doctors and nurses, and immediately instructed. Time is life. For doctors, as long as the patient is not dead, there is still a chance. One of the doctors intended to reprimand Lan Tian, but found that he had already picked up the scalpel and started giving orders. The steel bar is 3 millimeters away from the atrium, which means our surgery must ensure the thinnest part, which is 5 millimeters, and when removing the steel bar, it must be steady. Next, I need to perform layer by layer dissection, ensuring that there is no massive bleeding from the soft tissues and blood vessels in the abdominal cavity. While speaking, Lan Tian began to take action. "We need one doctor to assist with the resection of the liver and spleen," Lan Tian said emotionlessly. The doctors in the operating room suddenly had a possible thought. This surgery is highly likely to succeed. Lan Tian's hands had delicate skin, and the scalpel in his hand was as thin as a cicada's wing. All the doctors stared wide-eyed, watching every step of Lan Tian's surgery. Because the steel bar pierced from the left shoulder to the right scrotum through the urinary system and had already injured the liver and spleen. What Lan Tian needed to do was to cut off the nerves and liver close to the steel bar. At this moment, Lan Tian didn't dare to breathe. With over 90 top-level surgeries under his belt, he felt no ease at all. His mind had to be highly focused. Just separating the nerves and steel bar from the left shoulder made him sweat profusely. But those doctors were watching him as if he were a god. It was so shocking. Every cut was precisely controlled at 5 millimeters without error, just enough to ensure the steel bar could be removed. As the surgery approached an hour, Lan Tian understood that time waits for no one. Hemostatic clamp. Lan Tian looked at the amount of blood loss. It was not much, only about 500 milliliters, which would not pose a life-threatening danger. However, if bleeding continued, it would definitely be fatal for the patient. Everyone held their breath because the most difficult part was coming. The contact between the right and left atria, the weakest point of the blood vessels and nerves. Once touched, the patient would undoubtedly die. This was without question. Lan Tian, this is too difficult to resolve. If you're not careful, the patient will not be able to hold on, one doctor kindly reminded. Lan Tian ignored him. He needed to stay calm. Go call Dr. Lin in. Another doctor whispered. An assistant nodded and left. Soon, Lin walked in. When he saw the scene before him, he was deeply shocked. The resection of the liver and spleen was more complete than he expected, with the incision only 5 millimeters. What does this mean? It means that, under the most stable conditions, the steel bar could be extracted without damaging other nerves and tissues. Is this surgery or slicing? Lennon asked himself in his heart. Huff. Prepare to pull out the steel bar. Lan Tian exhaled and then lowered his body, diving back into the surgery. The scalpel gently cut through the membrane, ensuring sufficient distance from the veins and heart. On one side, he spent half an hour repeating the same action, while on the other side, it took another half an hour. The scalpel in Lan Tian's hand moved like art. One cut up, one cut down, with no pause in between. Hemostatic clamp. Prepare to remove other damaged liver and lung tissue and repair the remaining areas. Next, Lan Tian stood up straight and looked at Lin and Dr. Lin. I will extract the steel bar. You will separate the membrane. Okay. Lin had been watching. Now that he heard Lan Tian's instruction, he felt no sense of impropriety. As Lan Tian slowly extracted the steel bar inch by inch, everyone felt as if they were dreaming. The incisions on the right and left atria were still vivid in their minds. Did it succeed? It succeeded. One doctor covered his mouth with his sterile gown, feeling like he might cry. This problem that had troubled them for a whole morning was actually resolved by a young man who had only recently been officially employed. This was too unexpected, but they felt more joy. Their hearts had been tense since the morning. However, Lan Tian's expression showed no sign of relief. He understood that it was not yet a success. This had already involved the duodenum and bile duct, and more importantly, the patient's heart was damaged. The next step would be a repair, which was extremely difficult. Dr. Lin also recognized this problem. He looked at Lan Tian. Lan Tian looked back at him. The two exchanged a glance, expressionless. But they both lowered their heads at the same time, with Lan Tian holding the scalpel. The membrane area needed minor cuts, avoiding contact with the duodenum and ensuring that no blood from the membrane flowed into the duodenum. Lin guided while staring intently at the duodenum. Lan Tian understood this. What he needed to do now was to cut the membrane by 0.1. With a swift motion, 15 minutes later, Lan Tian and Lin both looked up. It succeeded. Everyone was overjoyed, clapping each other on the back. But Lan Tian knew that the hard battle had just begun. After such a long time, the patient could no longer hold on, and the heart had a gap due to the fall. However, because measures had been taken in advance, they had managed to hold on until now. If this could be considered a success, wouldn't his many days of surgical sign-ins be worthless? Teacher, we need to proceed to the next step, Lan Tian said seriously. I know, we took measures when we came in, so there shouldn't be any issues temporarily. However, the heart is shattered, and we need to suture the bleeding point without touching the pericardium. I have discussed this with the family. This is what I am worried about, because even if the steel bar is successfully removed, it doesn't mean the patient can survive. Moreover, the heart area is very fragile, with a high probability of death. If there is any minor error and it touches the heart's bottom, the major blood vessels will burst, causing immediate death. This surgery can be counted on one hand globally, and the success rate is only 10%. Lin's years of clinical experience were spot on. Moreover, the surgery had already lasted 8 hours. No one could sustain that. Not even him. But Lan Tian smiled. If there is still a glimmer of hope, it must not be wasted, Lan Tian said. Lennon looked at him, as if seeing a past version of himself. Let us go. Remove the measures and get ECMO, extracorporeal membrane oxygenation, Lennon immediately ordered. At that moment, the hard battle began. Whether it was Lan Tian or Lennon, they both began to hold their breath. At this moment, their eyes had only one goal, to save the current patient. Chapter 5. The surgery was successful. Shocking the interns for a century ECMO, or extracorporeal membrane oxygenation, is primarily used to provide continuous extracorporeal respiration and circulation for patients with severe cardiopulmonary failure, in order to sustain their lives. The current patient is in such a situation. Next, we need to connect the patient to ECMO. Dr. Lin, the patient's heart has stopped. A nurse immediately shouted, "Quick, connect ECMO immediately," Lennon said without hesitation. With the addition of several doctors, everyone began to work frantically. ECMO involves intravascular cannulation, connection tubes, a pump, artificial heart, an oxygenator, artificial lung, oxygen supply tubes, monitoring systems, and more. Next, they needed to connect the intravascular cannula, pump, oxygenator, and supply tubes. Everyone was racing against time. Once ECMO was set up under Dr. Lennon's hands, the patient's heart showed signs of revival. But then, an unexpected situation arose. There was a massive hemorrhage from the patient's heart, and vital signs continued to decline. The nurse shouted urgently, "Hemostatic clamp, needle and thread. Hurry!" Seeing this, Lan Tian immediately took action. He quickly located the source of the bleeding and precisely performed manual hemostasis. Wow! Everyone gasped. To find the bleeding point in 1 second was quite astonishing. The bleeding stopped, and then Lan Tian went to work. The doctors who were not operating assisted from the side. But they all had one thought: the surgery must succeed. His hands seemed to dance over the patient's body, suturing, excising, and placing stents for blood flow. Everyone remained silent, their hands tightly clasped, sweat soaking their sterile gowns. Outside the operating room, the family waited anxiously. The previous man had already left the hospital, leaving only the patient's wife behind. Tianlong paced back and forth. Once Lennon went in, he couldn't enter. A surgery with 2 lead surgeons would only lead to unexpected events. "How's the surgery going?" Tianlong asked in a low voice. From the monitoring, "It seems Lan Tian is the lead surgeon now. Director," this nurse responded quietly. "Nonsense." Tianlong's anger flared immediately, but he soon noticed the patient's family and some doctors and nurses looking over. He could only lower his head. Lan Tian had violated the hospital's rules this time, and next, even the gods couldn't save him. The hospital has its regulations, especially since this is the first people's hospital. If everything were so lawless, where would the hospital's reputation go? The rules would be rendered useless. Talp, tap, talp. The sound of hurried footsteps approached. Tianlong looked up to see the dean walking over. "What's going on? What in the world is happening? Why is a newly employed doctor the lead surgeon?" Chen Gonyuan, the dean of Huifeng City First Hospital, was furious. Upon hearing complaints, he immediately came to understand the situation. However, he did not expect that it was a recently certified intern performing the surgery. This was simply playing with the patient's life. "No way. Lan Tian is the lead surgeon? This isn't a joke, is it? Is this for real? Lan Tian is the lead? What is going on?" Everyone was dumbfounded. A newly certified emergency doctor was actually leading a highly dangerous surgery. This completely overturned their views. What the hell? Lan Tian's technique, from this distance, is at most 2 millimeters. His hands are too beautiful. Can you focus normally? As the monitoring footage circulated, everyone swallowed hard. Lan Tian's surgical performance was simply godlike. The force and precision in his movements were astonishing. All the intern doctors were envious and shocked. At this moment, the entire hospital was in an uproar. Previously, Chen Xiaoyun was even more shocked, unable to believe the facts she heard. Lan Tian Chen Xiaoyun stood frozen, almost forgetting about the patient in front of her. Tianlong looked at the dean, only able to lower his head and endure the scolding, because he had strongly recommended Lan Tian to the dean in the first place. Now that something had happened, he bore a large part of the responsibility. Inside the operating room, Lan Tian finally revealed a smile that had been tense for 10 hours. At this moment, he could relax. Vital signs returned to normal. No adverse reactions. The surgical process, Lan Tian reported earnestly. An assistant next to him was writing the surgical report. Every detail recorded clearly. Because this was the rule, and it was responsible for the patient and the hospital. Creaked, the door opened. Just as the dean was about to walk in and question, a nurse spoke up. Who is Zhao Dalong's family? I am. A woman hurriedly ran out. The surgery was successful. The patient's vital signs are stable now. But he is in a coma. Please prepare to handle the hospitalization procedures. The sound of a notebook dropping to the ground echoed in everyone's ears. The surgery was successful? Tianlong was stunned, and Dean Shun was also stunned. The interns present were left speechless. This was too hard to accept. Meanwhile, among the interns, nurses, and head nurse, it erupted into chaos. They were all discussing one topic. Lan Tian, a doctor who had just been certified for 2 months, successfully performed the surgery that the entire hospital could not resolve. Chapter 6. The surgery video goes viral. Director Chun is anxious as the patient was wheeled out. The crowd erupted in cheers. The hospital's reputation was saved. It was truly successful. It was said that the steel rebar was almost touching the left atrium and had already passed through the small intestine, with a slight misstep potentially hitting the duodenum. It was a success, which was simply unbelievable. As everyone watched the patient being pushed to the ward, they realized this was not a dream. Although the patient had been taken away, they noticed that none of the doctors, apart from the nurses, had come out. Strange. Where are Dr. Lin and the others? A question brought Chen Gonyuan back to his senses. They all walked into the operating room, only to find all the doctors quietly sitting on the floor. Except for Lan Tian, everyone had been in surgery for a full 13 hours. Lan Tian had spent 11 hours in total. His attire was not proper. Since the patient was in critical condition, he entered wearing a mask and sterile gloves, but without a sterile gown, which was against the rules. Chen Gonyuan naturally noticed this immediately. Just as he was about to reprimand him, he heard Tianlong whispering in his ear, "Director, that's Lan Tian." Chen Gongyuan's expression became extremely complex. On one hand was a genius, and on the other was the hospital's regulations. To have persevered for such a long time during the surgery and successfully solved the hospital's problem put him in a dilemma. Lan Tian, come here. Tianlong waved to Lan Tian, signaling him to approach. Director. Lan Tian smiled slightly. If he was worried about being fired earlier, he was now relieved. He understood that it was indeed his fault for not following the rules, and even if he were dismissed, he had broader opportunities ahead. This surgery would add a significant stroke of color to his life. Regardless of the outcome, he could accept it. This is the director. Tianlong looked at him in disbelief. This newcomer who had only been officially employed for 2 months had completed such a challenging surgery. Hello, director. Lan Tian quickly looked at Chen Gonyuan and nodded. This elderly man, nearing 65, had made outstanding contributions to the hospital and had even been on the front lines. Young man, not bad, you have drive. Chen Gonyuan patted Lan Tian on the shoulder and continued. You must be tired. Go back and rest well. Yes, thank you, director. Lan Tian sighed inwardly, but left the operating room with a smile. As he passed by, the interns and patients all gave him a thumbs up. Will Dr. Lan Tian be okay? What do you mean? He asked the great contributor. Without Dr. Lan Tian, our hospital's reputation would have suffered today. Right, that guy even went to get the director. Hey, did you see the final surgery video? It was amazing. Dr. Lan Tian's hands seemed to be performing art rather than just treating illness. In the director's office, a computer was playing the entire surgery process. Cutting, suturing 5 millimeters separation, hemostasis, extraction. What seemed like a few short steps took nearly 7 hours. Chen Gongyuan's wrinkled hands were tightly clenched together. In this surgery video, any slight mistake could lead to the patient's death, whether in the method of resection and separation or in the 5 millimeters separation of nerves from the steel rebar. Just a slight touch on the right atrium would mean certain death for the patient. Moreover, the report stated that the patient's heart was damaged, and only simple measures were taken to ensure the patient would not die from excessive bleeding. Next came heart repair, ECMO, hemostasis, suturing the damaged heart. Lan Tian's hands moved continuously. The heart had 6 small damaged sections, but with blood covering them, finding the source of bleeding was particularly difficult. Yet Lan Tian handled it with ease, showing no hesitation as he repaired the heart at a jaw-dropping speed. Was this really surgery, not sewing? The director swallowed hard, his eyes filled with shock. Knock. Guomin. Director, the expert group has reached a decision. Tan Long walked in, his eyes filled with disappointment. I want to hear the results. Chen Gonyuan pressed pause, his old hands tapping on the desk. You can see for yourself. Tan Long placed the document on his desk. Chen Gonyuan stared at the document, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. It clearly stated 2 words, suspended. The specific reason was all handled according to the hospital's regulations. If it were before, I would have thought the same way, a wet behind-the-ears kid actually disregarding the hospital rules. But now, this suspension, the expert group can't enforce it. Chen Gonyuan slowly tapped the table, then looked at Tan Long, asking, if you had done this surgery, what would have happened? 10%. Tan Long shook his head. Lan Tian achieved 100%. Can this suspension be upheld? Chen Gonyuan looked at him and asked, Director, what do you mean? Tan Long was a bit excited. If Lan Tian didn't have to be suspended, he, as the recommender, would be the happiest one, not having to worry about being stabbed in the back. Director, the surgery video has gone viral. Do you want to take a look? At that moment, the voice of the director's assistant came from outside. A middle-aged man rushed in with a phone. The video had reached a staggering 30 million views and was still increasing. The key point was that this video captured the entire process from start to finish, even recording Lan Tian's first appearance. Coupled with the surgical video and editing techniques, Lan Tian was instantly portrayed as a savior in the video. What did you say? How did this surgery video leak? Chen Gonyuan became anxious. He thought to himself, the expert group just gave their feedback, and now the video is out. Isn't the second hospital going to rush to recruit this talent? No. Tan Long, you must contact Lan Tian immediately. Chen Gonyuan shouted anxiously. Yes, director. Tan Long didn't immediately react. Why was the director so anxious? Major news websites and trending topics in fan circles were suddenly flooded with a previously unknown doctor who had been officially employed for only 2 months. This is the compassion of a healer, ignoring rules, only to save lives, racing against time, a model for our generation. Wow, those hands are extraordinarily good-looking. Secretary Lee, in 3 minutes, I want all the information on this man. Upstairs, who are you calling a garbage picker? Where did you get a secretary? With rewards come criticisms. Haha, an intern who doesn't follow the rules is joking with patients' lives. However, such comments couldn't even stay in the major comment sections for 2 seconds before being pushed down. Meanwhile, Lan Tian's face was not captured clearly in the surveillance and operating room footage. However, his hands became famous in fan circles, and his actions received widespread praise among the common people. Furthermore, the entire surgical process began to attract the attention of various hospitals. Chapter 7, noticed by the Health Organization number 73, Danyang Road. Dr. Lan Tian, take a look at the conditions we provided. If it's acceptable, our Second People's Hospital would be very welcoming of your arrival, said a middle-aged man with a straight posture and a smile. Opposite him sat Lan Tian, who had just returned from the First People's Hospital the day before. At that moment, Lan Tian was a bit stunned. How did his situation suddenly become so sensational? Even the director of the Second People's Hospital had come to see him. This caught him off guard. Ding! Just as he was about to speak, his phone rang. Director Zhong, I'm really sorry, but I need to take this call, Lan Tian said, pointing to his phone after seeing the caller ID. Go ahead. Director Zhong said calmly. In his view, the situation was already in his favor. Lan Tian had been suspended by the experts at the First People's Hospital due to this incident. This was the best opportunity for the Second People's Hospital to seize. Lan Tian walked aside and said, Hello, Director Tan. Even though he had become the desired talent for the Second People's Hospital, he did not act spoiled. Lan Tian, this is Director Chen Gonyuan. We are officially notifying you that you can return to work this afternoon, and your position will no longer be as an emergency room assistant, but as a doctor in the emergency room, directly becoming the second lead surgeon in our hospital. I believe you and Dr. Lin and will certainly be able to excel as the best surgeons, Chen Gonyuan said, seemingly aware that the Second People's Hospital was trying to recruit him, presenting an extremely tempting offer. Being an emergency room doctor is different from being called a doctor by others. Although he had been officially promoted before, he was still an assistant. Now he would be a practicing doctor. This is a significant distinction. Chen Gongyuan was not a reckless person. He had already investigated Lan Tian's performance in the emergency department before making this phone call. Director, please don't rush. Mainly, I violated the hospital's regulations. And I heard about the suspension conditions from the expert group, so I have already submitted my resignation letter, Lan Tian said, scratching his nose. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, Chen Gongyuan slammed his hand on the table. Lan Tian, don't worry. I want to approve your resignation letter, and you don't need to wait until this afternoon. Just come back to the hospital to report right away. Also, those experts don't know anything. You can rest assured. I will pave the way for you in the future, Chen Gongyuan said seriously. Lan Tian was indeed swayed by this director. This elder was still the director of the First People's Hospital, working on the front lines, having the title of a national master. He had lived a disciplined life for most of his years, yet here he was speaking such words. It was truly moving. Lan Tian thought back to the time he had traveled to this place and smiled faintly. Director Zhong, thank you for your kindness. But Lan Tian has decided not to leave the First People's Hospital, Lan Tian said, standing in front of Director Zhong, nodding and smiling. Since that's the case, it's indeed a pity. If you don't receive any attention in the future, do come to us. Director Zhong shook his head. He had thought victory was assured, but he hadn't expected Lan Tian to change his mind because of the phone call. He could guess the outcome, but he also didn't want to give up on such a genius. However, there was nothing he could do. Time passed quickly. 3 days later, Lan Tian officially started seeing patients on his own. Unlike other interns or newly promoted doctors, he did not have a supervising physician. He didn't need one to teach him how to perform. However, this also meant that if he made a mistake, the probability of punishment would be higher. But he possessed world-class surgical skills and experience with various illnesses. If he were to make a mistake, it would be a much larger issue for the doctors who made errors. Look, Lan Tian is already seeing patients alone. Indeed, being handsome can get you by. Was it just because he is handsome? No, that has strength, you understand? So handsome. I'm 18, and Dr. Lan Tian doesn't even look at me. If we go together, I'm willing to get drunk. Upon hearing this, everyone casually glanced over, then suppressed their feelings of nausea. In Tanlong's office, Lan Tian, starting today, you will be assigned patients. You must uphold the standards of a physician, Tanlong said, patting him on the shoulder. Previously, it was the director's fault. I apologize to you. If I had stopped you back then, the hospital's reputation would not have been salvageable. Director, you're joking. It was you who directly promoted me. Without you, there wouldn't have been that surgery. Lan Tian understood the importance of gratitude. Although Tanlong had spoken harshly before, he was indeed considering Lan Tian's interests. I'm glad you understand, Tanlong said while picking up the phone. Hello? What? Okay, we'll go over right away. Tanlong's expression turned strange as he looked at Lan Tian, ultimately letting out a sigh. Director, what happened? Lan Tian asked curiously. The people from a health organization have arrived, and they specifically named you. Currently, all hospitals, health organizations, and people across the country know about your achievements. With the media coverage, you've become famous. Tanlong said helplessly. The arrival of the health organization meant that Lan Tian would be incorporated into the National Health Department, and it was highly likely he would work with the military. This was a tremendous honor for any doctor. Just as Lan Tian had just fought to stay at the Second People's Hospital, the health organization was already on its way. The First People's Hospital was truly facing one disaster after another. Chapter 8. First Consultation, Brain Tumor Blue Sky. Do you really not want to join our health organization? The health organization representative sat across from Blue Sky, fingers interlocked, looking at him. I'm sorry, but the First People's Hospital has always been my goal in medicine. And the director, Dr. Lin, and Director Tan have been very good to me. I can't just leave, Blue Sky replied with an apologetic smile and a nod. We naturally respect your choice, but if you want to join the health organization next time, you will need to pass an assessment, the representative said. Then, Director Chun, we'll take our leave. The health organization representatives came quickly and left just as fast. They only needed to confirm whether Blue Sky wanted to join. If he refused, they would leave. At first, even Tanlong and Chen Gongyuan were anxious. Blue Sky's reputation had skyrocketed for disregarding hospital rules to save lives, amplified by major media coverage. Naturally, the First People's Hospital became famous as well. Many people traveled long distances to come here because of the good doctors at the First People's Hospital. As the hospital representative of Huifeng City, Chen Gonyuan certainly did not want Blue Sky to leave. However, the health organization could be considered the best medical department in the country. If Blue Sky joined them, he would surely rise to prominence. But to everyone's surprise, he outright refused and did so very decisively. Blue Sky, you really don't need to think so much. You should have a broader world, Chen Gonyuan said earnestly. Director Chen, I know what you want to say, but that's just who I am. I understand what it means to remember one's roots. I'm a doctor, and I need to adhere to the ethics of being a doctor. Blue Sky nodded seriously and replied. Then he added, Director, if there's nothing else, I need to return to my consultation. Today is my first day, so I have a lot to do. I'll take my leave now. All right, Chen Gonyuan nodded, watching him leave with satisfaction. Dr. Blue, over here, a pleasant female voice called out. Blue Sky turned to see Qin Sini, the girl who used to come to his office pretending to be sick when he was still an intern and assistant. What brings you here again? What's wrong this time? Blue Sky teased. Well, I'm not unwell, but my mom is. Can you take a look at her? Qin Sini shrugged and said, Your mom is sick, and you're still so happy? Blue Sky shook his head, thinking this girl was really something. However, Qin Sini seemed not to hear him, walking ahead and leading him back to his consultation room. He saw a woman sitting across from his desk. Hello, ma'am. My name is Blue Sky. May I ask what's bothering you? Blue Sky sat down and asked. Well, I've had a bit of a headache these past few days, and when I eat, I feel nauseous and have the urge to vomit. Sometimes I also feel weak in my limbs, and it's quite uncomfortable, the woman said. A headache? Just a little? Have you taken any other medications? Blue Sky inquired. Yes, I've taken some ibuprofen, but it didn't help, the woman replied. By the way, my mom's headache comes and goes. But mainly it hurts when she exercises, Qin Sini interjected. Let me take a look at your tongue, Blue Sky nodded, then listened to her heartbeat and examined her tongue, which was slightly pale. If she had been exercising and taking care of herself, it shouldn't be in this condition. He stood up and moved behind the woman, gently pressing on her head. Does it hurt here? No. What about here? Yes, it hurts a bit here, and it's a sharp pain, the woman responded. Her words gave Blue Sky a sense of determination. He returned to his chair, his expression somewhat grave. He took out the medical record and asked, Have you had similar issues about 6 months ago? No, this just started in the last month, the woman answered honestly. Then you haven't had these symptoms before, right? No, the woman confirmed. Blue Sky looked at her, and the most likely scenario flashed through his mind. Intermittent sharp pain, health consciousness, pale tongue, dizziness, headaches, nausea, vomiting, and weakness in limbs, with clear sharp pain on the left side of the head when pressed. Such symptoms only appeared a month ago. Could it really be a tumor? A hint of doubt crossed Blue Sky's mind. He didn't want this outcome. To encounter a tumor patient right away was a bit tricky. Name, Guanyin. Age, 43. After asking everything, Blue Sky said, Please go for a PET CT scan and blood tests. It would be best to do a full-body CT. He handed the medical record to Qin Sini, saying, Oh, okay. Qin Sini nodded, taking her mother's hand and walking out. Can the patient wait outside for a moment? I need to speak with the family, Blue Sky called out to Qin Sini and her mother. Qin Sini raised an eyebrow, even blinking at him. Blue Sky felt a jolt. This girl really was something else. Dr. Blue, are you thinking about dating me? Qin Sini asked. I'm not joking. My personal suggestion is that you should look at your mother's CT alone and not show it to the patient. Don't ask. I'm not too sure myself. Blue Sky replied. Did you find something? Qin Sini's heart skipped a beat. Well, your mother may have a tumor, but we haven't done the test yet. Everything will depend on the CT. You also need to keep a good mood. Nothing is set in stone yet, and even if it is, it can be treated. Blue Sky said before sitting back down. Qin Sini looked at him, sensing he didn't seem like someone who would lie. She simply nodded, smiled, and walked out. Chapter 9, Dr. Blue Sky. The patient ran away, Dr. Blue Sky. This is what you wanted. A nurse walked in, holding a box of silver needles. All right, put here. By the way, don't use you in the future. I'm still young, Blue Sky joked. So, are you dating? Ahem, next. Blue Sky touched his nose. Here he was, sitting well, yet still being teased. It seems one really can't be too handsome. Otherwise, they attract too much attention. Nowadays, these girls are nothing like those from the 80s, who were so simple. Now, when they see a handsome guy, they want to shout hubby every day. How affectionate. Doctor, you hello. A patient walked in, looking pale, with cold sweat on his forehead, shivering all over. He was clutching his stomach and walking in a staggering manner, looking like he might fall at any moment. Quick, sit down. Blue Sky hurriedly got up, not hesitating to stand because the patient was male. He helped the man to a chair and accidentally touched his hand. The man had already been pressing on his abdomen, and this contact made him scream in pain. What's wrong? Is your stomach very painful? Blue Sky quickly asked. Yes, doctor. Can you see what is going on? Yesterday, I had a seafood meal, and now it... Oh, it hurts a lot. The man frowned, looking very pale. Pain? Wait a moment. Blue Sky handed the mercury thermometer to the man, instructing him to place it under his armpit. Then he began to press on the man's abdomen. You first let go. I'll take a look. Blue Sky half squatted beside the patient and pressed down. Lower left abdomen. Does it hurt here? No, but I feel a slight sensation. In the middle. How about here? It does hurt, but not that serious. It seems that after you pressed, I feel a bit relieved. That's because I pressed your acupoint, which alleviated the pain a bit. If it hurts particularly badly, you must tell me. Blue Sky was about to change position when he saw Tan Long coming over. Blue Sky, are you seeing a patient? Tan Long smiled. Yes, Director Tan, sorry, I need to finish up with this patient first. Your matter can wait. Blue Sky nodded and continued to press on the man's lower right abdomen. It hurts. Right here it's very painful. Oh no. I can't move at all. The man was gasping heavily, completely panicking. He was already overweight, at least 190 pounds. As he gasped, it seemed endless. The pain made it hard for him to speak. Seeing this, Blue Sky quickly rubbed the man's abdomen a few times, which helped him recover a bit. Huff, huff. The man was panting heavily. He asked, Doctor, what is wrong with me? Blue Sky looked at him and said, You might need to prepare mentally, as you are very likely going to need surgery. What? Surgery? This. The man looked troubled, as if he had something difficult to say. Based on my current examination, there is fixed tenderness accompanied by signs of peritoneal irritation. Given the current situation, it is indeed somewhat related to appendicitis. So later, you need to undergo a comprehensive examination, and I will write you a referral. After finishing, Blue Sky sat back down and wrote on the referral. Complete blood count, urinalysis, abdominal ultrasound, laparoscopic examination, X-ray barium enema. These are all pathways to check for appendicitis and must be taken seriously by the patient. All right, I'll call a nurse for you, and then you follow her for the examination. Don't think you're really fine. Money can't cure illness. Blue Sky handed the referral to the man. Okay, doctor, I've seen your achievements online. I trust you. The man took the referral and smiled. Thank you for your trust. Your body is your own. After the examination, come back here, and I'll arrange the next steps for you. As Blue Sky spoke, he called into the intercom, sent a nurse to room 405. Thank you. After seeing the patient off, Tan Long finally clapped his hands. Not bad. Your performance really doesn't seem like that of a new doctor. At least, you're the only newcomer I've seen who can face a patient without fear. Tan Long said with a smile. Director Tan, you're joking. I just have thick skin. Blue Sky shook his head, feeling both amused and helpless. Just kidding. Before he crossed over, he was quite impressive. When writing, he knew what it meant to have a face that couldn't eat. Back then, he bet with readers that he would never add more chapters. Yet, when a reader tipped him $1,000, he added chapters faster than anyone. This addition led him to where he is now, becoming a genius doctor. Thus, communication with patients is like with readers. Plus, since he was discussing professional knowledge, if he were afraid of that, he could have run away during the assessments and gone back to moving bricks and writing novels. Blue Sky Doctor, the patient ran away. Just as Tan Long was about to speak about something else, the nurse suddenly ran over, looking extremely shocked. Ran away? Why? Blue Sky was stunned. The guy had promised to stay. How could he run away? He just received a call and then left, saying something about needing to get home urgently due to family matters. The nurse quickly explained. That one do. Did he leave any contact number when he registered? Blue Sky asked. Yes, he left a number during registration. The nurse replied. Give me that number. Blue Sky immediately blurted out, not considering anything else. The nurse glanced at Tan Long, saw him nod, and then went to get the number. After dialing, the call connected. Hello, I'm Dr. Blue Sky from the emergency room 405 at the First People's Hospital of Huifeng City. You just saw me, and your situation is particularly dangerous. If you don't receive treatment in time, there will be great. Before he could finish the word danger, the other party hung up the phone. Blue Sky twitched his mouth. This guy really has some personality. But forget it. Doctors are here to treat, not to persuade. If the patient doesn't cooperate, even if you tell him he'll die tomorrow, he won't believe it. Thus, the doctor's principle is to persuade when possible, and if not, let it be. Healing and saving lives is the basic duty of a doctor. But if it can't be saved, the blame doesn't fall on the doctor. Of course, unless it's some unscrupulous doctor. However, there aren't that many untrustworthy doctors in this world. Not going to persuade him anymore? Tan Long asked with a smile. Director Tan, please don't laugh at me. It's hard to persuade with good words. Blue Sky began to speak, but was interrupted. Hey, as doctors, we shouldn't use foul language. After Tan Long finished speaking, he placed the documents on the table, said a few words of encouragement, and then left. Chapter 10. Obese patients and high-difficulty surgeries by Tian had been seeing patients for 4 hours. During this time, apart from the patient with appendicitis who ran away, the other patients were very cooperative. Dr. Bai Tian, the director wants to see you. A nurse came over and knocked on the door. Oh, okay, I'll go right away. Bai Tian nodded and smiled kindly. On the way, Bai Tian saw various patients moaning in pain, which was indeed hard for them to bear. He also noticed many family members banging their fists against the wall in frustration. Such things were too common in the hospital. Knock. Bai Tian knocked on Tan Long's office door. Director, did you call for me? Bai Tian said. Yes, I saw your examination of that patient earlier. What do you think about the appendicitis surgery? Tan Long's pen was tapping on the desk, his eyes full of anticipation. If the appendicitis is not acute, the risks won't be very high. Also, if the patient's weight is below 120 pounds, it greatly helps the success rate of the appendicitis surgery. For the previous patient, if he was indeed diagnosed with appendicitis, the success rate would be around 75. Bai Tian replied truthfully. Tan Long nodded repeatedly. With just this statement, he could tell that Bai Tian had a high level of knowledge, and there was no unnecessary talk. Everything was to the point. Bai Tian, now, there's a very difficult surgery. The patient is very cooperative, but we currently don't have a plan, so we would like you to join us in discussing it. Tan Long stated his purpose, and the tapping of the pen naturally stopped. Bai Tian was somewhat surprised. Although he had been seeing patients, he was not supposed to participate in surgeries according to hospital regulations. He had already breached the rules once, and if he did it again, even a hospital director might not be able to protect him. Isn't this typically handled by the specialists? Bai Tian subconsciously asked. That's true, but due to the patient's physical condition and your examination of that patient, I believe you have the capability, so I recommended you to them, Tan Long replied. Bai Tian suddenly realized. Okay, what time? Bai Tian inquired. 2 hours later. You should come to the surgical consultation room, and we will discuss it there, Tan Long said before letting him go. On the way back, he saw the nurses covering their mouths and giggling, occasionally teasing him. Do these women think I'm a shy kid? Bai Tian thought to himself. After returning to room 405 and continuing the consultation for 2 more hours, Bai Tian was about to head to the surgical consultation room when he was stopped by Qin Sini. Dr. Bai, my mom's test results came back, and she indeed has a tumor. What should I do? Qin Sini's eyes were red, clearly having cried for a long time. Let me take a look at the film. Bai Tian smiled and took the film of Qin Sini's mother. It's not too bad. If surgery is needed, it shouldn't be particularly difficult. Bai Tian saw the film, and several solutions appeared in his mind. Is it difficult? Is there a risk to her life? Will it affect her life in the future? Qin Sini hurriedly asked upon hearing the reassuring words. The difficulty is not high, but the hospital needs to assess the situation first. Right now, your primary task is to get your mother admitted for treatment. That's the most important goal. Bai Tian handed the film back to her, mentioned he had other matters, and left. Qin Sini watched his back, seemingly having made a significant decision. Soon, Bai Tian arrived at the surgical consultation room. Dr. Bai Tian, Doctor, Bai is truly accomplished at a young age. It feels like I'm in love with him. As Bai Tian walked in, the nurses inside had their eyes sparkling. Even Chen Gonyuan had a smile on his face. There was no way around it. Bai Tian had become a prominent figure in the First People's Hospital. Who wouldn't envy such a reputation? Good image, good character, good medical skills. Such a person was hard to envy, even if one wanted to. Dr. Bai is here. Please take a seat. Chen Gonyuan smiled and pointed to a nearby chair. Sorry, everyone. I ran into a patient earlier, so I was delayed. Bai Tian nodded and apologized to those present. This quality made the lead surgeon, department heads, and vice president all nod in agreement. All right, let's start the meeting. Now we need to discuss how to safely remove this patient's appendix. The main issue is not only the patient's body type, but also that she is pregnant. Chen Gonyuan displayed a picture of the patient and said seriously. Bai Tian's eyes widened at these words. The patient's body type must weigh at least 200 pounds, and she was pregnant. This made the surgery extremely difficult. Various fats and internal organs would pose obstacles to the appendicitis removal surgery. Bai Tian lowered his head and began to draw on the draft paper in front of him. Several solutions flashed through his mind, but he dismissed them all. However, as he marked the incision location, the force needed to protect the fetus and the direction, position, and distance of the removal, his eyes gradually brightened. Perhaps I have a solution, but I don't know if the director and all the department heads and teachers will allow me to speak. Bai Tian smiled and looked at everyone. The crowd turned to look at him, and a hint of excitement appeared on Chen Gongyuan's face. Bai Tian was someone he had saved, and it was Tan Long who had recommended him. He believed Bai Tian would not disappoint him. Now was the time for Bai Tian to stand as a guarantor. However, not everyone present supported Bai Tian. Wherever there are people, there are rivalries. And even in a hospital, there are jealousies. But for Bai Tian now, the patient's life was the most important. Everything else could be set aside. Bai Tian, is what you said true? Do you really have a solution? Chen Gonyuan asked. Well, I can only provide some solutions. As for whether they will work, I'm not entirely sure, so if they don't, you can add your input. Bai Tian nodded. Bai Tian, go ahead. I will consider it. Lin also spoke up. This time, he was the lead surgeon, and since he had spoken, others had no choice but to accept it if they were dissatisfied. Bai Tian shot Lin a grateful glance and began his presentation. Chapter 11. The classic big versus small preservation issue. Everyone please look. The patient's weight is around 203 pounds, with body fat exceeding 30. The tumor is located in the lower right abdomen. If we use this area as the surgical entry point, it will affect the pregnant woman and the child inside. As soon as Lan Tian finished speaking, he was met with rebuttals from other doctors. This statement is correct, as this area is indeed the best access point. After 3 hours of discussion, this position is optimal, said an internal medicine doctor with a shrug. Dr. Li is right, but what if we change our perspective? For example, we could approach from a mid-abdomen of the lower right side. Lan Tian circled the position. The other doctors shook their heads repeatedly. Everyone present is a clinical physician, with several renowned surgeons from the First People's Hospital among them. They are not lacking in observation. Even Chen Gonyuan shook his head. However, Lin An's eyes lit up. He had witnessed Lan Tian's initial surgery, having seen firsthand the repair of a heart. He could find the bleeding point in a very short time, which is his remarkable skill. Lan Tian, what do you think? Lin gave him a calming nod. Hearing this, Lan Tian continued. I know this position seems difficult for everyone, but all of you are doctors. Although the incision will be deep, the proportion of fat is low. It won't affect the uterus, which avoids the big versus small preservation issue. Upon hearing this, Lin immediately understood. By using the depth of the incision to indirectly address the interference of fat and the impact on the uterus, 2 problems could be avoided. No, that's not feasible. A deeper incision means a longer surgery time, especially for a pregnant woman. If any accidents occur on the operating table, forget about preserving the big or small. It's basically impossible. Li Xuanyi immediately denied and did not agree with the approach. Indeed, an additional centimeter of incision could potentially add half an hour to the surgery. Half an hour is enough for unforeseen events to occur. Lan Tian scratched his head. He did not think his plan was wrong. The big versus small preservation issue had at least been resolved in his mind. I actually think it's feasible. Everyone, consider this. One access point has no obstruction, while the other has fat interference. Isn't that serious? We only have half an hour left before we need to operate. Dean, I propose we use Lan Tian's plan. Lin directly confronted the situation. Lan Tian looked at the two doctors, sensing the tension in the room. However, this position easily risks hitting a vein, and the area beneath the incision is also the most susceptible to being cut. Tan Long shook his head. Lan Tian pursed his lips. He wasn't blaming Tan Long, as he was correct, but he believed this could be directly avoided. It could be avoided, Lan Tian nodded. Then, as Li Xuanyi was about to rebut, he publicly opened his phone. On it was a very good surgical simulator. Although it was quite fake, it wasn't difficult to create a simulation. After Lan Tian projected it, all the doctor's attention was drawn to it. What they saw from it could be summed up in 2 words: meticulous. Too meticulous, too detailed. Every step Lan Tian took was as if he were threading a needle, smooth and precise. Ultimately, it reached the position just right to avoid the vein. Surgery is not a game. There is no guarantee that you can make a 1.5 mm incision or that you will only need a 2.0 mm incision when reaching the appendix, Li Xuanyi said with a dismissive smile. I can, Lan Tian said firmly. He understood that at this moment, he could not back down any further. The more he hesitated, the more the others would feel he was incapable. Just as Li Xuanyi was about to mock him, he heard a nearby doctor mention previous events. He had only returned last week and was naturally unaware of that matter. However, he had seen the news, which he thought was exaggerated. But now it seemed it was not that simple. Let's wait and see, he thought. Li Xuanyi sat down and ceased his comments. Thank you, Dean, and thank you all. Seeing him sit down, Lan Tian nodded in thanks, especially smiling at Lin and all right. Since we've decided, we will go with this plan, and I also believe there are no major issues with it. The hospital is becoming increasingly advanced, and we no longer have to fear issues with veins. I propose that Dr. Lin and Dr. Lan Tian complete this together. Clap, clap, clap. Upon hearing this, Tan Long was the first to applaud. Li Xuanyi and several other doctors did not clap, but waited until Lan Tian and the others left before following suit. After Lan Tian exited, he naturally accompanied Lin and to check on the patient's condition. However, halfway there, they heard the patient's family speaking. Doctor, will this appendicitis surgery affect the child? If it does, can we finish having the baby first before performing the surgery? As soon as these words were spoken, Lan Tian furrowed his brow. This person treated women as mere reproductive tools. To them, a woman's life and death held no significance. As long as a child could be born, that was enough. That's right, doctor. You must ensure my grandson is safe. The man beside her chimed in quickly. The ugly expressions were utterly disgraceful. Nurses passing by in the hospital looked at them as if they were enemies. If the appendix is not removed, your son cannot be saved. Therefore, if you want to ensure your son's safety, the appendicitis must be removed. Lan Tian walked over and said calmly. Is there a risk with the appendicitis? The woman asked urgently. Yes, and it's quite significant. If it goes wrong, there may be no chance at all. So when it comes to preserving the big or small, your family has no right to decide. We doctors will make decisions based on the law and the patient's circumstances. Sorry, please step aside. We need to examine the patient. After Lan Tian finished speaking, he walked directly away. Little did he know, the man suddenly roared, You unscrupulous doctor. Let me tell you, my son must be saved. If not, I'll make you pay. The man's angry words fell on Lan Tian's ears. Lan Tian turned around with a smile, saying, You're always welcome. However, if you're not sick, don't rush to the hospital. And as for your mother, I suggest she should also have her health checked. By the way, you should too. Your fingers are trembling unconsciously, which could be a precursor to Parkinson's. With that, Lan Tian ignored his angry words and directly walked into the patient's room. The nurses outside looked at him with shining eyes, as if they wanted to devour him. Chapter 12. Unable to anesthetize? Increased surgical difficulty, I must say. Lan Tian's scare tactic really worked. The seemingly arrogant family member of the patient suddenly quieted down. Many people are just being foolish, thinking that holding a certain status allows them to dictate to everyone. Little do they know, in the eyes of others, such people are merely clowns. This is true for Lan Tian, and it's the same for Linen. However, due to the rise of social media, many doctors now hesitate to speak up loudly when facing unreasonable patients or their families. If they even try to reason with them, the next day it could end up on the news. Lan Tian, you acted a bit impulsively just now, Linen said, speaking from experience. He had gone through similar situations and understood how they typically ended. Lan Tian's actions were indeed unacceptable if someone with ulterior motives took advantage of it. Lan Tian's career could be jeopardized. Dr. Lin, I understand, but I just can't stand it. If he wants to file a complaint, let him. I don't think I've done anything wrong, Lan Tian said with a slight smile, clearly not taking the matter to heart. He was more concerned about the patient. Lin looked at him and couldn't help but shake his head, thinking to himself, young people are still young. Dr. Lin, Dr. Lan Tian. The nurse greeted as she saw them enter. How's the patient doing now? Lin asked immediately. The patient's current temperature is 38 degrees, with cold sweat and dry mouth. The nurse replied, holding a report. What is the condition of the fetus? Lan Tian inquired. Unstable, and the pain from the appendicitis may cause contractions, which could lead to a miscarriage, the nurse answered honestly. Prepare for anesthesia, Dr. Lin. You take the lead, and I'll assist you, Lan Tian said as he walked over to Lin. No need, this time you take the lead, and I'll assist you. The incision you mentioned earlier isn't something just anyone can do, Lin said with a wry smile. He wasn't just saying it casually. He remembered Lan Tian's capabilities vividly. Those hands were practically made for surgery. Lin even wanted to write a couplet for him. Miraculous hands bring spring. However, Lan Tian's current lack of experience meant he wasn't yet worthy of such words. Lan Tian was dumbfounded. He had intended to assist, but ended up being pulled into the lead role with just a few words. Sorry to interrupt, but the family is refusing to sign, and they also don't agree to anesthesia, saying it could lead to a miscarriage, the nurse said cautiously. Lan Tian and Lin were both stunned. Refusing anesthesia? What kind of operation was this? Was there still room for negotiation? Time was running out, and if they didn't act quickly, the chances of the patient miscarrying were very high. Lan Tian frowned and spoke up. Currently, they are very adamant about not signing. The nurse shook her head. Let me think. Lan Tian pondered for a moment and walked straight out. When he saw the patient's husband, the man coldly stared at him and refused to sign no matter what. The patient needs your signature for the surgery. If you refuse to sign, we can't proceed with the operation. As family members, not signing is equivalent to indirect murder. Of course, you can transfer the patient, but if a miscarriage occurs during the transfer, it will have nothing to do with us, and we want to bear any legal responsibility. Meanwhile, the patient can choose to sue you, Lan Tian stated seriously, locking eyes with the man. This surgery will definitely kill my son. I'm telling you, no anesthesia. The man sneered and turned away. 25 weeks of pregnancy. Do you think it can be delivered early? If surgery isn't performed in time, not only will your son be lost, but your wife will be in danger as well. If you refuse, please proceed with the discharge procedures. Lan Tian's anger surged. This man was simply a troublemaker, invoking the law while remaining indifferent. Such a man was practically committing a crime. In short, this surgery endangers my child. If the child is born, then we can discuss it. If not, we can't proceed, the man insisted, his hard attitude causing Lan Tian to clench his fists multiple times. It turned out this guy really saw his wife as nothing more than a tool for reproduction. Lu Jia, contact the woman's parents, Lan Tian said, glancing at the nurse manager and nodding. Little did he know, when the man heard that they were going to contact the woman's parents, he immediately exploded. Contact your mother? Don't you dare meddle in our business. We're not doing this in your hospital, the man yelled. Everyone turned to look at him, pointing and whispering. Lan Tian tilted his head and quietly observed the man, who was now crumbling under the surrounding scrutiny. Sign it. Is an adult's life not worth anything? If this continues, don't say the child, even the adult won't be saved. When that time comes, I'll go to her father as a mourner. Think about it. Lan Tian said before turning to leave. I'll sign. I'll sign. The man shouted and quickly signed. As soon as he signed, his mother saw it. Fortunately, the nurse manager was quick and managed to snatch the paper away before the mother could grab it. You signed? I'm telling you, no anesthesia. If anything happens to my grandson, I will make you pay, the woman shouted. This mother and son pair were clearly cut from the same cloth. Dr. Lan Tian, how did you know he was afraid of his father-in-law? The nurse who followed Lan Tian asked quietly. No, I guessed. Just think about it. If the daughter is in such serious condition and her father doesn't know, isn't that hiding the truth? Lan Tian shrugged, holding the signed paper as he walked back into the patient's room. Seeing the smile on his face, Lin knew the issue had been resolved. Since that's the case, let us prepare to go in. Lin hadn't finished his sentence when a woman rushed in. No anesthesia. Anesthesia will affect my grandson. No anesthesia, do you hear me? The woman shouted louder when she saw no one was paying attention to her. Doctor, can we do a local anesthesia? The patient suddenly spoke up. No, your life is also a life. We are doctors, and we must be responsible for every life. Lan Tian directly refused. But surely local anesthesia should be possible, the patient insisted. Lan Tian frowned and glanced at Lin, and Lin shrugged. According to hospital rules, if the patient made a request within reason, it had to be met. And this was within reason. But both Lin and Lan Tian understood how dangerous local anesthesia could be. Using local anesthesia to address a high-difficulty case of appendicitis in a pregnant woman was undoubtedly walking a tightrope. Agreed. Let the obstetrician-gynecologist come over and take the patient to the operating room. Lin could only shake his head and agree. Upon hearing about local anesthesia, the woman finally quieted down. You must save my grandson. You must. Her words went unheard by everyone present, treated as if they were merely background noise. Chapter 13, Jaw-dropping operations. Doctor, I want to ask. The pregnant woman suddenly whispered as she lay on the hospital bed after being pushed into the operating room. Lan Tian glanced at her and asked, what? Will local anesthesia affect the baby? The pregnant woman inquired. Yes, currently, we recommend general anesthesia because regardless of the outcome, we can ensure your life is saved in a critical situation, Lan Tian explained while preparing. Then let's go with local anesthesia, the pregnant woman replied, realizing that the dangers of general anesthesia to the child were greater than to the adult. Moreover, it could very likely lead to miscarriage. However, local anesthesia poses risks to both the adult and the child, but if successful, it would not harm the baby. Lan Tian could only shake his head at her words. Dr. Lin, I'm ready here. I recommend using a 1 milliliter syringe, Lan Tian said seriously, looking at Lin. The anesthetist looked at Lan Tian and then at Lin, and after receiving a nod from Lin, he could only follow his instructions. To him, this all seemed crazy. One dared to speak, and the other dared to act. Using local anesthesia for an appendectomy on a pregnant patient was simply madness in the medical field. After administering local anesthesia, Lan Tian picked up the scalpel, his eyes becoming incredibly determined. His hands, as always, were beautiful and slender, gliding the knife across the patient's lower right abdomen. The incision captivated the assistants, doctors, and anesthetists present, as if the blade were dancing, each cut resembling a piece of art. The peritoneum was cut open, and Lan Tian aimed the incision at the previously demonstrated area. A 1.5 millimeters incision slowly emerged. Only the sharp edge of the scalpel could create such a small entry point, and this was what Lan Tian focused on. The blade cut gently, and so far, Lin and the others had not moved, but sweat was already beading on their foreheads. An appendectomy under local anesthesia on a pregnant woman was like dancing on the edge of a knife. Syringe, Lan Tian said after the excision. Huh, syringe? Are we just going to clamp it out? The anesthetist, Xiao He, questioned Lin and with a glance. Now we're using local anesthesia. The patient can't endure having it clamped out yet, so we need to administer local anesthesia again, Lan Tian explained while reaching for the syringe. Hearing his words, Lin's eyes lit up. It was indeed an eye-opener to do it this way. Small clamp, Lan Tian instructed directly. The anesthetist promptly placed the small clamp in his hand. Lan Tian's hand was steady, showing no signs of tremor, maintaining perfect control. Suck. Everyone held their breath. The crucial moment had arrived. If they could clamp out the appendix, the operation would be a success. At that moment, Lan Tian retracted the small clamp, his eyes blazing with anger. In just 1 short hour, due to delays, the appendicitis had actually perforated. Without general anesthesia, every action was hesitant and careful. What? Lin was taken aback, watching as Lan Tian relinquished his position. He looked at the location of the appendix. It had perforated. The perforation had already caused peritonitis, and the subsequent surgery would catch everyone off guard. What should we do? Do we need to think of another strategy? The anesthetist Xiao, he asked Lin urgently. There's no time. If we wait any longer with local anesthesia, it will be very difficult to manage. I'll take over, Lan Tian said, recalling all the information he had gathered earlier. 3 paths lay before him. He used the scalpel to open another entry. Then, in the shocked gazes of everyone, he used the middle clamp to extract the appendix. Next, he began carefully addressing the peritoneum. Dr. Lan, the patient has noticeable fetal movement, the nurse quickly reported. That's not fetal movement, it's pain. Dr. Lin, I need your help to manage the peritoneum while I provide psychological support to the patient, Lan Tian stated. Oh. Everyone was stunned by this statement. What kind of devilish operation was this? Managing the peritonitis was the best course of action, but now he wanted to provide psychological support? What was that about? Don't mind me. Intravenous infusion. Prepare for a semi-reclined position. Check the organs. Lan Tian's authoritative voice rang out, and Lin immediately nodded. They had no other choice. This could easily affect the fetus, which contradicted their initial approach. Now listen to me. Your appendicitis has perforated, and you have peritonitis, but fortunately, it's not very serious. It can be treated. What you need to do now is take deep breaths. Yes, that's right. Inhale, exhale, hold your breath, slowly, slower. Lan Tian guided the patient while observing her expression. Then he said slowly, very good. Now you need to clear your mind. Don't think about anything. Close your eyes. Yes, slowly, good. Can you feel the pain? If not, lift your finger. Lan Tian watched as the patient lifted her finger, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Dr. Lin had finished his part. Lan Tian had already prepared, but needed to use the semi-reclined position to allow the fluid to flow into the pelvic cavity, prompting the organs within the abdominal cavity to shift downwards and relax the abdominal muscles. His actions were aimed at helping the patient relax. Clearly, this approach had yielded excellent results. The patient was still fearful. Under local anesthesia, seeing herself being operated on was terrifying. The tension had caused her body to tense up in other areas, which was also a contributing factor to the problem. Lan Tian's actions were entirely aimed at soothing the patient's mood, as once she was calm, the surgery could proceed smoothly. Next came the suturing of the appendiceal artery and the closure of the appendiceal stump. After this series of surgeries, everyone burst into applause. Lan Tian, that was truly amazing. Lin clapped Lan Tian on the shoulder, praising him. It's everyone's effort. It's time for me to clock out. I'll head out first. Lan Tian smiled and looked at the now completely dark sky. How about we go eat something? Lin asked. No thanks, I'm too tired. And I have a friend's mother in the hospital. I need to go see her. Lan Tian declined. Well then, forget it. Next time, I'll treat you. You must come, Lin said with a smile. After agreeing, Lan Tian changed his clothes and walked out of the operating room, heading directly to the inpatient department. On the way, he encountered the husband of the pregnant woman, who ignored him as he walked past. The man clenched his fists, a surge of anger swirling in his chest, but ultimately, he helplessly dropped his fists. Chapter 14. Saving the Drowning Girl. Dr. Lan. Are you off work? Dr. Lan. Want to go for a drink? It's on me. Dr. Lan. Are you in love? I'm quite innocent. Throughout the journey, the nurses finishing their shifts occasionally teased him. Their winks were particularly charming. Lan Tian. A female voice rang in his ears, and Lan Tian turned to see Chen Xiaoyan standing in the corridor on the right. Sister Chen, are you off work too? Lan Tian smiled. Yeah, want to go together? Chen Xiaoyan asked with a slight smile. No, I need to see a friend's mother. I might leave a bit later. Lan Tian waved his hand, politely declining Chen Xiaoyan. All right then, I'll head out first. Chen Xiaoyan nodded and walked away. In Ward 303, Qin Sini's smile had long disappeared. Alone in the corridor, she buried her face in her hands and cried. Chen Xiaoyan had a great figure and looked good, so the passing men couldn't help but glance at her. Seeing her cry made Lan Tian's heart ache. Miss Qin, are you all right? Lan Tian sat down with a bottle of water and handed it to her. Hearing the familiar voice, Qin Sini looked up, her face tear-streaked. She took the water, gently wiped her tears, and tried to force a smile. But the smile looked worse than the crying. Actually, you don't need to worry. I've seen the report. Your mother has a benign tumor. There are already good treatment methods for tumors in the country. Lan Tian comforted her. Indeed, there have been significant breakthroughs in tumor treatment in the country. Benign tumors have a good chance of recovery. There is no need to worry too much about it. Produce. After reviewing Guan Yun's report, He already had a plan in mind for tumor removal. I know, but just thinking that my mom is facing this makes me feel terrible. I'm really, really afraid of losing her. Dr. Lan, they all say your surgeries are amazing. Is that true? Can you help me? Chin Sini tightened her fingers and spoke, choking on her words. This is against hospital regulations, and I haven't performed tumor surgeries. Our hospital has excellent oncologists, so you don't need to worry too much. Lan Tian shook his head. He couldn't casually take on such a responsibility. The hospital had its rules. Currently, he was in the emergency department. Even if he could claim to have mastered over 90 types of surgeries, he wouldn't exaggerate or casually make promises. That could easily get him labeled as mentally unstable. All right, Dr. Lan, thank you. Chin Sini had lost the desire to talk about relationships with him. Now, all her thoughts were on her mother, and she had lost her usual smile. In less than a day, the girl had become so haggard. Lan Tian could only shake his head with a bitter smile. He could only come to comfort her. After all, Chin Sini had feigned illness to see him several times. Over time, she had become a familiar face, especially since her mother was the first patient he had formally diagnosed. After briefly checking on Guan Yun and offering some comforting words, he said goodbye to Chin Sini. He had done what he could, and if Guan Yun cooperated with the treatment, recovery was possible. Walking on the Changyan Bridge, Lan Tian breathed in the slightly fishy air from the river. Today, he felt particularly good because his first partial appendectomy had been a success. This brought him a sense of fulfillment. Being a doctor felt much more rewarding than writing novels. Lan Tian smiled, resting his arms on the bridge railing, watching the boats slowly pass below, feeling extremely calm. Checked in on the 96th day, received world-class corneal surgery. After midnight, Lan Tian received a new check-in. Cornea? From various surgical procedures, he was now checking in for ophthalmology. If all goes well, he would check in for every department of the human body. He was really curious to see how long it would take to check in for all surgical procedures related to diseases. Currently, neurology hadn't appeared yet. He was looking forward to it. Lan Tian's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He genuinely wanted to know how long it would take to check in for all human disease surgeries and how many there were in total. This was uncertain because no one knows what might happen to their body. Even doctors themselves can't guarantee that they can save every patient. Otherwise, there wouldn't be deaths on the operating table. Just as Lan Tian was about to head back to rest, a scream pierced the air. Passers-by stopped. Some took out their phones to take pictures, while others called for help. Lan Tian ran over to inquire and soon discovered that someone had fallen into the river. The sound of splashing continued. A voice was calling for help. Without thinking, Lan Tian rushed to a lower area near the river and leaped into the water. It was a girl. Without time to think, Lan Tian immediately grabbed her arm and tried to stabilize himself. But the girl kept tightening her grip around his neck, making it hard for him to breathe. The struggle continued. Don't be afraid, relax, Lan Tian gasped, his neck being choked as he spoke in broken sentences. After struggling in the water for nearly 3 minutes, Lan Tian clung tightly to her, determined not to let her sink. A few bystanders jumped in too, and together they managed to rescue the girl. Phew! Lan Tian breathed heavily, completely soaked. His neck bore marks from being choked, and he lost his phone and keys to the water. What bad luck! He smiled and shook his head, looking at the girl, who had already lost consciousness. For drowning, the first aid is quite simple. Open the airway, perform mouth-to-mouth breathing, and then do chest compressions. For drowning victims with cardiac arrest, immediate CPR is essential. This is a straightforward technique, but one must pay attention to how it's done. Don't crowd, I'm a doctor. Everyone step back. Thank you. Lan Tian shouted as he noticed more and more people gathering. The girl's friend was anxious. She originally wanted to see what was happening, but upon hearing Lan Tian's instructions, she began to help disperse the crowd. The girl hadn't been underwater for long, so it was easier to revive her. However, Lan Tian's expression turned serious. He needed to perform CPR, and although it wasn't intentional, he had encountered some sensitive areas. There was clearly a lump in that area. 3 words flashed in his mind: breast cancer. Cough. A cough drew everyone's attention. All right, it's okay now. Come here, I need to talk to you. Lan Tian called to the girl's friend, waving her over. Doctor, hello. What happened to my friend? The girl's friend asked softly. Well, your friend's body has some issues. I suggest you take her to the hospital for a thorough checkup tomorrow, though it's just a suggestion. Lan Tian nodded and smiled before turning to leave. The girl's friend was confused, but since he had saved her friend and was now indicating that there were some health issues, it was probably not an exaggeration. Chapter 15. Life Alarm, Gunshots in the Hospital the Next Day. A very large headline appeared in major reports. Young doctor jumps in a river at midnight to save drowning girl. Although it was night, the Lan Bridge was brightly lit. Many people's phones had night vision capabilities, so the photos were very clear. The face of Lan Tian was magnified on the front page of the news. That handsome face was enough to outshine some celebrities in the entertainment industry. With sharp features, he immediately attracted a large number of female fans, especially since he was recognized for disregarding hospital rules to save someone days earlier. Nowadays, it was too easy to dock someone online. First People's Hospital, Director's Office. Director, I think we should let Dr. Lan Tian attend the discussion meeting in a few days. Lennon said seriously, sitting across from Chun Gonyuan. No, you know that previous discussion meetings are just a way to show off some young talents. I admit Lan Tian is excellent, but you're not bad either in your popularity. Chun Gonyuan hadn't finished speaking when his phone rang. After he answered the call, he froze for a moment. We can take him. Lennon frowned. How could the director change his mind faster than a woman? After learning about Lan Tian's deeds, Lennon understood why Chun Gonyuan wanted him to attend. Dr. Lan, good morning. Good morning. You all must be about to get off work, right? Yeah. Dr. Lan, is this breakfast for us? The cafeteria has some. The nurse replied. This was a typical conversation Lan Tian had with the nurses. What he didn't know was that such dialogues had labeled him as a steel straight man. Lan Tian, you're here. Chun Xiaoyan just came out to get water and saw Lan Tian coming to work. Yeah, Sister Chun, you're here pretty early. Lan Tian smiled slightly and handed her the breakfast. I had to be called in the middle of the night and have been here since then. Thank you. Chun Xiaoyan shrugged and smiled. No problem. I was passing by anyway. I'll get to work now. Lan Tian waved his hand. This morning, more patients than usual came to Lan Tian's office. However, they were mostly minor issues that he could handle with a prescription. Hello, please state your name. After calling the next patient, Lan Tian lowered his head to organize the treatment for the next patient. Haha, Dr. Lan, it's me. A male voice sounded. Lan Tian was curious, as he wasn't very familiar with the voice. But when he looked up, he saw a man sweating profusely, clutching his stomach with a contorted face. Seeing the man, Lan Tian suddenly remembered. It's you, didn't you run away? Why are you back? Dr. Lan, please don't tease me. I ran back because something happened. And this morning I felt particularly unwell, having difficulty breathing, the man said, looking very embarrassed. Let me take a look. Lan Tian had a somewhat exasperated expression. After a preliminary diagnosis, he realized that the man had appendicitis, causing chest tightness and some heart pain. This could be fatal. Heart pain is a very dangerous situation, generally. If such symptoms occur, one must go to the hospital for examination. All right, you can't run away this time. Your condition is quite special. Go get admitted and start at 4, then wait for surgery, Lan Tian said directly. Okay, I won't run away this time. Absolutely not. The man looked genuinely frightened and quickly agreed. After Lan Tian called the nurse to take him away, he continued to call the next patient. But just as he was about to diagnose the patient, a loud bang echoed through the hospital. Screams erupted. 1, 2, 3. Suddenly the entire hospital was in chaos. The patient in front of Lan Tian was completely stunned. They were a bit far from the noise, so they couldn't hear it clearly, but the commotion in the hospital had already exceeded normal decibel levels. What happened? Lan Tian calmed the patient down, and since his condition wasn't serious, he told him to wait a moment. He then ran outside and happened to see Chun Xiaoyan. There was gunfire in the inpatient department. It seemed someone was shot. Chun Xiaoyan said, while arranging for the nurses to look after the patients. Let's go check it out, Lan Tian said hurriedly. This kind of situation was indeed handled by the emergency department. If someone was shot, the chief surgeon from the emergency department needed to be present. Someone was shot in the chest. We need to arrange for immediate rescue. Has the police been called? Yes, the police have already arrived. We can't delay. We need to operate immediately. Where's Dr. Lennon? The hospital's doctors and nurses were in disarray. This was the first time such a thing had happened, and it occurred unexpectedly. Who wouldn't be scared? Don't move. Lan Tian shouted loudly. He was still outside the crowd and just caught sight of the injured person lying on the ground. He saw the doctors preparing to use a stretcher to take the injured person to the operating room, and he immediately became anxious. Dr. Lan? What's wrong? Why can't we move? The bleeding can't be stopped. If we don't operate now, they will die. Everyone's tone became urgent. The bullet hit an artery. If you move them even a little, it could cause the bullet to shift, and once it shifts, it could be fatal. I think we must operate immediately and quickly, Lan Tian explained, staring directly at the doctors in front of him. Dr. Lin is here. A voice called out, and everyone immediately made way. When Lin arrived and saw this scene, he gasped. He wasn't a military doctor and had never dealt with gunshot wounds, but as a doctor, he could see that Lan Tian was right. Lan Tian, what do you plan to do? Lin asked directly. Operate here, Lan Tian said decisively. Are you crazy? Here? There's nothing here. How can we do it? One doctor shouted. But Lan Tian ignored him and ran into the adjacent examination room. Inside were some surgical items, sterile gloves, surgical knives, and he quickly ran back. Set up the cloth, Lan Tian instructed, then cut open the injured person's clothing at the wound site. Without caring about the strange looks, he injected the injured woman with anesthesia. In Lan Tian's eyes, she was just a patient. He had no other thoughts. Right now, he had only one goal, to save her. Lin watched as Lan Tian dared to be so bold and felt more relieved than angry. Chapter 16. Shocking hemostasis methods. Dr. Lin, are you really not going to stop this? This is life-threatening. To do this without a thoracoscope is reckless. If something goes wrong because a newly confirmed doctor who has only been in practice for a month attempts this, it will bring shame to the hospital. A doctor, looking anxious, expressed his disagreement with the approach. It was too risky for Blue Sky at this moment. Yet his last words clearly indicated that he was not giving Blue Sky a chance to perform the surgery. In the eyes of these people, the honor of the hospital seemed so grand. Blue Sky glanced at him and said, if something goes wrong, I will take full responsibility. As soon as this was said, everyone fell silent. As the white cloth was pulled back, some nurses isolated the surgical area from others. Only 4 people remained inside the cloth. A nurse, a head nurse. Along with Blue Sky and Lin and Dr. Blue, we have everything needed for the surgery, a nurse shouted from outside. Blue Sky exchanged a glance with Lin and took the hemostatic clamp from his hand. He estimated that nearly 1,000 milliliters of blood had already flowed out. The bullet had struck the major artery in the chest. Generally, if the blood loss from a major artery reaches 2,000 milliliters, the patient would go into shock. Additionally, the woman who was shot was relatively lightweight, around 45 kilograms. A lean woman like her would lose consciousness after losing just over 1,000 milliliters of blood. A normal person weighing 50 kilograms has a total blood volume of about 3,500 to 4,000 milliliters. Losing more than 10% would lead to fatigue. Therefore, the immediate priority was to stop the bleeding. If the bleeding continued, symptoms such as shock and decreased blood pressure would arise. This situation could only be described in 2 words, dangerous. Blue Sky's mind began to map out the methods for hemostasis. There were 6 methods in total, but he dismissed 5 of them. Dr. Blue, we need to stop the bleeding quickly, Lennon urged from the side. Seeing Blue Sky still not making a move, he couldn't help but push him further. The amount of blood loss completely obscured the location of the bullet. Moreover, many people had panicked earlier, and their clothing had been displaced. Relying on the bleeding site to stop the bleeding seemed almost impossible. What are you doing, Blue Sky? Lennon exclaimed in horror as he watched Blue Sky directly use a scalpel to cut open the patient's chest. A nearly 15 centimeters incision appeared before Lin Ann's eyes. Was this saving a life or taking one? Lennon was alarmed, and the head nurse and other nurses gasped. This did not look like an attempt to retrieve the bullet. It looked like a way to hasten the patient's death. Blood gushed out. Some splattered onto the head nurse's face. The blood loss increased. At this rate, it was fatal. If it continued, death was certain. The head nurse's gaze went blank as she shouted, "Dr. Blue, you are committing a crime?" Hearing this, several authoritative doctors and Shen Gonyuan happened to arrive. Shen Gonyuan, not caring about anything else, entered the white cloth area alongside the authoritative doctors. Upon seeing the scene before them, they froze. "Are you insane?" A A doctor shouted angrily, trying to push Blue Sky aside. However, he realized that Blue Sky's hemostatic clamp was already inside the patient. He dared not move any further. Everyone was shocked by the current situation. Such a shocking method of hemostasis was something they had never seen in their years of practice. This was absolutely the first time. Even for Lin in silence. Everyone present fell silent. What was he doing? Was he really using a hemostatic clamp to stop such a massive blood loss? This was completely absurd. With a hemostatic clamp in place, Blue Sky carefully manipulated the scalpel. He gently sliced open the injured area of the chest, revealing a black wound clearly before him. The doctors froze, the head nurse froze, and Chen Gonyuan also froze. What was this principle? Only one question filled everyone's minds. In Blue Sky's mind, a perfect anatomical diagram of the human body appeared. He released the hemostatic clamp and placed his hand on the patient's wound. Then, the acupressure technique manifested in his hands. He pressed down on the selected acupoint. The body flexibility skill was fully activated. The two largest bleeding sites stopped bleeding. Silence. Everyone stared blankly at Blue Sky, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Especially the authoritative doctor who had shouted at Blue Sky and tried to push him away. His face turned red with disbelief. It worked. It really worked. The nurse covered her mouth in surprise, glancing at the other doctors who were also stunned, and then leaned out to whisper to those nearby. It worked. The bleeding has stopped. A moment of astonishment ensued. Who stopped the bleeding? It must have been Dr. Lin, right? It can only be Dr. Lin. The nurse paused for a moment, then said it was Dr. Blue. Clatter. A nurse dropped an empty tray on the ground. Watching their incredulous expressions, this nurse felt a rush of joy. There were still people who could feel the same way as them. What are you all staring at? Hurry up and bring the cart. Blue Sky's roar brought them back to reality. The head nurse immediately shouted to the nurses outside. Chen Gonyuan and several authoritative doctors stepped back outside the white cloth. Don't give any 4 fluids now. Starting in 4 now will be fatal. Blue Sky saw a nurse bringing supplies and directly refused. This time, no one dared to argue. Everyone seemed to understand who was in charge now. Even Chen Gonyuan stood aside, watching Blue Sky work. They were all professionally trained. Although they had been shocked into silence earlier, one's life safety was at stake. The action capabilities of these nurses and doctors were not to be underestimated. As the patient was brought into the operating room, Blue Sky naturally followed. This time, he was the lead surgeon. Inside the operating room, Blue Sky was like a sharp knife. He ordered, prepare for sterilization, get the thoracoscope ready, prepare the cutting and suturing device, and after sterilization, start the 4 fluids. As he listened to this series of commands, Lin assisted while observing Blue Sky's performance. He had never experienced such a state himself. Dr. Lin, we need to connect the ventilator now. You come, Blue Sky said as he prepared for sterilization and then to retrieve the bullet. However, he still needed Lin and to assist him. Generally, this was not something Lin would do, but today he was more than willing to help. Chapter 17. The intervention of health organizations, intravenous injection of 1 milligram of adrenaline. 1 milligram of atropine, quickly. Blue Sky fell loudly. Everyone began to get busy. So far, several authoritative doctors have walked in. Watching his series of operations, they were all internally shocked. What perfect execution! They prided themselves on being authoritative doctors. If not nationally recognized, they were still authoritative within the city. As authoritative doctors, their greatest abilities lay in surgical skills and personal capabilities. However, their execution was far from Blue Sky's prowess. The previous mockery had slapped them in the face time and again. Before this, if it had been Linen, they would have said nothing, but it was Blue Sky. A young man in his 20s performing this gunshot surgery was, in their eyes, a provocation. Blue Sky was like a conductor, methodically carrying out the surgery. Hurry! Inject the adrenaline. Blue Sky's scalpel was still picking at the edges of the bullet, aiming to prevent it from shifting. Once the bullet shifted, it would touch the major artery on the other side. At the start, the victim had already entered a state of shock. Without the intravenous injection of adrenaline, the victim would undoubtedly die. This was a tough battle. Breathe. Everyone's breathing became extremely slow, as if they were afraid of disturbing something. Bang! Outside, a loud noise came. It was the sound of fists and feet kicking the surgical door. Daughter, you must be okay. How are you doing your job? A shooting can happen in the hospital. Is your first hospital that incompetent? Let me tell you, if anything happens to my daughter, we will not let this go. Cries, curses, and shouts spread throughout the hospital. The law enforcement personnel could only persuade while ensuring the surgery continued. The operating room was well soundproofed, but it couldn't withstand such banging on the door. This was a taboo. What are you looking at? Is there no need to move? Blue Sky sensed a change in the gaze of those beside him and directly shouted coldly. As soon as these words came out, everyone's thoughts were pulled back, re-engaging in the surgery. Talp! Rapid footsteps sounded from outside the door. Who is performing the surgery now? A doctor in a white coat directly asked. It's Dr. Blue Sky from our hospital. Chen Gongyuan immediately replied. His hands were tightly clenched. The health organization people came over. He truly hadn't anticipated this situation. What did you say? Is that the previous Blue Sky? Are you all joking? What are you doing? Treating the victim as a training subject? Hearing Chen Gongyuan's words, this doctor was furious. He never expected that the chief surgeon was not Lenin. If it had been Lenin, he could have accepted it. But Blue Sky, this young man in his 20s who had previously rejected their invitation, was now the chief surgeon. This was rubbing their faces in the dirt. Currently, Dr. Lenin was assisting, so Chen Gongyuan's expression turned very unsightly. He had never feared the health organization people. However, now, the other party was clearly here on a police task. We're taking over this surgery now. This doctor took out a piece of paper, which had the stamp of the police department of Huifeng City, not to be faked. Chen Gongyuan clenched his fists. If this surgery succeeded, the First People's Hospital would gain more resources. But most of it was not feasible, because for this type of surgery, only the health organization personnel could perform it. The surgical door was opened. Blue Sky frowned. He was currently connecting the Semo machine to the victim. There could be no interruptions. Furthermore, he couldn't let the bullet shift. His workload was 3 times that of other doctors. Artery connection, give it to me. Blue Sky operated with one hand. There was no choice. His position blocked Lin's operation site. He had to complete this himself. Venous connection. As Blue Sky spoke, he began to operate. After the Semo connection, the several doctors who entered stood at the victim's feet. They directly said, "Now, we are taking over this surgery. Changing the chief surgeon during the surgery is a dangerous action." Blue Sky retorted. He was rebutting while not looking up at these health organization doctors. "No, for bullet surgeries. We have more experience than you." The doctor directly refused. "Then what were you doing before? You were just letting the victim die." Blue Sky still did not look up. He could not afford to divert his attention any longer. He began to cut the wound area, gradually expanding it bit by bit. Only in this way could he see the bullet more clearly. His brief words left the health organization doctors speechless. "In short, we will handle it," that doctor said directly. Blue Sky's anger surged, but now he could not act rashly. The victim's life was hanging by a thread, and the heart rate was continuously dropping. Arguing with these people was meaningless. The main thing was that arguing during surgery was nonsense. In the end, he would have to take the blame. Rather than that, it was better to finish the surgery first. Seeing that Blue Sky did not respond to them, the expressions of these health organization doctors became extremely ugly. Blue Sky did not yield his position, and they did not dare to act lightly. Any movement could cause the victim to have an accident, and they would be held accountable. Blue Sky began to suture the blood vessel location because once these were handled, the bullet would not shift. Therefore, suturing the major artery was a top priority. Blue Sky started suturing the major artery, suturing into the incision. At this moment, outside the hospital was already in chaos. The arrival of the police made many people anxious. A nurse in the inpatient department sent out a picture. This picture clearly showed the authoritative doctors from the health organization entering the operating room. What the hell? What's going on? The health organization is here? What the hell are they coming for now? I can't believe it. Aren't they just stirring up trouble? The rules against entering during surgery can be broken now. Just don't let it affect Dr. Blue Sky. All the nurses and doctors had only one thought. Why is the health organization here now? Many people knew very well. Being shot in the chest generally meant that the hospital would handle and stabilize the patient's life signs. But the chief surgeon could not be from the hospital. It had to be the health organization. Because the health organization is a national-level organization, they usually deal with this type or the safety of national-level personnel. But coming over now had a much clearer implication. Pray for my blue sky to slap them in the face. Don't pray for a slap in the face. Pray for the victim to recover. Pray for the victim's recovery. May the Lord bless. This was the first shooting incident inside the first hospital. All the doctors and nurses made a brief prayer gesture. Chapter 18. The second invitation from the health organization for the people of the health organization. Blue sky clearly does not qualify. In other words, even though they were shocked, they still felt that blue sky was not capable. After all, in everyone's eyes, the profession of a doctor can be summed up in one phrase: the older, the more valuable. With this mindset, the members of the health organization, who are highly educated and have significant authority in surgery, naturally feel it is justified to handle such critical surgeries. Prepare for thoracotomy, Blue Sky said, his eyes fixed on the wound on the victim's chest. The situation ahead could be described as the final 3 steps of the surgery. Thoracotomy was what he needed to perform. The experts from the health organization saw Blue Sky standing still and dared not to take over the position. They could only watch him move. Up to now, they had only seen Blue Sky connecting the patient to Semo. They were not very clear about the specifics. However, the next scene left them completely dumbfounded. Every action that Blue Sky took was incredibly skilled. Whether it was opening the chest, using clamps, or suturing the patient, he executed it flawlessly. Thoracotomy refers to the surgical treatment for conditions such as active bleeding in the thoracic cavity, decreased blood pressure, tension pneumothorax, bronchial rupture, continuous air leakage from the drainage bottle, lung failure to re-expand, persistent hemoptysis, and major vascular injuries. Judging by the current situation, the victim had been shot in the chest, and the bullet had already reached the major artery. If thoracotomy was not performed, there was a high risk of blood clots forming in the chest cavity. Therefore, Blue Sky's approach was not wrong. However, in the eyes of these health organization experts, it was shocking. The surgery that Blue Sky performed had remarkably minimal blood loss. This was a major surgery. Was this really the surgery that they were told to take over? Was this guy really just a newly promoted doctor for 3 months? Their worldview shattered. The experts from the health organization had their mouths agape behind their masks, unable to believe what they were witnessing. According to their reports, the area where the victim was shot had basically reached the point of being declared dead. Because the major artery was hit, even with timely rescue, they wouldn't have been able to save the patient entirely. But now, Blue Sky's surgery left them in awe. The experts from the health organization exchanged glances. In that instant, they understood the answer in each other's eyes. I am not as good as him. This brief transmission of information allowed them to make a better judgment immediately. Blue Sky must be secured. The health organization could not let such talent slip away. If they did, the loss would be even greater. I need to step out for a moment, one expert said, looking at the person next to him. Oldly, where are you going? Another expert quickly asked, to give the patient's family an explanation. Upon hearing this, the first expert was left speechless. This was enough to prove one thing. Oldly had conceded defeat. Ignoring Dr. Lee's exit, they continued to observe. Blue Sky had completed the thoracotomy. Next, he needed to extract the bullet and suture the wound. Bullet extraction also required caution. However, Blue Sky had no time to think too much. Thoracotomy is an extremely dangerous procedure. If delayed, it could lead to pulmonary complications, with pulmonary thromboembolism often being fatal. However, this was not truly a conventional thoracotomy. What Blue Sky was performing looked like a thoracotomy, but in reality, it was just to separate the major artery from the bullet. Blue Sky's hands moved quickly. His agility provided him with strong stability. With a crisp sound of clink, a bullet fell into the nearby tray. Following that, Blue Sky began suturing. The speed of his suturing left the experts dumbfounded. Perfect, too perfect. His hands seemed to be born for surgery. Phew. After finishing the surgery and seeing the victim's vital signs starting to stabilize, Blue Sky finally let out a long sigh of relief. The experts from the health organization exchanged glances, as did the experts from the 3 departments of the first hospital. Their eyes were filled with shock. Is this still a human? Despite standing here, their legs feeling a bit sore, it had not even been an hour. This meant that in under an hour, he had completed a series of surgical procedures. Hemostasis, suturing, bullet extraction, repairing the major artery, and connecting to Semo. This was simply unbelievable. In his office, Chen Gonyuan couldn't help but laugh broadly, slapping the table and laughing without regard for his image. After this surgery, who would dare to say anything against Blue Sky? Would those experts still dare to show off in front of him? After cleaning himself up, Blue Sky changed back into a white coat. The surgery was over. Now, it was the nurse's turn to handle things. He had finished his part. Hello, Dr. Blue. We are doctors from the health organization. My name is Zhang Changming. Blue Sky walked out, his head down, so Zhang Changming did not see his face clearly. Hello, Blue Sky. Blue Sky politely extended his hand for a handshake. However, Zhang Changming's mouth was wide open, big enough for a fist to fit in. Inside, he was in turmoil, thinking, what the hell? This guy is so young. He had thought that the person performing the surgery, even if just newly promoted for less than 2 months, would at least be in his 30s or early 30s. But now, it seemed that he might not even be 25. In fact, Blue Sky was only 24 this year and would turn 25 in 2 months. Unexpectedly, Dr. Blue was so young. Dr. Blue, I heard that the health organization previously tried to recruit you, but you declined. Now, I would like to formally extend an invitation to you. While he was speaking, Blue Sky waved his hand. No, my qualifications are still insufficient. I am truly sorry. Blue Sky smiled slightly and turned to leave. Zhang Changming felt like he had suffered a silent loss. Someone actually rejected him? Among these experts from the health organization, he alone could rival all of them. However, he was relatively low-key, and not many people thought he was impressive. But the people from the health organization knew that Zhang Changming, whether in terms of connections or ability, was outstanding. It could be said that no one he invited would refuse. Yet today, he was the one who was rejected. Chapter 19. The Unexpected Patient. Dr. Zhang. You were rejected? Dr. Li from the health organization, who had previously gone out to deliver good news to the family of the injured, approached with a surprised look, unable to believe it. In the health organization, there are people who can refuse Zhang Changming, but it certainly wouldn't be these young or middle-aged individuals. This type of doctor knows a bit about Zhang Changming. As a professor at the provincial hospital, you can't get in without capability. With his guarantee, many have been able to rise through the ranks in the health organization. Among the people Zhang Changming invited, there were only a handful. Now, to be rejected is a shocking event. If this gets out, it will cause quite a stir. This is the first time I've encountered something like this. I never expected it to happen to me. Zhang Changming forced a bitter smile. The health organization had previously come to recruit Lan Tian because they recognized his potential. The people who came were not high-profile figures, just individuals holding some positions in the health organization. Zhang Changming was a formidable presence in the organization. In terms of position, he was only below the minister of the health organization. Chen Gonyuan stood in the corner, preparing to approach these people, when he overheard their conversation. How could these guys be so shameless? No, Lan Tian cannot leave. Chen Gonyuan immediately became anxious and instructed his assistant to notify the Human Resources Department and to have them contact Lan Tian to sign the contract immediately. When Lan Tian saw the annual salary of 600,000, his expression didn't change. Surgeons generally earn a lot. Not to mention 600,000, even over $1 million, is not too difficult. He didn't make a big fuss about it or treat anyone to a meal. After signing the contract, he returned to the consultation room. 3 days later, Lan Tian went to check on the gunshot victim he had treated 3 days ago. In those 3 days, the victim had already woken up. The police had also discovered the truth. The armed man was a wanted criminal who had come to the first hospital due to a severe fever. In a rush, he fired his weapon. It was fortunate that the criminal had only 1 bullet left. If there had been more, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Dr. Lan Tian, you're here. Upon seeing Lan Tian, the victim's father hurried over, holding an envelope, intending to stuff it into Lan Tian's hands. Lan Tian frowned and placed his hands behind his back. Hospital doctors do not accept private gifts, he said flatly. Hearing this, the father's face fell. Then, how about I treat you to a meal? That should be okay, right? The man continued. I'm sorry, I don't like to have meals with patients' families. I'm just a doctor here to check on the patient. Lan Tian shrugged and walked over to the injured girl. How does her chest feel? Is there any pain? Is your breathing smooth? Lan Tian asked all at once. The victim merely nodded and softly responded. Lan Tian knew very well that the fact that the gunshot victim could recover to this extent was already a good sign. After giving a few instructions, Lan Tian left without even looking at the victim's father. If it weren't for the man's actions of kicking and punching the operating room door, he wouldn't have been so indifferent. Someone who couldn't distinguish between what was important and what wasn't, and still intended to give him a red envelope he had no interest in associating with. Inside the hospital, some so-called sycophants inexplicably appeared, even bringing breakfast and trying to treat him. However, Lan Tian could only respond with a smile. There was nothing he could do. If he could help, it wouldn't be a problem, but if he couldn't, he was powerless. He wasn't someone who liked to form cliques. A new day began. Lan Tian was a bit surprised at noon that day. He unexpectedly signed up for cataract surgery. They really intended for him to transition from a general surgeon to an ophthalmologist. However, he welcomed it. He had to thank the book he wrote back then, otherwise, he would have been at a loss. Dr. Lan Tian. A crisp voice came from outside the door. Chen Xiaoyan walked in with a smile on her face. Sister Chen, aren't you on vacation today? Lan Tian asked curiously upon seeing Chen Xiaoyan. Yes, I'm on vacation, so now I'm a patient, Chen Xiaoyan replied with a smile. A patient? What's wrong with you? Lan Tian felt a bit strange. Even if Chen Xiaoyan was indeed a patient, it shouldn't be like this. She was a doctor herself. Breast cancer. Chen Xiaoyan said astonishingly. What happened? Come, sit down and let's take a look, Lan Tian said, now feeling anxious. The first person to take care of him when he came to this hospital was Chen Xiaoyan, who was 4 years older than him and very kind. She didn't help him just because he was an intern or a handsome guy, but out of concern from a senior to a junior. Naturally, their relationship had grown closer over time. Actually, I only discovered it this morning when I was preparing to travel, Chen Xiaoyan said. Where is it? Lan Tian asked directly. Here. Chen Xiaoyan placed her hand above her chest, right where the breast cancer would be located. Not all breast cancer lumps are in the middle of the chest. Women's breasts are divided into upper inner, upper outer, lower inner, and lower outer quadrants. The lump's location is usually in the upper outer quadrant. The fact that she discovered it this morning indicates a good chance of recovery. Sister Chen, you don't need me for the specific procedure, right? Lan Tian smiled and said, I know. That's why I came to make an appointment with you. By the way, your fame is rising. You can't finish seeing patients in one day now. Chen Xiaoyan shook her head and smiled. Yes, so you need to start treatment quickly. Then you can help me share the load, Lan Tian joked. After writing Chen Xiaoyun's prescription, he sent her to the gynecology department. However, after Chen Xiaoyan left, Lan Tian's expression was not so good. From the earlier examination, it was clear that the lump was not early stage, indicating that she had been hiding it from herself. Only a gynecological ultrasound could determine whether it was early stage or had been there for a while. About an hour later, Lan Tian called the people from the gynecology department. This confirmed his suspicion. Chen Xiaoyan's breast cancer had been present for a while and needed to be removed in a timely manner. Sister Chen, why would you do this to yourself? Lan Tian showed a bitter smile. He really couldn't understand how Chen Xiaoyan could have breast cancer. He had never heard of any problems in her life, nor was there any family history. Breast cancer is mainly caused by genetic factors, hormonal influences, excessive diet and nutrition, environment, and lifestyle, but these didn't seem to apply to Chen Xiaoyan. Every family has its own troubles, and he needed to resolve Sister Chen's mental block to help her feel at ease for treatment. Lan Tian put down his pen, murmured to himself, and then called in the next patient. Chapter 20. Discussion on official Yun surgery. Patient with sudden shock at 8 o'clock in the evening. Lan Tian finished work on time. The emergency department operates in 3 shifts, generally from 4 p.m. to 12 a.m., 12 a.m. to 8 a.m., and 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. However, Lan Tian's schedule is different. He works from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. in his own office. After work, the number of people greeting him noticeably increased. After all, the Human Resources Department is not a very closed-off department, and naturally, some information was leaked. In the eyes of these people, Lan Tian suddenly became very popular, especially among the girls. Just think about it. A 24-year-old graduated from medical school with top marks, became a doctor in the emergency room, capable of independent consultations within 3 months, and is also very skilled in surgery. With an annual salary of 600,000, not including surgery fees, when all is said and done, he makes at least 1.5 to 2 million a year. Most importantly, he's handsome. This makes him a golden son-in-law in the eyes of many women, including middle-aged ones. But Lan Tian simply smiled and did not act superior because of these achievements. Dr. Lan Tian. So handsome. I've said handsome so many times already. If only I could marry him. But unfortunately, he doesn't date. How do you know he doesn't date? You don't know? Lan Tian. As the saying goes, rumors spread easily, but it takes effort to dispel them. Before Lan Tian could even speak, he had already become a monk who eats vegetarian food and recites scriptures. Chen Jia, I've come to see you. Lan Tian stood at the door of Chen Xiaoyan's hospital room, empty-handed, and called out, "What are you doing here?" "Oh, I forgot. You finished work?" Chen Xiaoyan patted the back of her head and smiled. "Chen." Lan Tian was about to say something when a nurse approached him. "Dr. Lan Tian, there's a surgery discussion. The director wants you to go." "Surgery?" Lan Tian looked puzzled. Normally, there shouldn't be any surgery discussions at this time since he was off duty. Moreover, he was primarily responsible for the diagnosis in the emergency department and was not a lead surgeon. The recent changes were entirely due to timely plans and treatments by the hospital staff, which is why he intervened. "Lan Tian, you should go first." Chen Xiaoyan looked at him and smiled. She has been a doctor and has been in this hospital for 3 to 4 years. Achieving consultations in this time exceeds many others. "All right, I'll come back to see you later." Lan Tian nodded and followed the nurse to the meeting room for the surgery discussion. This was his second time entering this room. The last time he was here was for a pregnant woman's appendicitis. "Lan Tian's here. Come quickly. We've been waiting for you." Chen Gonyuan smiled broadly upon seeing Lan Tian. This young man is the hospital's hot commodity, and if he isn't treated well, he might be poached one day. If he leaves, it would be a significant loss. The previously Shuani snorted lightly, and although it was subtle, some people noticed his dissatisfaction. Lan Tian had no intention of engaging with him. For him, dealing with such provocateurs only leads to losing one's composure. Having lived 2 lives, he understands that fools are everywhere. Since Lan Tian is here, let us start. This is a tumor. Although it's in the early stages, we need to come up with a plan. Chen Gonyuan said as he placed the patient's case file on the projector. 1. Headaches, nausea, vomiting. The headaches are mostly in the frontal and temporal regions, persistent, with intermittent exacerbations, often worse in the morning, but normal during the intervals. 2. Vision issues, papilledema, and vision reduction. Below were many test results. Lan Tian and the others did not look at the projector, but at the tests laid out in front of them. This patient surprised Lan Tian because the patient was Qin Sini's mother, Guanyin. The case file presented all the test results. Current medical history, occasional headaches for 30 days, accompanied by nausea, some blurriness in vision. Past medical and family history. Previously healthy, no hereditary cases in the family, no history of tumors. Does not drink or smoke, suffered a mild concussion 3 years ago due to a collision, now recovered. Physical examination. Both pupils equal in size, diameter 55 millimeters. Known as stagmus, on movements free, corneal reflex normal. Blood routine, white blood cells 4.01L, reference value 3. 6 à 9 16, L 0L, neutrophile 63. 1. Liver function, total bilirubin 5. 13 moles L, reference value 5. Mais 2027 5 moles L, direct bilirubin 1. 13. All these test results, including blood routine, blood pressure, and liver function, appeared before everyone. These tests showed normal values, except for the intracranial tumor, which raised the question, why did Guanyin develop a tumor despite these normal values? This was particularly strange. Everyone, do you have any good ideas? Chen Gonyuan asked directly as an hour had passed. For a tumor patient discovered after a month, even if it is benign, the possibility of deterioration cannot be ruled out. I'm not very familiar with tumors, director, sorry. Li Shuani put down the report in his hand and immediately withdrew. However, as he left, he noticed Lan Tian frowning and revealed a contemptuous smile. He did not believe Lan Tian understood this. Director, tumor resection needs to adhere to 3 principles. 1. Protect the surrounding brain tissue and important blood vessels and nerves as much as possible. 2. First control the tumor's blood supply, then detach the tumor from the meninges. 3. If conditions permit, achieve total resection of the tumor. At this point, Lan Tian asked, right? Exactly. Do you have any good ideas? Chen Gonyuan asked directly. He did not have high hopes, But Lan Tian was indeed capable. He brought him here, partly for him to learn and partly for him to have a broader perspective. Cranial surgery carries significant risks, and the exposed area is quite small, with complex intracranial tissues and abundant nerves. A slight mistake could cause irreversible damage to the patient. Lan Tian expressed this clearly. Even a quick search online could yield this information. But I can guarantee avoiding the intracranial nerves, specifically this part. Lan Tian used a laser pointer on the table to circle the location of the tumor in the patient's brain on the projector. This location is the most complex area of nerve tissue. Are you serious? Chen Gonyuan gasped. Not just him, everyone present felt the same. Avoiding these tangled nerves while excising the tumor was something no one dared to imagine. They could come up with plans, but guaranteeing a plan for this area was basically impossible. Oh no, someone has fainted. Just as Li Xuanyi intended to make things difficult for Lan Tian. A loud shout came from outside the door. Lan Tian leaned against the door and immediately opened it to go out. The person who fainted was right at the entrance. This person's face was pale, showing no signs of blood. Lan Tian was shocked and shouted, "This is a symptom of shock. Get the blood pressure monitor." Upon hearing this, a nurse hurriedly ran to get the blood pressure monitor. 50/25. In that instant, Lan Tian immediately understood this was sudden shock. How could this happen? I don't know, this is a problem now, it's an acute shock. The dangers of acute shock are too great. If an acute shock patient appears in the First People's Hospital, and if a reporter casually touches on it, this hospital will become famous again. Chapter 21. Splenic bleeding. Is there anything he can't handle? With low blood pressure and cold hands and feet, distributive shock, cardiogenic shock, and obstructive shock could be ruled out. It should be shock caused by internal bleeding. Lan Tian immediately reached a conclusion. The current state of the patient, who had collapsed, was consistent with hypovolemic shock. However, there was no external bleeding. This was enough to prove that the shock was caused by internal bleeding. Lan Tian had a not-so-good guess. "Dr. Lan Tian, can I go in and take a look?" At this time, a doctor stepped forward and said hurriedly, "Sure, but don't go in too much," Lan Tian replied. Glancing at him and realizing he was an intern who had trained alongside him, still in the internship phase. The main internship phase for interns lasts about a year. Seeing Lan Tian nod, the intern felt encouraged, while the other interns looked frustrated, wondering why they hadn't spoken up sooner. They felt too slow-witted. Since Lan Tian had taken over, it meant that he would definitely handle the issue of sudden shock. His ability was formidable, and many interns wanted to learn from him, but they were struggling to find opportunities. This guy is too clever. Learning from Dr. Lan Tian, wouldn't that be a huge boost in experience? They thought, feeling a mix of admiration and envy. The chance of being a first assistant was low, but being a second assistant wasn't a big problem. Chi Ziling had managed to get a position as the second assistant, which made the other interns envious. However, Lan Tian paid no attention to them and proceeded to wash his hands, change into sterile attire, and put on gloves. He took the scalpel from the first assistant. "Anesthesia," Lan Tian stated immediately. The anesthetist nodded, and after administering anesthesia, he prepared for surgery. "How's it looking?" Lan Tian asked directly. "Ruptured spleen," came the reply. Upon hearing this, Lan Tian nodded and directly made an incision at the spleen location. Shock caused by internal bleeding of the spleen required immediate treatment. The incision revealed the splenic area to those present. It was indeed a ruptured spleen. Below the spleen was the aorta, which was also a source of bleeding. Lan Tian immediately employed finger pressure to control the bleeding site. "Clamps," Lan Tian called out, and the first assistant quickly handed him the hemostatic clamps. Hemostasis was the most critical step. Moreover, the ruptured spleen not only involved bleeding from the aorta, but also from many smaller blood vessels. However, for Lan Tian, this was not a difficult task. The ribcage around the spleen provided a good visual field. After achieving hemostasis and ligating the blood vessels, Lan Tian finally sighed in relief. As the next step was to remove the spleen. Removing the spleen was not a bad thing, as it would not affect the patient's life. The spleen is still an important lymphatic organ, and it serves as a blood reservoir. When the body is at rest, it stores blood, and during physical exertion, blood loss, or hypoxia, it releases blood into circulation to increase blood volume. Because of its large blood volume, once the spleen is damaged and bleeding occurs, It can lead to shock in a short time and potentially life-threatening situations. However, spleen removal would not significantly impact life. While it could reduce immunity and weaken the body's ability to fight infections, overall, it wouldn't have a major effect if the patient took care to rest, avoid excessive stress, and not stay up too late. Otherwise, it could lead to direct death if not removed. Let's start removing the spleen, Lan Tian said directly. The assistant adjusted the patient's position to supine, with the left side elevated, head up and feet down by 15 degrees, left elevated and right lowered by 13 degrees. 4-0 suture, Lan Tian reached out. The first assistant handed him the 4-0 suture, which he immediately used to ligate the splenic artery. Then, using 1-0 suture, electrocautery, and large curve clamps, he performed hemostatic ligation of the spinorenal ligament. Many important blood vessels and channels were present in these ligaments, and without ligation, the splenectomy could not proceed. Dissecting the remaining ligaments around the spleen was necessary to use the 4-0 suture for ligating and achieving hemostasis. This series of dissection, ligation, and suturing showcased Lan Tian's exquisite dexterity. In his surgeries, speed, precision, and decisiveness had become his trademarks. Qi Zilin, as the second assistant, was in the best position to see everything clearly. He could tell that Lan Tian was in an extraordinary state, and this surgery was thrilling for him. Just from today as procedure, he would learn a lot. Next, Lan Tian extended his hand for the S-shaped retractor, long tissue scissors, and large curved hemostatic clamps. Using the S-shaped retractor for exposure, he clamped the splenic pedicle with a large curved hemostatic clamp. He then shortened the splenic pedicle with the long tissue scissors to remove the spleen. The final steps were significantly simpler. He used 2-0 suture to ligate the splenic pedicle and 4-0 suture for suturing. This entire process took 30 minutes. Who would believe that a splenectomy could be done in 30 minutes? To ensure safety, Lan Tian examined the patient again. To his relief, no other organs were damaged due to the spleen. Then, Lan Tian accelerated the surgical pace. Inject kanamycin. Place the drainage tube. Close the surgical entry. Disinfect. After completing all these steps, the total time was 45 minutes and 36 seconds. Another check was performed. Just as the other doctors and nurses let out a sigh of relief, Lan Tian's sudden remark made them hold their breath. Once the check was finished and found to be fine, they finally relaxed. The doctors in the operating room also smiled. Qi Zilin was filled with admiration. Truly a genius. So impressive. This is enough for me to learn for a month. As soon as he finished this thought, he suddenly came back to reality. Looking at Lan Tian's youthful appearance, he almost slapped himself. Damn, what is there that he can't handle at our age? Bullets, cardiac bleeding, appendectomy, splenectomy. For a moment, Qi Zilin felt a deep sense of grievance and frustration. As the circulating nurse organized the surgical items and the anesthesiologist transferred the patient to the surgery exit, the surgery was finally considered officially completed. Ding! A clear sound rang out just as Lan Tian walked out. Doctor, how is my dad? A woman grabbed Lan Tian's hand, asking anxiously. Lan Tian glanced at the nurse who had brought her. After the nurse explained that this woman was the daughter of the patient who had just undergone a splenectomy, he nodded and said, "Don't worry, the surgery was very successful. You will need to rest quietly, and you must follow the doctor's orders and wait for the arrangements." "Good. That's great. Thank you, doctor," the woman said, preparing to kneel down. Lan Tian directly grasped her hands. "Saving lives is my job. You don't need to do this." He smiled and walked straight out. After walking a little distance, he could still hear the woman's voice of gratitude in his ears. This was the first time he received thanks after performing a surgery, bringing him great inner satisfaction. Chapter 22. Sign in for breast cancer resection surgery. Perfect plan tonight. Lan Tian's surgery was presented before several doctors and a hospital director. The splenectomy, which took less than an hour, was already enough to shock them. Typically, an open abdominal surgery takes nearly an hour, and if there is significant bleeding or rupture of the spleen, the duration would not be less than an hour. However, Lan Tian only used 45 minutes. This concept is not something an ordinary person can achieve. Right, Dr. Lan has already worked hard enough with this surgery. Let him go rest first. We'll discuss the plan for the intracranial tumor again tomorrow. Chun Gonyuan said as he closed the video, addressing the doctors. Sure, I agree. With this level of intensity, it is indeed quite exhausting, especially since we just got off work at 8, one of the doctors said directly. Knock, knock, knock. A nurse entered after knocking on the door. Director, Dr. Lan said he is a bit tired today and has gone home. He'll bring the plan for the intracranial tumor tomorrow. As a nurse spoke, several doctors and Chun Gonyuan exchanged glances, revealing their shock. The recent splenectomy that ended in 45 minutes, followed by the nurse mentioning the plan for tomorrow, seemed to leave them in disbelief. An entire plan in one night? That was quite audacious, wasn't it? Did he plan to forego sleep? With their minds filled with questions, they could only nod in agreement. Now, they had to wait for tomorrow to arrive. When Lan Tian was about to leave the hospital, he visited Chen Xiaoyun and Guan Yun in succession. One was his friend, and the other was his friend's mother. Out of both emotion and reason, he felt he had to check on them. However, it was a bit unfortunate that Chen Xiaoyun didn't seem to want to discuss her personal matters. If she was unwilling to undergo surgery, Lan Tian felt somewhat powerless. The same Longyun Bridge, the same 12 o'clock. But today, no one slipped. Sign-in day 97, received breast cancer resection, world class. Searching high and low for something, yet achieving it effortlessly. Lan Tian never expected to sign in for breast cancer today. He hadn't signed in for breast cancer before, but he was aware of its symptoms because he not only signed in, but also studied. After all, a qualified doctor must master basic knowledge. Perhaps he could apply to personally operate on Sister Chen. As Lan Tian felt the knowledge emerging in his mind, coupled with having reviewed Chen Xiaoyun's case, his brain identified 16 radical surgical procedures for the breast cancer she had. What surprised Lan Tian was that among these 16 radical surgeries, there were even those that modern medicine had completely abandoned, such as the extended radical mastectomy. Even the classic radical surgery appeared in the list. The simplest mastectomy combined with axillary lymph node dissection was also included. These were all basic radical methods. However, what he valued more was the Pady procedure, which preserves the pectoralis major while resecting the pectoralis minor. This is a modified radical surgery, commonly used in modern medicine. After absorbing the knowledge of breast cancer and mastering the surgical procedure for its removal, Lan Tian smiled faintly and walked home. His living space was simple and clean. Since he ate in the hospital, there were no kitchen tools at home. A table, a bed, a cabinet, a computer, and daily necessities formed his residence. On his computer, the WPS appeared, displaying large characters, Medical World. Sitting in front of the computer, a document reappeared titled Guan Yun Intracranial Tumor Resection Plan. For Chen Gonyuan and the others. Creating a complete plan in one night was impossible because it was too difficult, especially for an intracranial tumor. But Lan Tian was different. In his mind, there were already over 90 surgical experiences, along with 20 experiences in cutting intracranial tumors. For this plan, it was incredibly simple for him. With a 100 agility bonus and having previously been novelist, Lan Tian's typing speed was astonishing. If the world record for typing speed is 807 keys per minute, Lan Tian had already broken that record at this moment. He accurately typed out a complete plan of 6,000 words, including details on etiology, cutting, avoiding nerves, suturing, and craniotomy, all within just 20 minutes. Done. Lan Tian stretched lazily, took a quick shower, and then fell asleep. The hospital remained as usual. Each department was responsible for its own work. There were unreasonable patients, quiet patients, issuing death notices, hospitalizations, crying, and extreme joy. All the daily routines were unfolding. With no gunshot cases, everyone's hearts were at ease. Sister Chun, I brought you breakfast. Lan Tian walked into Chen Xiaoyun's ward and placed the breakfast on the bedside cabinet where she was. Thank you. By the way, I heard you were submitting the plan today. Why did you come here first? Chen Xiaoyun asked curiously. Huh, I didn't expect you to know about it too. Lan Tian smiled. He truly didn't anticipate that what he had asked the nurse and director to say yesterday would have spread today. It was likely that some people had done it intentionally, aiming to see him make a fool of himself. You really are something. You just had surgery yesterday and are already saying you will submit the plan today. What are you thinking? Chen Xiaoyun said, a bit exasperated. Sister Chun, don't worry about it. I have my own methods. Some people just like to watch a joke. Let us give them a good show, shall we? Lan Tian smiled slightly, and he could guess who spread the news. Within the entire hospital, the only person with whom he had conflicts was Li Xuanyi. He didn't even understand why Li Xuanyi targeted him. He felt he hadn't done anything wrong. You should really try to be less impulsive next time, Chen Xiaoyan said, shaking her head as she ate the apple he had peeled. After chatting for a while, Lan Tian went directly to find Chen Gonyuan. After the usual greetings, Lan Tian presented his document. 1 minute passed. 5 minutes. After 10 minutes, Chen Gonyuan trembled as he pointed at the document. This is what you did? Lan Tian knew the source of his reaction, shrugged his shoulders, and said, Director, do you want to check for plagiarism? No need, it's perfect, too perfect. You actually managed to create such a plan? The details are to this extent, and you can avoid damaging nearby nerves. Most importantly, your plan's success rate reaches nearly 85%. Chen Gonyuan said excitedly. Director, don't get too excited. You're getting older. And your health isn't what it used to be, Lan Tian thought to himself, chuckling at Chen Gonyuan's expression, which was entirely within his expectations. However, he wasn't very satisfied with the 85% success rate because, in his view, reaching 99% was achievable. The remaining 1% error was only possible if he didn't want to perform the surgery. All of this was based on his integration of over 20 experiences, combined with world-class surgical experiences for tumor resections. Whether it is complete surgical resection of the tumor, with only 1/3 achieving total resection, subtotal resection, or partial resection, as well as palliative surgeries, internal decompression, external decompression, cerebrospinal fluid shunt. Blue Sky has conducted an analysis of the risks, reliability, and feasibility. Moreover, these 6,000 words can be considered all essence. That is why Chen Gonyuan was surprised to utter the word perfect. Chapter 23. A heart attack from eating. Hurry. Get the doctors involved in the intracranial tumor over here for a meeting. Be here in 10 minutes. And if you really can't make it, don't bother coming. Chen Gonyuan urged. He was eager to showcase Lan Tian's plan to everyone. His only thought was to resolve this surgery as soon as possible. After nodding, Chen Gonyuan's assistant immediately went to make arrangements. The notified doctors were all heading this way. What's going on with the dean? Why the rush? Lin had just walked out of the ward when he ran into Tan Long. The two walked side by side. Who knows? By the way, has Lan Tian's plan been completed? Tan Long asked curiously, shrugging. He was one of the most concerned about Lan Tian in the hospital. I don't know. He didn't tell me. He went to Changyan Bridge after work yesterday, and I went home first. Lin shook his head, indicating he was unclear. He just hoped Lan Tian could do a bit better. Otherwise, he couldn't understand why Li Xuanyi was targeting Lan Tian for no reason. Tan Long shook his head and said irritably, I don't get it either. Lin showed surprise. Seeing this, Tan Long frowned and asked, Why are you looking at me like that? Lin asked, Do you really not know? Or are you just pretending? Should I know something? Tan Long shrugged. Because I recommended Lan Tian, Li Xuanyi's nephew can't attend the upcoming discussion meeting. And since Lan Tian became our hospital's second-in-command, he has been even more uncomfortable, Lin explained. Although Lan Tian was verbally recognized as the second-in-command by Chen Gonyuan, Lin was still the lead surgeon. However, this title might not mean much outside, but it held significant prestige in the hospital. His nephew? Oh, he's also one of our surgeons, right? That kid is pretty average. He hasn't even finished his internship yet, Tan Long remarked, patting the back of his head. As they chatted, they arrived at the discussion room. After seeing that everyone was present, Lin and Tan Long nodded to Chen Gonyuan and took their seats. Chen Gonyuan scanned the room. Noticing no one was absent, he pointed to the computer in front of them. Everyone, open the computer and take a look at the plan. Upon hearing Chen Gonyuan's words, they all opened their computers. The plan was laid out clearly before them. In 10 minutes, their reactions mirrored Chen Gonyuan's exactly. The plan had no signature. Lan Tian observed all their expressions. This plan is too perfect, Dean. Did you do this? Someone exclaimed. Impressive, just incredible. Dean, you were once the top surgeon at our First People's Hospital and even awarded as one of the national top surgeons. I can't believe that after all these years, you're still this formidable. Chen Gonyuan's achievements remained, and at the First People's Hospital, no one could claim not to know him. Dean, I really admire you. Li Xuanyi stood up, somewhat excited. Chen Gonyuan smiled and looked at Lan Tian. They exchanged a knowing smile. Just as Chen Gonyuan was about to speak, Li Xuanyi suddenly said, Lan Tian, I heard you made a statement yesterday that you would present your plan today. We're all waiting. Doctority. As a doctor who just got confirmed not long ago, just because I spoke yesterday doesn't mean I can present it now. It's not even noon yet. Lin interjected. He had intended to praise Chen Gonyuan, but found Li Xuanyi targeting Lan Tian directly. This one do. We all have things to do. We're here for a meeting, and soon everyone will be busy. Can we wait until 11:59 to see it? Li Xuanyi taunta. Tap, tap. Chen Gonyuan's fingers tapped on the table, stopping their argument. Who told you this plan was mine? Chen Gonyuan asked. Everyone exchanged glances, somewhat confused about what he meant. The author of this plan is Lan Tian. Do you think I called you all back here urgently for no reason? Upon hearing this, all the doctors turned to look at him. The doctors who had just praised Chen Gonyuan turned red. Dean, even if you want to cover for him, it can't be to this extent. Can he really understand tumors? Li Xuanyi's face turned a bit awkward. Just moments ago, he had been mocking, but now he was hit with a bombshell. This plan was sent to me this morning by Lan Tian from his computer. The original is still on his computer. Besides, do I need to say anything more? Chen Gonyuan's expression darkened. When did he become someone who protects others? In the hospital? Even his grandson wouldn't receive any special treatment. Even his son, due to lack of academic strength, was reassigned to be an assistant. There was no favoritism. Li Xuanyi's words were like a slap to his face. As expected, his expression soured. Lan Tian had not said a word throughout, just observing. All right, it seems you all have no objections. Linen, this time, you will personally perform the surgery, and Lan Tian will be your second in command. How about that? Chen Gonyuan said. Dean, that is not right. Since it's Lan Tian's plan, he should be the lead surgeon, and I'll be the second in command. Linen rejected outright. Chen Gonyuan smiled and didn't speak further. He signaled for the meeting to be adjourned and let the doctors return. On their way back, Lin and Tan Long felt quite pleased. Li Xuanyi could no longer find a way to make things difficult for Lan Tian. At noon, Lan Tian walked to the hospital cafeteria. Dr. Lan Tian, are you here to eat today? Dr. Lan Tian, are you dating? I'm really feeling empty. I want to find a boyfriend. Enough already. Don't you look at yourself? How could our cute Lan Tian possibly date you? Dr. Lan Tian, my mom said she wants to introduce me to you. Shall we go on a blind date tomorrow? As he walked, Lan Tian received greetings, and the women naturally teased him a bit. Of course, there was a mix of truth and jest, hard to say for sure. However, it was clear that Lan Tian was quite popular. After sending off the nurses, Lan Tian grabbed his food and found a place to sit down. Just as he took a couple of bites, a sudden gasp erupted from the front. Someone had fainted. Hearing this, Lan Tian quickly put down his food and rushed over. Don't move. Lan Tian shouted immediately. The nurse in front stopped her actions right away. It's a heart attack. Prepare for emergency response. Lay the patient flat and go get nitroglycerin or aspirin. Quickly, Lan Tian directed. The nurses and doctors present acted swiftly. However, Lan Tian's expression was far from pleasant. A heart attack, even in the hospital, was difficult to respond to immediately, and the cafeteria was not close to medical equipment. Chapter 24. Aren't you a surgeon? Dr. Lan, you're here. A nurse hurriedly said as she brought an aspirin. Lan Tian turned around and saw someone pushing a stretcher over. He waved his hand, signaling the doctors, nurses, and all hospital staff present to step back. Essentially, everyone moved back at least 10 meters, leaving only 3 people in the vicinity. Maintaining the flow of air, Lan Tian looked at the patient and began continuous pressure on the philtrum. Philtrum, located below the nose, at the junction of the upper third and lower 2/3 of the philtrum groove. This is the most basic first aid method. Then, Lan Tian made a fist, ensuring the center of his fist did not overlap with his palm. He repeatedly rolled his fist over the huagai area, stimulating the patient's heart muscle. Huagai, located in the chest, on the midline, between the first rib. The patient was beginning to feel something. A nurse said excitedly. The patient's breathing started to become a bit rapid, which was a precursor to awakening. But this did not mean they could relax directly. This was just the beginning. Lan Tian's expression eased slightly, and he quietly said, "Whisper to him," reminding him to inhale and exhale. Hearing this, the nurse nodded. While Lan Tian continued to compress the chest, he began to remind the patient to breathe in and out. This process was not going to last an hour. Breathe, breathe, breathe. After the patient began to exhale with an open mouth, Lan Tian finally released his hands. He let the patient lie flat and allowed the patient to take the aspirin as it would be needed for the surgery likely to be performed soon. After a short rest, he had the stretcher take the patient for examination. Lan Tian naturally followed and asked the nearest nurse to help save his meal in the kitchen. When the CT results came out, Lan Tian frowned. This situation required immediate surgery. If not done, even a moment's delay could cost a life. Arrange for surgery as soon as possible, Lan Tian said, looking at them. However, there isn't an internist available right now. We'll have to wait, a doctor said directly. At this time, the patient also needs to be hospitalized first before surgery can be performed because all other doctors are currently in surgery and there is no spare time. Lan Tian looked at him and pointed to himself. I'm also a doctor. Hearing this, the doctor stared blankly at Lan Tian and then said, but you are a surgeon, right? You and you. These two seemingly identical characters at this moment highlighted different identities. Unknowingly, Lan Tian's reputation had reached a level where he was referred to as you. I understand internal medicine as well. Saying this, Lan Tian handed the medical record to this doctor, turned around, and said, immediately arrange the operating room. We need to start now. Upon hearing this, the doctor was dumbfounded, completely in a daze. His first reaction was arrogance, but the second reaction was to exclaim how impressive it was. He had heard of Lan Tian's deeds. The surgical department had long been in awe. A 24-year-old young man had become the second in command in surgery at the hospital, almost enjoying the same treatment as the hospital's top surgeon Lenin. He had created miracle after miracle. Now his hands had unexpectedly moved into internal medicine. Since he said so, the final signature would also be his. No matter what happened, these doctors would not be held responsible. Since Lan Tian was so confident, why not follow along and take a look? After all, he was also an assistant. Dressing up, washing hands, putting on gloves, Lan Tian immediately walked into the operating room. Ding! The lights outside the operating room lit up. Did the family sign? Lan Tian began the pre-operative preparations and asked. Signed, the first assistant said. Good. Prepare for coronary angiography. Lan Tian nodded and said. Everyone began to move. The process of coronary angiography involves sending a contrast catheter to the opening of the coronary artery along the peripheral artery, and after injecting the contrast agent through the catheter, it becomes clear which blood vessels are affected and where the lesions are located. Now, they needed to take the arteries from the limbs as the access route, allowing them to observe the left and right coronary arteries. Building the stent, Lan Tian said, while starting to operate, constructing the coronary stent. This was not a simple task. However, for some reason, in the eyes of these doctors, Lan Tian's stent construction seemed very effortless. Lan Tian's hands were light. He used a special catheter to send the stent to the narrowed part of the coronary artery. This would restore smooth blood flow in the vessels. Lan Tian's hands were precise. It was done effortlessly, since he only needed to build the stent and perform coronary angiography. He felt relaxed when he signed up for this type of surgery. Compared to other surgeries, it was slightly easier. However, there could be no room for error. The construction was successful, the ECG was normal, the left coronary artery was normal, and the right coronary artery was normal, the second assistant said directly. Meanwhile, the first assistant was already dumbfounded. It really succeeded. A patient with a heart attack was actually treated successfully by Lan Tian. Understand that he is a surgeon. How did he learn this? He could perform surgical operations and also handle internal medicine surgeries. Is this person a devil? To describe him as a genius would be an insult. Prepare to withdraw the balloon, guide wire, and guiding catheter. Lan Tian would not care about their other thoughts. In his philosophy, curing the patient was the top priority. After finishing all this, Lan Tian smiled. Then, he changed clothes and left. Dr. Lan, can I be your assistant next time? The previous doctor came over and hurriedly asked. Let's see how it goes. There really isn't anyone today. But you are really impressive, and I still need to learn from you, Lan Tian said with a smile while washing his hands. Okay, thank you. But you are too polite. My name is Mo Tian. Mo Tian extended his hand and smiled. Hello, Dr. Mo. Lan Tian shook his hand and then pointed outside. All right, you go ahead. I still have to wait a bit. Mo Tian said with a smile. Watching Lan Tian's back, he touched his nose, feeling a wave of joy inside. With this guarantee, he could watch Lan Tian's surgery next time, which was a good thing. The meticulous surgical technique just now was enough to shock him. Lan Tian had not been out of internal medicine for long when he was called back. Dr. Lan, the scheduled time for the intracranial tumor surgery is in 3 minutes. You need to go now. Shen Gongyuan's assistant came over and said immediately. Oh, okay, I'm going now. Lan Tian nodded and followed the assistant toward neurosurgery. This scene happened to be heard by Mo Tian, who had just come out. He opened his mouth, but for a long time, he couldn't say a word. Until someone patted him on the shoulder, he slowly said, 2 consecutive surgeries. His stamina is not something a normal person can achieve, right? Chapter 25, Emergency. The last 30 minutes, operating room. Lan Tian and Shen Gongyuan's assistant exchanged glances, both puzzled. At this moment, the operating room had already lit up with the words surgery in progress. This shouldn't have appeared so soon. There were still 2 minutes before Lan Tian was scheduled to participate in the surgery. 2 minutes was more than enough time for him to change clothes, wash his hands, and prepare. Lin had also personally asked him to be the lead surgeon, but now it was clear that he was being kept at bay. What was going on? Had the surgery been moved up? Lan Tian asked curiously. I'm not sure either, Shen Gongyuan's assistant replied, looking equally confused. It's common knowledge that the lead surgeon is busy. Usually, the patient goes in first, and then the assistants proceed. However, it's also normal for both the lead surgeon and assistants to be present. But a slight delay for the lead surgeon wouldn't have too significant an impact. According to the timeline, Lan Tian wasn't late. In fact, the surgery time hadn't even arrived yet. The current time should be when the anesthesiologist is preparing the anesthesia. The two were perplexed, completely unaware of what was happening. Dr. Lan, the director wants to see you. A male doctor approached and said, The director is looking for me? Okay, I understand, Lan Tian replied, somewhat puzzled. Why would Shen Gongyuan call for him? With this question in mind, Lan Tian walked to the director's office. He knocked and entered. Director, you called for me? Lan Tian said politely. Yes, Lan Tian. Today's surgery doesn't require you for now. Shen Gongyuan nodded and said. Why? Wasn't it agreed upon earlier? Or has something changed? Lan Tian asked curiously. Well, the patient's family brought in the famous neurosurgeon Han Deli from Chengqing this morning. After he arrived, he conducted a thorough examination of the patient and decided to perform the surgery himself, Shen Gongyuan explained, looking at Lan Tian. Han Deli, the one who was almost nominated for a medical award by the World Health Organization? Lan Tian was somewhat surprised. It seemed that Qin Sini's family was not simple at all. Exactly. Since you know who he is, there's basically no issue. Moreover, he was requested by the family and has their consent, so we really can't interfere in this aspect, Shen Gongyuan said, feeling relieved that Lan Tian was aware of Han Deli. He was a bit worried that Lan Tian might harbor some resentment over this matter. In fact, Lan Tian didn't feel much about it. He thought that if the surgery needed him, he would step in, but he wouldn't rush to take over. Since it was the family's request, he wouldn't unnecessarily put himself forward. After bidding farewell to Shen Gongyuan, Lan Tian headed towards the operating room. Even though he couldn't perform the surgery, he could at least see Qin Sini. Lan Tian. During this time, after getting to know each other well, Qin Sini no longer called him Dr. Lan. Don't be too nervous. It should be fine, Lan Tian smiled, glancing at the man beside her. This man exuded an air of seriousness. Dressed in a black suit, with a square face, he wore a very ordinary watch. Yet this middle-aged man, dressed in a suit worth just a few hundred, could actually invite Han Deli. Lan Tian, let me introduce you. This is my dad. Dad, this is the Dr. Lan I told you about. Qin Sini, who had feelings for Lan Tian, revealed a hint of shyness while introducing her father. Oh, Qin Hui glanced at Lan Tian, uttered an acknowledgement, and said nothing further, leaving Qin Sini feeling quite awkward. Since there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, Lan Tian said, looking at Qin Sini, and was about to turn to leave when ding. The sound abruptly halted his steps. Lan Tian turned around to see a nurse rushing out in a hurry. Nurse, how's my wife? Qin Hui suddenly became agitated and quickly asked. Family members, please wait. The circulating nurse quickly avoided Qin Hui and ran up to Lan Tian. Dr. Lan, Since you're here, please go in and take a look. The patient is in critical condition. Bang. This statement struck like thunder in the hearts of Qin Hui and Qin Sini. What is happening? Lan Tian Wen. The plan he devised would not have any mistakes. If followed correctly, even a surgeon who was not very experienced could complete the surgery independently. Dr. Han cut into the nerve while attempting a complete tumor removal. The circulating nurse's words made Lan Tian tense up. This was simply outrageous. Damn it! Lan Tian cursed and rushed inside without a second thought. Lan Tian! Qin Sini shouted. Lan Tian glanced at her, but didn't speak because he couldn't guarantee anything. Inside the operating room, Han Deli's hands trembled severely. Lin, standing beside him, stared at Han Deli with an intensity that seemed like he was ready to eat him alive. Gloves! Lan Tian washed his hands, casually donned his sterile gown, and instructed. The nurse immediately handed him the gloves. Following him, they entered the operating room. Beep, beep. The ECG curve was dropping. Lan Tian's gaze sharpened. Get out of the way. Lan Tian's voice suddenly rang out, like a savior, reaching the ears of the attending doctors. Han Deli saw a young figure appear before him and immediately stepped away from the lead surgeon position. Is the tumor location confirmed? Lan Tian asked directly, shifting the shadowless lamp slightly to the left. Confirmed. Unlike Lin, the second assistant doctor was more alert. The nerve was merely touched, and the heart rate drop was not due to the nerve being cut. The patient's tumor was near the brainstem, so touching the nerve would directly affect the heartbeat. Lan Tian began to operate, initially focusing on speed. Now, he slowed his pace, changing the approach. After completing the initial incision, he immediately stated, change the approach. The sudden change caught the attending doctors off guard. Changing the approach at this moment? Wasn't he that pushing the patient towards death? But they had no idea that Lan Tian had already devised 6 plans in his mind. The simplest and fastest solution was to change the approach and opt for a complete removal. Posterior median approach. Lan Tian ignored their expressions and, after speaking, began directing the assistants to get busy. Lin, who had been angry, suddenly had a new idea upon hearing Lan Tian's words. A flash of insight crossed his mind, and his gaze became resolute. Lan Tian continued without paying them any mind, quietly repairing the previous incision before reopening the skull. Local anesthesia meant the posterior median approach would be smaller and wouldn't be the same as the previous approach. Drawing the incision, Lan Tian's scalpel immediately came into play. Rini, hemostatic clamp. Lan Tian reached out to catch the hemostatic clamp, used for scalp incision hemostasis. It seemed slow, but in reality, Lan Tian's speed was still beyond what the other doctors could keep up with. Gauze, surgical drape. Lan Tian began to call out step by step, accelerating the pace of the surgery. He completed all the procedures for the approach in a matter of 3.5 minutes. After the drilling, Lan Tian immediately rinsed with saline to clear the blood. He then used surgical scissors to open the dura mater in a star-shaped manner. Everyone was stunned by this series of actions, but Lan Tian didn't care about their thoughts and continued with the craniotomy. He noticed that the second assistant was a bit excited, but after Lan Tian shot him a glance, he quieted down. During the surgery, especially in this type of operation, it was crucial to ensure that nothing went wrong. Lan Tian began to excise the tumor with a scalpel, being extremely careful with every step. Preparing to suture, Lan Tian said directly, "Let's suture." Hearing this, Lin and the others immediately held their breath, waiting for his next instruction. Lan Tian carefully repositioned the bone flap into the cranial defect. Screw. Lan Tian reached out. Lin immediately handed over the screw. The second assistant quickly removed the surgical drape clamp. Lan Tian sutured the temporalis fascia together and, after removing the retractor, used continuous sutures to suture the scalp aponeurosis. Then, he closed the skin with U-shaped nails. This series of actions by Lan Tian was all witnessed by Han Deli. Apart from being astonished, he was still astonished. Perform CPR, Lan Tian said calmly. Is it a bit inappropriate to use CPR at this time? Lin asked. Lan Tian shrugged. He also thought it wasn't ideal, but the plan that appeared in his mind from the system's surgery sign-in indicated that using CPR now was the best option. Without saying a word, Lan Tian directly performed CPR on Guanyin. 10 seconds. 30 seconds. The patient's heart rate began to rise. The nurse said. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Lan Tian in astonishment. He lived. In 30 minutes, the surgery was completed and the patient's heart rate was restored. This was simply a miracle. They had thought that Guanyin wouldn't last even half an hour, let alone an hour. But now, the miracle had appeared right before their eyes. Years later, when Lennon talked about it, he would sigh and say, if there are miracles in the world, then the person who creates miracles must be Lan Tian. Of course, that was all in the future. At this moment, Han Deli was dazed, and Lennon was also dazed. It wasn't until the anesthetist and nurse handed the patient over to the caregiver that they realized this unrealistic miracle had happened right before their eyes. And they were both witnesses and participants in the miracle. Chapter 26. Top 10 Outstanding Youth Award. Han Deli stared blankly at everything around him. This was the most embarrassing moment in his 20-year medical career. He himself did not understand why he had made such a basic mistake during the surgery. His reputation and skills were well known. He was the most popular doctor in the entire capital. But today, everything had turned to dust. Once this incident got out, his reputation would be tarnished. Dr. Lin, it's up to you from here on out. By the way, make sure to tell the patient's family that they cannot eat for the next day, Lan Tian said, while handling post-surgery tasks. Shouldn't this have any effect? Although the patient's heart rate has stabilized without energy supply, it could easily lead to hypoglycemia. Lennon raised a question, as he was also a doctor and understood the situation. Actually, it wasn't too hard to understand. Not eating was to observe the patient's awakening time, and right now, the patient could only have liquid food, which didn't hold much significance. That's right, Lan Tian said immediately. Now I understand. I'll arrange that. Lin nodded, noticing that Lan Tian's medical abilities seemed to have begun to surpass his own. Unconsciously, he found himself starting to rely on Lan Tian. The student who had previously interned under him had now become someone he needed to consult. However, he felt no dissatisfaction. This was not a bad thing. He had dedicated his life to the medical profession, and the emergence of more capable young people brought hope to the world. All right, I'll take my leave first. After finishing up, Lan Tian smiled, feeling relieved. As for Han Deli, he had never cared much. To put it bluntly, he was never a doctor to begin with. He admired doctors, but he would never be as fanatical as some medical students. He wouldn't deliberately nitpick. Everyone makes mistakes. After all, no one is perfect, and not everyone has the same level of physical agility as he did. Lan Tian, how is my mom? The operating room door opened just as Lan Tian stepped out. Upon seeing him, Qin Sini rushed over. Seeing her anxious expression and how tightly she grasped his hand, Lan Tian understood that her worry for her mother had reached a breaking point. To put it bluntly, if she received bad news about her mother today, she would certainly consider ending her own life. Don't underestimate the power of familial affection. Don't worry, your mother is fine. She is out of danger. However, I need to tell you that the patient cannot engage in vigorous activities in the future and should avoid any head trauma, Lan Tian said. Then, why hasn't my wife come out yet? Qin Hui was anxious internally, though he appeared serious on the outside. In modern terms, he was somewhat reserved. There are still some matters to handle, which are follow-up tasks, so I don't need to be in there. All right, I have to go see patients now. I'm sorry, Lan Tian nodded, pressed Qin Sini's hand, and walked towards the consultation room. Really? Chen Gonyuan was a bit excited. He expected that it would be Lan Tian who stepped up in the end. Director, the video of this surgery has been uploaded. I suggest we upload this video along with the previous ones and combine it with Dr. Lin and S report on Lan Tian's internship surgery, which would coincide perfectly with the top 10 Outstanding Youth Award, the assistant suggested. You're right. When I reviewed Lan Tian's internship surgery report, I almost thought that Lin had pulled strings for him. Here's what you do. Go handle it, and be sure to promote it heavily. This can help establish the hospital's image, and also, for the upcoming discussion conference, arrange for Lan Tian to familiarize himself with the process. Many foreign young doctors will be attending. Chen Gonyuan nodded and immediately said, Okay, director, I'll arrange it right away, the assistant said, feeling a bit excited. He respected Chen Gonyuan greatly and admired Lan Tian even more because of Lan Tian's qualities, which had earned his appreciation. There are not many young people in the world who can resist the allure of recruitment from health organizations. In Lan Tian's consultation room. What? The top 10 Outstanding Youth Award? Me? Lan Tian looked at Chun Gonyuan's assistant, pointing at himself in surprise. Exactly. It's you, Dr. Lan. Congratulations. In about 2 days, you'll receive the top 10 Outstanding Youth Award from our city. The assistant quickly replied with a smile. It's just a hollow title. You should discuss it with the director. I'll be attending the discussion conference, but right now, I have 2 patients waiting in line. Lan Tian pointed behind the assistant. Haha. Yes, my apologies for the abruptness, the assistant said and left. Lan Tian shook his head with a smile, waved his hand, and let the waiting patients come in. Your illness is caused by overexertion. You must be hospitalized for observation. If you don't, it will be difficult to treat. And you seem to be experiencing some heart failure. Are you feeling a bit fatigued? Also, are you feeling short of breath? Lan Tian asked the patient in front of him. Yes, doctor. But if I'm hospitalized, what will I do? I have a lot of things to take care of. Can't I avoid hospitalization? The patient immediately questioned. Heart failure is the terminal stage of heart disease and requires long-term treatment. You're currently in a chronic stage, so there is still a possibility for treatment. If you don't get hospitalized, it will be nearly impossible to cure, of course. This is the emergency department. You should be consulting with the cardiology department. You can go there for a checkup, but I still recommend that you get hospitalized. Lan Tian said, while entering the patient's information into the system and signing his name. Xiaoyu, take him for some routine checks. Also, he needs to do an electrocardiogram, cardiac catheterization, 6-minute walk test, etc. Imaging tests should also be done. It's best to take him to Dr. Hao in cardiology for that, Lan Tian instructed. Okay, hello. Please follow me, said the nurse, referred to as Xiaoyu, as she led the patient away. After finishing the last patient with respiratory issues, Lan Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. After a busy day, he suddenly realized he hadn't eaten anything all day. The cafeteria's food was probably still there. Strangely, he noticed that he didn't feel even a hint of hunger. Just as he was about to get up, he realized that he and felt hungry all day. This phenomenon seemed not to be limited to today. It had been like this before. But previously he had eaten on time, not waiting until he was completely hungry. So he didn't notice it. Today, without eating, the feeling was particularly strong. It seemed that this occurred after achieving 100% physical agility. With questions in mind, Lan Tian went to the gastroenterology department for a checkup, only to find that there was nothing wrong with him. It seemed that the system's effectiveness was not just limited to this. Lan Tian resolved firmly in his heart. This must be the effect of the system, otherwise it couldn't be explained. Chapter 27. The girl who drowned that day, Dr. Lan. Do you still want that meal? The staff in the cafeteria were a bit surprised. The lunch from that day had been sitting there since noon, and Lan Tian had originally planned to throw it away soon. But now he saw that Lan Tian actually wanted to take the leftover food. I'm here to take it away. That should be fine, right? Lan Tian nodded and asked. Of course, just wait a moment. The cafeteria lady kindly heated up his meal before handing it to him. Thank you. After politely expressing his gratitude, Lan Tian took the food and left. Under Chanyan Bridge, there was a hollow where sounds of calling came from below. Lan Tian walked down, opened the leftover meal, and placed it at the edge of the hollow. It's you? A surprised voice came, and Lan Tian turned around to see a girl staring at him with wide eyes. The bright lights did not obscure his vision due to the night. However, he couldn't remember knowing this girl. Meow. Akatsmel sounded, and he saw a mother cat cautiously watching Lan Tian with her 3 kittens. It seemed they had caught a familiar scent and felt at ease to start eating the leftover food Lan Tian had brought. Hello, I'm Ling Shui. The girl extended her hand, her face beaming with a smile. Hello, may I ask, who are you? Lan Tian asked. It wasn't that he had a bad memory. It was just that he interacted with too many people daily. If he could remember every patient, his brain capacity wouldn't be enough. Moreover, not everyone was like Qin Sini, who came to his office every day under the pretext of needing treatment. You saved a girl a few days ago. Ling Shui smiled beautifully, her eyes sparkling like the moon in the sky. But what Lan Tian said next almost made her want to find a hole to hide in. A few days ago? Sorry, I really don't remember. As a doctor, I've saved at least 8 or 10 girls in the past few days, so it's hard for me to keep track. As soon as he said this, Ling Shui's expression turned a bit sad and embarrassed. She thought she looked decent. Why did this man see her as just an ordinary person? She had no idea that to Lan Tian, there were only doctors and patients. Aside from that, he didn't have many friends. Not to mention this girl, who was likely just a stranger he met once. Suddenly, Ling Shui covered her chest, her expression turning very ugly. Her whole face twisted in discomfort. What's wrong? A possibility flashed through Lan Tian's mind. He walked closer and saw that she was covering her chest area. He suddenly remembered what she had said. Changyan Bridge. Wasn't that where he had rescued the drowning girl a few days ago? Moreover, he had mentioned to her friend that this girl might have breast cancer. Are you the girl who drowned before? Lan Tian asked tentatively. Yes, it's me, Ling Shui's facial muscles exaggeratedly contorted, and she spoke breathlessly. However, breast cancer typically doesn't cause pain, so what was going on with this girl? Lie down. Lan Tian's voice was unquestionable. Ling Shui looked up at him, and for some reason, she actually listened and lay down. Breathe with my rhythm. Come on, when I lift my hand, you inhale. When I get close to you, exhale. Lan Tian demonstrated a lifting and lowering motion. Ling Shui followed his rhythm and gradually began to breathe slowly. Eventually, she started to relax. How are you feeling? How does it feel? Lan Tian asked. Much better. What's wrong with me? Ling Shui inquired. You might have breast cancer, and based on your current symptoms, it's also possible that you have coronary heart disease. Of course, this is just my speculation and cannot be confirmed. I suggest you go see the respiratory and cardiology departments at the hospital right now, as it could also be an issue with your respiratory system. Lan Tian stated directly. I have breast cancer? Ling Shui was taken aback. Her expression in Lan Tian's eyes seemed as if she had seen a ghost. What is going on? Didn't I mention something to her friend? Why is her reaction so intense all of a sudden? After carefully explaining again, Ling Shui furrowed her brows. I understand now. Thank you, Dr. Lan. Ling Shui nodded and waved goodbye. Lan Tian scratched his head, looking a bit bewildered. In the end, he could only shake his head and walk home. During this period, Lan Tian didn't have any major surgeries. He was just seeing patients in the emergency department while also investigating Chen Xiaoyan's case, as no relatives had appeared to sign for her yet. Without a relative's signature, the surgery would be very difficult to proceed with. Moreover, it seemed that Chen Xiaoyan also didn't want to sign. During this time, the most common sound Lan Tian heard was that of signing. Just as he thought, he had signed off on 6 eye surgeries during this period, which were optical corneal transplant, retinopathy of premature surgery, enucleation, laser corneal surgery, radial keratotomy, and intraocular refractive surgery. It seemed he was really moving towards ophthalmology, surgery, cardiology, ophthalmology. When would he get to neurology and gynecology? Lan Tian smiled slightly, revealing an expectant expression. In these few days, he hadn't seen Ling Shui, and he hadn't told her which hospital or office he was in. As for how that girl was doing, he really didn't know. Qin Sini, however, was different. Because she had to take care of Guan Yun, she basically appeared in the emergency department all the time. Of course, the inpatient department was somewhat distant. But today, he encountered a patient that left him both amused and exasperated. Bro, this isn't any major illness. Listen to the doctor's advice. Cut down on harmful habits. Look at you. Your face is pale, your eyes are dull, your feet feel unsteady, and you eat irregularly, right? You stay up late, don't you? Lan Tian said while writing a prescription for this patient. Doctor, what can I do about this? The man looked a bit scared, his hands trembling slightly. There's nothing you can do, really. The only way is to take the medicine, and after that, you won't be staying up late doing those things every day. Here's a piece of advice. Once a week is fine for pleasure, but if you're doing it 3 or 4 times a day, even Superman wouldn't be able to take it. Lan Tian shook his head. What if I can't control myself? The man asked. Want to be young, but end up with kidney deficiency? It's not just that simple. You need to understand that the human body is structured that way. If you do it too frequently, it could lead to infertility later on. You're only 22. Do you want to become someone who practices the sunflower manual? Even if you don't end up with those issues, do you want to see premature ejaculation? Lan Tian was in a good mood today, joking with the patient. Xiaoyan next to him laughed out loud. The man wanted to say something, but Lan Tian pressed on. Look, this girl is beautiful, right? But unfortunately, Yes, not yours. Starting today, you need to exercise in moderation, and you have to cook for yourself. Eat lightly. Don't drink goji berry water. After some moderation, you'll thank me. Lan Tian handed him the prescription, waved his hand, and said, "You can go now." "Thank you, doctor." The man hurriedly ran out. So embarrassing. What kind of doctor is this? Aren't doctors supposed to encourage their patients? He actually puts himself down like this. It's too painful. No way. I must not do this anymore. I have to quit. I can't let people look down on me. Goodbye, my girl. The man didn't even realize that because of this speech from Lan Tian, his inner self had undergone a tremendous change. Chapter 28. Han Deli wants to be the first assistant. Chen Gonyuan wants to be the second assistant. Dr. Lan, you're almost becoming a doctor in a regular department. Xiao Yu took advantage of the lack of patience and walked over, leaning against the desk, teasingly said, "We're all doctors. It's just different positions. If someone comes to the emergency department, should we just send them away because it's a common illness? That is not fair." Lan Tian smiled. "But you're the only one like that in the whole hospital. Speaking of which, Dr. Lan, are you interested in blind dates? I have an older sister." "Stop." Lan Tian rolled his eyes and quickly interrupted Xiao Yu. "This girl is really something. She always brings up blind dates for her sister. If he were still the Lan Tian who wrote novels, he would definitely go. Who doesn't know that the path of writing novels is very lonely and can easily lead to becoming a homebody? Besides, with less contact with people, naturally, he would have fewer friends. And Xiao Yu's sister is impressive. A company manager, good-looking, 170 centimeters tall, and with an annual salary of 300,000. Absolutely a rich beauty. But he isn't that type. In terms of looks, Chen Xiaoyan is not inferior. And in terms of net worth, Qin Sini is not inferior either. In terms of talent, looks, and salary, he doesn't lack anything now. Therefore, he has always been cautious about finding a girlfriend. The reason is that he fears the other person is after his money. After all, he does have money now. Xiao Yu shrugged. It seems her plan to find a tall, rich, and handsome man for her sister today has fallen through. "Hey, Dean." The phone next to Lan Tian rang. And after answering, he found it was actually Chen Gonyuan calling. "Lan Tian, you know Dr. Chen, right? Do you have any thoughts on breast cancer?" Chen Gonyuan asked straightforwardly. "Breast cancer? I have some understanding of it." Lan Tian replied without hesitation. He had just signed in for a breast cancer surgery. He is quite familiar with this area. However, what he didn't know was that when he said he had some understanding, Chen Gonyuan immediately showed a look of surprise. Meanwhile, Linen, standing in front of him, was already smiling bitterly. Is Lan Tian's versatility a bit too broad? Others' versatility usually means they can do a few things well. But he, on the other hand, has internal medicine, emergency medicine, neurology, and now oncology added to the mix. If it weren't for the reports right in front of them, they wouldn't even know that before Lan Tian performed the tumor surgery, he had just done a heart attack surgery. It was only after they watched the video today that they thought to ask. Mainly, breast cancer is handled by the breast surgery department, which is not something their emergency department could intervene in. So, to clarify the truth, they tentatively asked. Little did they know, the surprise Lan Tian gave them was enormous. "Lan Tian, since you understand, why don't you go and communicate with Dr. Chen? You're more familiar with her in the hospital, so the surgery really needs to be done as soon as possible." Chen Gonyuan suppressed his inner joy and said gently, "This matter, all right, I'll try." Lan Tian also felt a headache. He had been so busy these days that he almost forgot about Chen Xiaoyan's illness. Moreover, if Chen Xiaoyan didn't mention it, he feared he wouldn't come to any conclusions himself. After greeting Xiao Yu, Lan Tian walked towards the inpatient department. At this time, aboard Chen Xiaoyan was playing with her phone. Her gaze seemed to be deeply attracted by the phone. "Sister Chen, what are you looking at?" Lan Tian walked to her bedside and asked with a smile. "Lan Tian, look quickly. Your name is on the discussion list. And your report from your internship is also on it." Chen Xiaoyan excitedly held up her phone and handed it to Lan Tian. "Really? It seems the dean and doctor. Lyndon T lied to me, but that is not important. Sister Chen, we can arrange your surgery today. Has your family signed the consent?" Lan Tian put down the phone. He wasn't interested in the discussion meeting or the report announcement. The patient in front of him was the most important. However, after he said this, Chen Xiaoyan's expression changed. Her eyelids drooped, and she showed no desire to speak at all. "Sister Chen?" Lan Tian called out tentatively. Let us do it. No need for family signatures, I'll sign myself. Chen Xiaoyun could tell that Lan Tian genuinely cared about her. But he treated every patient this way. Yet when it came to her family, she didn't want to talk about it, and was too lazy to do so. All right. Lan Tian hesitated for a moment, understanding, and nodded. He didn't intend to continue the conversation. Chen Xiaoyan looked at him and showed a faint smile. It seemed she was tired, turning her head and closing her eyes. Lan Tian walked out of the ward, looking back at her. A tear fell from the corner of her eye. Every family has its own difficulties. Hey, you must be Dr. Gong. Hello, I'm Lan Tian. Lan Tian arrived at the breast surgery department and stood in front of Gong Changfei, smiling. I know you. You're quite a celebrity in our hospital now. By the way, what do you need from me? Gong Changfei smiled upon seeing Lan Tian. Lan Tian is now the hospital's gem. The surgeries he can perform are surprising. It's like this, Dr. Gong, I want to request to perform this surgery for Sister Chun. That is, Chen Xiaoyan. What do you think? Lan Tian asked directly. You? This is breast cancer. Can you do it? Gong Changfei looked at Lan Tian in surprise, truly shocked. If he hadn't done heart and brain surgeries, Gong Changfei would have suspected that Lan Tian had a problem with his brain. Yes, this matter has been discussed with the dean, so... Lan Tian smiled and said, All right, then let us sign an agreement later. Gong Changfei wasn't a fool. He naturally understood what it meant to owe a favor. Since the dean was involved, he couldn't refuse. Thank you, Dr. Gong. Lan Tian expressed his gratitude. He then went to sign the agreement with Gong Changfei. Just as he was about to leave, the door was suddenly pushed open. Dr. Lan, I'm still interning. I'm in the breast surgery department. Can I be the first assistant? Dr. Lan, I'm also an intern in the breast surgery department. I don't need anything else. Just a second assistant position will do. Dr. Lan, looking at them, Lan Tian was a bit confused. Has his surgery already gained such crazy recognition from these interns? Tap, tap, tap. The big shots have arrived. Chen Gonyuan, Lin, and Tan Long. And a surprisingly notable presence, Han Deli. Dr. Lan, I'm Han Deli. This time, I wonder if I could be your first assistant? Silence. All the interns stood with their mouths agape, and Gong Changfei looked as if he had seen a ghost. Not a word could escape his lips. Lan Tian was also stunned. But what followed was even more shocking. Lan Tian, I haven't been a second assistant in a long time. I think that second assistant position should be given to me. Crash. Gong Changfei accidentally knocked over a cup onto the floor. It didn't break. But it didn't affect everyone's current state. Chen Gonyuan wants to be the second assistant. Are they crazy, hallucinating, or is the world going mad? A nearly award-winning figure in the medical field, Han Deli, and the national knife, Chen Gonyuan. Each of them is in high demand in places like Chengqing. Now, they actually want to compete with these interns to be Lan Tian's first and second assistants. Chapter 29. Hospital matters. Since the director has said so, I can't refuse him. Fine. Lan Tian smiled. At this moment, it really felt awkward to reject Chen Gonyuan and Han Deli. Lan Tian also didn't hold any grudges against Han Deli for his previous mistakes. No one is perfect, but mistakes on the operating table can easily lead to loss of life. This is not something a doctor wants to see. All right, let us schedule the surgery for a week from now, officially for Dr. Chen. After Chen Gonyuan and the others finished speaking, they took Han Deli and left. Those who witnessed this scene were all pounding their chests in frustration. Damn it. When it comes to dogs, you guys are the real dogs. They really wanted to report the director and Han Deli, who uses their position to take their place. And it's the first and second assistants. This is utterly powerless. Each in turn seemed to hold a grudge against Chen Gonyuan and his group, cursing them to have something come up and leave the hospital for a business trip the day after tomorrow. However, without this, they actually started competing for the position of circulating nurse. As a result, within a couple of sentences, they were exposed by various circulating nurses in the hospital group, leading to social death for these individuals. Despair, a feeling of extreme despair, burst forth in the hearts of the interns. It was too frustrating. Today, Lan Tian received the patient who had previously fled after an appendectomy. He was personally treated by Lin and who removed his appendix. Dr. Lan, thank you so much. Doctor, Lin said that if I had waited any longer, things would have gone wrong. The patient was well aware of the gravity of the situation and was terrified. He never expected that an appendix could almost bring him down. It's not your fault. This is a common emotional journey everyone goes through. However, if you're sick, you must get treated. Delaying is bad for your health. Money can be earned anytime, but if your health is gone, no amount of money can bring it back. Lan Tian looked at him and smiled. Yes, Dr. Lan, you were right. By the way, SA fruit basket I brought for you. If it weren't for you, I would have really regretted it. The man quickly said. Lan Tian gave him a glare, waved his hand, and said, take it away. I'm not interested in these things. I need to check on the patient's rooms. Seeing his displeasure, the man's heart skipped a beat. It seemed he had brought the fruit basket to the wrong person. Yes, Dr. Lan, it's my fault. I'll leave now. The man was not someone who lacked awareness and took the fruit basket and left. Lan Tian shook his head and then took out the surgical records he had made. They included the patient with a rebar embedded in his body, the appendectomy for the pregnant woman, the gunshot victim, the tumor patient, the shock patient, and the myocardial infarction patient. Among these, except for the pregnant woman who had undergone appendectomy and was discharged, the others were still in the hospital. These were all patients he needed to check on. However, the danger was mostly over, so he could visit them occasionally. But today, the patient with the rebar was being discharged, so he needed to remind him and check on the other patients. As he walked, Lan Tian noticed that both nurses and patients greeted him. In nearly 100 days, he had gained a reputation that most doctors could only achieve after years of practice. This was the halo brought by ability. Dr. Lan is here? When the patient saw Lan Tian coming, he was a bit excited. If it weren't for Lan Tian rushing into the operating room without hesitation to save him, he would have been gone. Hello, everyone. Lan Tian smiled and said, Dr. Lan, saw thee. I was too agitated before and almost harmed the doctor. A man stepped forward, lowering his head to speak. He was the one who had threatened the doctor with a knife out of impatience. He was also the patient's son. It's human nature. But you need to remember one thing. Always trust the doctor. Lan Tian nodded and said, Yes, I understand. After that, Lan Tian gave some advice before continuing to the next patient. After advising everyone, he finally returned to his office. Since Chun Xiaoyan's surgery was scheduled for a week later, Lan Tian was not in a hurry. However, what surprised him was that it seemed as if the heavens had arranged everything. During this week, he had no surgeries at all, just ordinary daily life. During these days, Lan Tian also learned about some matters in the hospital. For instance, what to pay attention to during night shifts. He even heard some rumors, such as a horror story about a woman who stayed in a doctor's room, bleeding profusely. There was also a tale about surgical sounds in the middle of the night. It was said that corpses in a morgue would be opened up at a certain hour. Later, it was said that a doctor had seen a blood-soaked doctor in a sterile gown smiling at him while opening up a corpse right in front of him. Even more terrifying were the tales of incidents in the morgue. It was said that anyone who entered would never come out. There were many such horror stories circulating among the doctors. Even the night wanderer was mentioned in these rumors. Various superstitions were rampant. Whenever Lan Tian had some free time, he would definitely hear about these things. During this period, Lan Tian enjoyed the sign-in rewards brought by the system. Ding! Signed in on the 104th day. Received world-class liver abscess incision and drainage technique. Ding! Signed in on the 105th day. Received world-class partial gastrectomy technique. Ding! Signed in on the 106th day. Received world-class distal subtotal gastrectomy technique. Ding! Signed in on the 107th day. Received world-class total gastrectomy technique. Ding! Signed in on the 108th day. Received world-class radical gastric cancer surgery technique. Ding! Signed in on the 108th day. Received world-class amputation surgery technique. 6 days of sign-ins made Lan Tian feel a bit surprised. He really didn't expect to sign in for gastric surgery techniques during these 6 days. On the 6th day, Lan Tian read many books, of course. He couldn't avoid the matter of Xiaoyu wanting to set up her sister on a blind date. The most exaggerated thing was that this girl actually wanted her sister to pretend to be sick in the hospital. This left Lan Tian both amused and exasperated. After he expressed that he temporarily didn't want to date anyone, Xiaoyu's sister finally left. A week later, on his 109th day, Lan Tian surprisingly signed in for a nerve repair technique. This really was moving towards neurology. Dr. Lan, your breakfast. Xiaoyu came over with breakfast, looking at Lan Tian with a smile. No good deed goes unpunished. You must have an ulterior motive, Lan Tian teased her. Today, he needed to prepare for Chen Xiaoyan's surgery, so he naturally wanted to keep his mood cheerful. Thus, he said this to Xiaoyu. Dr. Lan. As your office nurse, I have contributed in my own way, right? Can I take a day off today? Xiaoyu blinked her eyes and said. She looked a bit pitiful. I'm doing surgery for Sister Chen today, so you could take a day off. Lan Tian shook his head. He only had Xiaoyu as a nurse in his office, and she could indeed take a day off today. She just didn't want to waste it. Oh yeah, thank you, Dr. Lan. If I didn't have a boyfriend, I would definitely pursue you. Xiaoyu jumped with joy. You're not worthy. Lan Tian rolled his eyes and said irritably. Xiaoyu wasn't angry and took her leave with the leave request. Chapter 30, Must Preserve Breast. Trust me, after Lan Tian organized the necessary items, he walked towards Chen Gongyuan's office. This time, he needed to be fully prepared as breast cancer had been diagnosed. There are several types of surgery for breast cancer, including total mastectomy and breast-conserving surgery. However, it is generally recommended to opt for breast-conserving surgery. Of course, if it's a personal choice, doctors will perform a total mastectomy based on the patient's preference. Having prepared everything, it was time for the pre-operative preparations. Lan Tian looked at Chen Gongyuan and said, all right, this time I'll be your second assistant. Should I get started? Chen Gongyuan smiled and replied, thank you, Dean. Lan Tian nodded, feeling a bit intimidated by the elderly man. It was strange to have someone of that age as his second assistant. He wondered if he would dare to let him perform tasks in the end. However, Chen Gongyuan was very proficient in the surgical procedures for breast cancer. Whether it was a total mastectomy or breast-conserving surgery, he had enough information to execute it perfectly. After leaving the dean's office, Lan Tian headed directly to Chen Xiaoyan's ward. Chen Xiaoyan had been waiting for a long time and smiled upon his arrival. Sister Chen, are you ready? Lan Tian asked with a smile as he stood by her bedside. Of course, it's time for pre-operative preparations, right? You don't need to bother this esteemed doctor, do you? Chen Xiaoyan shrugged and smiled. I need to be involved, so let us go. We'll start with the examination and then formulate a surgical plan. Lan Tian said with a grin. Lan Tian handed the examination order to the nurse, which indicated a colored Doppler ultrasound and mammography for both breasts and axilla. This was necessary to locate the tumor. After locating it, Chen Gongyuan and Han Deli arrived, followed by Linen. It was undeniable that with these two heavyweights present, Linen could only stand in the back. Although there had been some mistakes in previous surgeries, it did not affect Han Deli's status. Lan Tian, how's it going? Chen Gongyuan asked. I've marked the lower fold lines of both breasts and the midline of the sternum. This shows the superficial location of the tumor. Dean, Dr. Han, Doctor. Lin, please take a look and let me know what kind of excision range we need, Lan Tian said, taking out the ultrasound results. The tumor is located at the 10 to 11 o'clock position, which is the inner upper quadrant. This location is difficult to operate on, and it's challenging to fill the inner breast void. With our current repair technology, it's practically zero. We can only do a total mastectomy. Han Deli shook his head and said, even someone as skilled as him was unsure of how to proceed. That's right, Dr. Han's view is the same as mine. A tumor in the inner upper quadrant not only complicates the surgical method, but the postoperative results are generally mediocre, Chen Gongyuan echoed. Tumors in this area are indeed very difficult. Even if they were to attempt breast-conserving surgery, they felt somewhat helpless. Indeed. But that doesn't mean their ISNTA solution. Look, Lan Tian said, pointing to the tumor site and circling it with his finger. Lan Tian. You don't mean to use the circled area as an incision, do you? That would hinder the patient's recovery. Han Deli immediately recognized his thoughts and was the first to voice opposition. Generally speaking, a circular incision is very difficult to repair, and this area is prone to various issues. The difficulty lies in the fact that any mistakes could lead to a series of complications. Typically, surgical incisions are shaped like inverted T, L, or J. Among these, the L-shaped incision is the best option. Therefore, they believe that Lan Tian's idea was completely impractical. Circular incisions are challenging, but what if I do 4 to 6 incisions? Lan Tian asked immediately. What? Lin and Chen Gongyuan exclaimed in unison, momentarily stunned. Typically, incisions range from 6 to 8 centimeters. One shouldn't underestimate a centimeter, as it could determine the key factors in surgery. The 6 to 8 centimeters range is ideal. allowing for direct removal of the tumor. Seeing their bewildered expressions, Lan Tian continued. Look, since it shows negative, the possibility of complications is minimal. I can completely excise and cure it. Although circular incisions are tricky, that doesn't mean they're impossible. 4 centimeters is completely sufficient. Lan Tian's words shocked them even more. It was hard to accept that he could utter the word cure. To cure means to completely eliminate all complications and ensure that there are no adverse effects post-surgery, with no issues left over from before. Since Lan Tian has said so, I think we should give the young man a chance. Lan Tian, go and ask Dr. Chun for her wishes. I'll leave it to you. Chen Gonyuan nodded and stated directly. Upon hearing this, Lan Tian nodded in acknowledgement and then walked towards where Chen Xiaoyan was. After speaking with her, Chen Xiaoyan's expression changed for the worse. Lan Tian, Chen Xiaoyan called softly. How is it? Have you made a decision? Lan Tian asked. Total mastectomy. Chen Xiaoyan forced a smile that looked worse than crying. As a doctor herself, she knew that a total mastectomy was better for her tumor location. Opting for breast-conserving surgery would not only increase risks, but could also leave Lan Tian feeling helpless. Sister Chun, we've known each other for so long, so I want to ask you one thing. Lan Tian fixed his gaze on Chen Xiaoyan and said seriously, You can ask. Do you trust me? Do you trust me? The 4 short words left Chen Xiaoyan momentarily speechless. Then, she nodded heavily. All right, listen to me. Let us do the breast-conserving surgery. Trust me, Lan Tian said, placing a hand on her shoulder earnestly. Seeing his determined gaze, Chen Xiaoyan smiled and nodded. The two exchanged smiles. Then, Lan Tian entered the operating room with the nurse. He needed to put on sterile clothing. He couldn't help but laugh at the thought of certain TV dramas showing surgeries without masks and gloves. In reality, every part of the human body, without proper cleaning and protection, is bound to have bacteria. In his view, even if it's acting, it should adhere to common sense. After donning the sterile clothing, gloves, and mask, and completing a series of preparations, he approached the operating table. General anesthesia, Lan Tian stated directly. Okay, the anesthetist nodded. Lan Tian looked at Chen Xiaoyan, and only after she closed her eyes did he continue with the procedure. The first step was to mark the incision site. Lan Tian, Chen Gonyuan, and Han Deli exchanged glances, nodded in unison, and then entered the surgical phase. Circular incision, the hard battle, has begun. Chapter 31. Dr. Han doesn't understand Dr. Han was present, and both Chen Gonyuan and Han Deli could feel their own tension. The circular incision for breast-conserving surgery was a procedure that was difficult to comprehend. If it were anyone else, they would have likely fled. But Lan Tian was not afraid because this method was devised by him. Previously, Han Deli had not been able to clearly see Lan Tian's specific operation on the intracranial tumor and was unaware of his techniques. However, after watching the surgical video and understanding Lan Tian's situation, he eagerly volunteered to be the first assistant. Now, he could finally experience Lan Tian's surgical techniques in person. Lan Tian used the scalpel to make the incision at the marked location of the tumor, drawing a perfect circle as if he were a math teacher. The circular incision was exactly 1.5 centimeters, without a single error. What shocked Han Deli even more was Lan Tian's high efficiency in preparing the incision. He then reached out for the electrocautery knife. Electrocautery, Lan Tian said slowly. As the first assistant, Han Deli naturally understood the purpose of this tool. The electrocautery was handed to Lan Tian, intended for freeing the skin flap, while simultaneously controlling bleeding to avoid high power that could lead to flap necrosis. Dissect the gland under the areola. Dr. Han, can you handle this? Lan Tian glanced at Han Deli and asked. I shouldn't need to. Han Deli understood Lan Tian's intention. As an authoritative doctor, Lan Tian occasionally considered his feelings, but that didn't mean he would necessarily perform better than Lan Tian. Preserve 1 bis 2 cm. Lan Tian nodded at him and continued. Preserving 1 to 2 centimeters of breast tissue was to ensure a good blood supply. Once the initial work was done, the next steps would not be a small operation. If not done properly, significant problems could arise. Everyone's breathing gradually lightened, and they spoke softly. Proceed with the excision, Lan Tian stated. Everyone understood at once, and Han Deli began his role as the first assistant. Being a first assistant was not just about passing instruments. He had his own responsibilities. directly into the retromammary space. Lan Tian instructed while using the scalpel to cut into the surface skin. The goal was to perform a full-thickness excision of the breast tissue. However, what left Han Deli and the others stunned was Lan Tian's swift entry into the retromammary space, so fast that they could hardly comprehend the operation. As Lan Tian's scalpel entered the area of Chen Xiaoyun's tumor, they wanted to carefully observe whether Lan Tian needed to consider the thickness of the gland. But before they could assess the gland's thickness, he had already entered the retromammary space and could see the fascia of the pectoralis major. Start excising, adjust the shadowless light a bit. Lan Tian raised 2 fingers and gently waved to the right. Chen Gonyuan promptly adjusted the shadowless light. After the adjustment, Lan Tian began to excise the tumor. Excise transverse incision. Remove the tumor, clear the axillary lymph nodes, then he freed the glandular tissue with a pedicle to fill the cavity. Using external fat to fill the internal space. Mark the cavity boundaries. The entire process took less than 30 minutes. Is that it? It's all done? Chen Gonyuan stared blankly at the already completed surgery by Lan Tian, completely stunned. They hadn't even dared to breathe, and in 25 minutes it was finished. Check the pathology, prepare for suturing, re-scrub, Lan Tian said, beginning to wash his hands again and change to another pair of gloves. The purpose was to avoid cancer seeding. Check completed. As Lan Tian's words fell, he directly began the examination. Dr. Lan, negative, the circulating nurse hurriedly reported. Hearing the word negative, the stone in Lan Tian's heart finally dropped, because a negative result meant they could begin suturing the skin and breast tissue. If it were positive, a second excision would be necessary, and if still positive, a full mastectomy would have to be done. Clearly, fate was looking out for Chen Xiaoyun. It was negative. Now it was time to suture the breast tissue. Lan Tian started working. He sutured the epithelium above the nipple-areola complex. Throughout this, Lan Tian's surgery did not slow down. Next, he began suturing the breast tissue, suturing the skin, disinfecting, and finishing the surgery. Phew! Finally done. Lan Tian smiled, looking at the post-surgery Chen Xiaoyun, and sighed in relief. However, the others were not thinking the same. What the hell? Is that it? 40 minutes? How did it feel like only 2 or 3 minutes passed? Hey, Dr. Han, did you understand? Chen Gonyuan slowly walked to Han Deli's side and whispered. Han Deli's mouth twitched, almost giving himself a slap. Did I understand? What the hell? I didn't understand anything. He completely couldn't grasp Lan Tian's incision speed and had no idea how he avoided certain precautions. From start to finish, he was just there handing over tools. Incision, dissection, excision, clearing, suturing. That was it. Look, Dr. Han and the director also seemed confused. Yeah, if that's the case, I feel balanced inside. I really intended to learn something, but this is it? Fortunately, since Dr. Han didn't understand, I didn't understand, so Dr. Han, am an authoritative doctor. A nonsensical logic equation. It could be deduced that we need to observe for any complications, Lan Tian said. Okay. The anesthetist noted this down and, along with the circulating nurse, arranged to take Chen Xiaoyun to the ward. Hey, director, Dr. Han, aren't you going to change clothes? Lan Tian was about to change when he saw the two still standing there, and he couldn't help but feel curious. Yes, we'll go now. We'll go now. Han Deli chuckled, not wanting Lan Tian to see that he didn't understand his operation. It was too embarrassing. He decided that, after going back, no matter what, he would try out this method of Lan Tian's, and he would repeatedly watch the surgical videos. After Lan Tian cleaned up, he changed back into his white coat and walked out. But as soon as he stepped out, he saw a group of people blocking the nurse who was taking Chen Xiaoyun to the ward. His expression darkened immediately. What are you doing? Lan Tian asked coldly. Doctor. Lan, they want to let Dr. Chen be hospitalized, the nurse whispered. What do you mean hospitalized? Isn't it all cut out? She could go home, damn it. Wasting money is worse than dying. A sarcastic voice rang out, belonging to a woman about 50 or 60 years old, shouting from the side. Take Dr. Chen to the ward, Lan Tian said slowly. Can't take her. I said she has discharged, smack. A crisp sound rang out. Everyone stopped in their tracks and looked over. The woman covered her face, staring blankly at the young doctor in front of her, half of her face reddened. Chapter 32. Is the patient with stomach cramps really a universal genius? You dare to hit me? The woman covered her face and pointed at Lan Tian, cursing loudly. Indeed, when a person becomes unreasonable, no matter how powerful you are, you will feel a headache dealing with such a person. The doctor hit someone, one unethical doctor. This statement attracted a large crowd. The current doctor-patient relationship is very tense, and if such an incident occurs, it can easily be exaggerated, especially once it hits the internet. Within a day, the involved doctor will definitely be doxxed and face social death. That is truly terrifying. With just a few words, disregarding a person's life and death. You just had a breast cancer surgery, and you want her to be discharged? I can tell you, no matter who you are to her, if she is discharged and then develops complications or infections leading to death, your responsibility will be total. In other words, even if you are the patient's parent, you will face legal punishment, with a prison sentence starting from 3 years. Lan Tian looked coldly at the woman. Her brows and eyes were very similar to Chen Xiaoyan's. Without a doubt, this woman must be related to Chen Xiaoyan by blood. The worst-case scenario is that she is Chen Xiaoyan's mother. You nonsense, when did I? She seemed genuinely frightened, her speech stammering. Before she could finish, Lan Tian walked past her without even looking at her. Oh, so it's Dr. Lan Tian, then it's fine. Dr. Lan Tian wouldn't hit someone for no reason. I say, this woman is shameless, not letting her family members stay in the hospital after breast cancer surgery. She must be out of her mind. If this were ancient times, she would have been beaten to death. A group of people pointed at the woman, showing immense trust in Lan Tian. During this time, anyone at the First People's Hospital has heard of Lan Tian's deeds. Many patients in the emergency room come specifically for him. Faced with the pointing and whispering, the woman's face twisted in discomfort. Eventually, she could only leave in shame. Dr. Lan Tian, that was so satisfying just now. A patient sitting across from Lan Tian said with a grin. Lan Tian glanced at him and said, "You look good, smiling so happily. What's wrong? Your stomach doesn't hurt anymore?" Don't, Dr. Lan Tian. I just came to compliment you after seeing you so formidable earlier. The patient felt a bit of a cramp in his stomach from Lan Tian's words. Lan Tian smiled and shook his head, saying, "You're just typical self-displacing. This method helps with pain, but unfortunately, if you're sick, you need treatment. All right, stand up. Let me take a look." He waved his hand, signaling the patient to stand up. "Can you stand straight?" Lan Tian asked him. "I can't. It hurts a lot, Dr. Lan Tian. I won't have any problems, right?" The patient said a bit fearfully. "We'll see after checking. Lift your shirt." Lan Tian had an idea in mind. After the patient lifted his shirt, he slowly nodded. Then he stroked his chin, writing on the paper, sometimes frowning, sometimes sighing. This scared the patient into a cold sweat. Dr. Lan Tian, am I really okay?" The patient panicked. Lan Tian's reputation was great, and he came here because of it. Seeing Lan Tian's current demeanor felt like being sentenced to death by Yama, the king of hell. "Wait a moment, I'll find someone." Lan Tian told him to sit tight and immediately walked out. "Oh, okay. The patient hurriedly sat down. Then Lan Tian walked out. "Xiaoli, come here for a moment." Lan Tian waved to a nurse. "Oh my, it's a good thing you waved, but when you did, that girl suddenly threw a flirty glance my way." "Dr. Lan Tian, did you call for me? Want to go out tonight?" Stop. Don't make the hospital sound like that. "Can you help me find Dr. Gong Tian from the gastroenterology department?" Hearing the girl's words, Lan Tian felt a bit embarrassed. Are girls nowadays so unreserved? They casually talk about dating. However, he couldn't guarantee anything. Nowadays, if a girl really sleeps with someone powerful, she can gain a lot of benefits with just a little effort. As the saying goes online, I'm afraid to date because I'm worried she'll spy on my assets, even if the person saying it has only 2 digits in their savings. But the principle is the same. Soon, Gong Tian came over. "Dr. Gong, good to see you again." Lan Tian greeted him with a smile. "Yes, good to see you again. The last time I saw you, you were still a senior at the medical university, and in the blink of an eye, you become a celebrity in our hospital." Gong Tian said with a smile. "Let us catch up next time, but right now I have a tricky problem. I suspect this patient has stomach cramps, and it's a bit serious, but I'm not very familiar with this area, so I called you over. Currently, Lan Tian sign-in sheet didn't have many stomach surgeries. Thus, what he learned wasn't very comprehensive." "Really? Then let us hurry," Gong Tian said and followed Lan Tian inside. Once inside, their examination turned out to be exactly the same. Seeing the cause of the illness written by Lan Tian, Gong Tian secretly gave a thumbs up, thinking to himself how this kid understands everything. Is he really a universal genius? This is the true reflection of Gong Tian's inner thoughts. Based on the current preliminary diagnosis, it is indeed possible that it's stomach cramps. I suggest doing an endoscopy. This is somewhat serious, Gong Tian said. Huh? Then let us do it. The patient hurriedly replied. Okay, just wait a moment. After speaking, Lan Tian began writing down the examination steps on the cause of illness. In fact, checking for stomach cramps mainly requires an endoscopy, which is basically enough. Moreover, this patient gave him a good feeling. It shouldn't be too bad. Looking at Lan Tian's swift writing, Gong Tian felt that he was not writing a cause and examination steps, but rather fighting enemies on the battlefield. Gong Tian quickly shook his head, scolding himself. At my age, having such thoughts is really childish. All right then, Dr. Gong, this patient is in your hands now. Thank you for your hard work. Lan Tian handed the list to the patient and said to Gong Tian, don't worry, when I have time, let us have a meal together and catch up. I haven't chatted with students from the medical university for a long time. Gong Tian patted Lan Tian on the shoulder and took the flustered patient away. Dr. Lan Tian, you're on duty tonight. A clear voice rang out. Oh, okay, I know. Which doctor is taking over after 3? Lan Tian asked, looking outside. Dr. Chiao. The nurse replied. All right, thank you. You're welcome. I'll be on duty tonight too, together. Stop. Hurry up and get to work. Lan Tian firmly refused, turning around just in time to see himself in a mirror. Looking at his reflection, he shook his head. This damned feeling of guilt. Chapter 33. Blue Sky on duty. Midnight in the operating room. Is the patient awake? Blue Sky arrived at Chun Xiaoyan's ward and inquired. Not yet, Dr. Lan. Your performance today was truly outstanding. No wonder so many young girls like you. If I were 10 years younger, I would chase after you. The head nurse immediately responded. Blue Sky shivered slightly. Sister, this is all fun and games, but don't joke about love. At this rate, I might have to resign. He was startled by the head nurse, who was quite a formidable figure. Who would dare to listen to her words? All right then, I'm off. Doctor, Chun is in your hands now. She should be waking up soon. The head nurse rolled her eyes and walked away. Dr. Lan, Dr. Chun is awake. Just a few seconds after the head nurse left, Blue Sky heard a nurse's voice from the ward. Entering the room, Chun Xiaoyan finally opened her eyes. Let me handle it. If there's anything, I'll call you. Also, show me the other test results, Blue Sky said to the nurse. Okay, in the hospital, everyone knew that Blue Sky and Chun Xiaoyan had a slightly better relationship. Therefore, even though he wasn't a family member, they wouldn't say much. Jinya, how do you feel? Blue Sky asked. Tired, Chun Xiaoyan slowly replied, a wave of pain in her chest, making her speech weak. I understand. Are you hungry? Blue Sky nodded and asked. Chun Xiaoyan weakly nodded her head. Okay, then I'll have someone prepare something light. You can't eat just yet, so bear with it a little. Blue Sky said. Breast cancer patients have significant post-operative consumption, but can't eat overly greasy food. They need to consume high-protein, lighter foods. As a doctor, this bit of common knowledge wasn't a problem for him. After giving some instructions, Blue Sky left. He didn't tell Chun Xiaoyan about what happened today. So far, regardless of the type of patient, they shouldn't be subjected to too much stimulation. Even a small cold could be problematic. A patient's joyful mood contributes positively to recovery. Hello, here is the food list. Could you please take care of this? Blue Sky arrived at the cafeteria and handed the food list to the kitchen. The First People's Hospital of Huifeng City could be considered the most humane hospital because the chefs could prepare food based on the food list provided by doctors. However, only hospitalized patients received such treatment. Others generally did not need such food lists. Looking at the items on the list, oysters, spinach, loofah, lemon, etc., the chef immediately understood. Dr. Lan, is this for Dr. Chun? The chef asked with a smile. Yes, thank you. Just have a nurse deliver it later. Blue Sky nodded. Got it. After completing this, he returned to his rounds. At 11 o'clock at night, Blue Sky stretched. The emergency department is arguably the busiest department in the entire hospital because it requires 24-hour duty. It was Blue Sky's first time experiencing this after being here for so long. There's still half an hour until the rounds, right? Blue Sky looked at his watch and lightly tapped the table. As the chief surgeon for several recent operations, conducting rounds was part of his responsibilities. Dr. Lan, you're on duty today. Seeing Blue Sky come out, Xiaoyu jogged over. Didn't you take leave? Why are you back? Blue Sky looked at her curiously. Wasn't she supposed to be on a date? At this hour, why was she in the hospital? Could it be? They say night is when one is most prone to overthinking, and Blue Sky was no exception. Dr. Lan, your gaze feels so wicked. I'm back on duty. If you're on duty, I have to be too. Otherwise, when I come tomorrow, you won't be here. Xiaoyu shrank back slightly, her hands crossed over her chest. Whatever. I have no wicked thoughts about you, Blue Sky said, immediately understanding what she was thinking. Hee. Xiaoyu smiled, but then she was met with Blue Sky's notebook. Hey, Dr. Lan, don't you know what it means to cherish a lady? She protested. Hearing Blue Sky's indifferent tone, Xiaoyu sighed helplessly. Sure enough, handsome guys have problems. How about now? Are you feeling sleepy? He asked the patients. You can sleep well now, sir. Auntie, please don't get too excited. The more excited you are at night, the more burden it puts on your heart. You need to take care of yourself, he advised. Young people, staying up late and playing on their phones, you just got admitted today. Do you plan to stay here for a lifetime? You deserve it. Go to bed early. As Blue Sky conducted his rounds, he helped patients who couldn't sleep, ensuring they had a good mood. He reprimanded some young patients for not taking care of their health while encouraging them to sleep quickly. For those with a bad temper, he would reason with them, discussing life, philosophy, and visions of what happens after death. Xiaoyu stood by, already dumbfounded. Blue Sky only had 2 or 3 main tasks in the hospital: performing surgeries, seeing patients, and checking the stability of their conditions. Although he had been integrating into the hospital community over the past few days, she understood that Blue Sky would only be chatty when performing surgeries or facing patients. At other times, he indeed had a somewhat aloof demeanor. However, she truly hadn't expected this side of him. Dr. Lan, has anyone ever told you that you talk too much? Xiaoyu asked curiously, looking at him cautiously. The only response she received was Blue Sky rolling his eyes. Suddenly, a small scream drew their attention. They were positioned near the operating room, and at the door, a nurse was sitting on the floor. Lan Ue, what happened? Xiaoyu clearly recognized this nurse. Xiaoyu, the operating room, their essay noise. Lan Yu spoke in a stuttering manner, seemingly very scared. Come on, what kind of superstition is this? There should be people in the operating room. Don't think too much, Blue Sky said as he approached. No, it's not. Dr. Lan, I was the last one out. There really is a crying sound inside, she said. Upon hearing this, Blue Sky and Xiaoyu exchanged glances, and Xiaoyu seemed to recall something, quickly grabbing Lan Yu's hand, prompting Blue Sky to shake his head. All right, I'll go in and take a look. After saying that, he stepped inside. After a moment, both Lan Yu and Xiaoyu noticed that the operating room had fallen silent. The 2 girls swallowed hard. It was already midnight, and Blue Sky had been inside for almost 5 minutes. No way. Could it really be the legend of the operating room? Xiaoyu am scared. Although the lights in the area were still on, the girls felt as if the surroundings were dim. Plus, this was not a good location. At this time, almost no one would come to the operating room. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed through the air. The 2 girls screamed in fright. Wow, such a weak heart. How can you become a nurse? The Blue Sky stood in front of them, and the position illuminated by the shadowless lamp just happened to be his entire body. It created a kind of reflection, and, combined with the slightly dark areas, the light and shadow positions were misaligned, making his shadow float in front. Blue, Dr. Blue? Inside. That was the sound of the pipes outside being blown by the wind. The wind was strong tonight, and since the pipes were placed there, it sounded like a whirring noise. What is wrong with the little girls these days? No wonder those scumbags easily attract girls. Just find a haunted house, and they would be throwing themselves at them. Sigh, scumbags, really great. Listening to Blue Sky's words, the 2 girls felt their faces flush. It was too embarrassing. Chapter 34, Midnight Life Alert. Ambulance dispatch. Things got much better after that, with normal routine rounds and dealing with some pain for the patients. When encountering infections, he handled them immediately. Lan Tian stood quietly in the corridor, feeling a bit tired after a busy day. After all, he was human, not a god. Although he only performed 1 surgery on Chen Xiaoyan, the energy spent on that operation was considerable, coupled with consultations and rounds. There weren't many opportunities for him to sit down. Dr. Lan, you look tired, Xiaoyu approached, her hands now empty as her shift had ended. Yeah, a little. Aren't you off work? Why are you still here? Lan Tian nodded and asked. Well, I saw you dazed over here, so I came to check on you. Xiaoyu replied with a slight smile. Come on, save your energy to care for your boyfriend, Lan Tian said, glancing at her with a hint of annoyance. This girl usually didn't genuinely care about his well-being. Fine, whatever. Bye. Xiaoyu waved her hand and left the hospital. Dr. Lan, I'm leaving too. Thank you for your hard work. A passing nurse waved and greeted Lan Tian. Lan Tian smiled and nodded. Doctor, please come see what's wrong with my dad. Suddenly, a panicked voice rang out. Lan Tian immediately walked over. What happened? He asked. A man, seeing Lan Tian in his white coat, hurriedly said, Doctor, my dad is vomiting severely. Please take a look. Okay, don't panic, Lan Tian replied, walking inside. An elderly man was vomiting continuously, and there was blood accompanying it. What was your father admitted for? Lan Tian asked the man beside him. Chronic bronchitis, the man quickly replied. Go find a nurse and have her get the theophylline sustained-release tablets and Montelicast for relief. Oh, let me write it down for you, Lan Tian said, quickly jotting it down and sending the man off with the medication. Got it, thank you. The man hurried away. Lan Tian sat by the elderly man's bedside, asking the old man's partner to make some space. He visualized the structure of the human body in his mind. Although he and T signed up for traditional Chinese medicine, he was quite familiar with human anatomy. He gently patted the elderly man's back, placing a finger below the old man's throat, then tracing down along the throat. The medicine is here, the man returned. Pour warm water and have your father take it, Lan Tian instructed. The man quickly complied. Lan Tian guided him to gently tap and slide his fingers along the elderly man's back. Gradually, the old man's breathing began to normalize. This is a serious condition. He needs to rest well, Lan Tian said. Thank you, doctor, thank you. The man expressed his gratitude. Lan Tian nodded and stepped back. As he neared the end of his shift, he walked toward his office. However, while still in the corridor, he suddenly heard a nurse's voice. Doctor. The urgent tone gave Lan Tian a bad feeling. What's wrong? He immediately asked. Dr. Lan, great news. There has been a car accident on Huifeng Avenue North, and we need to dispatch an ambulance. But Dr. Jean is out because of diarrhea, the nurse quickly explained. Then what are we waiting for? I'm going, Lan Tian said. He had intended to take off his white coat, but with this sudden turn of events, he couldn't possibly do that. Okay, let us go, he said, and the nurse led him to the ambulance. It was Lan Tian's first time in an ambulance. Looking at the environment inside, he sighed softly. Dr. Lan, why are you sighing? A young nurse asked. I'm just thinking of a childish question. It's nothing. How long until we arrive? Lan Tian looked up at the young nurse, not answering her question. If there is no traffic, we'll be there in 5 minutes, the nurse replied. Lan Tian nodded. His unspoken childish thought was this. He hoped that no one in the world would find themselves unfortunate enough to be in an ambulance, as it could be the harbinger of death. The ambulance is here. Clear the way. This shout made the onlookers scatter immediately. Lan Tian hurriedly got off the ambulance. The scene before him made his heart tremble. The injured person lay unconscious on the ground, with a cracked forehead and blood still flowing out. The shape of his feet was already misaligned, making it evident that walking would be difficult for him in the future. The patient was in a state of severe unconsciousness with faint breathing. Lan Tian ordered everyone around to step back without hesitation. The nurses present knew Lan Tian's capabilities well. The previous incident with the bullet was still fresh in their minds. Please step aside. Thank you. Give us some space, thanks. The nurses busily instructed. Lan Tian focused intently. What needed to be done now was to stop the bleeding. Don't use the stretcher yet. We need to stop the bleeding first. He interrupted the actions of the rescuers, pushing a stretcher over. Then, he used pressure. The forehead wound didn't look particularly large, but the bleeding hadn't stopped. Lan Tian pressed on the area above the wound to minimize the bleeding. After a while, as the bleeding lessened, he had the nurse bring a bandage to wrap around the patient's wound. Of course, he didn't forget to disinfect. All right, hurry up. Lan Tian stood up and instructed the rescuers to lift the patient onto the stretcher and back into the ambulance. Dr. Lan, the injured person's vital signs are still declining. A young doctor quickly reported. Still declining? Lan Tian was alarmed. This likely meant that during the accident, there was pressure on the heart, potentially causing internal bleeding. If it was internal bleeding, that would be troublesome. Just moments ago, the patient had already lost a lot of blood, and if internal bleeding occurred, shock was inevitable. It could even lead to death. What is the heart rate now? Lan Tian asked, though it was pointless since the ECG monitor was right there. He looked over and realized it was a heart issue. Use the defibrillator, tell the driver to slow down. Lan Tian quickly assessed the situation. He instructed the nurse to position the patient supine, then connected the defibrillator. Sure enough, the analysis result from the defibrillator suggested defibrillation. Proceed with defibrillation, Lan Tian commanded, as if he were in the operating room. As soon as he finished speaking, he began to defibrillate the patient. But just after the first shock, an unexpected event occurred. Chapter 35. Surgery on the spot? The ambulance came to a sudden stop, causing both the nurse and Lan Tian inside the vehicle to lurch forward, nearly falling. What happened? Lan Tian quickly asked. The road ahead is blocked. The driver was nervously looking ahead. Two vans were blocking the way. Lan Tian's brows furrowed, although he didn't know the specifics. The priority was to stabilize the patient's vital signs. They just needed to hold on until they reached the hospital. Forget it, driver, move faster. I'll continue with the defibrillation here. Keep an eye on the ECG and report to me in time. Lan Tian shook his head. The current task was to save the person, not to waste time here. The defibrillator continued to be used. Beep, beep. The defibrillator emitted sounds. After looking around, the nurse shouted, "It's responding." Good. Now measure the patient's temperature. Lan Tian instructed. The nurse immediately got to work. Temperature, 39. Lan Tian heard the report and quickly used a cervical collar to lift the injured person's neck. He connected the respirator. The patient's airway was weak. Lan Tian had no time to spare, but after completing the basic preventive measures, he found that the vehicle still hadn't moved. They were stuck here. What's going on? Can't we leave? Lan Tian asked anxiously. Firefighters were trying to move the vehicles, but it seemed like the cars were fixed in place. Upon hearing this, Lan Tian's frown tightened further. Delaying the ambulance could be a criminal offense. If they were any later, the patient's vital signs would likely continue to decline. At that point, even a miracle worker would struggle to save them. So, they had to get to the hospital. Dr. Lan, please check. Why is the patient's body alternating between hot and cold? The nurse hurriedly said, "It's an inflammation. We must go to the hospital immediately. It could be intracranial bleeding, and surgery is needed right away." Lan Tian's brow was deeply furrowed. The situation was becoming increasingly critical. The intracranial bleeding caused by the accident must be addressed quickly. The best-case scenario would be that the patient does not have intracranial bleeding. Can we leave? Lan Tian shouted again. Dr. Lan, if we change routes now, it might take an extra 20 minutes, the driver replied. There's no time. We need to operate on the spot. Who can help me go back to the hospital to get supplies? Just make sure to return within 40 minutes. Hearing Lan Tian's words, the nurse and another doctor were stunned. Is he serious? Surgery on the spot? Can that be guaranteed? That was their inner thought. This decision seemed too crazy in anyone's eyes, let alone for doctors. Let's go now. What are we waiting for? Lan Tian shouted immediately. What do you need, Dr. Lan? The doctor asked. The question arose because if they were really going to check for the need for a craniotomy, they would need the equipment for a brain CT. If intracranial bleeding was detected, they would need the surgical tools required for the craniotomy. Even if they were brought, it would take time to get them. How can you not know this as doctors? What I need you to bring are just simple things. Ice packs, sedatives, and some emergency measures. I need to cut open the skin to see what's going on inside, so I need sterilization and a series of the simplest items, Lan Tian said, glaring at them. Upon hearing this, the group felt awkward and touched their noses. The nurse ran down to talk to the firefighters and had one of them take her back to the hospital. All right, now we need to place the patient in a lateral position. I'll talk to the firefighters. With that, Lan Tian immediately went down. He found a firefighter and explained the need for a simple surgery, but it required a stable environment, at least to avoid disturbances to the situation inside the ambulance. Don't worry, we'll take care of this. You just focus on saving the person, the firefighter quickly said. With the firefighter's assurance, Lan Tian felt relieved. In this peaceful era, what reassures the public the most are these guardians amidst the peace and war. Dr. Lan, shall we start now? The nurse straightened up as she saw Lan Tian return. Now, even for the simplest surgery, doing it inside the ambulance means that both the doctors and nurses are seated. Lan Tian might even need to squat. Regardless of how long it takes, it requires a high level of physical agility. A slight tremor could lead to the failure of the surgery. Prepare the scalpel, sutures, scissors, and sterilization, Lan Tian said directly, without the slightest hesitation, as if he were in a hospital operating room. Remove the four first. Everything cannot be done as it would be in the hospital. Get the respirator ready. Also, when I say four, it must be fast, understood? Lan Tian looked at the nurses seriously. Understood. They had been nurses for so long, so they naturally understood this point. The patient had a large amount of blood on the forehead. This indicated that the wound was on the forehead. Previously, Lan Tian used pressure to stop the bleeding, which also helped locate the bleeding site. He removed the bandage, cleared the blood from the forehead, and began secondary sterilization. Since the patient was currently in a coma, even with significant external stimuli, they wouldn't wake up immediately. A 6 cm wound made Lan Tian gasp. It would be better if it weren't intracranial bleeding. But if it is indeed intracranial bleeding, then the consequences. Carefully using scissors to trim the hair around the wound. An irregular wound lay on the forehead. Then, using a scalpel, he removed the remaining hair around the wound. The nurses looked on in amazement. This was the first time they had seen a doctor use a scalpel to remove all the remaining short hair. Next, Lan Tian used sterilization to disinfect the forehead. Then he immediately said, 4. Upon hearing this, the nurse quickly began the 4. Physical condition? Lan Tian inquired, still alternating between hot and cold. But the heartbeat has started to stabilize slightly. The temperature is also beginning to drop. The two nurses had different tasks, and, after reporting, it gave them a slight sense of relief. The drop in temperature indicated that the 4 was effective. Lan Tian's cleaning of the forehead wound also showed some effect. However, the vehicle still hadn't moved. How much longer until we arrive? Lan Tian knew that if there were intracranial bleeding, they couldn't hold on much longer and had to act quickly. A message had just come in. It would arrive in 15 minutes, sent by colleagues from the hospital, the nurse said. That's good. Now we can't let our guard down. We must continuously monitor the patient's vital signs. Colleagues, pay attention to the patient's temperature situation. Lan Tian also sighed in relief, secretly lamenting his lack of experience. Indeed, having someone from the hospital bring supplies would cut the time in half. It was just that he had been too anxious earlier. Chapter 36. Is this person really not a monster? Dr. Lan, the patient seems to be responding. The nurse, who had been observing the patient's condition, suddenly noticed the patient's fingers move slightly. She quickly said to Lan Tian. Lan Tian was already very tired, so during these 15 minutes, he had intended to close his eyes for a bit. As a result, he heard this statement. How much longer until we can get there? Lan Tian was now more concerned about when the anesthetics would arrive. The patient's current condition was basically a good sign. However, if the patient woke up at this moment, the pain from her injuries could cause serious problems. About 10 more minutes. The nurse was a bit anxious, constantly checking the time. Beep, beep, beep. Outside the ambulance, the sound of a rushing vehicle could be heard. The nurse opened the door and saw someone running towards them quickly. Seeing that it was the necessary supplies for the surgery, Lan Tian looked at the approaching person and said directly, make him stand, not squat. And also, keep an eye on his physical condition while running. It's easy to have issues when moving too quickly. Hearing his words, the nurse nodded. They then closed the ambulance door again. Next, Lan Tian injected the anesthetic into the patient, allowing her to slip back into unconsciousness. Now, a simple surgical procedure was needed, but intracranial bleeding could not be ruled out. After the surgery, things should stabilize a bit, but they needed to keep an eye on the heart monitor. Lan Tian looked at the 3 remaining nurses and said seriously, okay, Dr. Lan, you can rest assured. The 3 nurses nodded heavily. Then, Lan Tian began the surgery. He reopened the incision, cutting through the epidermis, and the blood inside had not yet coagulated. What was needed now was to administer a sedative to the patient. However, since anesthetic had just been administered, there was no need for a sedative at the moment. Have you contacted Dr. Lin about the likely intracranial hemorrhage? Lan Tian asked. Yes. What should we do now? The nurse hurriedly asked. Don't rush. The vehicle should be moving soon. We need to handle the epidermis first. Turn the patient onto her side, and I'll adjust my position. While speaking, Lan Tian half lay beside the patient and instructed the nurses to position her on her side. He used a scalpel to gently remove the coagulated blood on the epidermis bit by bit. It was almost like moving a hand, but the blood could not flow towards the brain area, so this method was necessary. Cut. Remove the coagulated blood. Use the electrocautery to stop the bleeding. 5 minutes later, Lan Tian finally finished cleaning up and proceeded to disinfect the area. What he needed was precisely the electrocautery. It was not prepared in the ambulance, which was the main reason for waiting for the tools to arrive. All right, quickly position the patient's area. I need to bandage it. After finishing the cleanup of the blood under the epidermis, Lan Tian hurriedly said, "Dr. Lan, how is it?" The nurse saw that when Lan Tian stood up, his hands were already covered in blood, which was not only the patient's blood, but also his own, because when he had half lain down, the scalpel had cut his hand. Fortunately, using ice packs on the patient's armpits and groin for physical cooling is necessary to ensure the patient's vital signs. Lan Tian was supported by the nurse as he sat up, instructing. As the nurses followed suit, he finally felt relieved. Next, they could only leave it to fate. Only at the hospital could they truly escape the danger to life. Lan Tian sighed and then said, "Driver, we can go now. Remember, don't bump too hard." Lan Tian looked at the driver and spoke. "Okay, let's go now." When Lan Tian finished his work, the two fixed vehicles had also been moved. After hearing Lan Tian's instructions, the driver drove towards the hospital. This incident had already caused a huge impact. One night, various netizens had begun to criticize a accident, blocking the road. In other words, it was premeditated murder. But none of this had anything to do with Lan Tian. When the car was returning to the hospital, he was just about to get out when his legs suddenly felt weak. Fortunately, he held onto the car door. Otherwise, he would have surely fallen to the ground. "Dr. Lan, are you okay?" Seeing him about to fall, the nurse hurriedly walked over to support him. "I'm fine. Has Dr. Lin arrived?" Lan Tian asked. "He's already in the operating room. Do you want to go take a look?" The nurse asked. "Let's go take a look. Could you help support me a bit?" "Thank you." Lan Tian smiled at the nurse. Even in a state of exhaustion, Lan Tian's smile was still charming. This smile made the nurse's heart race. After completing the disinfection and other preparations in the operating room, he finally walked in. Lin saw Lan Tian being supported by the nurse and quickly called out, "Dr. Lan." Lan Tian responded with a smile, calling back, "Lin, doctor. Are you all right? Actually, you can leave the rest to me. You don't need to tire yourself out like this." Lin, after all, was a senior doctor with considerable experience. "This isn't my first time handling a patient from an ambulance. I just want to take a look, not speak." Lan Tian shook his head and said, "All right, then you can rest for a bit. The patient is currently undergoing a brain CT scan. I have to say, if it weren't for you, she wouldn't have made it this far." Lin said seriously as he looked at Lan Tian. In fact, when Lin saw the patient, he was also taken aback. He didn't expect the injuries to be so severe, and there was inflammation as well as a high possibility of intracranial bleeding. The main point was that Lan Tian's handling was very adept. He did not seem like a new doctor at all. After inquiring with the nurses present, he was even more shocked and speechless. Half lying to handle the epidermis with blood. How much courage did it take to do that? At the very least, even he would not dare to do such a thing because it was too dangerous. A slight misstep could easily lead to the patient's death. They truly could not bear that kind of guilt. Dr. Lan is also here. We confirmed that it is intracranial bleeding, and it's quite serious. A doctor ran over and handed the test results to Lin, and Lin's brows furrowed. He quickly determined the plan. Prepare for a craniotomy immediately. How much longer is the patient's anesthetic time? 36 minutes and 18 seconds left. Lan Tian zeminde. Okay, prepare. Let us start. Lin smiled at Lan Tian, then immediately got to work. The nurses beside were stunned. Lan Tian could still calculate the anesthetic time? This person is really not a monster? Chapter 37, Money or Life. Blue Sky gets angry. It must be said that Lin's rise to the top is not just for show. Blue Sky could clearly see that Lin's skills are impressive, both in terms of precision and execution. He is quite formidable. Blue Sky was also watching intently, just like during his internship. Although at that time he didn't have a system, so he didn't understand much, things are different now. With a deep reservoir of knowledge, he could comprehend much more. What they were doing now was indeed a craniotomy. A craniotomy involves drilling a hole in the skull and then using a milling cutter to saw open the skull at the site of the lesion for removal. This technique is quite similar to that used in craniotomies for brain tumors. However, this time it was due to intracranial hemorrhage, which could already be significant. Therefore, Lin decided to perform the surgery from the temporal window side. The location of the hematoma made Blue Sky frown, but he didn't voice his concerns because Lin had his own method for clearing the hematoma. During surgery, it is taboo for other doctors to interfere with academic matters. This is disrespectful to a doctor. Of course, if a doctor's actions endanger a patient's life, speaking up is essential. Lin began to reduce the bone flap to relieve pressure and then remove the hematoma. The entire process took an hour and a half. Blue Sky sighed internally because he understood that they still needed to restore and stabilize the patient's vital signs. Overall, this would take at least 3 hours. In his mind, he could have completed it in an hour at most, but unfortunately, he was really exhausted. "Dr. Lin, I'm heading back. I can't take it anymore." Blue Sky yawned and scratched his head. "All right, be careful on your way." Lin nodded and continued the surgery. It wasn't just the intracranial hemorrhage. There were other injuries to address as well. This surgery would take at least 5 hours to complete. Of course, 5 hours is already quite fast for a doctor of Lan Tian's caliber. "Dr. Blue, let me take you back. You're too tired," a nurse said as she looked outside at the brightening sky at 6 in the morning. "No need. I'll just take a cab back. You all have been working all night, too. Go rest. If you don't rest well, it's irresponsible to the patients." Blue Sky waved his hand and said, "Yes, we understand." Dr. Blue, several nurses who had come out with him nodded. Blue Sky waved goodbye and hailed a cab, heading home. Throughout the ride, he kept his eyes closed and didn't say a word. It was worth noting that this was his first time taking a cab home in Huifeng City. Blue Sky is back. "Hey, Aunt Shun, good morning." "Blue Sky, about what you said last time, my old man just refuses to go. What can I do?" Aunt Shun, an elderly woman, anxiously grabbed Blue Sky's hand and said, "Refuses to go? What's going on? Didn't he agree to go?" Blue Sky was immediately alert. The last time he came home, he had found a neighbor who had fainted on the ground. A preliminary judgment indicated high blood pressure, but other diseases couldn't be ruled out. After all, he was elderly, with weakened resistance and deteriorating health. Even if it was high blood pressure, he needed a hospital checkup. He noticed the old man also had asthma, so after some basic treatment, he had told Aunt Shun to take the old man for a checkup if she had the time. He felt he had fulfilled his duty as a doctor. But now Aunt Shun said the old man was unwilling to go for a checkup. This was playing with one's life. Yes, at first he agreed. But when he got home, he refused, saying he would have to spend money and it wouldn't cure him. After so many years, you know. Aunt Shun was also anxious, speaking in stutters. "This is a matter of money or life. Aunt Shun, I'm really tired today. I haven't slept for a day and a night. Mr. Liu has to go. Really, he can't avoid it." Blue Sky felt uncomfortable all over. He just wanted to sleep well. After waking up suddenly, the ensuing drowsiness was unavoidable for the human body. "You won't go blue. It's not that, mister. Liu doesn't believe you. It's just that it's unnecessary." Just then, Mr. Liu walked out from the side, waving his hand and shouting loudly, "Grandpa, this won't do. You have high blood pressure and asthma. You fainted because of a headache, and it's not caused by wind or cold. It's not just an ordinary headache. Mr. Liu, you really should go for a checkup." Blue Sky immediately replied. If he hadn't seen this old man's condition, he would have turned a blind eye. But since he intervened, he had to do his best. He couldn't just apply a patchwork approach. "I won't go, it's a waste of money." "All right, Blue, don't persuade me anymore." "Old lady, hurry back. Let the kids rest well," Mr. Liu said with a firm attitude, making it clear he wouldn't budge. Hearing this stubbornness, Blue Sky knew he was at a dead end. But his dead end didn't mean others were without options. Blue Sky leaned in and whispered a couple of sentences in Aunt Shen's ear. Her eyes brightened immediately. She quickly took out her phone and saved a phone number for Blue Sky. Then Blue Sky went home. Once at home, he immediately dialed the number. "Hello, is this Liu Jianjun, Mr. Liu's son?" Blue Sky asked. "Yes, that's me." "It's so early. Who are you?" Being woken up early can indeed make anyone irritable. But he quickly ignored that. "Well, your father fainted last week. The preliminary judgment is high blood pressure. He said he had a headache, but after examining him, it seems it's not just an ordinary headache, and he also has asthma. I personally suggest that he go to the hospital for a checkup, but he refuses to go. Your mother gave me your phone number, Blue Sky explained. If he doesn't want to go, then let him be. It's just wasting money. All right, I'm hanging up. The other end of the line was ready to hang up. Blue Sky's anger flared up instantly. You damn it. After carrying him for 9 months and taking care of him for 20 to 30 years, you can't even teach this waste? Do you want money or do you want life? Damn, you treat my goodwill like dirt. You're nothing, so whether you go or not is your business. Without waiting for the other party to respond, he hung up directly. Everyone has their limits. Blue Sky is not a god and certainly wouldn't indulge the other party. Although he usually doesn't curse, it doesn't mean he can't. Don't forget, he used to write urban novels where not cursing was all fake. Chapter 38. When the top leader invites me, I refuse, just for fun. After scolding someone, Lan Tian took off his clothes and lay down on the bed. His physique was already perfectly proportioned, and with the flexibility granted by the system, his body looked even better. His 8-pack abs were also extremely well-defined. After a good sleep, it was already 3 in the afternoon. He slept comfortably, without the usual feeling of exhaustion that comes after an all-nighter. He made himself a meal, and after eating, he planned to turn on the TV for a bit. After all, he didn't have to go to the hospital today due to last night's overtime, and he had reported it. Ding, ding, ding. The phone rang at that moment. Lan Tian picked it up and saw that it was actually a call from Qin Sini. Hello. Lan Tian, can you come to the hospital? I was looking for you today, but the nurse said you took a leave last night. Qin Sini's voice came through. Yeah, I had to take a leave. What's wrong? Is something happening? Lan Tian asked. In his view, when a family member of a patient calls, there's usually some trouble. Otherwise, who would call a doctor for no reason? My mom is being discharged today. She was looking for you. Qin Sini blushed suddenly on the other end of the line. Oh, today is indeed Aunt Guan's discharge date, but I'm sorry. I took a leave today, and I'm really tired. Please tell Auntie I wish her good health. Lan Tian really didn't want to go to the hospital. It was the first time in 3 months he had a day off, and he was afraid that if he went, he wouldn't be able to control himself and would end up going back to work. He didn't even know why he felt that way. As long as he was in the hospital, he couldn't suppress his desire to work. All right, I'll let her know. You should rest well, Qin Sini replied, feeling a bit down, showing a not-so-good smile before hanging up the phone. After she hung up, Lan Tian casually tossed the phone aside. Unlike Lan Tian, Qin Sini put her hand behind her and took a deep breath before walking back to her mother's hospital room. When Guan Yun saw her daughter come in, she asked, How is it? Is Dr. Lan coming? Guan Yun's eyes sparkled, leaving the man beside her confused. His wife didn't have that look when they were dating. Now, asking about a doctor, she was showing such excitement. No, we should go, Qin Sini shrugged, not looking at Qin Hui, and said, disinterestedly, Didn't he come? That once he do, husband, go invite Dr. Lan. I must treat him to a meal. Guan Yun became anxious upon hearing that he hadn't come. After all the effort she put into recovering, she wanted to invite the doctor to dinner. But couldn't he get him to come? Not to mention Qin Hui's identity could easily pull strings with health organizations. She didn't believe Lan Tian wouldn't notice that. Mom, I already said, Lan Tian went out with the ambulance last night and didn't return until 6 in the morning. He has been busy all day. Let him rest. Qin Sini's temper flared up as she pouted in dissatisfaction. Well, then maybe next time, Guan Yun said, no longer insisting. Qin Hui frowned, feeling a bit displeased. Looking at the mother and daughter, it seemed like they had taken a liking to some doctor. Guan Yun's eyes were bright, clearly showing a mother-in-law's fondness for her son-in-law. Meanwhile, Qin Sini's eyes practically screamed that she wouldn't marry anyone but Lan Tian. That couldn't happen. Although he was a bit traditional, how could an outsider make his wife and daughter like him so much? This was outrageous. This Lan Tian, I'll go invite him myself. I want to thank him in person. Daughter, give me his phone number, Qin Hui said, with a tone that was almost commanding. No. Qin Sini shot him a glare and pulled Guan Yun's hand, walking out. But Guan Yun was no ordinary person. After being married to Qin Hui for 30 years, she quickly understood her husband's intention to invite Lan Tian. So she pointed her phone and followed Qin Sini out. Qin Hui immediately realized what his wife meant. He picked up the phone and dialed. Just as Lan Tian was enjoying his show, his phone rang again, interrupting him. He was instantly filled with irritation. Looking at the unfamiliar number, he frowned and answered. Hello, is this Dr. Lan? Qin Hui. I'd like to invite you to dinner to thank you for saving my wife. The address is... Before he could finish, he was interrupted. I'm sorry. Treating patients is my duty. I don't participate in any dinner invitations outside of my responsibilities. Goodbye. After saying that, he hung up directly. Qin Hui stared at his phone in shock. For so many years, the only people who dared to hang up on him were his wife and daughter. In Huifeng City. Who didn't he know him? Qin Hui. Now, he was rejected just for inviting a doctor who had only gained a little fame. If this got out, it would surely stir a storm in both business and politics. Honey, what is the matter? Is Dr. Lan coming? Guan Yin hurriedly asked. He refused. Qin Hui looked at his wife blankly, feeling a strange sensation in his heart. He refused? Not only was Guan Yin stunned, but even Qin Sini couldn't speak up to question him. In Huifeng City, someone actually dared to refuse his invitation? This was simply unprecedented. Ding, ding, ding. Qin Sini's phone rang while they were in a daze. Hello, Lan Tian, Qin Sini whispered. Tell your father not to make a fuss. I want to accept any thank you dinner. Next time, just treat me to some spicy hot pot. Don't think about dinner or anything. It's just like giving red envelopes to a doctor. Lan Tian's words left both Guan Yun and Qin Hui stunned for a moment. But soon, Guan Yun's eyes shone even brighter. This was the ideal son-in-law. Qin Hui thought if this kid were in politics, who knows how many people he would benefit. Such qualities were incredibly rare in their eyes. I understand. Actually, do you know who my father is? Qin Sini still wanted to ask Lan Tian if he knew who her father was. Otherwise, this would completely overturn her understanding of her father for over 20 years. I know, the top leader of Huifeng City, but to me, there are only two kinds of people, normal people and patients. Well, it's not good for me to chat so much. I'll hang up now. I'm watching Xiang Yang, Lan Tian said before hanging up. Qin Sini's mouth twitched, a sigh escaping her lips as 1,000 words were condensed into that one sound. Meanwhile, Qin Hui's hand trembled. How could his identity not be better than a children's cartoon character? The phrase rising to prominence seemed non-existent in his mind. But Lan Tian didn't think so. With the system and his abilities, so what if he was a top leader? As long as he had the capability, he could showcase his talent anywhere. Did a top leader think they could stop him? That was simply a fantasy. As for why he refused the top leader's invitation, well, it was simply to experience the feeling of showing off while also maintaining his professional ethics. If someone were to ask him what the coolest thing he had done was, he could proudly say, when the top leader invited me, I refused. Hey, I didn't eat just for fun. Chapter 39. Acute gastroenteritis patient the next day. Checked in for 110 days, obtained world-class neuroregulation technology. When Lan Tian heard this check-in, he wasn't too surprised, but he was very interested in the technology he had acquired. After signing for the nerve resection surgery, he understood that his subsequent direction would definitely be related to neurology. Neuroregulation technology is an emerging discipline, focusing on regulation rather than resection and destruction. There are 6 clinical applications: intracranial hematoma, directed evacuation, mental illness, movement disorders, chronic pain, epilepsy, and brain tumors. Among them, epilepsy includes generalized primary epilepsy and temporal lobe epilepsy behaviors. The prospects for this technology are also very promising. So far in Country M, this technology has made rapid progress. Now that he has signed for neuroregulation technology, does it mean he has better development opportunities? Of course, it is still unclear. However, he understands that this will definitely be an opportunity. After a day of rest yesterday, he had already recovered his state. Dr. Lan, good morning. You came so early today. Dr. Lan, did you bring breakfast for me? Dr. Lan, can I ask you to treat me to a meal? After eating, we can do something else. Look, it's only 6 in the morning. These girls really don't know what modesty is. Society, people's hearts have changed. Everyone is so energetic this early. If I were the head nurse, I would definitely schedule your activities to the brim. Lan Tian said to the nurses with a bit of annoyance. Haha, Dr. Lan, why don't you arrange it for me? What do you think is better? He had to admit, when it comes to driving, no one can beat these girls. There's no way. Those who are so open are just because of this profession. Who hasn't seen some of the world? So when they drive, they're not hesitant at all. Lan Tian ran away like escaping. These girls are too scary. After seeing him run away, the girls covered their mouths and laughed. Sister Chun, I brought you breakfast. Lan Tian arrived at Qin Xiaoyun's ward with breakfast. As soon as he entered, he saw several people sitting around her bed. One of the women looked familiar to Lan Tian. She was the one who said Chen Xiaoyan's hospitalization was a waste of money and was almost scolded by Lan Tian. "What are you doing here?" The woman turned around, saw Lan Tian, and instantly felt a surge of anger. If it weren't for her, she wouldn't have had to wear a mask to the hospital. "I'm here just to bring breakfast for Dr. Chen. Don't think too much about it. Also, about what I said last time, I would still dare to say it in front of anyone now. I have to say, sometimes people are worse than dogs." Lan Tian wanted to consider Chen Xiaoyan's feelings, but now he didn't care. Just because this woman coldly said something without distinguishing right from wrong, he felt no need to give her face. Moreover, when Chen Xiaoyan underwent surgery, there was no one by her side. After the surgery, the next moment someone refused to admit her. Such a person, even if they were the patient's biological parents, he could directly ignore. "You." The woman pointed at Lan Tian, her hand trembling a bit. Seeing this, Lan Tian ignored her and walked directly out. But before he reached the door, a voice behind him made him frown. "Hey, isn't it very impolite for an elder to speak like that? Also, you don't need to bring breakfast for my fiancé next time." As soon as these words came out, Lan Tian frowned. Chen Xiaoyan's heart dropped. "Linye, don't talk nonsense. Who is your fiancé?" Chen Xiaoyan reprimanded. "Not to mention anything else, but if your parents one day don't treat your life as life, you will understand why I say this. Also, I want to send breakfast as a friend, unless Sister Chen refuses my offer to send her breakfast. Otherwise, you can't refuse. Moreover, the breakfast you brought are all garbage. If you don't understand, you can go back and read more books. Goodbye." After saying that, he waved his hand and walked back to his office. The scene was just overheard by some nurses passing by. Lan Tian is now a celebrity in the hospital. Anything related to him can spread throughout the hospital immediately. Dr. Lan, so fierce. As soon as Lan Tian returned to his office, Xiaoyu walked over with a strange smile, raising her eyebrows. "Do you think you have nothing to do?" Lan Tian certainly knew what she was talking about. Before today, he had successfully entered the nurses group and kept a low profile. As for why, it was because a nurse added him on WeChat a few days ago and pulled him in. Although he didn't know why he was added, it was obvious that it was either a mistake or intentional. At least so far, he had not spoken in the nurses group, but had learned a lot. "Dr. Lan, a patient is looking for you." "Seriously, you keep saying I have nothing to do, but I'm pretty busy, okay?" Xiaoyu smiled and then let the patient in. Facing her expression, Lan Tian almost shrugged and pretended not to know her. "Hello, have a seat." Lan Tian pointed to the chair opposite and asked the patient to sit down. "Tell me what's going on with you." Lan Tian looked at the patient and said immediately. In this state, he was very serious. To him, this was being responsible for the patient. "Dr. Lan, it's like this. I woke up this morning, and my stomach hurt a lot, and I feel inexplicably nauseous." The patient covered their stomach, looking genuinely in pain. "Do you have a fever?" Lan Tian asked. "No." "Have you eaten anything bad recently?" In other words, have you eaten any raw or cold food recently? Lan Tian looked at the patient's expression, and a few words involuntarily popped into his mind. However, he wasn't sure if it was true because the words in his mind were acute gastroenteritis. This was different from before. It seemed that after signing for neuroregulation technology, he could directly see some people's symptoms from a visual perspective. "Raw or cold food?" "Yes, but I ate it and didn't feel anything wrong." The patient said immediately. "Nausea, abdominal pain. Do you have diarrhea or vomiting?" Lan Tian had a general idea in his mind, but still needed to clarify. "Speaking of which, there seems to be. I spent about 10 more minutes in the restroom this morning, feeling particularly uncomfortable, but I thought it was caused by the stomach pain." The patient thought for a moment and said seriously. Lan Tian didn't respond further and directly started writing in the medical record. Abdominal pain, vomiting, diarrhea, nausea, no fever. Abdominal cramping is obvious, forehead sweating. Likely acute gastroenteritis. I'll prescribe some 4 fluids for you. See if you still feel that way after the 4. Also, you can't eat spicy food anymore, and you need to control your diet. After finishing, he handed the list to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu glanced at it. The 4 written on it was omeprazole and tobramycin. This was a typical 4 for acute gastroenteritis. "Dr. Lan, do we need to do any tests?" Xiaoyu asked. Because for acute gastroenteritis, some routine stool tests are needed. However, Lan Tian didn't do that and directly prescribed medication. It is confirmed to be acute gastroenteritis. If you don't believe it, you can get checked as well, Lan Tian said with a nod. Then, let us go for a checkup, Xiaoyu said, and took the patient for a check. This was not her intention to create trouble, but because Lan Tian had drawn a conclusion without conducting an examination, which was a very irresponsible behavior. However, after the examination, Xiaoyu was left stunned in place. The test results showed acute gastroenteritis. Xiaoyu suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable, wondering why she had to check at all. Did Dr. Lan's skills not require any examination? Chapter 40. Sudden lymphoma patient Xiaoyu. You can't be serious, right? Dr. Lan really just did a simple examination and concluded it's acute gastroenteritis? A nurse looked at Xiaoyu and asked softly, "Do I need to say it?" "Of course, I'm so embarrassed this time." Xiaoyu took a deep breath, her nose twitching a few times, looking aggrieved. "Don't be anxious. Dr. Lan is so handsome. He definitely won't hold it against you." Hearing her best friend's words, Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. "So you really think that handsome people have good tempers?" After saying goodbye to her friend, Xiaoyu returned to the consultation room. Seeing Lan Tian smiling at her as she walked over, she felt a little intimidated inside. "How did it go? What were the results?" Lan Tian hurriedly asked. "Just keep smiling. You're amazing, all right?" Facing the sudden cold tone from Xiaoyu, Lan Tian felt confused. He swore he wasn't doing it on purpose. He just wanted to see if the diagnosis in his mind was correct. This way, he could have a plan for the future. But seeing Xiaoyu like this, he already had a conclusion. Next, knowing that the girl was a bit angry, Lan Tian shrugged and called out. A patient walked in. The slightly angry Xiaoyu immediately showed a professional expression and sat down with the patient. As soon as the patient entered, Lan Tian noticed him. The pants were loose, the forearms swollen, and he was breathing with his mouth open instead of his nose. His hands were constantly scratching at his forearms, which were bright red and hard to look at. Had he scratched them until they bled? That streak of bright red would make anyone else walk away. "Sit down. Something is very wrong with your body. Are you having difficulty breathing?" Lan Tian asked. "Yes, it's very, very difficult." The patient spoke slowly, each breath a struggle, and he looked uncomfortable. "How does your chest feel?" Lan Tian asked as usual. "It hurts when I breathe, doctor. What's wrong with me?" The patient scratched his arm and asked. "Xiaoyu, take his temperature. Please wait a moment." Lan Tian said, pulling out the medical record book and looking at his name. "Xiao Feng, how long have you had these symptoms?" Lan Tian asked, looking up. "Almost a month." Xiao Feng answered truthfully, feeling uncomfortable all over. His face was particularly pale. "High fever." Xiaoyu said, "Pull up your pants. Let me take a look." Lan Tian got up, crouched down, and when he pulled up Xiao Feng's pants, he was momentarily stunned by the swollen calves. Then, he began to check Xiao Feng's neck and armpits. In that instant, he understood what it was. A comprehensive examination is needed. This should be lymphatic. Your immune system is infected. Fever. Do you sweat at night? Lan Tian sat back down and asked Xiao Feng. "Yes, and sometimes I feel cold." Upon hearing this answer, Lan Tian immediately understood. He began to write in the medical record book. Suspected lymph nodes in the armpits and neck. Fever, infection, night sweats, difficulty breathing, swelling in the limbs, extreme fatigue. Cause, suspected lymphoma. Tests, complete blood count and blood smear, bone marrow smear and biopsy, blood biochemistry. Cerebrospinal fluid examination, tissue pathology examination, TCR or IGH gene rearrangement. Signed, Lan Tian. "Xiaoyu, take him for an examination." Lan Tian handed the medical record book to Xiao Feng and called out to Xiaoyu. "Lymph? Doctor, will I be okay? I have elderly and young ones depending on me." Xiao Feng became anxious immediately, wanting to finish his sentence. But he was interrupted. "You need to understand one thing. If your life is gone, no matter how many depend on you, what can you do? If you want to do something, you must first get your health treated." Lan Tian looked at him and said, "Yes, thank you, doctor." In his excitement, Xiao Feng's face became even paler. Lan Tian could only shake his head. He took out the medical notes, which had annotations on lymphoma, although he had also signed it. Learning more would never be a bad thing. However, he mainly focused on treatment. The treatment for lymphoma includes radiation therapy, chemotherapy, bone marrow transplantation, and surgical treatment. But surgical treatment is limited to biopsy or complication management. If there's hypersplenism without contraindications, and if there are indications for splenectomy, it can be performed to improve blood counts and create favorable conditions for future chemotherapy. What he signed was indeed for surgical treatment. He hadn't yet signed for bone marrow transplantation. Lan Tian continued to check the physical conditions of other patients. He was surprised that today he detected 2 lymphoma patients. Dr. Lan, the test results are out. Xiao Yu walked over with Xiao Feng and said, "Let me see the images." Lan Tian reached out to take the results. After looking over the images, Lan Tian frowned. It really was quite similar to his examination. Hodgkin lymphoma, treatment is needed, and hospitalization must be arranged. What are your thoughts? Lan Tian looked at Xiao Feng and said, "Is the cost high?" Xiao Feng looked at Lan Tian, his hands clasped, his expression extremely grim. "Yes, it is indeed high, ranging from hundreds of thousands." Lan Tian looked at him seriously. Hundreds of thousands. Hearing this number, Xiao Feng felt the world darken around him. Lan Tian sighed. Looking at Xiao Feng's despondent expression, he didn't know what to say. This cost was indeed high. For wealthy people, it was just a small amount for the sake of life. But for an ordinary family, hundreds of thousands could be equivalent to taking their lives. "Xiao Yu, have the patient go for an examination elsewhere. I'm going to smoke a cigarette." Lan Tian stood up, took a deep breath, and said, "Aren't you trying to quit smoking?" Xiao Yu asked curiously. "I couldn't help it." After saying that, Lan Tian walked out of the hospital. He sat on a long bench outside the hospital, took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a puff. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. He had seen many patients faint because they couldn't afford treatment or give up treatment due to financial reasons. However, none of those cases had come from his own examinations. He suddenly understood why some doctors felt such immense pressure. Lives, one after another, were given up just because of money. This truly is a messed up world. Lan Tian s'allait deeply. He wanted to help Xiao Feng, but despite his impressive salary, what could he really do? He had been working for less than 4 months. Even if he helped Xiao Feng, what about the next person? How many people could he help? In contrast, the other lymphoma patient was immediately admitted to the hospital. That was what made him feel the most distressed. Chapter 41. Is this a discussion meeting or a show-off conference? After reflecting on the complexities of life, Lan Tian returned to the consultation room. There was no other reason. Life is like that, and one cannot stop moving forward because of one person. As for Xiao Feng's situation, there would surely be a solution after this. Even if he was anxious now, it wouldn't help at all. "Dr. Lan, this patient has been waiting for you for 10 minutes and refuses to see any other doctors." Xiao Yu pouted at the door, speaking in a mournful tone. She had tried to persuade the patient for 10 minutes, and her lips were sore from talking. Yet, the patient refused to let anyone else see her. And the most critical point was that she was extremely weak, at risk of fainting at any moment. But even so, she insisted on not letting anyone else treat her, which was quite absurd. "It's okay, I'll handle it." Lan Tian shook his head, thinking to himself that he had indeed become quite well known on major news websites recently. Many people were likely coming specifically to see him. So, he guessed this girl was probably one of them. "What is the patient's temperature?" Lan Tian asked. 40 degrees, Xiao Yu replied. Lan Tian immediately put down the pen in his hand and walked over to the patient, reaching out to touch her forehead. It was burning hot. "How long has it been?" Lan Tian inquired, knowing that the patient's high fever might have caused her consciousness to become fuzzy. A fever of 40 degrees is considered high and can lead to febrile seizures, resulting in irreversible brain damage. "1 day, the patient replied. "1 day. Lan Tian frowned. This woman was a bit too strong-willed. "Xiao Yu, prepare an 4-drip to bring down the fever. We'll deal with the rest later," Lan Tian instructed. He understood that regardless of the patient's illness, the best course of action was to reduce the fever first. After the fever was under control, they could conduct further examinations. However, judging by the patient's physical condition, it was likely that some underlying issue had caused this. "Okay, I'll arrange it right away," Xiao Yu said and hurried out. Lan Tian began to ask questions. He learned that the woman had not eaten for the past 2 days due to work and given her pre-existing stomach issues. She chose to work overtime and stayed up late. Coupled with the current weather that made it easy to catch a cold, she ended up in this situation. If it weren't for her low level of consciousness today, she probably wouldn't have come back at all. You really don't value your life. Lan Tian shook his head, massaging her temples to help her relax a bit. The patient's eyelids slowly drooped, and soon she leaned against Lan Tian's abdomen and fell asleep. Dr. Lan, I'm here, Xiaoyu returned. Upon seeing Lan Tian shrugging, she called a stronger nurse to carry the patient to the ward. This woman looks a bit familiar. Lan Tian instinctively glanced at the name on the medical record. Combining it with the appearance of the woman he just saw, he felt a sense of familiarity but couldn't quite place it. Forget it. Never mind. Just as Lan Tian was about to call the next patient, he saw Lin appear at the door. Dr. Lin, what are you doing here? Lan Tian asked curiously. The discussion meeting starts in half an hour. I'm here to call you, Lin said with a smile. All right, their essay discussion meeting. Xiaoyu, come here for a moment, Lan Tian called out. Dr. Lan, what is up? Xiaoyu jogged over. Can you have a doctor come to take over my work? I need to go to the discussion meeting, Lan Tian said. Oh, I know about that. The director arranged for Dr. Shi to take over this morning. Just wait a moment. I'll go get him, Xiaoyu replied and dashed out again. This girl has a lot of energy, Lin exaggeratedly remarked. Lan Tian smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. After coordinating with Dr. Shi, Lan Tian and Lin left the hospital. On the way to the discussion meeting, there were 4 other people with them: Mo Tian from cardiology, Gong Changfei from breast surgery, and Li Yao from psychiatry. Of course, there was also someone who surprised Lan Tian, Li Xuanyi. Li Xuanyi was also a surgeon and was regarded as someone who could stand on equal footing with Lin. Seeing the hatred on his face, Lan Tian was completely puzzled. He had no idea how he had offended this guy. For some reason, he was giving him a hard time. However, since the other party wasn't speaking, Lan Tian decided not to say anything either. Otherwise, it would truly be a case of having reason, but being unable to communicate. Lan Tian, actually our emergency department originally had 3 people, Lin said, noticing the somewhat gloomy atmosphere in the car. 3 people? What happened to the other one? Lan Tian asked curiously. The other one is in the hospital, Lin replied. Chenjie? Lan Tian immediately connected the dots. It made sense. Chen Xiaoyan was quite capable and could also handle surgeries. It was great that she could come. Oof. Li Xuanyi snorted coldly, staring at Lan Tian without saying a word. Lin secretly laughed at the side. Lan Tian genuinely wanted to know how he had offended him. He had no idea that his entry into the department was because Li Xuanyi's nephew didn't have a spot, and he was essentially taking his place. Unfortunately, Lin hadn't mentioned this to him, nor had Tan Long, so he could only take the blame. The venue for the discussion meeting was indeed quite large. Looking at the spacious auditorium, Lan Tian shrugged. This is ridiculous. It's just a discussion meeting. Wouldn't a smaller room suffice? This represents our status. We are all well-known doctors. Do we really have to squeeze into a small room to discuss? A discordant voice chimed in. Lin shot a glance at the person, but said nothing. Just as Lan Tian was about to speak, he was stopped. Don't argue with them. They want to be reasonable. Doctors from Chongqing are all like this. It's pointless, Li Yao suddenly said. At 33, Li Yao had become a lead surgeon, demonstrating her impressive abilities. A capable person would never swallow their pride. Yet now, she was telling Lan Tian not to reason with them? This clearly indicated that these people were indeed unreasonable. Is this a discussion meeting or a show-off conference? Lan Tian looked at the people around him and curiously asked. The others exchanged glances, all wearing bitter smiles. It was evident that they were quite accustomed to such things. Don't worry, the real skills will show in action. Lin patted his shoulder, revealing a strange smile. Lan Tian walked over to Gong Changfei and quietly asked, Dr. Gong, do you know what is going on with Dr. Lin? Gong Changfei looked at him as if he were a strange creature and then asked, You don't know? Do I need to know something? Lan Tian retorted, Fine. You win. Last time, Dr. Lin impressed all those self-proclaimed genius doctors into the ground. But this time, he can't intervene, Gong Changfei explained. So that is how it is, Lan Tian nodded secretly. This Dr. Lin was quite a formidable character. No wonder he could be on friendly terms with someone like Han Deli. Chapter 42. The silent plea at the beginning of the discussion by Tian gradually understood what was happening. The so-called discussion meeting was actually a showcase for various hospitals to flaunt their talents. The purpose was to attract talent from other hospitals by leveraging their own conditions. This was not uncommon. Some young doctors, after hearing about the training conditions offered by others, even switch jobs publicly without regard for their original hospital's reputation. Are you feeling a bit bored by Tian? Lennon asked as he noticed by Tian's lack of enthusiasm after sitting down. Dr. Lin, you've participated before, so you know why I feel this way. It's not just a bit boring, it's really dull. These so-called introductions don't even include the first and second hospitals in Huifeng City. It's obviously just for show, Bai Tian shrugged and replied. Lin smiled slightly, neither opposing nor agreeing, but it was clear he acknowledged Bai Tian's sentiment. All right, everyone present is relatively young doctors and talents from our hospitals. I'll read out the list of participants for this discussion meeting. The First People's Hospital of Chengjing is the organizer and also the host. Dr. Liang Yukai, surgery, aged 33, from the First People's Hospital of Chengjing. Dr. Fu Mingho, surgery, aged 35, from the First People's Hospital of Chengjing. After reading through the personnel of 28 hospitals, he finally mentioned the First People's Hospital of Huifeng City, Dr. Bai Tian, emergency department, age. Huh? Is this age filled out incorrectly? Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately began whispering among themselves, exchanging glances, unsure of what was happening. Director Du, how old is he? Yeah, Director Du, don't keep us in suspense. Listening to the crowd's urging, Director Du scratched his head and said, age, 24. Wow, 24? So young? The participants were surprised. Most people attending the discussion were at least 28 or 29, let alone the competitors. Did this Bai Tian get in through the back door? In an instant. Many doctors suspected that Bai Tian had an unfair advantage. Ahem. All right, everyone quiet down. The first discussion topic will be surgical procedures for appendicitis. Director Du looked at the noisy crowd and felt somewhat disdainful towards Bai Tian. After all, at 24, he was just a recent medical graduate. The topic of appendicitis was far too simple for the doctors present. Next, we have a patient who volunteered to be the first patient for our discussion. The rules of the competition require us to come up with the best plan in the shortest amount of time. I must clarify that this competition was organized by the health organization, and I just received the discussion project. After Director Du finished speaking, the computer in front of the doctors displayed the patient's images, examination results, and diagnosis. Patient, Du Junyi, age, 35, height, 187 centimeters, weight, 208 pounds. Cause, acute appendicitis. Symptoms, severe pain in the lower abdomen, accompanied by nausea, vomiting, tenderness, and rebound tenderness at the junction of the right iliac crest and the navel, extreme muscle tension, and signs of suppuration. Fever, body temperature reaching 39. 5. Bai Tian then opened the patient's photo. Wow, he's really overweight. The weight was indeed excessive. For a height of 187 centimeters, the standard weight should be around 62 to 82 kilograms. Even at 82 kilograms, that would only be 164 pounds, meaning he was overweight by a full 44 pounds. This excess weight could pose significant problems for the surgery, as the accumulation of fat was the most impactful factor. At this moment, Bai Tian suddenly glanced at Lin and asked, Dr. Lin, is there a rule against examining the patient? No. Observing the patient is a doctor's responsibility. However, generally speaking, no one would examine the patient because the cause and physical symptoms have already been clearly checked, and there are also patient photos and such. Lennon replied. Bai Tian shook his head, clearly disagreeing with this viewpoint. It's simple. If you can't even see the patient and just rely on this information to come up with a plan, that's an inadequate performance. Of course, this isn't challenging authority. It's about being responsible. Since I can see, I'll go take a look. After saying this, Bai Tian stood up and walked to the side. The auditorium was indeed well prepared, with sterile gloves, masks, disinfectants, etc. readily available. After equipping himself, Bai Tian walked up to the center stage. What are you going to do? Director Du asked when he saw Bai Tian approach. Examine the patient. Is there a problem? Bai Tian retorted. Director Du found it hard to refute, as there was indeed no problem. However, someone in the front row laughed out loud. It was the first time they heard that a complete setup was needed to examine a patient. Bai Tian ignored the person and walked straight to the patient. The body was indeed overweight. Can you not speak? Bai Tian asked softly. The patient nodded, then shook his head, looking particularly uncomfortable. Bai Tian frowned as he reached out to gently touch Du Junyi's throat. Huh. The cough turned into a wheezing sound. Huh. Huh. Bai Tian's eyes widened. It was well known that when someone tries to cough but instead makes a wheezing sound, it indicates a serious problem with their throat. Simultaneously, symptoms like loss of voice could occur. There was a significant issue with the respiratory tract. Bai Tian was alarmed. He realized that another underlying cause might have led the patient to this state. He and T noticed earlier while observing the physique that the patient was breathing through his mouth, and his face looked extremely strained. Get the ventilator, Bai Tian shouted. What are you shouting about? Can't we just focus on making a plan? Someone in the front row frowned. The worst thing during plan making is loud disturbances, which can easily break the flow of thought. But the patient kept grabbing Bai Tian's hand, seemingly pleading for help. A silent plea. This was the first time Bai Tian had encountered such a situation. Ignoring the anger of the other doctors, he ran to the side of the auditorium, where various tools were neatly arranged. After grabbing the ventilator, Bai Tian immediately connected it for him. Huh. With the ventilator, Du Junyi could finally breathe normally. Bai Tian hadn't realized earlier that the air had a strange odor, which could make it difficult for patients with symptoms to breathe. Watching Du Junyi's face restore to a more comfortable color, Bai Tian finally felt relieved. If he had come to assess Du Junyi's physique, it was likely that it would have been too late and Du Junyi could have lost his life. Is someone trying to take your life? Bai Tian whispered. Du Junyi looked confused, but quickly realized what was happening. However, he still couldn't speak. Although he felt a bit better, he and T fully recovered. Forget it. I've checked your body. I'll go prepare a plan for you. Bai Tian didn't T want to get involved in this matter. Out of a doctor's moral obligation, he merely offered a reminder. As for the other issues, that was no longer his concern. Chapter 43. Plagiarism? That proposal online is also mine. When Lin saw Lan Tian return, he hurried over and whispered, Lan Tian, what exactly happened just now? Dr. Lin, you might not believe it, but there was a problem with Du Junyi's respiratory system. According to my examination, it was an issue that had existed before, not something that just happened. We all know that obese patients have difficulty breathing, but why did he act like that? Plus, there was a strange smell in the air, which is fatal for respiratory patients, Lan Tian explained. I see. No wonder you acted that way earlier. Do you have any thoughts now? Lin asked, looking at him. Not for now. However, regarding this type of appendicitis, I did it last time, so I really don't need to draft another proposal, Lan Tian shrugged. Lin suddenly realized, that's right, the appendicitis case you dealt with for the pregnant woman was quite similar, wasn't it? The same type of obese patient, just with pain in a different location. You could easily adapt the previous plan by modifying the incision location and some details. All right, you go ahead. I won't disturb you. Lin patted him on the shoulder and walked to the other side. This time, the participants included Lan Tian, Gong Changyin, Li Yao, and Mo Tian. Lin needed to observe not just Lan Tian, but also check Li Yao, Mo Tian, and Gong Changyin. Lan Tian's speed was incredibly fast, in just over 10 minutes. The proposal was completed. However, he didn't rush to submit it. He got up and walked over to Lin. Are you going to the restroom? Lin asked curiously, thinking Lan Tian needed to use the bathroom. Lan Tian shrugged and said, I finished writing. Gah! Lin was shocked, and Li Xuanyi beside him was also surprised. It seemed like it had only been about 15 minutes since he returned. Had he really finished writing? Regardless of the conclusions, hypotheses, and practices, at least 6,000 words needed to be written. 15 minutes for 6,000 words. What does that even mean? You're not joking, are you? Lin looked at him and then walked to his computer. When he saw the densely packed proposal, he was completely astonished. This was definitely handwritten. Moreover, aside from being quite similar to the last proposal, he had added some measures to avoid respiratory risks. This is simply miraculous. Li Xuanyi couldn't contain his curiosity and went over to take a look. After reading it, he looked at Lan Tian as if he were a monster. Lan Tian shrugged at them. This kid, if it weren't for him taking my nephew's spot, I would really want to befriend him. He has a boundless future. Li Xuanyi siga inwardly. His animosity towards Lan Tian had already formed, and unless something happened, he would still find Lan Tian displeasing. Lan Tian, you really surprised me, Lin said with a wry smile. The last proposal was only a few minutes longer than this one. It's really nothing. I'll just write quickly, Lan Tian replied. Little did he know, His casual remarks hit Lin and Li Shuni hard. Is this what they call Versailles? It sounds great. They'd also like to learn it, but unfortunately, they couldn't. After chatting with Lan Tian for nearly half an hour, they suddenly heard Director Du's voice. All right, everyone, please stop what you're doing. Next, we will proceed to the statistics, and the 10 most authoritative experts will give the best proposal. Upon hearing this, Lan Tian looked over. Among the authoritative experts was Han Deli. However, it was also reasonable. As an authoritative doctor in Xinjiang, Han Deli had a significant say in this area. The 10 authoritative doctors wouldn't take long to review these proposals. Half an hour discussion would be perfect timing for the patient. Hey, look at this proposal. It's impressive. Yeah, I think so too. This proposal is amazing. I agree. So this one? Dr. Han, what do you think? Upon hearing this, Han Deli had just finished reviewing the proposal, nodded, and said, I also believe this proposal is impeccable. All right, then it's settled. Director Du, you announce it, they said. Hearing this, Director Du smiled as he picked it up. In his view, the winning proposal on the first day would definitely come from his hospital. After all, Chungjing's surgery department was no empty title. However, when he saw the name, his face turned ashen, as if he had seen a pig's liver. He was in complete shock. The young doctors from Chungjing sitting at the front noticed Director Du's reaction, and their hearts sank. Whoa! I announced that the winning proposal this time is from the emergency department of Huifeng City First People's Hospital, Dr. Lan Tian. Director Du forced himself to say it, despite feeling unwell. Huifeng's? Is there going to be another Linen? Why? I refuse to accept this. Director Du, I demand to see the proposal. Liang Yukai from Chungjing shouted. That's right, we also want to see what kind of proposal can win against the surgery department of Chungjing First People's Hospital. Several other doctors from Chungjing echoed. The others were in a watching the show state, but their expressions clearly showed they wanted to know what was going on. After all, Lan Tian was only 24. 24 and making such a splash? It was unbelievable. All right, let's announce it to everyone, Director Du said, and immediately revealed the proposal. 3 minutes later, Liang Yukai stood up with a cold smile. Director Du, esteemed seniors, colleagues, take a look. Doesn't this proposal look very familiar? As soon as he said this, some doctors began to review it again. They finally found a clue. This looks exactly like that proposal online. Now that you mention it, I did see it this morning. It really does. So this means it's plagiarism? Suddenly, all the attention turned to Lan Tian. Lan Tian shrugged and looked at Linen, curiously asking, Dr. Lin, how did my proposal end up online? Maybe it was the hospital director who posted it. Let me make a call, Linen said, looking at these people with indifference, and took out his phone to make a call. The result turned out to be that it was indeed Chen Gongyuan who had posted it. Lan Tian, aren't you going to give us an explanation? Liang Yukai sneered and pressed him. Give what explanation? This proposal was written by me. Oh, you mean the one online? That's also mine. I spent 20 minutes writing it before, and this one is actually faster. Only 15 minutes, Lan Tian said. Gah! In an instant, there was complete silence. The entire auditorium could hear a pin drop. It was simply astonishing. Chapter 44. This is what we call a class wait minute. This can't possibly be written by you. Look at this signature. Liang Yotsai's expression changed rapidly. After noticing something was off, he immediately started to refute. Everyone looked over and found that the signature was not Lan Tian's, but rather a blue character. There was nothing else. Lin En and the others naturally looked over as well, but their lips twitched. They thought someone could be foolish, but they never expected it to be to this extent. What is Lan Tian's surname? Isn't it Lan? Moreover, the call just now to confirm was from Chun Gong Yuan's phone. Although they didn't hear Chun Gong Yuan's voice, Lan Tian daring to claim that the article online was also his was enough to prove everything. The internet has a memory. If it wasn't his, and he dared to admit it, the entire medical community of Huaxia wouldn't tolerate him. All right, tell me, does this blue character in the signature have anything to do with me? Lan Tian pointed at the 6,000-word article online and then at himself. Blue, blue. At that moment, they finally realized. Lan Tian and the blue character are the same. Liang Yukai suddenly had a dark expression. Some people always think that just because they're in a top hospital in the country, they're the best doctors in the country. Just like some people think they are very smart when they are actually foolish. To be honest, the teacher who supervised your internship back then must not have been very bright, Or perhaps he was old and his thinking ability had weakened. Lan Tian looked at Liang Yukai and said, he originally had no intention of stirring up trouble. However, the First People's Hospital of Changjing kept looking for trouble with him. If he really compromised like this, it would mean he was too easy to bully. If you don't believe it, then hurry up and treat the patient. Also, for the surgery on-site, I need to prepare the following tools, which are not available here. After finishing, Lan Tian turned to Dr. Lin. I'll be counting on you for the surgical instruments that were in our hospital before. Lin smiled at this and nodded, then walked out. The others found it strange. Only Han Deli shook his head on the side. He knew Lan Tian's abilities all too well. He still couldn't figure out how he managed to make such a small incision during the breast cancer surgery. Plus, it was done so cleanly and with a 100% success rate. In his words, he wouldn't dare to provoke Lan Tian. How could a surgeon, who actually hasn't made a name for himself, dare to challenge him? The surgical instruments were brought over, and soon Han Deli took up the position of first assistant. Dr. Han as first assistant? I feel like I'm going crazy. What is going on? Dr. Han is actually going to assist a 24-year-old young man? Who took pictures? I took some. The crowd replied. Because it was an on-site surgery, the man felt a bit resistant. With so many people watching, it was somewhat embarrassing. Since you agreed, it means you are temporarily handing over your bodily rights to us. Don't worry, I said I would help you. Lan Tian said as he stood in front of Du Junyi. Du Junyi found it difficult to speak and could only nod slightly. Prepare for anesthesia, general anesthesia. Lan Tian said. After that, the anesthetist immediately came forward and injected general anesthesia into the patient. Dr. Lin, I still need you to cooperate with me. Lan Tian smiled. Lin nodded, showing no objections. It was simple. Previously, they had done local anesthesia, and this time it was general anesthesia. Moreover, even though the patient was male, all that was needed was to remove the appendix. It was just similar in terms of obesity. Therefore, Lan Tian didn't need to change the lead surgeon to Lin in this time. But Lin also understood what he needed to do. The surgical knife should first enter through the lower abdomen. As Lan Tian spoke, the people around began to take notes. Lower abdomen? Isn't that? If you go directly to the lower abdomen, it'd be hard to manage? A nearby doctor whispered. Lan Tian frowned and looked at Han Deli, asking, Dr. Han, is it a bit noisy here? Anyone who talks again will be disqualified. Han Deli understood and quietly reprimanded. Those who were previously pointing fingers at each other no longer dared to speak. The surgical knife in Lan Tian's hand danced as if it were performing. This was the first time these proud doctors had seen such a thing. Lin, on the other hand, indicated that he had seen a lot and was used to it. This time it was much easier than the last time with the pregnant woman. Through the incision, Lan Tian began to search for the appendix, which was the simplest step. However, it was still a 5 millimeters incision. Finding the appendix through such a small incision. No one present believed it would be successful. In fact, they thought it was ridiculous. However, Lan Tian found it. He opened the abdomen again and extended his hand, saying, retractor. Han Deli immediately handed it over. There was no sign of exudate or pus overflow. He could currently use the retractor to pull the sides apart and had already located the cecum. He began to handle the peritoneum. As Lan Tian spoke, he processed the peritoneum. His slender hands showed that this method of handling was actually better than what they had learned in their daily practice. After finishing the peritoneum, the next step was to protect the appendix and cecum. Number 4 suture, begin purse string suture. Lan Tian said as he extended his hand. He took the number 4 suture and began to suture. However, the doctors outside who heard his words were already itching to lean closer. This is just too fast. Incision, retractor, locating the cecum, handling the peritoneum, and now he is actually starting to do the purse string suture. It was just 11 steps, but the speed at which others did it was surprisingly slow, while he was so fast that they could barely catch their breath. After the purse string suture, Lan Tian directly began to ligate the base of the appendix. In Han Deli's eyes filled with disbelief, the surgical knife went in. He cut the appendix and then began to process the residual end of the appendix. Next, he buried the residual end of the appendix, covered the mesentery. Close the abdomen. Done. This is over. Han Deli expressed that this was no different from the previous breast cancer surgery. Oh, there is still a difference. This time, He really understood. The others were shocked as they looked at Lan Tian. A phrase popped into their minds. This time, the second linen would be pressed to the ground and rubbed. No, this time it was definitely not rubbing, but teaching a lesson. By the way, Dr. Lan, why did you want to use such a small incision to find the position of the appendix? Deli asked. This was also the thought of other doctors. I mentioned before that the patient's respiratory tract had big issues, and there was a strange smell in the air. The smaller the incision, the more timely the treatment can be. Lan Tian shrugged and said, I see. Learned something. Thank you, Dr. Lan. This lesson is what we call a class. Deli smiled. Meanwhile, Liang Yukai from Chongqing wore an angry, yet helpless expression. At this moment, it was unclear whether Lin did it intentionally or not. He suddenly turned on a loudspeaker and said, the article online was written by Lan Tian. It was uploaded by me, this old man. If you don't believe it, come find me at the First People's Hospital of Huifeng. As soon as these words came out, they made those who mocked Lan Tian feel utterly embarrassed. Lan Tian couldn't help but smile. It is said that when hitting someone, don't hit their face. Lin just pressed the opponent down and stomped on them a few more times. Chapter 45. Encountering an elderly man with Alzheimer's in recent years. Why does Huifeng City keep producing such strange individuals? First, there was Linen, and now there's Lan Tian. Hey, look, isn't that him from the news 3 months ago? At that moment, a doctor picked up his phone, which was playing a video of Lan Tian recklessly rushing into the operating room. Is it really him? So, does that mean the patient who had a steel bar pierced through his body was the one he operated on? Not only that, but the patient was almost on the brink of death, and his left atrium was about to be scraped open because of his surgical technique, and then he was saved. Why didn't we think of this earlier? Are we the ones being slapped in the face, or the ones doing the slapping? Can't you tell? With this surgery, we've all been slapped in the face. Suddenly, Liang Yukai from Chongqing, upon hearing this, stared blankly at Lan Tian. He was just unhappy that the other person stole his spotlight. But he never knew that the other person was actually that previously famous doctor. That's why he was thinking of revenge. If he had known in advance, he would never have allowed himself to act that way. Damn, I miscalculated. Liang Yukai felt frustrated. Lan Tian watched as they exaggerated more and more, shrugged helplessly, and then looked at Lin and Dr. Lin. Is the first day over now? Lan Tian asked. Of course. Are you planning to leave now? Aren't you going to enjoy these people's guilt? Lin smiled. That smile had a somewhat mischievous quality. It was entirely inconsistent with the upright and kind Dr. Lin. He was completely like an ordinary person who had just taken revenge and was feeling an immediate sense of satisfaction. Well, aside from the words ordinary person, Lan Tian couldn't think of any other words that fit Linen. Of course, let us go, but I really didn't expect you to have this side. It's quite enlightening. Lan Tian raised an eyebrow. As they talked, both of them laughed and left together. After they left, Tian sighed heavily. Fortunately, Lan Tian was here this time, otherwise those guys from Chongqing wouldn't know how to mock us, Tian said. This remark piqued Lan Tian's curiosity. He asked, what's going on? Does our hospital have any grievances with Chongqing? You don't even know? Liao looked at him as if he were a monster. After being in a hospital for 4 months, he still didn't know about this matter. Did he really only think about patients? In fact, for Lan Tian, when he was at the hospital, he really didn't want to concern himself with other matters. Dealing with patients was enough work for him. If he had to divert his energy to manage other things, it would be too exhausting. Chongqing originally competed with our Huifeng City for the title of the top hospital, and we were supposed to win it, but for some reason, an accident occurred on our operating table, leading to the patient's lower body being completely paralyzed. Since this got out, our hospital lost that title, Gong Changyan added. In reality, that surgery was something even the world's most authoritative surgeons couldn't accomplish. And that patient was transferred from Chongqing. Lin sighed and said, so that is how it is. No wonder there's so many intricacies involved. Lan Tian shook his head with a smile and then walked with them toward the restaurant. According to Lin, the efforts of today's heroes were commendable and deserved a good reward. Inside the restaurant, the group ordered some slightly more expensive dishes. After all, it was hospital reimbursement. Why not take advantage of it? Hello, are you Dr. Lan Tian? A waiter suddenly asked while bringing over some water. Hello, I am. Lan Tian replied politely with a smile. That's great, it's really you. When I saw you just now, I couldn't believe it. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't know if my dad would have survived, the waiter hurriedly said. Who are you? Hearing that it was a patient's family member, Lan Tian immediately stood up. My dad is the patient with a heart attack that you saved in the hospital cafeteria, the waiter said excitedly. Oh, so you're the daughter of that patient. Actually, you don't need to be so polite. It's all part of my duty. Now, can we serve the dishes? Lan Tian pointed to the empty table and Lin and the others, smiling as he asked. Ah, sorry. I'll bring them right away. The waiter quickly apologized and began serving their dishes. At the dining table, they discussed the projects for tomorrow and the day after. However, what surprised Lan Tian was that tomorrow's project was cardiology and the day after was psychiatric surgery. Coincidentally, he actually had world-class experience in both fields. Get away. I just want to eat. What is wrong with my old man eating? At that moment, an elderly voice shouted, tinged with anger and a hint of breathlessness. This old man has asthma, Lan Tian suddenly said. Huh? How do you know? Liao beside him asked. When he shouted, he was obviously a bit out of breath, and his chest was visibly heaving. In traditional Chinese medicine, we talk about observation, listening, questioning, and pulse-taking, right? Lan Tian said with a smile. I see. Your hearing and observation skills are impressive, even from this distance. Liao gave a thumbs up. Lan Tian shook his head. The body's sensitivity was no joke. However, soon the old man quieted down. He was playing with his cane, which had a round top, as if he couldn't hear the waiter's words. Sir, your dishes have arrived, the waiter cautiously called out. But the old man completely ignored him and continued to play with his cane. This situation was just like that of a child. Lan Tian stood up. Dr. Lan, what are you going to do? Mo Tian asked curiously. This old man should have Alzheimer's. Look, the symptoms of Alzheimer's include irritability. Usually, after an outburst, they become particularly quiet, as if they forget everything that just happened. Their behavior is particularly childlike, and this type of patient often feels remorse for their mistakes. Clearly, that is the case with him now. Lan Tian pointed at the old man and said, How do you know he has Alzheimer's? What if he is just deliberately making things difficult? Li Shunin Tarjakta. It's simple. You see, he is about to leave because he will realize that this is not his home, and he wants to go home, Lan Tian said. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man got up and left. This scene happened to catch their attention. I want to go home. The old man's words struck Li Shui's heart like a hammer, word for word. Hey sir, you haven't paid yet, you can't. The waiter was just about to stop him when Lan Tian blocked him with his hand. I'll pay for him, don't worry. This old man has Alzheimer's. Sometimes, you need to be a bit more patient. Lan Tian took out a 100 yuan bill and placed it in the waiter's hand. Then he ran out. Chapter 46. Do you really think watching the excitement comes without a price? Looking at the blue sky running away, then at the money in his hand, the waiter appeared somewhat awkward. In fact, he wasn't wrong. After all, he was a waiter. If the old man really hadn't paid, it would have been him footing the bill in the end. This is life, a true reflection of a working person. Let's go after him, Lennon suggested when he saw how fast Blue Sky was running. Okay, I agree, Liao immediately responded. Li Shuini originally didn't want to go, but since everyone else agreed, he didn't want to spoil the mood. His relationship with Blue Sky wasn't good, but that didn't mean his relationship with the others was bad. The few of them quickly followed. However, they found that Blue Sky was just quietly following behind the old man. Dr. Lan, what are you doing? Just call the old man's family directly, Lennon said, noticing Blue Sky was still walking. Dr. Lan, the most difficult aspect of Alzheimer's patients to manage is their emotions. Right now, he wants to go home. If you try to stop him, do you believe he might explode right in front of you? Blue Sky said with a smile. This was a wake-up call for Lin and the others. They hadn't thought deeply about this. Normally, when faced with such a situation, people would first think of contacting the old man's family or taking him to the police station. That way, they wouldn't be too inconvenienced. But Blue Sky was different. He appeared especially patient, quietly standing beside the old man while they crossed the street. Old man, this is a red light. If you cross now, those cars might have an accident because of you, and you certainly wouldn't want to see that, right? Blue Sky said with a warm smile. Oh, the red light. I almost caused a big accident. Thank you, young man. The old man quickly apologized. Seeing the old man bow like that made Blue Sky feel a bit uncomfortable. He couldn't imagine that if he didn't have this system and was still writing novels, he too would be in this situation when he was old. Would his family think poorly of him? Thinking of this, he shook off the chaotic thoughts in his mind and quietly accompanied the old man. Old man, where is your home? After walking for a few minutes, the old man found a long bench to sit down and rest, and Blue Sky took the opportunity to ask, My home, The old man suddenly pointed to the southeast and then to the northwest, suddenly looking a bit flustered. Who? Oma, Suddenly, the old man's breathing started to quicken. Blue Sky's eyes widened. He immediately looked at Lennon and said urgently, Dr. Lin, there's a clinic up ahead. There should be a salbutamol inhaler. What's wrong? Asthma? Lennon quickly reacted. Blue Sky saw Lin and going to get the salbutamol inhaler and then looked at the others. Evacuate the surrounding people. We need to maintain good air circulation, Blue Sky said hurriedly. Tian took the lead, directly starting to clear the area. But unexpectedly, those people began to take pictures. Everyone move aside, give the old man some space for air. Please cooperate. Li Yao and Gong Changyan also joined the effort to disperse the crowd. Even Li Xuanyi on the side did the same. Move aside? Is this road your family's? A discordant voice rang out. Tian and the others' faces instantly darkened. As doctors, they couldn't stand such people. But it was even more infuriating that they couldn't argue back. Blue Sky glanced at Li Xuanyi and said, Dr. Li, I leave the old man in your hands. Let him sit in a semi-reclined position. Try to help him breathe a bit easier. Hearing Blue Sky's instructions, Li Xuanyi did not refute at all. He simply nodded and took over the old man. Blue Sky stood up and walked directly towards Li Yao, as the person who had just spoken was the one who had clashed with her. Everyone look here. What are these people? This road isn't theirs. Why should we move? The man spoke again, using his right foot as a pivot, provocatively looking at Li Yao. Leave it to me, Blue Sky said, placing a hand on Li Yao's shoulder, then standing in front of her. Li Yao felt relieved when this big boy suddenly stepped up. She really couldn't argue back with this man. After all, as doctors, they dealt mainly with patients. And although they encountered many unreasonable people, there were always designated individuals to handle them. Step back 10 meters. Blue Sky raised his head, staring at the people in front of him. A hint of anger appeared in his clean eyes. Tian and the others had indeed seen this before, back in the hospital. What will you do if we don't move? Let me tell you, I'm standing right here, the man said arrogantly, feeling jealous that this handsome guy was standing in front of him while the surrounding girls were attracted to him. He thought he had to show off his looks. Blue Sky looked at him and suddenly recalled a news story he had seen before. A girl was about to jump off a building, and the firefighter had already grabbed her hand, almost saving her. But the people below kept shouting, Jump, what are you waiting for? Then with a bang, the girl ended her life. The firefighter was left with a heavy, psychological shadow. Just a little more, and a life could have been saved. That was his mission and responsibility. But because of those damned people, a good life was lost, leaving a good firefighter with a deep psychological trauma. Now, how was this man different from those people back then? Bang! Blue Sky suddenly threw a punch, hitting the man's cheek hard. The man immediately bled from his mouth. A girl beside them jumped up. This is a life we're talking about. Because you won't move, the air is obstructed, which could very well lead to this old man's death. If this were your dad or grandpa, would you act the same? Would you be shouting below when your family was about to jump off a building? Jump down. What are you waiting for? Do you really think life is that worthless? Damn it. If I don't hit you, do you really think watching the excitement comes without a price? Can your conscience really handle this? Blue Sky almost shouted in anger. Hearing his furious shouts, the bystanders involuntarily took a step back. You bastard, you hit me? I won't let you off. The man didn't take it in and charged forward. Blue Sky smirked, lifted his leg, and then struck downward. Bang! The man was directly pinned under his foot. Call the police. Everyone listen up. My name is Blue Sky. I'm a doctor in the emergency department of the First People's Hospital of Huifeng City. If you have any problems, come find me. Right now, a man is obstructing a doctor from saving a life, and our hospital will reserve the right to sue him. As soon as Blue Sky said this, some people around recognized him. It's really Blue Doctor, the one who is so popular online. Look, it's exactly the same, no doubt. Blue Doctor cannot. Before the girl could finish, Blue Sky shot her a cold glance, scaring her back. Step back 10 meters, maintain air circulation, otherwise, you will all be murderers. After saying that, Blue Sky ignored what they were saying. The most important thing now was to wait for Lin and to return. Chapter 47. More famous Lan Tian stood there quietly, waiting for Lin and to return. With just one punch and one kick, he had already made some people too afraid to approach. Meanwhile, the man beside him had called the police. Lan Tian, I've already called the hospital staff. They will be here soon, Lin said. Okay, Dr. Lin, you could take over from here. Asthma is a condition that requires long-term treatment. You should be quite familiar with it, Lan Tian replied with a smile. What happened? Lin frowned. He was already 40 years old and had experienced nearly half a lifetime of events. No matter how capable Lan Tian was, he couldn't hide his expression. So Lin immediately noticed. It's nothing. I should be going to the police station soon. Lan Tian shook his head and then gestured to the elderly man. After all, the elderly were more important in this situation. Upon hearing this, Lin nodded. Even if Lan Tian had committed a crime, as long as it wasn't murder or serious injury, he would find a way to bail him out. Lan Tian's talent could not be delayed by such matters. After Lin administered 100 g of salbutamol aerosol to the elderly man, the man's complexion improved slightly. Sir, have a little water. Lin opened the thermos he brought and offered the elderly man a small sip of warm water. The elderly man began to feel a bit better, but he still appeared quite listless. This was the condition of a patient with asthma. Therefore, when dealing with such patients, ensuring good air circulation around them is the first priority. When Lan Tian saw the elderly man recover a bit, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, the man who had been attacked pointed at Lan Tian and shouted, "Officer, that's him. He hit me." The people nearby quickly moved aside to clear a path for the police. A police officer entered, saw Lan Tian's position, and noticed the distance the people were standing. His brow suddenly furrowed. You hit him? The officer was somewhat skeptical about whether the man was telling the truth. Lan Tian appeared very gentle, standing there like a gentleman. Not at all like someone who would hit another person. It was me who hit him. Lan Tian nodded, admitting it. The officer looked at him, then at the man, and couldn't help but feel a sense of disdain. The two men were not in the same weight class. The man weighed at least 180 pounds, yet he had been hit by Lan Tian. In his mind, he suddenly labeled the man as weak. Then let's go with us, the officer said without further ado. Okay. Lan Tian nodded and was about to follow the officer when Lin stopped him. Officer, is there something else going on here? Our Dr. Lan Tian has a very good temper, Lin said. The officer glanced at Lan Tian and suddenly remembered a news article he had seen online. Are you Dr. Lan Tian from Huifeng City's First People's Hospital? No wonder you look so familiar, the officer said with a smile. That's me, Dr. Lin. Let's handle this as a formal matter. It's okay. Justice will prevail. No need to be afraid, Lan Tian said, looking at the officer and indicating that they could leave. This scene was captured by those around them. Lan Tian had suddenly become a hot topic. Many reporters were lurking at the hospital, hoping to catch something. This was the nature of certain so-called paparazzi and media outlets. They would capture whatever was trending and were never short of rumors and slander. On the way to the police station, a flood of posts suddenly appeared online. The beginning of the posts read, regarding the doctor from Huifeng First Hospital who saved a life and how he assaulted a pedestrian. In no time, discussions erupted. After sending the elderly man to the hospital and notifying his family, Lin finally had the chance to check his phone. Suddenly, his face darkened. On the way to the hospital, he had already learned the whole story, but the things written by these marketing accounts were completely distorted. They focused solely on Lan Tian hitting someone and getting taken away by the police. Dr. Lin, what should we do now? Do we need the dean to come out and explain? Liao asked anxiously. If she had handled the situation back then, it might not have turned out this way. What could the dean do? The most important thing now was to clarify the situation, but Lan Tian was at the police station, and they needed to find a way to get him out and clarify things. Lin shook his head, feeling a bit of a headache. Surprisingly, the capabilities of these marketing accounts surpassed ordinary imagination. You could never imagine how much money they would invest for a bit of heat. Sigh, Dr. Lan Tian is really impressive. For months, and he is still trending, Liao said with a bitter smile. But at that moment, Lan Tian was sitting in the police station, being interrogated. Yes. After understanding the situation, the other party refused to settle. Lan Tian must pay the price. Based on the injuries, he would be sentenced to at least 6 months since he had caused the other party to spit blood, unless Lan Tian had sufficient evidence to prove otherwise. But now the police had also seen the videos online and were still searching for evidence. Currently, Lan Tian was only being questioned. During the questioning, Lan Tian suddenly saw a police officer holding his waist and said, "Officer, you should be careful. It's best not to overexert yourself recently. Your back injury is quite serious." This remark piqued the curiosity of some people in the police station, who quickly came over to ask what was wrong with them. A yellow coat on the tongue indicates that you have a lot of dampness. It's actually nothing serious. Just avoid alcohol for a week or two and stick to lighter foods, Lan Tian said as he looked at them. "Dr. Lan Tian, what about me? Look at my wrist. It hurts a lot, but it's not gout. It just feels particularly uncomfortable when I exert force," a police officer who looked to be around 40 said quickly. "This situation is likely due to degenerative changes in the wrist bones. Does it hurt when you rotate it?" Lan Tian concluded directly and asked, Yes. Dr. Lan Tian, will it have any impact?" The officer asked quickly. "Actually, it's nothing, but it can affect some things. However, I still recommend you go to the hospital for a checkup. As the saying goes, treat ailments when they arise and strengthen health when there are none. Regular checkups are very important and should not be neglected. I remember the police system also has health checkups conducted by doctors from health organizations. You guys should consider going for a checkup," Lan Tian said with a smile. "That is good. But I didn't go for my checkup last year because I was too busy," the officer said with a bitter smile. Lan Tian nodded in understanding. After all, as police officers, they deal with everything from family matters to various criminals. Sometimes, safety cannot be guaranteed, so fatigue is almost inevitable. "Dr. Lan Tian, we have obtained the complete video, but you still hit someone and—" A police officer rushed in, looking at Lan Tian. Lan Tian smiled slightly and asked, "If one knows that a patient may be in life-threatening danger, but still obstructs the situation, how should the law judge this?" As soon as these words were spoken, the police officers present perked up. To be honest, Lan Tian left a very good impression on them. He was approachable and easy to talk to. However, that guy wasn't so lucky. He kept asking whether the police could actually punish him and claimed they weren't doing their jobs. Everyone has their temper. The phrase "the people do not fight with the officials" clearly shows that that guy really doesn't understand. "I get it now, but you this time have gotten angry again." After the police officer finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the police station lobby. Lan Tian shook his head and smiled. He really didn't care about what was considered angry or not. He didn't rely on that for a living. Now his salary is enough to live worry-free for a lifetime. Chapter 48. Criminal Attack. Blood on the bayonet. Do you still want to press charges against him? The police officer asked the man from earlier. Watching the complete video, the man shrank his neck. He was still very angry. After all, being trampled on was humiliating. He indeed wanted to put Lan Tian in prison. But now, if Lan Tian went to prison, he would have to go too. Moreover, he could very likely be charged with obstructing a doctor from saving a life. By then, Lan Tian would be out in 6 months, but he wouldn't be able to get out without at least 3 years of a fixed-term sentence. "No, I won't sue. I'm leaving. Thank you, officer." Knowing he was in the wrong, the man could only leave in shame. The police officer breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the other party didn't press charges, everything would be fine. After all, they didn't want to be too busy dealing with civil disputes, especially not with Lan Tian involved. "Dr. Lan Tian, don't you think it's time to issue a statement now?" The officer looked at Lan Tian and asked. "No, justice is in the hearts of the people. I can't sue so many marketing accounts, and the hospital should be able to handle it. By the way, didn't you say there are 2 more teams on their way back? How long until they arrive? I don't need to go back right now, so I could take a look first." Lan Tian shook his head. For those who spread rumors, as long as he had favorable evidence, he could put an end to it. Unfortunately, the cost of spreading rumors was too low. The sheer volume of unfounded rumors online was unimaginable. "Oh, they're on their way back. Just wait a moment. I really appreciate your help," the police officer said. "It's fine. I'll just wait in that room." Lan Tian nodded and walked inside. Then he picked up his phone and opened the new book he was going to write. He slowly pressed the latest chapter with his phone S buttons. Outside the police station, everything was normal. "Old Lee, you're finally back. We've been waiting for you for 10 minutes." A police car stopped. and a middle-aged man in his 50s got out of the vehicle. The officer who had brought Lan Tian to the police station called out hurriedly, "Haha, it's just that something happened on the way, which delayed us. Hey, old Chun, don't lie to me today. My back really has gotten better, and the hospital can't fix it." The officer known as Oldly shook his head. While speaking, he supported his waist with his hand, looking quite troubled. "Could I possibly lie to you? All right, bring that guy in for interrogation. We've finally caught him after 6 or 7 days." Old Chun said happily. Oldly smiled and led the team down. This person looked like a vicious criminal. But at that moment, "Oldly, be careful," Old Chun shouted, trying to draw his gun, but realizing his weapon was inside the police station. Biafik. Blood splattered everywhere, and the officers on the scene immediately drew their guns. "Don't move. I'll shoot if you move," the police shouted, but the criminal, seemingly reckless, just stood there with a smile, with a grin on his face. He suddenly kicked the person he had stabbed in the abdomen. Then, with the police's mobilization, he was directly pinned to the ground. "Oldly, are you okay?" Old Chin hurriedly ran over, asking anxiously. "I'm fine. He wasn't aiming for us. He got stabbed." "Quickly call 120. Old Chun's face darkened. They had been staking out, following, and investigating for 6 or 7 days, only for this to happen at the last moment when one of them got stabbed in the abdomen. Thankfully, the assailant didn't dare to attack the police. If the one who got stabbed had been him, it would have been much worse. "What happened?" Lan Tian curiously walked out, only to find a group of police officers forming a circle. The alarm had been triggered. "Officer, what happened?" Lan Tian patted one of the officers on the shoulder and asked. "Oh, I almost forgot. We have a doctor here. Team Chun. ISNT Dr. Lan Tian, right here," the officer shouted. Old Chin came back to his senses and slapped his forehead. After so many years as a police officer, how could he be so flustered at this moment? "Dr. Lan Tian, we need your help. One of our suspects has been stabbed in the abdomen. Can you help? His breathing is very weak. We absolutely cannot let him die, or we'll lose our lead." Old Chun hurried over, speaking rapidly like a machine gun. "All right, bring the first aid kit over. Everyone step back. We cannot crowd around a patient with weak breathing." Lan Tian spoke directly. "Everyone step back." Old Chin quickly complied, instructing the officers to disperse while getting the first aid kit. Lan Tian examined the victim and was a bit surprised. This person had a strong will to live. Stabbed in the abdomen, the blade was fully embedded. The blade of this fruit knife was 16 cm long, enough to damage the spleen and other organs. "Repeat offender." Lan Tian sighed softly. Then Lan Tian took action. Using acupressure, he located the bleeding point near the arteries and veins and pressed down with his fist. The first aid kit arrived. One officer ran over, and the other officers looked on in surprise. They were police officers, and the police academy taught not only how to be a police officer, but also emergency measures. They had also thought of acupressure, but based on their assessment of the victim's condition, it was completely inappropriate because of the excessive bleeding. They needed other bandaging methods. Disinfected gauze was crucial now. First, they needed to bandage the wound, then send him to the hospital for sutures. Lan Tian's expression turned serious. At this moment, he was in the zone. The surrounding officers nodded in agreement. Old Chun was the first to follow his instructions. After disinfecting, Lan Tian used the gauze to clean up the blood around the wound. Then PFF. He pulled out the knife. Blood spurted out immediately, but his reaction was quick. He tilted his head to dodge the blood and pressed the prepared gauze directly onto the wound. A scream escaped the victim's mouth. The disinfected gauze still contained antiseptic. This kind of pain was something ordinary people could not endure. "How long until the ambulance arrives?" "What level is the ambulance?" Lan Tian asked directly. "Generally, the ambulance is type B," Old Chin replied. "That's good. It's an emergency ambulance, so they can perform surgery directly in the vehicle." Lan Tian nodded, looking outside the police station. The ambulance was slowly approaching. However, his words left the police officers puzzled. "Perform surgery in the vehicle? Isn't that a bit hasty? After all, this concerns a life." Chapter 49. Suturing blood vessels in the car. Acting tough Dr. Lan. "Will performing surgery in the car have any effects or something?" Old Chin walked over, frowning. In his view, only in a fully controlled environment like an operating room can a patient's life safety be guaranteed. And in an ambulance, even if it's a type B, There wouldn't be too many complete surgical tools. To him, this was almost tantamount to murder. The injured person was on the verge of shock, bleeding excessively. Even if they bandaged him up later and got him to the hospital in time for treatment, he would likely fall into a comatose state. Are you planning to solve the case later, or speed things up? Lan Tian looked at Old Chun and asked. This matter still required the police to decide. If they intended to take the patient to the hospital for treatment, then he wouldn't need to take action. The real reason he was taking action was that the assailant from the earlier attack was experienced and clearly knew that stabbing in this area would cause shock and other conditions, even risking death. Although he wouldn't die immediately, he would fall into shock from excessive bleeding and could slip into a coma. Timely treatment would completely avoid life-threatening danger. Sure enough, after Lan Tian said this, the eyes of the criminal lying on the ground lit up. But the pain forced him to cry out. What are the odds? Old Chin's expression darkened. As the head of the criminal investigation team, he quickly grasped the key point. If what Lan Tian said was true, it likely meant that the other party had indeed taken a risky gamble, willing to pay the price of life. 80%. Lan Tian initially wanted to say 100%, but considering that these people might think he was bragging, he settled for 80%. TSK Lan Tian. Even if you're impressive, isn't saying there's an 80% success rate in an ambulance a bit rash? A man got out of the ambulance, and Lan Tian's eyes brightened. Wasn't this Liang Yukai? Why did he come along with the ambulance? I came because they were short on doctors, Liang Yukai shrugged. Lan Tian shook his head, pointed at the criminal, and said, if you don't want to be a criminal, you should let him get on the ambulance first. Hearing this, Liang Youcai's face immediately fell. Meanwhile, other nurses and doctors who just got out of the vehicle rushed over to lift the criminal inside. I didn't expect all 4 of you from Qingjing to come. It's really hard for you to do nurses' work. Now, I'll take over, Lan Tian said, ignoring Liang Youcai's expression. He dared to say this entirely because of Old Chen's agreement. Since the police had agreed, it meant that if something went wrong, he and the police would have to bear the responsibility. However, as Old Chen said, he really couldn't afford to wait. If the criminal fell into a complete coma, the time of awakening would be uncertain, and if something went wrong in the hospital, it would truly be a loss. Lan Tian disinfected his hands and put on sterile gloves. There was no sterile gown, but there was no time for that. The criminal had already gone into shock from blood loss. They couldn't establish a peripheral intravenous line in the ambulance. Qingjing's Fu Mingho stared at Lan Tian and spoke. He was originally a surgeon from Chongqing and understood the surgical approach. Injecting white, suspended red blood cells, virus-inactivated frozen plasma, leukocyte-depleted platelet apheresis, cold precipitation. Lan Tian immediately spoke, not giving any chance for dialogue. Type B ambulances should have these things. He looked at him, saying. Fu Mingho's expression darkened, but he still obediently started the fluid infusion. However, not establishing a peripheral intravenous line was completely nonsense in their view. General anesthesia, Lan Tian continued. But this time I'll do it myself. Type B ambulances had some emergency equipment, but it was incomplete. The most important thing now was to save the criminal's life so that he wouldn't fall into a coma when sent to the hospital for rescue. Lan Tian began. They had previously been amazed by Lan Tian's appendectomy skills, but now this was not an appendicitis. Could he really do it at such a young age? The Chongqing people were still skeptical. Lan Tian ignored their gazes. He unwrapped the gauze and used gauze pads to apply pressure to stop the bleeding. Then, he began to suction out the accumulated blood, searching for the ruptured large blood vessel. But in the eyes of the 4 doctors from Qingjing, this was simply a fantasy. Wanting to find a ruptured large blood vessel without instruments, and with such a small incision? However, they were directly dumbfounded next. Lan Tian's fingers slipped in and directly pressed on the bleeding point. Non-invasive vascular clamp. Lan Tian reached out. Unknowingly, Fu Mingho actually picked up the non-invasive vascular clamp and handed it to him. After taking it, Lan Tian began to use the non-invasive vascular clamp to clamp the ruptured vessel wall and free the surrounding tissue. The few of them gasped in amazement. How is this possible? Under unconditional circumstances, he could achieve the same results as in an operating room. Moreover, with just a few changes in technique, he could better free the surrounding tissue of the rupture. This was simply. Lan Tian ignored them and continued with the surgery. What needed to be done now was to perform an abdominal incision. But it was clear that performing an abdominal incision now was not ideal. It was dangerous to do so in an ambulance. Lan Tian naturally thought of this. He re-disinfected and then began cutting with the scalpel. Abdominal incision. Ruptured blood vessel. Get the thread to suture. Lan Tian's hand speed was unbelievable. The thread passed through the vessel without any pause. Suture. The ruptured large blood vessel is sutured. Gulps. Fu Mingho swallowed hard, staring blankly at Lan Tian. Lan Tian did not respond. Because of the abdominal incision, the next step was to close the abdomen. Another round of suturing began. The thread looked very obvious, but there was not the slightest sense of incongruity because this thread seemed to demonstrate artistry. Lan Tian put down the needle and thread, then looked at Fu Mingho. The internal damage is significant. I've only cleared a few things. After returning to the hospital, it needs to be reorganized, but the ruptured blood vessel is fine. Additionally, the liver has already deteriorated, and the duodenum has problems. However, this should not be an issue for you. Last time with the duodenum problem, I only took 20 minutes. After saying that, Lan Tian walked down, leaving Fu Mingho and the others behind. They were still in shock, but when they heard 20 minutes, they almost rushed to confront this show-off. This was simply like stepping on them into the ground, especially Liang Yukai, who was about to kneel while watching the surgery. Unexpectedly, he blurted out such a remark. Looking at Lan Tian, who was covered in blood, Old Chen frowned and quickly asked, "How is it?" Lan Tian shrugged and nodded. At least, he won't fall into a coma after the drug effect wears off. Lan Tian made this guarantee because he was certain that after the ruptured blood vessel was sutured, the blood loss would decrease. Everything else could only be checked with instruments and needed to be done very formally to complete. However, if he wouldn't continue to bleed, this person wouldn't faint from shock. Chapter 50. Make way. Dr. Lan is here. That's great, Dr. Lan. I've heard for a long time that your surgeries are impressive, but I didn't expect you to be this amazing under such conditions. Old Chun breathed a sigh of relief and then called Old Li over. Dr. Lan, this is Old Li I mentioned to you. Could you take a look at him? Old Chin said. Upon hearing this, Lan Tian nodded and, after asking a few questions, learned that Old Li's back pain was due to rheumatism. He had just neglected it due to recent tasks. I suggest you all get a good physical examination. After all, you are really worn out, Lan Tian said, shaking his head, feeling a sense of admiration. These police officers serving the people all have physical issues to some extent. All right, we understand. Thank you, Dr. Lan. The police officers thanked him and watched as Lan Tian left. Third Hospital of Bingjiang City. Lan Tian looked up at the large sign of the hospital, nodding to himself. The city they came to discuss is Bingjiang City. It is said that the third hospital of Bingjiang is even better than the first hospital. It seems this is not just hearsay, Lan Tian thought to himself. Upon entering the third hospital, the environment was even better than that of the first People's Hospital in Huifeng City. No wonder it is one of the top hospitals in the country. Lan Tian sighed and walked straight in. Hello. I would like to find Director Zhao of your emergency department, Lan Tian said to a nurse with a smile. The nurse scoffed, turned around, and was in a daze for 10 seconds. Oh, okay. Oh no, I'm sorry, I lost my composure. Well, our director is not here. The nurse initially looked down on him. The director of their emergency department was known for being strict and would never accept bribes. She had intended to turn around and scold him, but then realized that this young man was really handsome. His height, skin, and looks. If he had money, he would definitely be a perfect catch. Even without money, he could rely on his looks. Not here. Dr. Lin said he was. Lan Tian Faoen, so mewat pu dao. He came specifically to see how the criminal would be treated. So he had called Linen on the way and expressed his desire to observe. Linen readily told him to find Zhao Hanlin and said it was from him. But upon arriving here, he was unexpectedly not present. Not here. That's a pity. Lan Tian shook his head and could only turn back. The nurse was still in a daze when she realized that the handsome guy had already disappeared. At the third hospital of Bingjiang City, in the operating room, the intravenous line has been established. Blood transfusion and rehydration will begin shortly. The blood vessels have been sutured, and there are no other issues with the vessels. Measuring central venous pressure. Central venous pressure measurement completed. Report on abdominal conditions. Right kidney injury, duodenal injury. Proceed with surgery. A series of commands were issued as the surgery began. Zhao Hanlin reopened the abdomen, cutting along the original suture line to create another incision. A transverse cut. The right renal vein needs to be severed. Zhao Hanlin gasped. The criminal's body had already indicated damage to the internal organs. If he had used conventional methods, it could have resulted in serious issues. Therefore, he decided to perform an end-to-side anastomosis of the right renal vein and inferior vena cava. However, a strange thought flashed through his mind. How could the doctor suturing the vascular rupture in this situation be sure that after suturing the rupture, he could stabilize the patient's vital signs and shock state? This thought was fleeting. He needed to focus more intently on the surgery now. He began to free and trim the kidney side stump. Non-invasive hemostatic clamps. Zhao Hanlin reached out and spoke. Then he continued. Non-invasive heart ear clamps. His movements began to slow down significantly because he needed to use 2 clamps to occlude the anterior wall of the inferior vena cava. Then, he used a vascular scissors to cut open the lateral wall of the inferior vena cava. He then started suturing. Zhao Hanlin's hands were also quite beautiful. Although he was already middle-aged, his speed was not slow at all. After confirming there was no obvious bleeding, he verified the anastomosis channel. Wait, the case mentioned a problem with the duodenum, right? Zhao Hanlin suddenly thought of this issue. Yes, during the comprehensive examination, there was indeed a problem with the duodenum. An assistant standing by said, "No, this is a criminal, which means the doctor who previously sutured him must not have known. And the criminal couldn't have been examined in that situation. So how did that doctor know about the duodenum?" Once this was said, the doctors, anesthesiologists, and circulating nurses present all widened their eyes. Right? How'd he know? The few people who had been observing from the side, including Liang Yukai, were suddenly stunned as well. Right, how did he know? A storm of thoughts swept through their minds again. Lan Tian himself was unaware that he had unconsciously led them to so many speculations. But the reasoning was actually quite simple. All right, let's not think about this for now. Let's focus on the surgery for the duodenum. After Zhao Hanlin spoke, he entered into a busy state again. Lan Tian, why are you back? Lennon found it strange that Lan Tian had returned to the hotel. Did you not find the person? He said he wasn't here. By the way, how's that old man? Lan Tian asked. He was sent to the hospital in time and has stabilized for now, Lennon said with a smile. That's good. I must say, I'm a bit tired. I'm going to take a shower. After saying this, Lan Tian shrugged and returned to his room. Lennon scratched his head and dialed the 3rd hospital's number. Only then did he find out that Zhao Hanlin was in surgery. No wonder Lan Tian couldn't find him. Never mind, we'll talk later. Lennon shook his head and went downstairs. Is Dr. Lan in your hotel? A police officer stood at the hotel front desk, urgently asking. Dr. Lan? Which Dr. Lan? The front desk lady was momentarily stunned, her heart racing. It couldn't be the one who catches criminals, could it? Yes, that one. The one from the news today. Once this was said, the front desk lady immediately remembered. Yes, he is in 702. Here is the room card, she said, directly handing over the room card. Lennon happened to see this scene and frowned. Police comrade, I am Lennon, a colleague of Dr. Lan. What do you need him for? Lennon thought the matter wasn't over yet. You're Dr. Lan's colleague? That's great. Please have Dr. Lan come to the police station quickly. We need to leave with you right now. It's a matter of life and death. Upon hearing this, Lennon was filled with confusion. Just then, Mo Tian and others returned and also heard this. There's no time for explanations. Can you let Dr. Lan come down first? The police officer urged. Lennon nodded and made a call. 1 minute later, Dr. Lan came down. Dr. Lan, there's no time to explain. Get in the car. We'll explain on the way. Saying this, the police officer pulled Lan Tian into the police car. Lin and the others, feeling suspicious, hurriedly called for a car to follow. Arriving at the police station. Make way. Dr. Lan is here. Hurry up and make way. Chapter 51. Shot again? After following the police to the station, a look of shock erupted in Lan Tian's eyes. Shot. Shot again? The scene from the hospital flashed vividly in his mind. Just a moment away, that injured person could have died on the spot. If it weren't for his quick actions in stabilizing the patient immediately, it would have been fatal. He originally thought that, as an emergency physician in Huifeng City, aside from that special experience, he wouldn't he encounter gunfire again. After all, there are health organizations for that. Health organizations are the ones that handle gunshot wounds. In terms of professionalism in all conditions, they are undoubtedly the first choice. The health organization personnel didn't come? Lan Tian furrowed his brows and hurriedly asked. They are on their way, but we saw the news about you, and since the health organization personnel happened to be unavailable, we had to find you. Upon hearing this, Lan Tian's expression darkened. This is not the best place for treatment. This is not a hospital. There aren't even basic surgical tools here. Immediately call 120 and have them bring the surgical instruments over. Also, I need all unrelated personnel to leave and maintain silence. Lan Tian crouched down, examining the area around the waist. This time, the bullet seemed to have penetrated deeper, as if it was shot from close range. Blood was still flowing. Feasible plans began to form in Lan Tian's mind, but all the scenarios he envisioned were from inside an operating room. Lan Tian, do you need our help? Lin and the others arrived and immediately asked. I really need it, Dr. Lin. Do you remember the hospital? This surgery is going to be even more difficult than in the hospital. The main issue is that the patient is now in a state of shock. I've only performed pressure techniques, but stopping the bleeding is nearly impossible. What we need now is to bandage him and prevent any more blood from flowing out. Lan Tian's eyes lit up as he spoke. Lin and the others arrived just in time. He had thought he might be all alone this time. He didn't expect Lin to come along. All right, I'll bandage him and stop the bleeding, but we need surgical tools. What are you planning to do? Lin nodded and quickly got to work. It must be said that the bandaging skills of a doctor with over 20 years of experience are impressive. Although blood was still oozing out, it was manageable now. At least the patient's injury wouldn't worsen. Lan Tian took a deep breath and said, we need quite a few things right now, but the most important is to set up a makeshift surgical tent to isolate everything. His words were immediately acknowledged. The others, being doctors, naturally understood the reasoning behind this. Soon, they disinfected the area and gently moved the gunshot victim. Then they began to set up a makeshift surgical tent. Dr. Lan Tian, they are here. The hospital doctors have arrived. Once the surgical tent was set up, the police officer hurriedly said, then let them in. Give me the scalpel and scissors. Lan Tian took a deep breath, then looked at the police officer and said, from now on, no one is allowed to disturb us without my permission, even if health organization personnel come. If we can't handle it, we will withdraw immediately. We absolutely will not delay the patient's life. The police officer nodded heavily. Lan Tian looked at Lin and glanced at the doctor who came from the 3rd hospital of Bingjiang. He began. He lifted the injured person's clothing. The burned skin was revealed before their eyes. Hiss! Everyone gasped. They clearly knew what kind of distance could cause such damage. If this bullet had hit the chest, it would have been fatal, as it would directly pierce the heart. Last time, he rescued someone like this. Could he succeed this time? The thoughts flashed through Lin, Mo Tian, and Li Yao's minds. Because the current situation was worse than in the hospital. At this moment, Lan Tian silently thought, as expected. When he got the scalpel and prepared to cut open the wound to retrieve the bullet, 16 paths burst forth in his mind. Paralysis? Lan Tian hesitated to make the incision. His brows tightly knitted. What's wrong? Lin noticed he hadn't cut yet and couldn't help but ask. No, this plan won't work. I need to change it. Lan Tian seemed not to hear what the others were saying, shaking his head repeatedly. Everyone was confused about what he was doing, anxious but afraid to speak. Suddenly, Lan Tian, whose mind was in a violent storm, paused. He made the incision from the upper part of the abdomen, not the injured area. A mistake? Or? Lin's eyes widened, unable to believe it. The doctor who came was also stunned. What is this young guy doing? Cutting above the abdomen, not at the wound site? If they cut open the wound, they could retrieve the bullet immediately, thus solving the problem. But now, he was actually making an incision from above the abdomen. What was he thinking? Lan Tian didn't stop. The scalpel fell, and he sliced as if he were a chef. His delicate hand slid gently, then stopped. He was 1 centimeter away from the bullet. Then, he made a horizontal cut at the 1 centimeter mark. What are you doing? The doctor from the 3rd hospital of Bingjiang shouted to stop him. But Lan Tian seemed not to hear. He continued, then opened the upper part of the patient's abdomen. He used hemostatic forceps to stop the bleeding and then began to free the area. Next, he reached out and said, Scalpel. Lin was very confused, but still handed him the scalpel. A thin layer of cold sweat appeared on Lan Tian's forehead. This was his idea, not the 16 paths that appeared in his mind. Because those 16 paths for the injured person in front of him were no different from dead ends. Each of those paths ultimately led to paralysis. The scalpel entered the incision and gently cut through the final barrier to the bullet. He began to inject 1 milligram of adrenaline intravenously. After Lan Tian spoke, Lin followed suit. In the eyes of the doctor from Bingjiang, this scene could only be described in 2 words: crazy. And 2 crazies at that. One dared to speak, and the other dared to act. Lan Tian didn't care about his thoughts. What he wanted was not just to save a life, but to ensure that the injured person would recover without any difference from a normal person. If it ended up in paralysis due to nerve issues, the entire body could become paralyzed. It was because of this that he thought of this approach. After the injection, Lin felt a wave of bitterness because he couldn't understand Lan Tian's actions. This completely exceeded his comprehension, but he still followed through. This scene was strikingly similar to when they were in the hospital. There was no plan, no professional doctors. Only he dared to step up to save lives. So, he chose to trust Lan Tian. Chapter 52, is it blue sky? Then there's no problem. Crazy, all crazy. A hint of disbelief shone in the eyes of the doctor from the 3rd hospital of Bingjiang City. He murmured, "Are we crazy?" Perhaps. Liao and Mo Tian shared the same thought in their eyes. However, what Blue Sky had done before was beyond their imagination. It seemed that Blue Sky hadn't heard anything. After Lin injected adrenaline intravenously, there was only one thing in his mind: retrieve the bullet. He couldn't see the bullet's trace at all, as the incision wasn't made at the bullet's entry point. Now, it was a test not only of understanding human anatomy, but also of the precision in retrieving the bullet. There was a high possibility of misgrasping it. If the blood vessel was accidentally clamped, the injured person would not survive here. Cold sweat broke out on Blue Sky's forehead. This surgery was indeed a bit challenging for him at the moment. However, he had over 100 surgical experiences under his belt. No matter how difficult it was, could it be harder than what he had combined from all that experience? Now, he just needed to abandon the previous dependence on the surgical trajectory in his mind and carve out a new path by himself. Continue, although this was difficult. ECMO was not needed, and the patient's heart was not under pressure. As Blue Sky spoke, he continued to work. Next came the most challenging part: retrieving the bullet. This could be called a blind retrieval. Outside the operating tent, various police officers rubbed their hands together, anxiously awaiting news. How long has it been? 30 minutes. Half an hour has passed, and it's not done yet. Is it really that serious? Old Chen rubbed his hands and asked anxiously. It was a close-range shot. It probably wouldn't be that simple. Being police officers, they were more familiar with guns and knew how deep the bullet would penetrate from that distance. Captain, the people from the health organization have arrived. A young officer hurried over and whispered. Did they bring anything? Old Chen asked hastily. Yes, they are a professional team. The young officer nodded. Great. Old Chen was secretly pleased, though his gaze turned to the outside of the police station. A vehicle pulled up. For people in work uniforms from the health organization got out, carrying a stretcher. Where's the injured? The person coming down was Zhang Changming. He had previously gone to the First People's Hospital of Huifeng City. It was he who had personally invited Blue Sky, but he was turned down. He had always felt a bit regretful about it. Inside for surgery, Old Chun pointed to the operating tent and swallowed hard. It was obvious he didn't know Zhang Changming was coming. If he had known, he might not have allowed Blue Sky to operate in the first place. He assumed the people from the health organization wouldn't be of much significance. It turned out that this was someone just below the minister of the health organization. Such a person was not someone a small criminal investigation captain like him could provoke, who will retrieve the bullet inside the operating tent. Zhang Changming's face turned cold. He had already learned about the injured person's condition on the way. The bullet's entry point was in the abdomen, slightly to the right. The injured person had bled into a state of shock. There was no blood transfusion equipment on site, let alone professional treatment tools. What kind of mindset allowed them to perform surgery on site? He calculated all the time. By the time he arrived, although the treatment was a bit late, it should still be possible to save the person. It's Dr. Blue from the First People's Hospital of Huifeng City. Old Chen knew that responding truthfully was the best. Blue. Zhang Changming was about to explode, but suddenly recalled what happened a few months ago. Is it blue sky? He asked. Yes, that's him. Old Chen nodded truthfully. Then it's fine. You two, take ECMO and the infusion and come in with me. Also, the injured person urgently needs a blood transfusion. Understood? Zhang Changming breathed a sigh of relief and instructed his assistant to bring the supplies and follow him inside. Old Chen was dumbfounded, feeling a bit strange. He was just angry a moment ago. Why did he suddenly go silent? Could it be because of blue sky? At this moment, blue sky was unaware of what was happening outside. He had completely entered another state. In his mind, concepts of human anatomy appeared. Ribs, spleen, kidneys, blood vessels, all entangled. The human body is a marvelous structure. As Lan Tian and the others saw him begin to insert forceps into the incision, they also became nervous. Blind retrieval. In this moment, they dared not breathe, fearing they might affect blue sky. Life or death hinged on this moment. Zhang Changming also walked in at this time. Just a glance, and he realized blue sky was actually going for a blind retrieval of the bullet. How did he come up with such a bold idea? Blue sky's hand did not shake. His fingers gently parted the wound. Then the forceps moved lightly. He encountered a slight obstruction. Blue sky was overjoyed. This was not bone or a blood vessel. It was the bullet. Retrieving it was the most difficult part. He clamped the bullet, and everyone watching him, who was used to his rapid hand speed, saw him slow down to several times his usual speed. 1 minute passed. Blue sky's hand still hadn't moved an inch. 2 minutes passed, and blue sky reached out. Surgical knife. He called softly. Lennon immediately handed it over. With the surgical knife in hand, blue sky inserted it back into the incision. His left hand gently slid down. Blood oozed out, but he remained unmoved, continuing to pull back. Bang! A crisp sound rang out. The doctors gasped. It had truly succeeded. Yes, the bullet fell into the metal basin, which meant success. Now, the most basic task was to suture the wound, redisinfect the wound, and stitch it up. The needle and thread passed through the incision. Pass. Stitch. The speed was quick. They witnessed this fast yet orderly surgery once again. Phew, it succeeded. Blue Sky smiled, stretching his back and realizing it was soaked. Blood transfusion, connect ECMO. After Zhang Changming spoke, several doctors realized Zhang Changming had actually come. They quickly stood up and called out, "Dr. Zhang." After completing all this, Zhang Changming fixed his gaze on Blue Sky and asked, "Just now, why did you make the incision there?" The normal practice should be to use the wound as the standard for the incision and then retrieve the bullet to avoid more bleeding. Blue Sky was unafraid of his questioning, looking at him and pointing to the injured person. It's simple. If the incision is made at the wound, it would be easy to retrieve the bullet and avoid excessive bleeding. But in reality, if the incision is made at the wound, the patient would be half paralyzed because the lower part of the wound touches the nerves. However, if the bullet is retrieved from above, although there will be more bleeding, as long as the amount is calculated correctly, it won't be fatal. Instead, it enables the retrieval of the bullet without causing complete paralysis. Blue Sky's theory brightened Zhang Changming's eyes, and at the same time, he was filled with enthusiasm. In his view, this young man had to join the health organization. Not doing so would be a loss for the country. He was too impressive, whether in terms of ideas or surgical ability, all top-notch, and even he, a professor from a provincial academy, couldn't find any flaws. He had to recruit this young man. This was Zhang Changming's heartfelt shout, his most genuine thought. The doctor from the 3rd Hospital of Bingjiang City felt a hot flush on his face. Thinking back to his earlier doubts made him uncomfortable. Meanwhile, the doctors from the First People's Hospital of Huifeng City were left speechless. What a devilishly clever head this is. Chapter 53 of the second discussion meeting began, and unexpectedly, the department had to wait for a few minutes. After the patient's vital signs began to stabilize, the health organization personnel immediately lifted the patient onto the vehicle. Zhang Changming signaled for them to return first, while he stood opposite Lan Tian. "Officer Chun, I'll take my leave now." Lan Tian smiled and prepared to turn and leave. Seeing this, Zhang Changming hurriedly called out, "Hey, Lan Tian, wait a minute." As soon as he said this, Lin and the others felt a jolt in their hearts. This old guy, Is he not trying to get Lan Tian to join the health organization? If he really joins, how would they explain it to the principal? Although Lan Tian had rejected him several times before, there was no guarantee he wouldn't refuse again. Many medical students see the health organization as their goal. Whether professionally or otherwise, it's basically within reach. Lennon missed joining because he fell short by 1 point in the written exam. The strict assessment of the health organization makes it nearly impossible for ordinary people to get in. Hearing this, Lan Tian turned back, puzzled, and asked Dr. Zhang, "Why are you still here? I thought you left just now." This was not a deliberate act. He was genuinely confused. He really thought Zhang Changming had left. Zhang Changming twitched his mouth and glanced at him, thinking, is this kid doing this on purpose? He thought about it but still smiled and said, "Lan Tian, your medical skills today have clarified my thoughts even more. How about this? I can waive your written exam and guarantee you, so you can join the health organization. What do you think?" Lan Tian looked at him and then at Lennon and the others and replied, "Dr. Zhang, I'm really sorry, but I don't have a desire to join the health organization. It's not suitable for me." Gah! Zhang Changming was stunned again, rejected once more. And this time it was even more obvious. Zhang Changming sighed, thinking, is this kid missing a screw? Joining the health organization is something many doctors aspire to. He actually rejected it 4 times in a row. Who? He exhaled a breath of stale air, patted Lan Tian on the shoulder, and said, "Well, if you ever want to join, feel free to find me." After saying that, he left. Lan Tian shrugged. He really didn't want to join the health organization because the requirements there were too demanding, which was not a good thing for him, especially after gaining some skills. Right now, he just wanted to save people in the hospital and sign in. Life was still relatively easy. Old Chin watched him refuse the health organization's offer and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He finally understood why Zhang Changming had that reaction when he heard it was Lan Tian. It turned out that he had the capital for it. After bidding farewell to the police station personnel, Lan Tian and the others returned to the hotel. After a whole day of turmoil, Lan Tian was indeed tired. He casually ate something, took a shower, and went to sleep. The next day at breakfast, at 9:30, there was a knock on the door. Lan Tian got up and opened the door. "Dr. Lin, so early?" Lan Tian smiled. "It's not too early. There is half an hour until the second round of the discussion meeting starts. Once this is over, we'll be heading back," Lennon said. "I know. I thought since this place is relatively close, I'd sleep in for a bit longer." "Just give me a few minutes," Lan Tian replied, then went back inside to brush his teeth and wash up. He then followed Lin and the others back to the auditorium. Rarely, when the people from Chongqing saw Lan Tian, they actually lowered their heads and walked past. This scene puzzled the others who saw it. In the past, when the people from Chongqing encountered those from Huifeng, they were arrogant, practically looking down their noses at them. Why were they now walking away with their tails between their legs? Today was indeed strange. The Chongqing people actually lowered their heads when they saw the Huifeng people. "Hey, do you guys know what is going on?" "I'd like to know too," someone asked. "I'm not sure, but I heard that yesterday. That Lan Tian seemed to have been invited to the police station and ended up saving someone there." "The details are unclear," another replied. They had no idea that during the surgery on the duodenum yesterday, Dr. Zhao took an hour to handle all the injuries. Based on what Lan Tian said after performing the surgery, they felt a wave of shame. If it were them, forget an hour. An hour and a half would be quick. And Lan Tian, 20 minutes? They were shocked after checking Lan Tian's surgical report. So in their view, they couldn't beat him, but could they hide from him? Why are they acting so strangely? Liao asked curiously. "I don't know. Maybe they think I'm too handsome." Lan Tian shrugged and joked. The others rolled their eyes, almost throwing a slipper at him. "It's not that you're not handsome, but hearing it come out of your mouth makes it so awkward." After taking their seats, Director Du came to host the meeting. "Colleagues, today's patient is actually quite simple," Director Du said with a smile. However, the doctors present all rolled their eyes. "Simple? Yesterday you said it was simple too, but no one's plan was better than Lan Tian's. Today's case was a patient with a fracture," Director Du said with a half smile. "Hiss." Everyone gasped. "Orthopedics?" Now they were confused. The usual attendees were basically the same as before: emergency department, psychiatry, cardiology, gynecology, etc. There had never been an orthopedic patient discussion meeting in the past. Today was simply a surprise. Cough, cough. "I said this year is different. Luckily, I brought the orthopedic doctor, Director Du said. Director, you really have foresight. Sitting below Lan Tian and the others was a hospital from a second-tier city. They all laughed. Lin and the others exchanged glances, unable to stand these guys' smug expressions. What to do now? An unexpected orthopedic case. Isn't this a disaster? Lin said with a bitter smile. Actually, I know a little about orthopedics too. Gah. Lin and the others abruptly stopped, especially Li Xuanyi, who stared at him blankly. Does this guy know too much? Lan Tian touched his nose, shrugged, and said, Do you believe me? Cut it out. Liao rolled her eyes and waved her hand. The others immediately took out their phones and started to look up literature. After all, they were not specialists. Cramming at the last minute was allowed. After all, it was a discussion meeting, it was a competition, and the details were secondary. Lan Tian touched his nose again, thinking, why is it that when I speak the truth now, no one believes me? Chapter 54. I really know a little. A few minutes later, the computers of the young doctors began displaying an X-ray image. For doctors, interpreting X-rays is not a significant challenge. Blue Sky was no exception. When he said he could do it, it wasn't just bragging. He genuinely could. The attendance also included this aspect. Now, there was a full-body X-ray, and the colleagues only needed to observe and draw conclusions, but this time, a full discussion was needed. Whoever had the best plan would win, Director Du said. Everyone immediately focused on the X-ray. After reviewing the X-ray, Blue Sky quickly concluded, Achilles tendon rupture. This time, there was no information about the man's condition or case history, just the X-ray image. Moreover, it was a full-body image. This indicated that they needed to deduce the reason the man was sent and based on this full-body X-ray. Blue Sky couldn't help but smile inwardly. The organizers were indeed clever. He never expected they would come up with such a method. He slowly raised his hand. Achilles tendon rupture. Upon hearing Blue Sky's words, everyone's attention shifted from the computer. Huh, so fast. Lin was taken aback. What they were looking at was a full-body image, and orthopedics is not that simple. Hadn't even 30 seconds passed? Finding the cause of the man's condition from full-body X-ray was not easy, let alone in 30 seconds. Director Du's expression darkened. Among the doctors they brought, there were orthopedic specialists, but now someone had been outdone in 30 seconds. How did this guy's eyes work to see it so quickly? The judges, several elderly professors, nodded repeatedly. If they hadn't known in advance, they would have found it difficult to spot the issue so quickly. Could this emergency room doctor really be a genius? Director Du couldn't help but feel puzzled. He raised his hand and asked, How does Dr. Blue interpret this X-ray? Blue Sky touched his nose and glanced at him as if he were looking at a fool. For this X-ray, the first standard is visual inspection. When looking for issues in the hands and feet, a normal person would first check the hands for problems, looking at the fingers, forearms, shoulders, and then the feet. But I only need to look directly at the feet. Blue Sky shrugged. Ahem, why is that? Director Du touched his nose and asked again. Because the patient you brought in has already stabilized his feet, and my eyes aren't blind. After he said this, Liao covered her mouth and laughed. They had been focused on the computer. Who would have thought of looking at the patient first? Besides, from that position, they couldn't see much anyway. Wasn't that saying they were blind? Dr. Blue, I want to ask, since you're not an orthopedic doctor, how do you interpret the X-ray of the Achilles tendon rupture? Suddenly, a doctor stood up. Another doctor from Chongqing. Kager triangle, Toigar angle, positive Arner sign, and Achilles tendon thickness, these are clearly not consistent. Blue Sky nodded and said, Hiss, you must have X-ray vision. How could you derive these for conclusions from such a small image? This isn't just an X-ray of the Achilles tendon area, but a full-body one. That means if you want to see it, you have to zoom in and draw these 4 conclusions. What can you conclude in 30 seconds? The doctor pressed on. A positive Arner sign, or Toigar angle less than 150, is considered a direct criterion for diagnosing acute Achilles tendon rupture, Blue Sky answered calmly. Little guy. Although he signed for orthopedic experience, he indeed has knowledge of Achilles tendon issues. However, this isn't the experience he signed for. He saw this conclusion in a discussion forum, and it was precisely a doctor from Chongqing who provided it. Lin and the others looked at each other, shaking their heads and smiling bitterly. They had thought Blue Sky was just joking when he said he could do a little, but who would have thought his knowledge reserve was so rich? All right, since we've reached a conclusion, let's discuss how to recover. Director Du interrupted their continued competition and began the discussion. Doctors from various hospitals gathered together. They couldn't seek external help, meaning if it exceeded their knowledge range, they could only rely on other orthopedic doctors to solve it. The doctors from the First People's Hospital of Shihong City regrouped. Lin In and the others exchanged glances and ultimately looked at Blue Sky. Blue Sky, you really need to think carefully before writing this. And do you really know? Lin asked again. He was genuinely worried. If they lost this time, it would only be considered a tie, and it couldn't be the people from Chengjing who won. They had to secure victory in this discussion. Huh? Wait, I not the one performing the surgery? Blue Sky suddenly asked. The others rolled their eyes and said, do you really not read the rules? I forgot. I thought if I could operate yesterday, I could today too. I didn't expect I couldn't, so forget it. I'll write it with normal medical reasoning, Blue Sky said, awkwardly touching his nose. He really hadn't paid attention to the rules. He thought today was still his turn to operate, so he planned not to put too much effort into the proposal. Normal reasoning? Lennon twitched his mouth, but suddenly thought of the previous assessment report and the surgeries he had done. The methods he had used seemed a bit abnormal. 1. 5 millimeters. Is this a plan that a proper doctor could come up with and implement? And the suturing? It could actually close quickly and stop any bleeding. This technique is indeed not normal. Do you really know? Lin asked again. Blue Sky shrugged and said, I really know a little. Then he began typing. The others watched him type on the keyboard, finally understanding why he could write 6,000 words in 20 minutes. What typing speed could compete with him? Steel wire retrieval method, continuous epidural anesthesia, or lumbar anesthesia. Take the lateral position. Fibular long tendon displacement method. Epidural anesthesia. Take the prone position. The incision for the Achilles tendon is the first incision, length 6. No cm. Watching him write out 2 surgical plans, Lennon and the others exchanged glances and then cursed inwardly. Heavens, how did such a freak come out? Wait a minute. They suddenly recalled Blue Sky's claim of knowing a little. They couldn't help but want to find a hole to hide in. Is this something someone who knows just a little could write? Is this really just a little? Chapter 55, the crowd with watchful eyes and a pile of banners looked at their expressions, and Lan Tian couldn't help but smile. What he said wasn't wrong. It was indeed just a little bit, compared to what one could gain from signing in the system. It might just be 1,000th. The proposal was submitted. The 10 judges began to select. Suddenly, there was a bright spot. Hey, look at this surgical plan. It seems quite interesting. Upon hearing this, Han Deli's heart stirred, and he leaned in for a closer look. Lan Tian, upon seeing this signature, he perked up and started to look at it with the orthopedic expert. After everyone looked it over, they gasped. They didn't expect that using the Achilles tendon as an incision, although commonly used, would have this detail, a transverse cut at the lateral edge of the 5th metatarsal 1 cm, followed by complete closure and then suturing the fibularis brevis. The expert nodded repeatedly. Wait, 1 cm? Seriously? Han Deli suddenly questioned, then looked at Lan Tian. He thought to himself, what is this guy thinking? The conventional incision is 2 cm. It definitely shouldn't be 1 cm. But here it says 1 cm. What is going on? Once this question arose, the orthopedic expert smiled wryly and said, although the conventional size is 2 cm, it's definitely not the only option. A smaller incision can help with suturing and recovery. But in practice, the difficulty of the operation is particularly great. Everyone nodded and continued to read, becoming more and more astonished. Because the beginning could indeed be accomplished, and there shouldn't be any errors. However, they found that this was simply not something a person could do, whether in terms of precision or other factors. No one could guarantee that the measured length and width could meet a certain standard. Were they supposed to measure it with a ruler? At this thought, their faces turned a bit awkward. Lan Tian? A few old professors suddenly froze. After reading, they realized that the person who submitted this proposal was actually Lan Tian. Just how abnormal is this kid? Can he really do it? One old professor couldn't help but ask. Han Deli smiled wryly and nodded, saying he can indeed do it. In previous surgeries, I participated in his breast cancer surgery. He can control the distance even lower than 1 cm, and his hands are very steady. Once this was said, several old professors gasped. They still knew Han Deli. Although a bit proud, he never lied. This means that Lan Tian is definitely a genius. and a very formidable one at that. For some reason, Lan Tian, sitting at the bottom of the auditorium, felt a chill down his back. He wondered when it would end. So he glanced at the professors on stage. As a result, he found that their gazes were actually fixed on him. Could it be that there's a problem with my proposal? Lan Tian questioned himself inwardly. But little did he know that these old professors had already made up their minds in the first instance. After it was over, they would go to Huifeng City to recruit him tomorrow. Director Du, who had obtained the best proposal, was instantly filled with confidence. Although in the first round, the orthopedic doctors from Chongqing seemed to have fallen behind, the real outcome would still depend on the final proposal. Opening the list, Director Du pretended to take a deep breath. Then, he slowly revealed a smile. Just as he was about to read out the name Chongqing, his eyes widened. What the hell? He blurted out, startling the doctors and professors present, who hadn't reacted yet. What happened to Director Du? Is he overly excited? Director Du, don't waste everyone's time. Among those present, there were inevitably some young doctors, around 27 or 28, who were just there to see the world. So, a little teasing wouldn't hurt. Director Du felt a lump in his throat, unable to say a word. Lennon frowned, thinking, what is this guy playing at? Is he trying to mess with us again? After waiting for a full minute, Director Du finally regained his composure. The first place goes to Huifeng City, First People's Hospital. Emergency Department, Dr. Lan. Wow. In Western medicine, there is no second place, only the first. Therefore, the list naturally had only one name. The crowd erupted in surprise. They all looked at Lan Tian in unison, thinking, what kind of monster is this guy? He even understands orthopedics? Wouldn't he know all the departments? Would he? Once this thought crossed their minds, they shook their heads. That's impossible. Lin and others stared at Lan Tian, also bewildered. They had indeed seen his proposal and found it impressive. However, in their view, since he wasn't an orthopedic specialist, even if the theory looked a bit flashy, the practical operation probably wouldn't be the best. But now, all 10 expert professors agreed that he was number one. Does this mean that his proposal is the best? Next, the First People's Hospital of Huifeng City would receive the funding and publicly disclose Dr. Lan Tian's 2 proposals. Upon hearing this, the other doctors were envious. Now it was not just a matter of honor, it even raised their visibility. The higher the reputation of a hospital, the more patients would trust it. In this somewhat tense era of doctor-patient relationships, a reputable hospital is evidently something the public wishes to see. Dr. Lin, can we go back now? Lan Tian asked. Yeah, let us go. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to. Lennon looked at the strange expressions of those guys, who were just leaning against the back door, and immediately got up to leave. Hey, what the hell? We lost several hundred million. Dr. Lan Tian, don't go. Come to our Bingjiang. The crowd, coming to their senses, suddenly realized their intention to recruit Lan Tian. Only after he had left did they react? What a loss. A few directors felt regretful, but soon they perked up. If they couldn't recruit him now, they could just go straight to Huifeng City, right? Thinking of this, they all showed smiles. Meanwhile, the 10 judges had made up their minds to go to Huifeng City after finishing the surgery, to avoid any long nights with too many dreams. Han Deli shook his head. He had even turned down the health organization. How could he possibly leave Huifeng City? It seemed that he needed to find an opportunity to transfer to Huifeng City. If someone knew about Han Deli's thoughts, they would definitely shout, "You're the one who's truly impressive." On the way back, everyone discussed Lan Tian's proposal. As a result, they realized that the doctors capable of achieving his plan were incredibly few, but it was indeed the best proposal. At the First People's Hospital of Huifeng City, in the emergency department, in Lan Tian's consultation room, why hasn't Dr. Lan returned yet? Exactly, we just want to clarify for Dr. Lan. We brought the banners. That's right. How could Dr. Lan, who is so good, possibly hit someone for no reason? We demand an explanation. In the president's office. President, what should we do? That pile of banners is in Dr. Lan's consultation room. If we don't give an explanation, they might tear down our hospital. The president's assistant looked at him and smiled wryly. Dr. Lan said he would handle this matter. He will be back today, just wait and see. The police have already proven it, so why is he still being criticized online? Shen Gongyuan's face turned a bit gloomy. I don't know. Maybe the guy who was hit has some influence, and there are too many trolls. Hearing this, Chen Gongyuan picked up the phone. Soon, A cold voice came from the other end of the phone. Grandpa, what's the matter? Chun Gongyuan smiled and said, My granddaughter, about that doctor at her hospital. You should buy about 100,000 in online commenters today to turn the situation around. Then, when Lan Tian comes back, just let him explain. The person on the other end gently responded with an mm and hung up. Chun Gongyuan's assistant stared in disbelief at the director. Indeed, as expected of a master. Who could outsmart him with such tactics? Chapter 56. Back to Huifeng at this time. Lan Tian and the others were still unaware of what had happened in Huifeng City. However, even if they knew, Lan Tian would just brush it off with a smile. Such matters were really too simple, and with the police already issuing a statement, it meant he didn't need to do anything. Yet, he had also underestimated the situation. At this moment, the First People's Hospital of Huifeng City was already surrounded, with no way to get through. More and more reporters were rushing here, constantly pressuring the hospital in hopes of obtaining first-hand information about Lan Tian. However, Shen Gongyuan did not show up, no matter what they did. As long as he didn't appear, there wouldn't be any major issues. Make way for the patients. You're blocking them. A nurse shouted, her face showing displeasure. What did these reporters think the hospital was? At this time, Lan Tian and the others' car slowly approached the hospital. Originally, Lennon suggested he go back first, but he thought it had been a long time since he visited Chen Xiaoyan, and since someone else was taking over his current work, it would be too much trouble to check on her now. What is going on? Lennon frowned as he looked at the hospital, completely surrounded, and couldn't help but furrow his brow. What is going on? Liao asked curiously, but as she spoke, she glanced out the window and was instantly taken aback. It was obvious she was stunned. Lan Tian and the others also looked over curiously and saw the current scene. Lan Tian, I think they might be here for you. Why don't you go back first? Lennon suggested, frowning. The others nodded in agreement. They had not heard of any major incidents at the hospital, so the only possibility for the reporters being here was Lan Tian. Lan Tian, right now, he asked the hottest topic. If these people aren't here because of him, that would be too far-fetched. It's fine, let us go over. It's a good opportunity to resolve this, Lan Tian said indifferently. He was originally thinking that if he were to resolve it himself, he would need to find reporters, explain the situation, and then use the hospital's resources to make a statement. That would resolve it, but the reporters needed him to approach them. Since these people were already here, it was better to settle it all at once. As they got out of the car, someone suddenly shouted, Dr. Lan is over there. At this shout, a crowd of people rushed over, fearing they would miss out on first-hand information. Dr. Lan, I'm a reporter from Shiri. I heard you hit someone this time. Can a doctor really hit someone? And you came out of the police station so quickly. Do you have some kind of background? Dr. Lan, I'm a reporter from Mingdong. I want to ask about the reports online saying you hit someone. Is it true? Can doctors get away with hitting people? Lan Tian looked at them as they bombarded him with questions. He shrugged and smiled, then took out his phone. Come here. I'll give you some first-hand information, he said, waving to one of the photographers. Hearing this, the photographer displayed an excited smile. Lan Tian was so hot right now. If he could get first-hand information from him, it would be a huge scoop. Then, he pointed the camera at Lan Tian's phone. The phone began to play back the previous events. The reporters behind were anxious. Why did Lan Tian choose an unknown daily newspaper? The reporters from Shiri and Mingdong were well known, yet he ignored them, which darkened their expressions. Did you get it? Now can I talk? Lan Tian asked with a smile. Then tell us what happened. The Shiri reporter shouted eagerly. First of all, I did hit someone. If you were there at the time, or if you wanted to report something first and delayed saving someone, and I asked you to leave but you didn't I would have hit you too, Lan Tian said. But even if one more person was there, you shouldn't have hit someone. Just because you're a doctor? The reporter pressed. Lan Tian smiled slightly and stared into his eyes. For some reason, being looked at like that made the reporter feel uncomfortable, as if a sharp blade was trying to pierce his eyes. It's simple. If it were your closest person there, you wouldn't ask such a stupid question. You can see from a video that if you had left when advised, I wouldn't have used force. But since you wanted to be an indirect murderer, don't blame me for taking action. He paused here, scanning everyone present. In a cold voice, he asked, I hope your parents, your children, your boyfriends, or girlfriends never encounter an accident and get surrounded, causing the air to become stagnant, increasing the risk of death. As he spoke, the reporter's expressions changed. They had come to make things difficult for him, but now it felt like he was mocking them. Just as Lan Tian was about to leave, he took a step forward, then suddenly turned back with a smile. Oh, I almost forgot something. Here is the answer. Doctors are here to save lives. As long as we don't cross moral boundaries, we will do everything to save lives. So, whether it was that old man or anyone among you, I would still do the same. To save a life, I don't think I did anything wrong. After saying this, Lan Tian walked toward the hospital. Well said. That's Dr. Lan. Dr. Lan, we support you. Exactly. I said Dr. Lan Woon T hit someone on purpose. I've recorded this video. Let us see if those bastards online still criticize Dr. Lan. He is so handsome, so cute, and so responsible, yet he gets criticized. Reporters, you can all go back now. You got your answers. What are you still doing here? Hearing this, the reporters all ran away. However, this clarification would also bring a wave of traffic. Sure enough, after the clarification video was released, the voices online quickly shifted. I knew Dr. Lan wouldn't do that. Last time I went to Hui Feng, Dr. Lan was completely amiable. Indeed, he asked the handsome Dr. Lan. I said he wouldn't do that. Dr. Lan, why'd yes? How could our Dr. Lan hit someone for no reason? If you say anything like this next time, I'll have to greet your parents. To the person above, if you want to say something else next time, I suggest you change your account. The person above. Damn, I forgot to switch accounts. One embarrassing moment. Chapter 57. The second hospital seeks help. Encountering a difficult appendectomy, you have some skills after all, don't you? Chen Gonyuan looked at Lan Tian with a half-smile. Although after Lan Tian revealed the truth in front of the reporters, his granddaughter began to deploy a large number of online commentators to sway public opinion. Chen Gonyuan did not expect that Lan Tian would be so capable. Moreover, he dared to stand publicly in front of the reporters and face their difficult questions. What was most impressive was how skillfully he resolved all of them. Director, you must be joking. I am the right here. As the saying goes, a person with a clear conscience fears no slander. Since this matter was caused by me, I will be the one to resolve it, Lan Tian said with a faint smile. Chen Gonyuan nodded repeatedly in his heart. This kid is truly impressive. You should be fine now. You can go back first. You did well this time. The bonus should be in your account soon. Chen Gonyuan chuckled. There's a bonus? Lan Tian exclaimed in surprise, as he hadn't expected that. What do you think? The discussion meeting may seem like a discussion, but in reality, it's for us hospitals to provide plans, and then those experts and professors discuss it. It has nothing to do with you. If there are no bonus, I wouldn't have let you go. Chen Gonyuan sneered, clearly disapproving of their approach, yet feeling helpless. Seeing this, Lan Tian smiled faintly and said nothing. After bidding farewell to Chen Gonyuan, he headed straight to Chen Xiaoyan's hospital room. Considering the time, Chen Xiaoyan should be about to be discharged. At the latest, she will be discharged the day after tomorrow. Upon entering the ward, Lan Tian saw that there was no one by Chen Xiaoyan's bedside. He couldn't help but frown. Didn't those people say they were Chen Xiaoyan's family? Why was there no one now? Sister Chen, why are you alone? Lan Tian approached, placed down the fruit, and asked with concern. They've all gone back. They haven't been here for a long time, Chen Xiaoyan replied helplessly. Lan Tian nodded, not pursuing the matter further. Instead, he shared the details of the discussion meeting with Chen Xiaoyan. A few minutes later, Sister Chen, all the tests are fine now, and your recovery is good. It seems you won't be away from work for long, Lan Tian said with a smile. Yes, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have recovered so quickly. However, that circular incision of yours really surprised me. I specifically checked the literature, and so far, no one has used such an incision. Chen Xiaoyan expressed her gratitude. Her words were sincere. She even wanted Lan Tian to write a paper, but she hesitated, considering his low profile. Well, if no one has tried it, I should give it a shot. Lan Tian smiled and handed a cut apple to Chen Xiaoyan. After chatting for a while about trivial matters, Lan Tian prepared to take his leave. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Lan Tian picked up the phone and found it was an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? He asked instinctively. Hello, is this Dr. Lan? We are from the emergency department of the Second People's Hospital. We need your help. I heard you are at the first hospital now, and our colleague is on their way to pick you up, came a confusing response. Lan Tian initially thought it was a scam and was about to hang up when the caller hurriedly added, "Dr. Lan, please come quickly. We have a patient, a pregnant woman, who has appendicitis and cannot undergo surgery due to contractions. We heard you have experience with this, and we need you to come over urgently." After that, a familiar voice came through the phone. "Hello, Dr. Lan, it's Zhongqi." Now, Lan Tian knew it was genuine. The second hospital was not lacking in capability, but compared to the first hospital, there was still a slight difference. Moreover, it seemed they were not lying. "Dr. Lan?" A doctor rushed in, wearing a uniform that clearly belonged to the second hospital. "Sister Chun, saving lives is urgent. I have to go." Lan Tian glanced at Chen Xiaoyan, who smiled back at him. At the second hospital, Lan Tian listened to the report, his brows furrowing. Patient, 38 years old. Weight, 240 pounds. Pregnant, 26 weeks. Acute appendicitis with miscarriage symptoms. This condition, along with her weight and age, made Lan Tian feel it was tricky. The most critical factor was her pregnancy. If he handled it well, he would be hailed as a miracle worker. If not, he estimated he would be dancing on the edge of a knife again. This pregnant woman was different from the previous one. Although the two were only a week apart, their weights were not the same. The difference between 203 and 240 pounds was not trivial. Lan Tian shook his head with a wry smile, secretly lamenting how he always encountered such bizarre surgeries. "Dr. Lan, can you do it?" Zhongqi looked at Lan Tian expectantly. He had heard about the surgery Lan Tian performed previously, which was quite similar to this case. Thus, in a moment of urgency, he invited him over. "I need to see the patient and consult with our director first." Lan Tian replied somewhat formally without directly answering. Zhongqi naturally did not refuse and nodded. After getting Chen Gongyuan's approval, Lan Tian followed them to the patient. "Doctor, can my wife be cured?" A man asked anxiously upon seeing Lan Tian and the others arrive. Lan Tian thought for a moment and looked at the man. "Do you want to save the mother or the child?" "Save the mother," the man replied without hesitation. Hearing this, Lan Tian smiled. "I will do my best to save both mother and child." After saying that, Lan Tian approached the patient. Indeed, her size was quite overwhelming, catching him off guard. He suddenly had a morbid curiosity about what would happen if it were a pregnant woman weighing over 300 or even 400 pounds. However, he shook off that thought and closed his eyes. In his mind, he began to visualize. 1 line, 2 lines, 3 lines. A total of 16 lines appeared. After a while, he opened his eyes and began marking the patient's abdomen with gloved fingers. "Make a mark here." Lan Tian stopped and looked at a nurse. The nurse seemed puzzled but still marked the spot as instructed. "Dr. Lan, what are you doing?" A doctor from the second hospital asked curiously. "This is where the incision will be," Lan Tian explained. "What?" the doctor exclaimed in surprise. Lan Tian looked at him and said, "For a patient like this, besides the size being a major issue, the depth of the fat is actually the most critical. Therefore, using conventional methods won't be able to save both the child and the adult." Upon hearing his words, the doctor seemed enlightened. "I see, I understand now. Dr. Lan, you are truly amazing. No wonder they all say you are a genius," the doctor said excitedly. Lan Tian smiled without denying it and then headed to the director's office. Since the incision point had been determined, the next step was to develop a treatment plan. Moreover, everything had to be completed today. Given the patient's condition, the risk of miscarriage was particularly high. Chapter 58. The perfect surgery and the frustrated director Zhong after determining the incision site. Lan Tian had a comprehensive treatment plan in mind. Next, he just needed to present this plan to them, and everything would be set. As for whether the surgery would be successful, he hadn't considered that, because in his view, the surgery was bound to succeed. Lan Tian stood in Director Zhongqi's office. At this point, many people had already gathered. Now, they needed his plan. Once his plan was fully laid out, Zhongqi and the others would be able to send the patient into the operating room. "Dr. Lan, let's get started," Zhongqi said, looking at Lan Tian. Zhongqi was 10 years younger than Chen Gongyuan, but being the director of the second hospital at this age was quite an achievement. After all, not everyone could become a director. Well, to make a long story short, the pregnant woman is already at 25 weeks of gestation. So many conventional methods cannot be used to address her condition. I know you all think that since I successfully performed surgeries at our hospital before, I can handle this one as well, But that is not the case. Lan Tian smiled, then took out his phone. This was a plan he had just jotted down on his way here. For him, this plan wasn't particularly difficult. Everyone, conventional methods, cannot completely remove appendicitis. So this incision is the best location, and everything will be led by me. I wonder if everyone can accept that, Lan Tian asked with a smile. Of course. Dr. Lan, you will take the lead, Zhongqi immediately ordered. After all, he was the one who had invited Lan Tian. It was impossible not to grant him authority just because he wasn't a doctor in their hospital. Lan Tian nodded and handed over the few hundred words of the plan he had just written. These were the key points. Given the time constraints, he could only write down the surgical process. However, after reading the entire process, the others were momentarily stunned. Anesthetist, Lan Tian. Lead surgeon, Lan Tian. This meant Lan Tian was taking on both roles. But they had their own anesthetist present as well, which puzzled the doctors from the second hospital. Right now, the patient cannot tolerate even the slightest stimulation. My anesthesia method can ensure the patient's pain level is minimized. Lan Tian understood their doubts and explained. Upon hearing this explanation, everyone nodded. However, the anesthetist frowned but said nothing, revealing a hint of disdain on his face. Since everyone has no issues with this plan, let's proceed with the surgery quickly. Given the current situation, we cannot afford to hesitate, Lan Tian said, and he began to change into sterile clothing. The circulating nurse started laying out sterile sheets. Dr. Lan, we are ready, the circulating nurse said, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lan Tian. Indeed, the sisters from the first hospital hadn't lied. Dr. Lan was even more handsome than on the news. Lan Tian nodded at her, took over the anesthetist position, and stood beside the patient. Lidocaine plus half a dose of milk, Lan Tian said slowly. What percentage? 0.5. Upon hearing Lan Tian's response, the anesthetist was taken aback. Did he really know how to do this? Although it was common knowledge for doctors, many knew that in such situations, the lead surgeon wouldn't compete for the anesthetist position. By the way, I need a 1 milliliter needle hole to minimize the patient's pain, Lan Tian added. The anesthetist nodded and obediently prepared it for him. Then he was stunned. Lan Tian's techniques were even more professional than his own. When anesthetizing the patient, Lan Tian instinctively eased the injection, allowing the medication to take effect before proceeding to the next step. This approach greatly reduced the pain caused by the drug, making it virtually disappear. The anesthetist swallowed hard, suddenly realizing why he was also listed in the anesthetist column. This was far more professional than he expected. Truly impressive. The anesthetist couldn't help but gulp, focusing intently on Lan Tian, afraid of missing any small detail. Soon, the anesthetic injection was complete. Lan Tian reached out, and the first assistant quickly understood his intention, keeping a close eye on the patient's condition as they prepared to operate. Lan Tian began making the incision along the previously designed site. As he slowly descended, his long fingers, even covered by sterile gloves, were visibly elegant. Moreover, he didn't follow the conventional method of making the incision, but instead started from below, opening upward. Why was he doing it this way? The first assistant was somewhat puzzled, unable to comprehend his approach. Under general anesthesia, there was no need for excessive caution. This was also a determination Lan Tian made after the patient's husband spoke. Preserve both mother and child. Lan Tian reached out and clamped the ligaments around the appendix. The first and second assistants widened their eyes, afraid of missing any details as they closely watched his hands. The incision was not large. How did he plan to proceed? Inside the pregnant woman's abdomen, they could not see anything. After clamping the ligaments and arteries, Lan Tian again took the small curve to begin separating the ligaments. Patient's condition? Lan Tian suddenly inquired. His greatest fear was a sudden contraction. If that happened, it could lead to serious complications. Everything is normal, came the response. Lan Tian relaxed. It had to be said that the patient was quite fortunate. Although she had acute appendicitis, there was no perforation. If perforation occurred and complications arose during pregnancy, the outcome would be unthinkable. After freeing some surrounding blood, Lan Tian began to excise the appendix. After completing this, he handled the appendix stump and performed purse-string suturing, then sutured the incision site. The entire process was executed without any hesitation or excessive discussion. Everything was under his control. Surgery duration, 36 minutes and 53 seconds. The record for appendectomy was broken. The first assistant suddenly swallowed hard and muttered to himself, "Is this a new record? This surgery was too perfect." The first assistant, second assistant, and anesthetist carefully discussed it nearby. Lan Tian smiled at them, then looked at the circulating nurse and said, when handing over, "Please remind the nursing staff to be cautious and avoid collisions. Also, the patient's family must remain calm. The patient cannot become overly excited or agitated." "Okay, understood, Dr. Lan," the nurse replied, and Lan Tian nodded with a smile before walking out. As soon as he stepped out, the patient's husband immediately grabbed his hand. "Doctor, how did it go?" "The surgery was successful. Mother and child are safe. Just a word of advice. Once the baby arrives, your wife needs to lose some weight. Not just for the baby, but for her health too." Lan Tian patted his shoulder and left the man waiting for his wife. At this moment, in the monitoring room, gulps. The sound of swallowing. This guy is really only 24 years old? Why do I feel like he's 64? 64? Which senior can perform such a perfect surgery? Wait, did you just send out that video? Yeah, we sent it. Boom. Zhongqi was like a thunderbolt. He really wanted to slap these people twice. These useless teammates. Lan Tian was already notorious in the discussion meeting, plus the various videos from before. However, the subsequent surgery videos hadn't been revealed much, so not many people knew about them. Now, unexpectedly, their second hospital actually released the videos. This means his competitors have increased significantly. Damn it, I still wanted to bring Lan Tian to our second hospital. Zhongqi felt like crying without tears. This was too frustrating. Chapter 59. Dr. Lan, your aunt has brought you a wife. Dr. Lan, wait a minute. Lan Tian had just changed his clothes and was about to head back when he heard a shout from Zhongqi. He turned around and saw Director Zhong running towards him. He stopped, turned back, and looked at Zhongqi. "Director Zhong, is there something else?" he asked with a smile. "Phew, you almost left. That would have made it seem like our second hospital lacked sincerity. How about this? You've helped us deal with such a serious patient, so I'll treat you to dinner today. What do you say?" Zhongqi said, his face full of anticipation. This young talent, no matter what, must be kept around. At the very least, he should be treated to a meal. Who knows, maybe during the conversation, he could be persuaded. Lan Tian was unaware of Zhongqi's calculations. But dinner. It was almost afternoon, and if he delayed any longer, it would be evening. He had initially promised Sister Chun to bring her lunch. "Director Zhong, treating patients is my duty, so you don't need to thank me. Although our hospitals are different, in my eyes, patients are the same. Besides, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now." Lan Tian smiled and declined his kind offer before stepping away. The assistant next to him had wanted to say that Lan Tian was ungrateful. After all, he was the director of the first hospital, and that carried a lot of weight. But this young man actually showed no regard for it, which seemed unreasonable. However, when he looked at Zhongqi's expression, he suddenly found it strange. Director Zhong was actually smiling. How bizarre. He had no idea that Zhongqi was smiling because of Lan Tian's character. With a talent like this, as long as nothing major happens, he would definitely become one of the most respected young professionals in the medical field. No wonder he had such abilities. He was humble, polite, and did not offend people with his words. It seemed that he really needed to step up his efforts. Otherwise, he might lose the opportunity. Zhongqi thought to himself, "Dr. Lan is back. Hello, Dr. Lan. Dr. Lan, you're finally back. We've been waiting for you to receive this banner for a long time." Upon returning to the First People's Hospital, Lan Tian was taken aback. Wow, why are there so many people? And they're all holding banners? He looked around and found that among them, there were actually 7 or 8 family members of patients he had treated before. No wonder they came. Ahem, I appreciate everyone's goodwill, but I think this banner would be better suited for our hospital. If it weren't for our hospital, I wouldn't have such great opportunities. Thank you all. Lan Tian nodded gently to the crowd and said, "No, Dr. Lan, this banner must be for you. Look." Upon hearing this, Lan Tian shook his head and smiled. This guy was one of those who had run away during his diagnosis, but later returned for surgery. Now he was lively and well. "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Everyone, please go about your business. As for the banner, you can leave it here. This is a passageway, so please don't block it. Thank you all." He He really didn't know what more these family members wanted if he rejected them again. He shook his head, suddenly feeling that his life seemed to have really taken off. Everything had changed a lot since coming here. Back in his office, Lan Tian first closed the door. It was time to sign in. He wasn't too sure why the sign-in times had suddenly become irregular, and he wasn't in control of it. However, being able to sign in was a good thing. Signed in for the 128th day. Received lower leg amputation surgery. Huh? Lan Tian couldn't help but question. Lower leg amputation, no world class? This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Lan Tian was a bit curious about what was going on. He closed his eyes and felt the powerful experience brought by the system. Boom! His mind suddenly felt as if it were being turned upside down. In his mind, a virtual doctor was constantly using a scalpel, incision, nerve excision, nerve handling, bone amputation, ligating blood vessels, continuing to handle nerves. It seemed to be a completely routine surgery. However, Lan Tian noticed that the integrity of the incision was actually being handled with a scalpel. Moreover, even the nerve handling was being done with a scalpel. Flipping over, handling the nerve, continuing to flip and cutting. The scalpel was being wielded with incredible skill in this virtual doctor's hands. Lan Tian slowly opened his eyes, and at that moment, all his previous knowledge seemed to be completely overturned. No wonder there was no world-class designation added to the lower leg amputation surgery, because no one in the whole world dared to handle it in this way, using a scalpel to achieve such results. Based on the ability he had gained, Lan Tian began searching online. Sure enough, there was no case like this in the world. Phew! He let out a long sigh of relief, his face breaking into a relaxed smile. 128 types of surgeries. However, he found that after acquiring these 128 types of surgeries, it seemed he was still far from enough. He couldn't help but shake his head. Indeed, the human body was the most mysterious thing in this world. No exceptions. He looked up at the time. It was time to bring lunch to Sister Chun. Lan Tian, Sumai. He was more grateful to Chen Xiaoyun because she had taken care of him a lot. At that time, he hadn't yet acquired the system. If it hadn't been for Chen Xiaoyun smoothing things over, he probably would have gone back to his old profession long ago. Sister Chun, this soup is quite good. You should drink some. Lan Tian picked up the bowl and handed it to Chen Xiaoyun. All right, I'll drink it. Chen Xiaoyun said with a mix of amusement and exasperation. This big boy was indeed sometimes childish and sometimes mature, especially when he was holding a scalpel. He was a completely different person. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the ward was knocked on. Xiaoyu stood outside the door. Lan Tian looked at her in surprise and asked, Xiaoyu, what are you doing here? Dr. Lan, your aunt has brought you a wife. Xiaoyu gulped and suddenly said something shocking. What? Lan Tian stood up directly from his chair, exclaiming in a standard tone. You're not joking with me, are you? He looked at Xiaoyu, trembling slightly as he asked. I'm not joking with you. She's already in the emergency department. I heard you were here. And she's rushing over, Xiaoyu hurriedly said. Lan Tian felt a headache coming on. Just because he had crossed over didn't mean he didn't have family. This aunt of his was family, and she was the most troublesome. His aunt was 40 years old this year, right at middle age. Her only dream was to find a beautiful, generous, well-educated, and capable daughter-in-law for her nephew. When Lan Tian first arrived, he had been set up on 5 blind dates. In just 10 days, he had gone on 5 blind dates. That was an average of 1 every 2 days. This was the first time he experienced the horror of his aunt. He had heard that his aunt had gone back to work in Beijing, so he had been living quite peacefully for the past 4 months. But who would have thought that his aunt would actually come here? Sister Chun, Xiaoyu, I have to go. You just tell them I went back. I'm moving today. Mentioning this, aunt made Lan Tian feel a wave of fear. He couldn't handle it. After saying that, he ran away. Chen Xiaoyun and Xiaoyu exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Chapter 60, Barehanded Knife Catching. A psychopath with a knife enters the hospital. Do you know Lan Tian, little girl? A middle-aged woman, looking about 40, patted Xiaoyu on the shoulder and asked. Xiaoyu was taken aback. This middle-aged woman was Lan Tian's aunt. Just one glance was enough to see that this woman was very cultured and came from a well-off family. Beside her was another woman, around 24 or 25 years old. Dr. Lan Tian has already left, Xiaoyu said. Left? That little rascal intends to make me angry, doesn't he? No way. Qingxue, come with me to his house and wait for him, the middle-aged woman said, pulling Lin Qingxue and heading straight for Lan Tian's home. Xiaoyu and Chen Xiaoyan exchanged glances again. Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue. "Dr. Lan Tian, your aunt is gone." Just then, Lan Tian emerged from the bathroom. He let out a sigh of relief, but the thought of his aunt waiting for him at home gave him a headache. He had intended to go home and tidy up, but if his aunt suddenly decided to go to his house, he could easily run into her. So he had hidden in the bathroom and asked Xiaoyu to get his aunt to leave. If he wasn't mistaken, that girl earlier was the top beauty of Chengjing University this year. Chen Xiaoyan looked at Lan Tian with a teasing smile and said, "What's this about beauty? If you really don't want to get married, I don't know what's wrong with my aunt. Isn't being single good? I still want to steady my scalpel." The implication was that women would only affect his speed in drawing the knife. Chen Xiaoyan covered her mouth and chuckled. "So, what are you planning to do next? It's almost dark. You don't plan to spend the night in the hospital, do you?" "Let's take it one step at a time," Lan Tian shrugged. After saying goodbye to Chen Xiaoyan, he returned to his consultation room. After sitting for a while and feeling a bit bored, he picked up his phone and walked to the hospital garden. At this time, some patients' families were out for a stroll with their loved ones. Upon seeing Lan Tian approach, some of the patients' families waved and greeted him. Lan Tian noticed something odd. There was a person whose clothing was different from the hospital gowns at First People's Hospital. Their gowns were light blue, but this person's clothing was completely white. Which hospital's patient is this? Why have they come to our hospital now? Lan Tian scratched his head, curious. He searched his mind for the hospital gowns of Huifeng City, but found none that matched this one. It felt strange, but he didn't think too much of it, as not only patients come to the hospital garden. There was a middle school behind First People's Hospital, and some students also come to sit for a while in the afternoon. Finding a secluded spot, Lan Tian sat down and continued writing the next chapter of Medical World on his phone. Suddenly, a terrified scream pulled him back from his thoughts. He quickly scanned the area and saw people scattering. Some were pushing patients away, leaving only a man and a woman in the center. That strange hospital gown. A thought suddenly flashed in Lan Tian's mind. Psychiatric hospital? Yes, there was only one psychiatric hospital in Huifeng City, and the clothing matched perfectly. Damn it! Lan Tian exclaimed in frustration and quickly ran toward the psychiatric patient. Don't scream. Right now, I'm the robber, and you're my hostage. You can't scream. The man in the white hospital gown held a knife to the woman's mouth, lightly scratching it. What is going on? The security rushed over. Everyone stay back, Lan Tian shouted as he saw them approaching. The psychiatric patient seemed to hear Lan Tian's words, tilted his head, and revealed a bright smile. "Ah, you're a cop, right?" "Yes. You must be a cop. I tell you, I have a hostage. You can't come over. If you do, I'll kill her." The psychiatric patient pointed the knife at the woman, gripping her arm tightly. "Don't cry. Don't scream. Just listen to him." Lan Tian pulled out his phone from behind and dialed the police station. "Don't get excited. That person isn't your hostage. I am." Lan Tian pointed to himself and slowly walked forward. "Don't come over. I'm not stupid. You're the stupid one. You're a cop, you are." As the knife drew closer to the woman, Lan Tian had to stop in his tracks, thinking about what to do. A psychopath, as the name suggests, has serious mental issues. They might talk to themselves, shout, or even harm others or themselves. In their mental world, chaos has taken hold. So, it wouldn't be surprising if they committed murder. What to do? What to do? Lan Tian took a deep breath, and, after calling the police, he quickly dialed the psychiatric hospital. "A psychiatric patient has appeared in the garden of First People's Hospital. I need the attending physician of this psychiatric patient to come over." Lan Tian finished speaking quickly and hung up the phone. "No, look at me. Actually, I'm your hostage, don't you remember? You just had me. But I accidentally slipped and ran out, see?" The people around Lan Tian looked tense. What was Dr. Lan Tian thinking? At this moment, Lan Tian had only one thought: to rescue the woman from the hands of the psychopath. Her breathing was reaching its limit. She was also wearing a hospital gown, indicating that she was a patient as well. There were still traces from the drip on her hand. Her breathing started to quicken, and the other hand pressed against her chest, her eyes slightly dazed. This was enough to show that her heart had issues. The psychiatric patient tilted his head again, revealing his bright teeth. Then he pointed the knife at Lan Tian, saying, Are you a psychopath?" When he said this, Lan Tian's hands started to sweat. "Of course. I'm not a psychopath. Otherwise, how could we communicate normally? Lan Tian reached his hand forward, thinking with 100 agility, don't let me down. All right then, come over. The patient agreed. Lan Tian was overjoyed. He slowly walked over, then extended his arm, saying, look, now grab me and see if I'm your hostage. The psychiatric patient suddenly smiled. Haha, you're the fool. Do you think I'll believe that? You come over, I'll kill her. As soon as he finished speaking, the knife stabbed towards the woman he was holding. Blood sprayed out. Some people around covered their eyes. What are you doing? Aren't you going to save her? She is having a heart attack. Hearing Lan Tian's angry shout, the hospital staff snapped back to their senses. Lan Tian had managed to catch the knife with his bare hands. Bang! Lan Tian kicked the psychopath away. The hospital security quickly reacted and pounced on him. Quick, don't worry about the psychopath. Get her to the operating room. Hurry. Lan Tian shouted. A stretcher arrived quickly, and the head of the cardiology department rushed over. After examining the patient, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Dr. Lan Tian, the patient does have heart problems, but it won't be serious because the previous treatment has already provided some buffer. Hearing this, Lan Tian nodded, the blood still flowing from his hands. Dr. Lan Tian, you should go get that bandaged, the head of the cardiology department said hurriedly. I know a few security guards who must hold this guy down. He is very strong and must have been working out regularly before he got sick. Lan Tian nodded and then reminded. After finishing, he looked at his own hands, smiled wryly, and shook his head, as if the heavens were asking him to take a leave of absence. Chapter 61. Lin Qingshu fainted from fright. Artificial respiration. Lan Tian, are your hands okay? Cheng Gonyuan, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, looked anxious. Lan Tian was now the treasure of their hospital. If the mentally ill patient had really injured Lan Tian's hand nerve, it would be a huge loss. At that moment, Cheng Gonyuan couldn't express how much he hated that mentally ill person. Lan Tian smiled and waved his bandaged hand. I didn't injure the nerve, but I definitely can't go into surgery for a while. Hearing this, Cheng Gonyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the nerve wasn't affected and it was just a surface injury, there wouldn't be any problems. Then you should rest for 2 days and come back to work when you're better, Cheng Gonyuan said, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. Okay, I was actually wanting to break these 2 days, Lan Tian nodded. This was the first time he had seriously taken a vacation in 4 months. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Cheng Gonyuan left. The moment he turned around, his face darkened. He was in a fine trouble with a mental hospital. After Cheng Gonyuan left, a group of people surrounded Lan Tian. Dr. Lan Tian, are you okay? Dr. Lan Tian, your hand won't be hurt, right? That guy really deserves it. Yeah, Dr. Lan Tian, you can't have anything happen to you. There was a doctor who got his hand chopped off after curing a patient. You are all such good doctors. Dr. Lan Tian, I have a family secret recipe at home. I'll bring it for you to try tomorrow. A group of people started chattering away. Lan Tian suddenly felt that this profession was so fulfilling and so well-loved. He waved his hand and smiled, saying, thank you all for your concern. I'm fine, no nerve damage, and nothing else will happen. As long as everyone is okay, I'm happy. After saying this, everyone finally left with reassurance. They even threatened that if the hospital fired him because of this incident, they would initiate an impeachment. This left Lan Tian feeling both amused and helpless. After sitting alone for a while, he got up and left, heading straight home. He completely forgot that his aunt at home was on high alert. In the community, Aunt Chen, what are you doing? Lan Tian saw Aunt Chen seemingly carrying a takeout box and asked curiously, Lan Tian, my old man is in the hospital. I need to bring him food, Aunt Chen replied. Upon hearing this, Lan Tian suddenly recalled the previous incident. He had scolded Aunt Chen and Uncle Lu-san. What happened? It's been 2 months, and he's just now going to the hospital for observation? No, he's been in for several days. Xiaodian, it's all thanks to you. If you hadn't scolded my son awake, he wouldn't have come back. Aunt Chen hurriedly thanked him. Saving lives is my duty. It's nothing. By the way, where's he hospitalized? Lan Tian waved his hand, changing the topic. Second hospital, Aunt Chen replied. Lan Tian nodded and said he would visit them another day before saying goodbye. Creak. As he opened the door, he was greeted by a bright room. Suddenly, a horrifying thought crossed his mind. Crap, I forgot my aunt is at my house. After saying this, he prepared to turn around and leave. But then, a scream quickly stopped. Shangguan Shidong ran out of the room and saw Lan Tian holding a girl. Xiao Tian? This, Qing Xue? You too? Oh my, it's great. Annie can finally rest easy. You finally found a girlfriend? It's worth all my efforts. Shangguan Shitong exaggeratedly cried out, leaving Lan Tian feeling helpless. His aunt should have been an actress. Her acting skills were too good. Auntie, stop pretending. The girl fainted. Lan Tian rolled his eyes and said irritably. He was also confused. How did this girl faint from fright? Her ability to handle stress was simply at its worst. Ah, fainted? What's going on? Quickly, come here. Shangguan Shitong suddenly reacted and hurriedly made way. Lan Tian placed Lin Qingxue on the sofa. This girl was very pretty. No wonder she was the campus belle. But unfortunately, in his eyes, she was just a patient. He unbuttoned the buttons near Lin Qingxue's neck and loosened her clothes. You little rascal, you're not thinking of taking advantage of her, are you? Shangguan Shitong exclaimed in fear. Annie, do you think your nephew is that kind of pervert? Lan Tian replied irritably. He then began to explain. She fainted from shock. She might have some heart problems, causing her heart to suddenly stop. Now go open the windows. I need to perform first aid. After saying this, Lan Tian began to place Lin Qingxue in the supine position. Then he gently opened her mouth to check for any obstructions. Next, he tilted her head back and lifted her chin. Following that, he started chest compressions. This position looked quite inappropriate to Shangguan Shitong since Lan Tian's hand were on her chest. 1 minute requires 100 to 120 compressions. After every 30 compressions, 1 rescue breath is given, repeating this cycle 5 times with 2 rescue breaths. After performing the compressions, Lan Tian quickly leaned down to give rescue breaths. He didn't spare a moment. After a while, Lin Qingxue slowly opened her eyes. What happened to me? She asked softly, holding her temples. Did you have any heart problems before? Lan Tian asked curiously. There was no equipment for examination, and the previous thoughts were just guesses. Because fainting from fright in this situation generally indicates a heart problem. A little, but got better later. My physical examination report today was still good. Lin Qingxue's voice was very gentle. Lan Tian suddenly realized. This girl was clearly timid. The key was if you're timid, then why come to a big man's house and not be scared? Fainting from excessive fright is a disorder of the nervous system. Of course, the crucial point was that Lin Qingxue herself had some minor heart issues. Now that she was fine, it basically meant she was okay. Lan Tian suddenly felt a bit unlucky. Ever since he got involved with the system and became a doctor, the people around him were either sick or had some heart problems. Was he destined to be a good doctor? That would be terrifying if he encountered sick people everywhere. But after thinking about it, even if he didn't go out, people would faint, fall into water, undergo surgery, or catch a cold. It seemed like these were all normal occurrences. Do you know? Just now my nephew kissed you, really? It was artificial respiration. Xiaoxue, what do you think? My nephew is decent looking and a doctor. Lan Tian originally wanted to ask Lin Qingxue about her health conditions to suggest she go to the hospital for a checkup. However, his aunt's heart was so big that he found it hard to understand. The key point was decent looking? What does that mean? If I'm decent looking, then are there any handsome men in the world? Didn't you see the nurses at the hospital throwing me flirtatious glances? It's clear I take after my aunt. Chapter 62, trending third, becoming a national doctor half an hour later. With wide eyes staring at each other, Shangguan Shitong fixed her gaze on Lan Tian, as if ready to unleash her fury if he dared to refuse again. No, aunt, I'm in the prime of my career right now. Shouldn't I prioritize my career? Lan Tian was genuinely afraid of this aunt. She was too fierce. He suddenly felt that the gentle and refined aunt from his memories had been replaced. All that elegance and propriety were complete nonsense. If she were really like that, she wouldn't be forcing a marriage so aggressively. That's not acceptable, Xiaoxue. Tell your aunt. Do you like this brat or not? If you do, I'll make sure he marries you right away, no questions asked. Shangguan Shitong looked seriously at Lin Qingxue and asked, Well, Aunt Shangguan, actually it mainly depends on Lan Tian, Lin Qingxue said in a delicate tone. Lan Tian, who had just taken a sip of water, immediately spit it out. Thankfully, he wasn't sitting directly across from them. He was puzzled, wondering what was going on with this girl. Given that she had said such things, she should know that he wasn't interested in marriage. Brat, you speak. Shangguan Shitong seemed to have decided that Lan Tian wouldn't dare to refute her, staring intently at him. Ahem. Well, aunt, Didn't you say that men should prioritize their careers? I'm only 24. There's no rush, Lan Tian said, feeling somewhat helpless against his aunt who resembled a rogue. Even if you don't work, our family can support you. What are you afraid of? Since Xiao Xue has shown interest, you two should go get your marriage certificate tomorrow. What the hell? Lan Tian felt like he'd been struck by lightning. Get a marriage certificate? Was it really that aggressive? He hurriedly placed his hand under the table, quickly finding Qin Xiaoyan's phone and sending a message. Aunt, isn't this making things more urgent? If it weren't for the circumstances, I would want you to give me a child tomorrow. Ding-ling-a-ling. The aunt and nephew were bickering. Lin Qingxue, on the side, remained silent but wore a smile. Yes, it was a gleeful smile. Hey, director, what? The hospital needs me to be on duty? Okay, I'm heading back now. After saying that, he stood up, looked at Shangwan Shitong, and said, Aunt, the hospital needs me back on duty. You all take care, I'm leaving. With that, Lan Tian quickly ran off without looking back. This was too scary. That brat. Shangwan Shitong squinted her eyes, letting out a curious Only then did she notice the bandage wrapped around Lan Tian's hand. Immediately, her expression darkened, but then relaxed again. The brat had also learned not to worry his aunt. Phew, Sister Chun, thank you for saving me. If you hadn't, I would have been a married woman by tomorrow morning. Back at the hospital, sitting in front of Chun Xiaoyan's bed, Lan Tian said with a mix of laughter and tears, What's this? You were really forced into a marriage this time? Qin Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow, teasingly smiling. My aunt, I don't know what's wrong with her. She just wants me to marry Lin Qingxue and get a marriage certificate tomorrow. It's too crazy. I've decided that once she goes back to Qingjing, I'm moving out. Lan Tian shook his head, biting into an apple. With Qin Xiaoyan, he could share some of his feelings because she always played the role of a good listener at such times. Actually, you're not that young anymore. If you were to get married, wouldn't be that bad, Qin Xiaoyan said with a smile. Lan Tian waved his hand. He didn't want to get married so early. That thing was simply a grave. In other words, he was particularly resistant to marriages arranged by elders. Lin Qingxue was indeed beautiful, and perhaps if it were another man on a blind date, he might have pursued her. But he was different. He never believed that love should become a victim of marriage. After chatting about some trivial matters and discussing some cases with Qin Xiaoyan around 10 at night, Qin Xiaoyan, having just recovered from her illness, felt tired. Lan Tian then returned to the staff dormitory. Actually, he had a dormitory in the hospital, but had never stayed there. Upon returning, he found everything in the dormitory to be complete. After taking a shower, he lay down and fell asleep. In the morning, Lan Tian was awakened by a noisy sound. Dr. Lan Tian is so handsome. Have you all seen the posts on WeChat? A girl's voice came. There was a video on her phone showing a compilation of images, starting from Lan Tian breaking the rules to save a patient on the operating table to the video of him catching a surgical knife barehanded yesterday. My WeChat was flooded this morning. All the aunts and uncles are asking if Dr. Lan Tian has a girlfriend. Who shared this? How does it feel like everyone has seen it? My family group is already thinking about how to find Dr. Lan Tian's contact information. Creak. The door opened. Lan Tian, still groggy, walked out and saw everyone discussing him, curiously asking, What are you all talking about? Hey, Dr. Lan Tian, why are you in the staff dormitory? All right, look at this. Lan Tian took a look and burst out laughing. This isn't really a big deal. No, mainly because everyone in the hospital, whether nurses, doctors, or cafeteria ladies, has had their WeChat blown up, especially your video of catching the knife barehanded yesterday. A nurse said quickly. What? Is it that exaggerated? Lan Tian was stunned and instantly became more alert. This was no joke. He had indeed become famous online and had gained quite a following. However, even though he was a hot topic in some media headlines, very few people actually cared about doctors, mostly just those interested in medicine. Other than that, only medical students might be interested. But now, the video was circulating in the WeChat groups of the entire hospital, indicating that he had suddenly gained immense popularity in the public eye. No, it can't be that exaggerated, right? Lan Tian swallowed hard and asked softly, Dr. Lan Tian, you're trending on Weibo. A doctor rushed over, excitedly handing Lan Tian his phone. Weibo trending 3rd. Weibo trending 7th. Now that's a national doctor. In terms of the national doctor's handsomeness, the shares below have reached over 100,000. What the hell? Lan Tian was completely dumbfounded. At that moment, he suddenly thought, maybe I shouldn't be a doctor anymore. Being an internet celebrity is much quicker to make money. Of course, this thought was just a passing whim. All right. Everyone get back to work. I'm on a break, but you all have to go to work, so go on. After saying that, he waved his hand to disperse the crowd. A while later, he went to the hospital's consultation room. Although he wasn't on duty, he couldn't go home yet. His aunt was still waiting for him, so it was better to continue working. When he arrived at the consultation room, he saw Xiao Yu smiling at him. Hey, the national doctor is here. Slap. A slender hand tapped Xiao Yu's little head. The national doctor hit someone. Xiao Yu pretended to shout exaggeratedly. In response, she received a cold glare. Self-inflicted misery. Dr. Lan Tian, didn't you take a leave? I love my job. Do you believe that? Go arrange some patients for me. Your afternoon break is canceled for today. You're taking revenge on me. You guessed it right. Xiao Yu heard this and gloomily went to arrange the patients in line. Chapter 63. The first encounter with poliomyelitis in the morning, Xiao Yu felt a bit down. There was nothing to be done. Her good rest time in the afternoon had been taken away. It was so uncomfortable. Your symptoms are relatively mild. You just need to get 4 drip. However, you should avoid spicy food and reduce oil, salt, and sugar, Lan Tian said while writing down the cause of the patient's illness in the medical record. By the way, when you woke up with abdominal pain this morning, did you eat anything? He suddenly thought of a question and asked directly. No, it just started hurting suddenly. The patient shook his head and replied, if it's not upper abdominal pain, then it's not a big issue. I'll suggest you go to the gastroenterology department for an examination later. If it's a cold, the main treatment is still the 4 drip. You've been getting 4 drips since you were a child, so you have a high resistance to the medication now, making it hard to recover without it. Lan Tian handed the medical record to him with a smile. Okay, thank you, Dr. Lan. No wonder you are the people's doctor, even with an injured hand. You still come to work, the patient said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lan Tian forced a smile. Was he really coming to work voluntarily? Not at all. If it weren't for his aunt keeping a close eye on him to get his license, he wouldn't have shown up. Wouldn't he prefer to rest? All right, go and have a good rest. Remember my words. Make sure to find time to check your gastrointestinal issues. Lan Tian waved his hand, signaling that the patient could leave. Looking up at the time, he realized it was time to get off work. Oh, Xiao Yu, it's time to leave. Lan Tian teased as he watched Xiao Yu walk back. What is up? The little girl was in a bad mood, mainly feeling frustrated. You can go rest now, but remember to come back to work tomorrow. Lan Tian said with a smile. I'm not. Xiao Yu was about to say that he had deprived her of a rest time. Are you leaving or not? If not, you'll really have to stay here, Lan Tian joked. Okay, thank you, Dr. Lan. I knew you were the best. After saying that, Xiao Yu immediately skipped away. He tidied up a bit and prepared to go to the cafeteria for a meal. After eating, he planned to change the dressing on his hand. Timely dressing changes could aid in recovery. Wow, Dr. Lan, your physique is amazing. It's almost healed. The doctor who had previously treated him gasped at the sight. Though Lan Tian's wounds were not deep, the recovery ability of an ordinary person was not that exaggerated. His wounds were actually healing slowly. A glimmer flashed in Lan Tian's eyes. 100% flexibility. That was the only explanation he could think of. Otherwise, how could there be such a situation? Maybe my physique has always been better than others since childhood. Let us change the dressing. Lan Tian smiled, relieved to know it was due to the sign-in function. He even had a thought. If nerves were cut, could they heal? As soon as this thought emerged, he immediately dismissed it. Who would dare to cut their own nerves? That is too perverse. After changing the dressing, he was ready to return to see patients. Suddenly, Doctor, please save my son. A loud cry drew everyone's attention. In the corridor, some doctors who were seeing patients couldn't spare a hand. Lan Tian hurriedly rushed out. He saw a woman in her 30s frantically searching for a doctor while holding a 4 or 5-year-old child in her arms, tears streaming down her cheeks. Feeling a tug in his heart, Lan Tian quickly approached the woman. I'm a doctor. Come to my office first. He opened the office door and gestured for the woman to go inside. He squatted down and touched the child's forehead. It was hot. This was definitely a high fever. A 4 or 5-year-old child with a high fever is very dangerous because their resistance is especially weak. If the fever doesn't subside, it can easily damage the nervous system, leading to intellectual disabilities. Get a cold compress quickly. Lan Tian reacted immediately. A nurse standing at the door rushed to get a cold compress. Suddenly, a thought crossed Lan Tian's mind. Poliomyelitis? His expression changed to one of tension. Poliomyelitis, also known as spinal polio, has a hidden infection rate of 90 in children under 5 and typically shows no symptoms in the early stages. Could it be? Lan Tian thought. Are the treatment pathways appearing in my mind when I touch the patient all correct? He took a deep breath until he fully understood the situation. He couldn't randomly use the treatment pathways in his mind. After all, this involved life. Believing them carelessly would be irresponsible. Even if it were true, they would have to wait for the examination results. Lan Tian looked at the child's mother and asked, "What has the child been like today? Any headaches, sore throat, fatigue, or lack of appetite?" Since there was already a fever, the symptoms he mentioned were typical of the illness. Yes, all of them. The woman was already in tears, nodding repeatedly upon hearing Lan Tian's questions. Hearing her words, Lan Tian's heart ached. At just 4 years old, the child had to bear such an illness. It seemed poliomyelitis was unavoidable. Go to pediatrics and infectious diseases for an examination. Everyone else, clear the passage immediately, especially children. Keep your distance. Lan Tian shouted to the hospital's nurses. At this moment, he reached out to touch the child's forehead, feeling a little relieved. The cold compress was having some effect. But the urgent priority now was to get the child examined. Okay. The woman was already panicking. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to the emergency department, but would have gone straight to pediatrics. The first hospital encompassed everything. So the location was particularly large. "Come on, I'll take you to pediatrics." After saying that, he let the woman hold her child as he led her straight to pediatrics. Upon arriving at pediatrics, the pediatrician immediately took over. "Dr. Chiu, the child may very well have poliomyelitis," Lan Tian said to Dr. Chiu with a nod. "I understand." Dr. Chiu seemed to take him seriously, but since no examinations had been done yet, he was skeptical. Lan Tian was bold enough to say that without needing tests, could he really determine the cause of the child's illness? Dr. Chiu felt some doubt, but didn't think much of it, and quickly took the child for an examination. Lan Tian stood next to the woman and comforted her. "You don't need to worry too much. The child should be safe for now." "Doctor, what is poliomyelitis?" the woman asked anxiously. "Poliomyelitis, also known as infantile paralysis. Don't worry too much. Modern medicine is advanced enough. Just try to relax." Lan Tian himself wasn't quite sure how to comfort the family of the patient. However, he was somewhat surprised that after crying for a moment, the woman dried her tears and began to follow the doctor inside. Lan Tian shook his head and sighed. Women are inherently weak, but they become strong for their children. Chapter 64. Human traffickers appear in the hospital. If it really is polio, the diagnosis won't come quickly. The urgent matter at hand is to stabilize the child's condition first. But Lan Tian didn't leave. He also wanted to see if the treatment plan that appeared in his mind could match the diagnosed results. Such occurrences happen repeatedly. If the diagnosis remains the same, that would be too extraordinary. "Dr. Lan." At this moment, a nurse patted him on the shoulder and called softly, "What's wrong?" Lan Tian turned around and smiled. "Dr. Lan, could you please take a look at that child?" Upon hearing this, Lan Tian nodded and walked over. A child was receiving an 4 drip. The child's cheeks were flushed, and the area around the ears was also very red. Lan Tian glanced at the medication in the 4. There didn't seem to be any major issues. "Go get an ice pack," Lan Tian instructed, turning back. "Okay." The nurse hurried off to get the ice pack. She knew Lan Tian wasn't a pediatrician, but he was the closest doctor to the child. "Doctor, how is my child?" a frail man asked anxiously. Lan Tian glanced at him and suddenly frowned. "The child is fine. It's just too hot," he replied, nodding. "Oh, that's good," the frail man said, sniffing as if his nose itched, and then rubbed his nose with his hand, looking a bit pained. "Dr. Lan, the ice pack." Once the ice pack arrived, Lan Tian immediately placed it next to the child, but not directly on the child's forehead or back. He simply held it in his hand. Doctor, can I ask you for a favor?" The man rubbed his hands together and spoke quickly. "Go ahead," Lan Tian said, his expression showing a hint of anger. "I need to use the restroom. Can you please watch my child?" The man swallowed hard, his body trembling slightly. "Go ahead. The child will be fine," Lan Tian assured him. His hand had turned red. Although the ice pack wasn't extremely cold, holding it for too long would still feel cold. "Dr. Lan, isn't this less effective than using it as a pillow for the child?" The nurse asked curiously. Not really. You see, children's tolerance is quite low. Whether it's too hot or too cold, they can't endure it for long. But this way, it can reduce the child's suffering without them directly touching the ice. The effect isn't worse than that. Of course, this depends on the situation. This child's resistance is particularly weak, Lan Tian explained with a smile. Oh, I see. Thank you, doctor. Lan, the nurse said with a smile. Lan Tian looked over at the man, who still hadn't returned. He glanced around and noticed no one was watching them. He then waved to the nurse. Dr. Lan, what's wrong? The nurse looked at him with curiosity. Call the police, Lan Tian whispered. Huh? Why? The nurse was puzzled by his sudden request. Tell them there's a human trafficker in the hospital. You go out and do as I say. Preferably, go to a place where there are no people. Seeing his seriousness, the nurse nodded and casually walked out. About 3 or 4 minutes later, the nurse returned. Dr. Lan, I'm done. Good, you take the ice pack. I have something to do. It will take about 10 minutes, Lan Tian said, handing the ice pack to the nurse as he saw the frail man returning and smiled at him before turning to leave. At that moment, his expression turned sharp. It was the first time he had seen someone so bold as to bring a child to the hospital if they were indeed a human trafficker. The key point was that this child's illness had been dragged on for at least 3 days. Otherwise, such a situation wouldn't have arisen. Moreover, the man's actions looked suspicious. The child had scars on their hands, and their shoes were mismatched, clearly dressed haphazardly in a chaotic environment. Most importantly, the man's gaze was constantly shifting, seemingly fearful of something. A proper person wouldn't behave like that. Strangely, when the man emerged from the restroom, his hands still had some white powder on them. As he walked out of the hospital, Lan Tian saw a police car driving in. He waved to signal it to stop. Hey, isn't that our national doctor? Dr. Lan, please step aside. We received a report saying there are. A middle-aged man leaned out of the car window with a smile. But he didn't finish his sentence as he caught sight of Lan Tian's blinking eyes. As an experienced police officer, he understood immediately and quickly got out of the car. Doctor, Lan, do you know something? The middle-aged officer asked hurriedly. The call to the police was made by me through the nurse. I suspect that man is not just a human trafficker, but might even be involved in. Lan Tian didn't finish his sentence. The middle-aged officer immediately understood the gravity of the situation. Sensitive matters like this couldn't be directly mentioned, and bringing him down raised suspicions of eavesdroppers around. Ha, Dr. Lan, we need to arrange for security, the middle-aged officer said, patting Lan Tian on the shoulder, then called 2 officers to follow him, instructing them to pay attention to the people outside. The rest of the officers stayed outside as Lan Tian led them into the pediatrics department. The main priority now was to avoid alarming the suspect. At that moment, the man noticed the 3 police uniforms, and his expression suddenly turned tense. He sat down, his hands trembling slightly. Lan Tian approached with a smile and looked at the child. Phew, the child's complexion is slightly better. Sir, I'd like to ask, has your child been to any specific places before? Because this cold or whatever can easily be transmitted. So if you can rule out the places your child was at when the illness occurred, it would be fine. Lan Tian looked at him and spoke. Oh, okay, I understand. It's all my oversight, the man replied, swallowing hard. Dr. Lan, your hospital is quite good. Those who reported are really despicable. We couldn't find any problems. The middle-aged officer said as he entered, while the 2 officers positioned themselves on either side. Upon hearing it was a report, the man's expression visibly relaxed. But little did he know. Sir, please show me your ID. Boom. The man's mind was struck like a bolt of lightning. This sudden turn of events caught him completely off guard. I left in a hurry and didn't bring my ID, he stammered. At that moment, Lan Tian suddenly noticed a white bag appearing from the man's pants pocket. He exchanged a glance with the middle-aged officer. The man started to panic because the registration was under someone else's name. Then just give us your ID number. We could just make a record. The middle-aged officer smiled and instructed him to step aside. The man nervously followed them to the side. Suddenly, 2 officers directly pinned him down, giving him no chance at all. Suspected white powder discovered. One officer quickly reported. The man was startled and hurriedly tried to break free, but with his physique, how could he possibly match the police? Comrade police, I suspect there are people outside to assist them, Lan Tian said quietly. The middle-aged policeman, referred to as the criminal bureau, nodded. Then he glanced at the child. Dr. Lan, we need the child's blood type report and need to find the child's parents as soon as possible, the Criminal Bureau said. Okay, we'll get it to you shortly. Lan Tian nodded and watched them leave. The people in the hospital were somewhat suspicious, but the nurse was completely starstruck, looking at Lan Tian with extreme admiration. Chapter 65. Are you a god of diagnosis? Dr. Lan, how did you know that person was a criminal? The young nurse immediately perked up after seeing the person being taken away. It's not difficult. His actions and eyes gave him away. And the child also revealed his guilt. A normal father wouldn't let his child be in such a situation. Not to mention the stark difference in appearance between him and the child. Lan Tian smiled slightly, as if he were recounting something trivial. For him, saving a life is his responsibility. According to the doctor's code, saving lives is the primary condition. That's why he always rushes to the front. At first, an intern dared to rush into the operating room to save someone, disregarding hospital rules. This already violated hospital regulations, but he didn't violate the doctor's code. Acting with a clear conscience has always been his insistence. Well, this child still needs to be monitored by some nurses, taken care of until the police find the child's parents. Lan Tian smiled and saw the mother and child he had checked earlier coming out, then said to the nurse, All right, Dr. Lan, I understand. The nurse said with stars in her eyes, filled with admiration. Watching his back, the nurse murmured, He is so handsome. If he weren't a doctor, he would definitely make a great detective. What a pity he doesn't T-date, Sai. Hearing this, Lan Tian stumbled and almost twisted his ankle. Ever since he discovered that his body's agility could bring him a high recovery ability, even his senses became extremely sharp. He could naturally hear that kind of sound. Not dating is a fault? Lan Tian couldn't help but question in his heart, but in the end, he could only smile and walk towards the mother and child. The woman's face was extremely pale. Tears were welling up in her eyes, but she was trying hard to hold them back. Dr. Chiu, what did the examination results say? Lan Tian walked up to Dr. Chiu and asked softly, Dr. Lan, I was just looking for you. Your diagnosis is incredible. How did you know this child had polio? Dr. Chiu's eyes were filled with shock. Earlier, Lan Tian had said that his diagnosis was likely polio, but he didn't believe it. After all, to give such a conclusion without a thorough examination was somewhat frightening. Moreover, it was irresponsible for the patient's family, as people nowadays basically only believe in the final examination results. However, the final examination turned out to be exactly the same as Lan Tian's diagnosis. The key point was that he had asked the child's mother. When the woman answered, he was completely stunned. From start to finish, Lan Tian had only spent less than 5 minutes with the child, applying an ice pack to cool him down and relieve his pain. The rest of the time, he just asked the mother some basic questions. Most importantly, the questions he asked were precisely the mild symptoms of polio, completely identical. So when the examination results came out, he wanted to ask Lan Tian how he did it. I just saw the child's condition and suddenly thought of it. Based on my examination, it basically matched the symptoms of polio, Lan Tian said vaguely. There was no way he could say, I have a cheat code. After touching the child, I came up with a treatment plan. Impressive. You really are impressive. Doctor. Chiu couldn't help but admire Lan Tian. Although he was an emergency doctor, he surprisingly understood the pediatric situation very well. The most taboo thing in studying medicine is being scattered. Some people spend their whole lives unable to master a single discipline to perfection. But what Lan Tian had done in the hospital had already earned the admiration of the hospital staff. It was like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. By the way, the child's condition should still be in the early stages, right? Lan Tian quickly asked. That child was in so much pain, and he naturally felt a sense of sympathy. Yes, the current examination results, when combined with medication, can lead to a cure. But how effective it will be depends on the subsequent treatment. By the way, Dr. Lan, have you also been involved in pediatrics? Doctor. Chiu was still curious about whether he had any involvement in pediatrics. I just read some books about it, Lan Tian nodded. He was wrong in saying that. Currently, there really hasn't been any pediatrics involved in his sign-ins. The theoretical conditions can only be theoretical. As for those so-called surgeries in pediatrics, he really isn't familiar with them. I see. Then I'll get busy. I still need to personally treat this child, and your hand needs to rest, so pay attention. After the two finished speaking, they each went their separate ways. After all, in such a hospital, It's hard to find time to relax during working hours. Actually, you don't need to be too sad for now. The current medical technology can still guarantee it, Lan Tian said to the child's mother to comfort her. Yes. Thank you, Dr. Lan, thank you. The woman quickly expressed her gratitude. After comforting her a few times, Lan Tian returned to his office. Huh, Xiao Yu? Didn't you have the afternoon off? When he returned to the office, Lan Tian was taken aback. Wasn't this girl supposed to be off this afternoon? How did she suddenly appear here? Dr. Lan, you're the one to talk. Aren't you injured? You're still working. Xiao Yu seemed to be in a bad mood and said this with little patience. Fine, my fault. Since you're at work, let us arrange for the patients to line up. Lan Tian shrugged and began to work on the computer. The patients that came in were basically just minor colds. It's quite normal to catch a cold this summer. After all, autumn is coming. During the autumn season, if one is not careful, some minor illnesses can arise. All right. Actually, you don't need it for. Just take the medicine home, take it on time, and sleep before 10 at night, and you should be fine. Lan Tian started writing a prescription, speaking to the patient in front of him. Thank you, doctor, the patient said as they took the prescription and left. This afternoon, Lan Tian also had a bit of a leisurely time. He only needed to make diagnoses. Now, he was increasingly resembling someone who had been practicing medicine for many years rather than a young doctor. Oh, it's 8 o'clock? Lan Tian rubbed his temples. It was already completely dark outside. A slight cool breeze came in through the window. Autumn has arrived. Dr. Lan, aren't you off work yet? Xiao Yu walked in, holding a takeout box. Girl, at least bring me one of those meals, Lan Tian said with a wry smile. This girl is definitely doing it on purpose. Otherwise, how about you be eating now? Who told you not to go eat? The cafeteria doesn't have your meal anymore. Xiao Yu rolled her eyes and teased. Fine. I brought this on myself. It's getting cold. Remember to wear more when you come to work. If you get sick, I won't treat you. Lan Tian shrugged and shut down his computer. You actually curse me to get sick? Dr. Lan, I look down on you. With that, she raised her middle finger while holding her chopsticks. However, Lan Tian chose to ignore it. This girl really doesn't act like a woman. Just look at the other nurses. They're all gentle as water. Chapter 66, Medical Dispute Incident Ding. Signed in for 128 days. Receive congenital heart disease surgery. The next morning, Lan Tian took a deep breath. Congenital heart disease surgery. This is truly closely linked to pediatrics. Just yesterday, he helped a child's mother detect polio. Today, he signed up for congenital heart disease. For patients with congenital heart disease, it is a deep pain within their hearts. Whether for the patients themselves or their families, this is a huge burden. However, there is no way around it. Congenital diseases accompany a lifetime. Unexpectedly, signing up for this surgery might broaden my path in the future. Lan Tian smiled. However, what is most worth celebrating today is not signing up for this surgery, but another matter. Early this morning, his aunt called to say that she would be returning to the capital. This means that without his aunt's pressing, he could be carefree for a while. He still had to move, and this time he absolutely could not let his aunt find him. It was too creepy. Lan Tian shivered. His aunt cared more about his marriage than her own son's. She was just short of bringing the entire Shangwan family over to matchmake for him. I have come to Huifeng, yet I still cannot escape the capital. It's really frustrating. Lan Tian forced a smile. Both his family and his grandfather's family were renowned businessmen. None of them studied medicine, and he was the only one who came to study medicine. Lan Tian didn't even realize how quickly he had integrated into this identity. Good morning, Dr. Lan. Good morning. Hey, Dr. Lan, are you leaving? Dr. Lan, is your aunt not pressing you to get married anymore? Seeing Lan Tian with his bag, the doctors and nurses teased him. The atmosphere was extremely harmonious. Is it that you all are happy because my aunt is not pressing me to get married? Lan Tian rolled his eyes and said irritably. Everyone laughed. In fact, there was a reason he was carrying a bag. Today was not only his time to go back and rest, but also the day Chen Xiaoyan was being discharged. Last night, he asked Chen Xiaoyan, and no one from her family would show up at the hospital. No one would come to pick her up for discharge. Sister Chen, are you ready? Lan Tian stood by the bed and asked with a smile. I'm ready, Lan Tian, thank you. You're coming to pick me up for discharge, even during your rest time. A hint of gratitude flashed in Chen Xiaoyan's eyes. It's nothing. We are friends. All right. Let us go. Lan Tian smiled. He helped Chun Xiaoyun carry her things and walked directly out of the hospital. Sister Chun, to celebrate your discharge, I'll treat you to a meal. Lan Tian waved down a taxi and raised his eyebrows. Okay, but don't blame me if I take advantage of you. Chun Xiaoyun also smiled, and the two got into the car and left. However, just as they left, the hospital suddenly erupted in a roar. Dozens of people surrounded the operating room. Lin and the others looked extremely grim. In the area they surrounded, there was also a stretcher covered with a white cloth. This was a signal of death. However, Lin did not expect that the final result would be like this. A dead person on the operating table. This was a medical accident. But the problem was there was no dead person on the operating table. Rather, the patient went directly to the operating table and then lost vital signs. They almost went mad trying to save the patient, but ultimately could not bring them back. They could only issue a death notice. But who would have thought that these family members would come over demanding compensation? See, this is the first hospital. This is our Huifeng's first hospital. Someone was killed in the operating room. Murder. For a moment, the nurses and doctors had faces as dark as water. They could not believe that the other side had taken it this far. Dad, why did you leave so early? Dad, wake up and look at me. Just one glance at your daughter, please. Cries echoed. The doctors' faces showed no change. But internally, they felt regret. Having seen life and death frequently, it doesn't mean they truly had no heart. They also wanted to comfort each other, but it was difficult to do so. Family members, the elderly, have passed away. Shouldn't we consider how to give them a resting place now? Lin sighed and stepped forward. Give me a break. I tell you, my dad was killed by you. You are the attending doctor. If you don't give an explanation for this today, it's not over. A man with a high nose, slightly yellow hair, and a sinister look in his eyes shouted loudly. That's right. You need to give an explanation. A group shouted loudly, not giving them a chance at all. Voices rose and fell, and the block nurses and doctors were angry but didn't know what to do. The elderly were already gone when they were sent here. We were treating them. How can you say this? The circulating nurse, a young girl, was now in tears. Being inexplicably labeled as murderers, how would such a young girl live in the future? Everyone come and see. This is the first hospital. Someone died on the operating table. Now, they say our old man was dead when he was sent here. Everyone come and see. A woman knelt on the ground, crying and beating the floor. In the dean's office. Dean, what should we do? The assistant looked anxious, watching Chun Gongyuan's trembling hands, and could only weakly ask. Chun Gongyuan's hands trembled. His eyes became vacant, as if he thought of something. At this moment, Lan Tian, who was having a meal with Chun Xiaoyun, was suddenly brought back to his senses by a sentence from her. Lan Tian, look at this situation. Chun Xiaoyun took out a video showing the constantly crying family members. Lin and others were at a loss. Medical dispute or medical accident? Lan Tian narrowed his eyes, took out his phone, and dialed Xiaoyu's number. Xiaoyu, what's going on at the hospital now? Lan Tian asked straightforwardly. Xiaoyu told the truth, and Lan Tian's expression immediately turned serious. Dr. Lan, what should we do now? Xiaoyu asked anxiously. Clearly a medical dispute. Hasn't it been confirmed that our elderly did not die on the operating table, but rather lost vital signs at that moment before the surgery started? Lan Tian was furious but had to ask patiently. Yes, before the surgery began, the elderly lost vital signs. Oh, I have surveillance video here. Take a look. After speaking, a video was sent via WeChat. After watching it, Lan Tian slammed his chopsticks on the table. Sister Chun, this incident is clearly a medical dispute. Lan Tian looked at Chun Xiaoyun and said, But if they keep insisting on this matter, it could easily lead to problems. Moreover, the elderly did go into the operating room, and it's hard to explain even if we are right. Chun Xiaoyun shook her head. This was her first time encountering such a situation. Is there really no other way? Lan Tian asked directly. There were family members who caused a scene before, but later they realized they were wrong and left feeling guilty. Nothing was as serious as this time. They're all talking about wanting justice. What is so-called justice? It is obvious that it can only be money, right? Hospitals are not charitable organizations, and as long as they haven't done anything wrong, their tough stance is not something that can be easily challenged. However, if this escalates online, the ones who ultimately suffer will definitely not be the victims' families. They can lay low for a few days, and then everything will be fine. But Lin and the others are different. Once they are labeled, there will truly be no place for them in the medical field. If there is evidence of medical disputes, that would be enough. Chen Xiaoyan shook her head and said. She understood that saying this was no different from not saying it at all. If it were really that easy to find, these families wouldn't dare to cause trouble there now. Lan Tian was calculating in his mind. He thought, since this is a medical dispute, there must be someone leading the trouble. Moreover, this person must be a professional instigator, the kind that would get paid afterward. Looking at the video of the family members crying that came through on his phone, Lan Tian suddenly noticed that man, with a prominent nose, slightly yellow hair, and wearing a white long shirt. Sister Chun, maybe I can find the evidence. You go home first, and I will go back to the hospital for a while. Then come back to see you in the afternoon, Lan Tian said immediately. Ah, really? Then you should hurry back. Chen Xiaoyan, being part of the hospital, naturally cared about it, and urged Lan Tian to return quickly. Chapter 67. Breaking the deadlock, a large number of reporters had gathered at the hospital. Chen Gongyuan and the others were clearly caught off guard. Otherwise, they would have been able to block these reporters right away. The sudden appearance of reporters turned the originally heated scene into one of extreme danger. There was no way to conceal this matter any longer. With the media entering, it wouldn't be long before rumors about the first hospital would spread like wildfire. Even if they wanted to stop it, it was already too late. Excuse me, are you a family member of the deceased? Can you tell us the specifics of the situation? The reporter from Shiri began stirring the pot. What seemed like an ordinary inquiry was actually laced with malice. This was not a medical accident, but with just this one question, it branded the incident as a medical malpractice case. This was fatal for the hospital. Yes, I am my uncle's nephew. A man wiped his tears, seemingly afraid that if he cried more, it would seem insincere. He even squeezed his eyes to let more tears flow. So what exactly happened? The reporter pressed on. Our first hospital in Huifeng City is a guarantee for the people of Huifeng City, and there has never been such a situation before. Our doctors in Huifeng City are also dedicated and responsible. Upon hearing this, Lin and the others' faces changed drastically. This was an attempt to strike a fatal blow to the First People's Hospital. All those involved in the surgery would surely be taken to court. By then, there would be no way to turn things around. The greater the pressure from public opinion, the less chance they had to recover. Damn it. There was a young intern doctor beside Dr. Lin and who had been assigned to intern with him. He clenched his fists and cursed under his breath. They killed my father. My father was fine before he went in. Upon hearing this, the Shiri reporter's eyes lit up. He quickly directed the camera at the man and said, All right, can you tell us what exactly happened? Don't worry. Our media will definitely handle this matter fairly and give you justice. The man was overjoyed at the reporter's words. He then began to embellish his story continuously. Hearing this, the Shiri reporter became somewhat excited. Although he maintained his professional ethics and did not smile, the muscles on his face were hard to control. Outside the hospital, Xiaoyu was pacing back and forth. Why hasn't Dr. Lan arrived yet? Xiaoyu was a bit anxious. During the phone call earlier, she heard Lan Tian say that he should be able to find a solution. To know more details, Lan Tian had asked her to wait here. Xiaoyu, what did Dr. Lan say to you? Another nurse beside her asked anxiously. Doctor, Lan said he could find evidence of medical malpractice and asked me to wait for him here. Xiaoyu replied truthfully. Ah. The nurse opened her mouth in disbelief. How is that possible? With the media here now, Dr. Lan actually wants to find evidence. If he could really find evidence of their malpractice, wouldn't Lin and the others have found it long ago? Why wait until now? The most important thing is that Dr. Lan is now very famous, hailed as a national doctor. If he comes back at this time, wouldn't he be directly pushed to the forefront? A taxi stopped at the hospital entrance. The car door opened, and Lan Tian hurriedly got out. Don't ask so many questions. From now on, walk into the hospital and tell me everything that happened, including what happened before I arrived and how many people came with the elderly before they entered the hospital. Upon hearing Lan Tian's words, Xiaoyu and the nurse nodded. The three quickly walked over. The process took about 5 minutes. Lan Tian quickly learned that when the patient's family brought them in, there were only 2 people. However, suddenly, a dozen relatives surged out before the elderly person was pushed out of the ward, each claiming to be a relative. Among them, the one who shouted the loudest was not the elderly person's son, but a distant nephew. After hearing this, a cold smile appeared on Lan Tian's face. Nephew? Who would believe such nonsense? He quickly walked into the corridor and happened to hear the reporter's report. All right, we will definitely seek justice for you. All participating doctors will be held accountable, the Shiri reporter said. Lan Tian's face darkened as he walked and said, Reporter, you report real-time situations for the people. You only listen to one side of the story and then say that our hospital harmed someone. Where is your evidence? As soon as these words came out, all the family members of the deceased turned to look at him. One woman suddenly pointed at him and shouted, This is the evidence. The dead person is right here. How can you call yourself a national doctor and be so malicious? Poor my uncle. National doctor? In an instant, the reporter's focus shifted directly to Lan Tian. This was Lan Tian, the hottest figure at the First People's Hospital. They could not afford to miss this opportunity for coverage. You say this is your uncle? Lan Tian suddenly laughed. Yes, this is my uncle. The woman shouted. I saw in a video that you are the elderly person's distant nephew, right? Lan Tian then looked at another person and asked, Isn't that right? What do you want to say? The sudden questioning made everyone present's expressions turn awkward. Lin initially wanted to prevent Lan Tian from intervening. He was so young, and most importantly, he had a high talent and capability. Speaking out could potentially affect his future. But now, even if he wanted to leave, he couldn't. I want to ask, who were the family members accompanying the elderly for registration? Lan Tian directly inquired. It's me. This is my father-in-law. I'm my father's daughter. This is my grandfather. 3 people. Direct relatives. Just as Xiaoyu had said. For some reason, others suddenly felt a bit uneasy. Very good. The others are all distant relatives, right? Lan Tian asked directly. They were puzzled as to why he asked this, but Lan Tian gave no opportunity. Dr. Lin, call the police immediately. This matter needs to be explained well by the police. The first thing is to clarify their relationships. Also, I will show you the surveillance footage and provide answers. After speaking, Lan Tian looked at Linen and then at Xiaoyu. The latter nodded, and his heart immediately felt relieved. Everyone, please look. This is when the patient was on the operating table. Originally, the elderly person's hands were flat, completely according to medical orders. But when moving the elderly to the operating table, you see the elderly person's hands went down. Watching the surveillance footage, they indeed saw this point. Do you see? This is natural death. The elderly is already 83 years old. Such an elderly person, when passing away, actually does not suffer. And you see, the anesthesiologist did not act. So there was no anesthesia situation. The elderly's expression was not very painful. This is a peaceful passing. Saying this, Lan Tian's gaze sharpened as he continued. This is just the natural death of the elderly. Additionally, we have already reported to the police. Just now, the elderly's direct family members came out. The others need to undergo investigation to prove their relationship with the elderly. If it is consistent, then our hospital can proceed with compensation. If it is medical malpractice, then don't blame me for being rude. Upon hearing this, Lin An's face suddenly cleared. Yes, this is a medical malpractice incident. How could there not be professional medical malpractice mixed in? The elderly man's family members suddenly changed their expressions. They couldn't accept a natural death. But Lan Tian spoke so seriously. Moreover, he had solid reasoning, and most importantly, he had called the police. Isn't this kind of issue usually resolved internally by the hospital? Why call the police? Why check identities? This had never happened before. Sure enough, upon hearing that the police were coming, the cousin immediately said, Brother, my wife called me. The elderly person at home is unwell. I need to go back for a bit. I have to go too. Well, brother, I'm leaving first. You and sister-in-law handle the aftermath. In an instant, they were thrown into chaos. At that moment, Lan Tian made way, and the security guards rushed over in unison, surrounding the corridor. Chapter 68. Herniated disc. If these reporters were useless, they naturally wouldn't have become reporters. Their sharpness is indeed impressive. The moment they heard the turning point, they immediately pointed all their attention at those people. Now, they already know that this is entirely a case of medical disputes. Sir, didn't you just say you were the deceased cousin? Are you going to back down now that Dr. Lan Tian is here? A reporter stepped forward, taking the place of the Rising Sun reporter. Faced with this question, the person looked as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a fly. Dr. Lan Tian stood coldly on the other side, glaring at them with indifference. He had no goodwill towards those who instigated medical disputes, let alone let them off the hook. Doctor, Lin, you can relax now, but next you'll still need to give a statement to the police, Lan Tian said with a smile, standing beside Lin and the others. Lan Tian, I really have to thank you this time, Lin said with a wry smile, shaking his head, doubting whether he was getting old. The evidence Lan Tian mentioned was right in front of them, whether it was the details from the surveillance or the behaviors of those people. They could see it all. Unfortunately, because these guys kept threatening them, they didn't get a moment to explain. They were constantly pressured with words, causing them to lose their brief ability to think. As the saying goes, when a scholar meets a soldier, reason cannot be made clear, not to mention the confusion of the parties involved. I still have things to do, so I have to leave first. Lan Tian smiled and then left the crowd. Dr. Lan Tian, you're amazing. Seeing Lan Tian come out, Xiaoyu immediately said with a smile. Of course. Now that the matter is resolved, Lan Tian is naturally smiling, no longer as gloomy as before. Xiaoyu rolled her eyes, clearly not expecting the usually honest Lan Tian to tease her. All right, since the police are here, I'll leave the rest to them. I'm off now. After saying that, he waved and walked out of the hospital. After telling Chen Xiaoyan that he was going to her house, he took a taxi straight there. The purpose of this visit was to help Chen Xiaoyan move. Sister Chen, your new rented house is pretty nice. How about I become your neighbor? Upon seeing the environment of the house, Lan Tian's heart stirred. What's wrong? Are you also trying to escape marriage? Chen Xiaoyan teased, smilingly asking. Lan Tian smiled helplessly. He had only this little secret, but with Chen Xiaoyan, it seemed like there were no secrets at all. No matter what his decision was, she always seemed to see through it. Sister Chen, can I ask you something? Lan Tian looked at Chen Xiaoyan, asking seriously. You want to ask about my family affairs? Actually, the so-called fiancé was just something they arranged, and I never agreed to it. A tear flowed from the corner of Chen Xiaoyan's eye. Sigh. Lan Tian sighed. The biggest difference between him and Chen Xiaoyan was that although his aunt would arrange blind dates for him, even a bit crazily, she would not disrespect his wishes. Otherwise, one of the 5 top female students would have long been his wife. In contrast, Chen Xiaoyan was being pressured by her family to marry. The scene from the hospital suddenly flooded back to his mind. Lan Tian was speechless, and so was Chen Xiaoyan. After a moment, Lan Tian smiled. Sister Chen, then it's settled. I'll be your neighbor. I saw a rental notice downstairs. I'll go find the landlord. Chen Xiaoyan chuckled and, after finishing her tasks, watched Lan Tian's back, her cheeks unintentionally turning a bit red. Unknowingly, the distance between the two had closed significantly. As Lan Tian walked down, Chen Xiaoyan was about to follow, but was rejected by him. After all, she had just been discharged from the hospital and shouldn't move too much. At least a week of rest was needed before she could return to work. Seeing the rental post, he discovered that the listed price was only 5,000. To be honest, 5,000 a month for such a neighborhood isn't expensive. Huifeng is a first-tier city, so rental prices in the city center won't be cheap. He wasn't short on money. Even if he really wanted to buy a house, he could afford the down payment. As for why he rented, that was simple. Renting was the most suitable option to evade his aunt's pursuit. Just as he was about to take out his phone to make a call, Lan Tian saw an elderly man in his 60s walking over, holding his waist. Sir, are you all right? Lan Tian hurried over to support the old man, asking anxiously. No problem. Young man, I'm just having back pain. Thank you, the old man said, showing a smile that was more difficult than crying when he saw a young person supporting him. Where does it hurt the most, sir? Is it your back? Lan Tian asked directly. Yes, I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's rheumatism. When a person gets old, they have all sorts of ailments. The old man sighed, his expression of despondency falling right into Lan Tian's eyes. Hiss. Just then, the old man had just sat down when he suddenly inhaled sharply. Lan Tian quickly placed his hand on the old man's lower back. Suddenly, a treatment plan appeared in his mind. Herniated disc. Hiss. Herniated disc. This is indeed quite common at this age. Sir, this isn't rheumatism. When your back hurts, do you have pain in other areas as well? Even though he had the treatment plan, Lan Tian still followed the normal inquiry to ask the old man. Hearing that it wasn't rheumatism, the old man became anxious. What? Not rheumatism? My back pain also extends to my buttocks. Then that's it. Sir, you have a herniated disc. But don't worry, just stay calm. Call your children and have them take you to the hospital. Okay? Lan Tian nodded and quickly comforted him. A herniated disc is indeed not a big issue. As long as one is patient and follows the doctor's guidance, staying calm, there should be no problem. Really? But I can't contact my children. They're all grown up. Sigh. The old man shook his head, smiling bitterly. It turned out that the loneliness in the old man's eyes earlier was because of his children. Lan Tian felt a bit anxious. He still had things to do, but he couldn't just leave the old man there. Sir, can you wait for me a moment? I need to find a landlord to rent a place. If you don't mind, I can contact the landlord and then take you to the hospital. He couldn't bear to leave the old man there, so he decided to put off looking for a house for now. After all, the house was on the 7th floor, right across from Chen Xiaoyin's. The layout of both houses should be fine. Okay. Thank you, young man. The old man quickly nodded. Then, Lan Tian dialed the phone, and the old man's phone rang directly. Lan Tian and the old man exchanged glances, then both shook their heads and laughed. This laughter also helped the old man divert his attention from the pain. After telling Chen Xiaoyin that he was going to rent the house across from her and needed to take an old man to the hospital, he called a taxi to take the old man straight to the first hospital. Chapter 69, Little Tian. Come back, the school is in trouble. All right, old man. I've taken care of everything for you. Now you just need to cooperate with the doctor and stay in hospital. But still, I hope you can call your family over. After all, it would be quite troublesome. After handling the elderly man's affairs, Lan Tian sat by the hospital bed and spoke. I know, young man. Thank you so much for today. The old man nodded, his expression still somewhat dim. Looking at the old man's state, Lan Tian shook his head. He knew that in today's society, no one has it easy, especially some elderly people who wouldn't let their children come back to take care of them for their sake. It's fine. By the way, I want to talk to you about the house. You see, I'm also a doctor at this hospital, and I'm looking to rent a place. I happen to see your house. Do you think it could be rented? Lan Tian changed the subject and asked immediately. Rent? The rent could be a bit lower, young man. I naturally trust your character. The old man hurriedly said. Haha, thank you, but there's no need to lower the rent. Lan Tian quickly expressed his gratitude. After finalizing the rental agreement with the landlord, he felt relieved to leave. It was still his day off, so he didn't plan to return directly to the clinic. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Lan Tian took out his phone to check. It was the principal. Hello, principal. Lan Tian greeted politely. On the other end of the line, the principal exclaimed, Wow, little Tian, you need to come back quickly. The school is in trouble. The old man on the other end actually started crying while laughing. Huh? Trouble? What's going on? Lan Tian was completely confused. He knew the principal well. He was quite the old rascal, or in other words, a troublesome elder. The most surprising part was that this old man was the principal of a medical school. But that wasn't the most shocking part. The most shocking part was that this old man was also one of the national knives. Only 10 people can be honored as national knives. Coincidentally, 2 of these 10 people were in Huifeng City. However, unlike Chen Gonyuan, who was extremely experienced, the reason he had been letting Lan Tian take the lead in surgeries was not because of a lack of ability. On the contrary, after learning about Lan Tian's skills, he had new plans. But this principal was like a child, completely inconsistent with his age. Right, if the school is going under, you need to come back quickly. You still have to intern. Should I also go intern for a while? Hearing this, Lan Tian twitched his mouth. You old man intern? No way. Let me die to help you get excited. Don't go discouraging all the interns. No, principal, you need to explain what is going on. Otherwise, I want to have anything to do when I get back. Lan Tian rolled his eyes and said impatiently. All right, sorry, I forgot. Hearing this, Lan Tian could only roll his eyes in helplessness. However, he didn't interrupt and waited for the old man to continue. It's like this. You're now our national doctor and also our graduate student. The Andre Medical College is coming to compete with us, so the entire medical school can only have you represent the school. The principal's tears had long since disappeared, and he was actually playing with a lollipop in his hand, his face beaming with a smile. Andre, why are they bothering us to hold a seminar? Lan Tian was puzzled. This Andre Medical College is one of the top medical schools in the world, and they're actually coming to China to hold a seminar. They must have a screw loose. I heard they have a genius called Anzil, and this seminar is mainly to show off, so, I've kept a low profile in school before, but this time you can't keep a low profile. Give them a good slap in the face, otherwise, they might think we in medical have no one. The principal suddenly had a sly smile. For some reason, Lan Tian felt like he had fallen into a pit. Well, it seems there's no escaping this, so I'll apply for leave tomorrow. Lan Tian shrugged, ultimately resigned to this outcome. Otherwise, who knows if this principal would start talking about his dark history while running during school training. Thinking about the memories he had merged with, Lan Tian felt helpless towards this principal. All right, now I want to see what that old man from Andre has to show in front of me. The principal seemed extremely excited, starting to dance in his office. After hanging up the phone, Lan Tian reluctantly turned back to the hospital. What? Andre is going to hold a seminar at a medical school? Chen Gangyuan exclaimed, looking at Lan Tian in shock. Yes, the principal wants me to go back. Lan Tian shrugged and smiled wryly. No way, absolutely not. You can't go back. You are now our hospital's lead surgeon. How can you go back? Chen Gangyuan immediately rejected his statement. What's going on, principal? Lan Tian was bewildered. Why was the principal so excited about him going back to represent the school at a seminar? Anyway, it's not happening. I'll call old Lin and tell him this is not happening. Saying that, Chen Gangyuan picked up the phone and dialed. Lan Tian was completely dumbfounded. What is going on? It's undeniable that the National Knife only knows this much, but why did the principal refuse to let him go back after hearing about Andre? As he pondered this question, the call connected. Old Lin, are you trying to push Lan Tian into the fire pit? Do you know what that old guy from Andre is thinking? If he takes a liking to Lan Tian and insists on having him go to Andre Academy for further studies, can you allow that? Chen Gangyuan blurted out as soon as the call connected, showing no trace of the principal's authority. Lan Tian then understood. So that is how it was. You're talking nonsense. You can't guarantee that. Let me tell you, you couldn't guarantee that 6 years ago either, and in less than 3 days. A student was poached by Andre. Chen Gangyuan directly cursed after hearing the principal's words. Lan Tian felt a bit similar. Principal, you won't diggle. And I definitely want to go abroad. Lan Tian said quietly. You Brad don't know anything. That kid 6 years ago said the same thing. Hearing this, Lan Tian was speechless. If you want to scold the principal. Why are you scolding me? No, principal, I really want to go. If I go abroad, not to mention you. Maya will make me settle my marriage the next day and cut off everything. I'll one T be able to get out. Lan Tian shook his head helplessly. Really not going? Really, and this time it concerns the reputation of a medical. I can't let a medical's name go down the drain. I'm also a part of a medical. Lan Tian assured. All right, then sign a contract with me. Anyway, you can't be poached by that old guy from Andre. Chen Gangyuan said, writing down a contract immediately. Looking at this contract, Lan Tian was truly speechless. Helplessly, he pressed his handprint down. Principal, you're not afraid I'll lose, are you? Lan Tian asked cautiously. Lose? Both old men suddenly shouted in unison, one in front of him, one on the phone. Lan Tian knew that the principal at school was both a teacher and a friend to him, so he naturally understood his capabilities. And Chen Gangyuan at the hospital had seen his surgical skills, so he trusted him immensely. The last time he served as a second assistant. The purpose was to be able to observe Lan Tian up close. Otherwise, with his abilities, how many doctors in the whole of Huaxia could allow him to be his second assistant? What pleased him the most was that he could see traces of himself from when he was the National Knife before, reflected in Lan Tian. Chapter 70, in medical school, encountering Qin Sini again as autumn approached, the morning breeze felt a bit cooler. Lan Tian strolled slowly through the campus, his eyes glimmering with nostalgia. It had been many years since he last returned to school. If it weren't for an unexpected time travel, he might have already been reduced to ashes, scattered in a box. However, he understood that his body before death must have disappeared as well. But he felt no dissatisfaction because he really enjoyed his current life. Ghost, annoying, it's broad daylight. Walking along a small path in the woods on campus. He had intended to take advantage of class time to experience this little grove he had never visited before. But then he encountered this situation. Lan Tian quickened his pace and did not look at the couple lost in their romantic world. Really the world is going downhill. And people's hearts are not what they used to be. Lan Tian shook his head with a bitter smile and then hurried toward the principal's office. That old rascal must be getting anxious waiting. If he didn't go soon, that phone would probably explode from ringing. Lan Tian? Suddenly, a girl's voice rang out, seemingly filled with surprise. Lan Tian looked up, searching his memory. Teacher Morong. Lan Tian smiled and nodded. The woman in front of him was a university counselor at a medical school, only 27 years old, hailed as the most beautiful counselor at the school. Why are you back? Murong Xiao asked with a smile. Lan Tian pointed in the direction of the principal's office and shrugged. It's for the annualized seminar, right? I didn't expect the principal to call back a top student like you. I heard you're now the chief surgeon at Huifeng First People's Hospital. That's impressive. Murong Xiao teased. The two were only 3 years apart in age, so there was no communication barrier. What does that have to do with anything? I'm just a practicing doctor, Lan Tian said, scratching his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. You're now our national doctor. Do you think you can escape my eyes? All right, go find the principal, otherwise, that old rascal will probably start nagging you again, Murong Xiao said with a smile as she prepared to walk past Lan Tian. Lan Tian nodded and was about to say goodbye when, Murong Xiao suddenly let out a soft exclamation and then fell. Teacher Murong. Lan Tian quickly reached out to catch her. A series of treatment plans immediately appeared in his mind. Tumor. Thankfully, it's in the early stages. Lan Tian was taken aback by the sudden brain tumor revelation. And medical school's medical college was quite capable, so there was no need to rush her to Huifeng First People's Hospital. Hello, Teacher Murong has collapsed. Please send an ambulance. Lan Tian said directly when he got through to the hospital's phone. Then he picked up Murong Xiao in a princess carry and took her downstairs. Along the way, people gasped as they saw him carrying Murong Xiao. Isn't that my Teacher Murong? Oh my God, it really is Teacher Murong. Heavens, my Teacher Murong. A chorus of heartbreak and despair echoed around. Lan Tian couldn't care less about them. Murong Xiao's condition was not optimistic. It wasn't just because of the tumor. The main issue was that she was also suffering from low blood sugar. Low blood sugar itself wouldn't be a big deal. But the key point was that Murong Xiao had worked for 42 consecutive hours. Just thinking about how she had been forcing herself to talk to him earlier made Lan Tian feel dazed. What could have made her hold on for so long? Where's the patient? The ambulance arrived, and the doctors and nurses quickly came down with a stretcher. Here, Lan Tian shouted. After the doctor arrived, Lan Tian immediately placed Murong Xiao onto the stretcher. Remember to give her some glucose in the car. She's hypoglycemic, and her fainting is likely due to extreme fatigue. There should be a tumor pressing on the blood vessels in her head, causing her to lose consciousness, Lan Tian stated, having seen Murong Xiao taken away. He articulated the treatment diagnosis that had formed in his mind. After repeatedly presenting his treatment thoughts, he had completely confirmed them. What appeared in his mind were either surgeries he had already signed off on or those about to be signed off. This also explained why he didn't need a full diagnosis before coming up with a treatment plan. How do you know? The doctor suddenly narrowed his eyes, staring at Lan Tian. I'm also a doctor. Lan Tian shrugged and replied. You should be an intern now, right? The doctor suddenly became a bit vigilant, blocking Lan Tian from approaching the ambulance. Lan Tian's brow furrowed. He couldn't understand why there was such a doctor. Shouldn't the priority now be to treat the patient? I don't care if you have hostility towards me or whatever. Your first priority now is to treat the patient, not to chat with me, Lan Tian scoffed, glancing at the nurse before continuing, first, give her glucose. After saying this, Lan Tian turned to walk away. You can't administer it. We need to return to the hospital first, the doctor suddenly shouted, asserting that without examination, he wouldn't dare to make any conclusions. But Lan Tian was already furious. There was a low blood sugar test available, yet they wouldn't test the patient and simply declared they couldn't administer treatment. Dr. Lan? Suddenly, a crisp voice rang out. Lan Tian turned to see it was Qin Sini. He had seen her for a while, probably because her mother had been discharged from the hospital and needed care. Sini, what are you doing here? Lan Tian asked with a smile. I came when I saw you being bullied. TSK, TSK, TSK. I can't believe someone dares to question our national doctor, Qin Sini said, glaring at the ambulance doctor with disdain. What? National doctor? Lan Tian. Oh my God. Is Lan Tian from our school? How come I've never heard of this before? I found out that Lan Tian is our graduate senior. And now, wait, why is he still intern? Wasn't he interning at the First People's Hospital? No. The key is, oh my God. The senior's words were dismissed by that doctor. Hearing the discussions around him, the doctor's expression shifted dramatically. Lan Tian knew that Qin Sini was giving him an opportunity to explode. There is a low blood sugar test available. I suggested you administer glucose because I need you to check first, yet you do nothing and just take her back to the hospital? When did our medical hospital become so inadequate? Upon hearing this, the doctor's expression became even more unpredictable. Eventually, he could only say, "First, check the patient's condition." After saying this, he boarded the ambulance and closed the door directly. Chapter 71. Has it been 10 minutes already? The old doctor is the one taking action. Are you here to attend the seminar as well? Chin Sini looked at Lan Tian with an expectant expression and asked curiously, "Huh? How do you know?" Lan Tian was a bit puzzled. Only the principal and the dean knew he was back to attend the seminar, and Chin Sini wasn't a student from his school. How did she know about this? Because I am an international student from Andri. Upon hearing this, Lan Tian opened his mouth, finding it hard to accept. Ever since she saw him in the hospital, she suddenly told him that she fell in love with him at first sight and wanted to pursue him. She indeed came to see him every time she pretended to be sick. Although Lan Tian did not agree to her, he learned some things. He just didn't expect that she was actually an international student from Andri, which surprised him a bit. Then you must not be from the medical school. Why are you here? Lan Tian asked curiously. The principal said I'm in Huaxia, and then asked me to arrange some people, so I took on this important responsibility. However, I think you must win and give those guys a good show. I don't like people who think too highly of themselves. Chin Sini sniffed, looking extremely cute. Haha, you actually mentioned your classmates from your school. That's impressive. All right, I need to find the principal now. Lan Tian waved his hand, said goodbye to Chin Sini, and headed straight for the principal's office. However, when he arrived at the principal's office, he found that the old rascal was not there. This really puzzled him. The principal had promised to wait for him. How come he arrived at the scheduled time, but the person was not there? Ding dong. At that moment, his phone rang. It was a message from the principal. The person has arrived. Go directly to the auditorium and remember to put on the sterile clothing and surgical preparation tools. Hearing this, Lan Tian understood. It had already begun. Moreover, there was no time to prepare. He hadn't even seen the cause of the illness yet. Truly deserving of being an old rascal. Lan Tian turned around and headed straight for the medical school, because the sterile clothing and such were all in the medical school. Lan Tian, senior brother, over here. A junior sister saw Lan Tian and waved her hand eagerly. You're here to arrange things? Lan Tian asked. She nodded and then led him to do the preparatory work. The auditorium was just below the medical school. After changing in his sterile clothing, they rushed down to the auditorium. It was just like a hospital operating room. Wow, so many people. Lan Tian was momentarily stunned to see the crowd in the auditorium. On the stage was a makeshift operating room that had been set up earlier. Although it wasn't very large, it was still comparable to some hospital operating rooms. Who is that? Why did they just arrive? What is going on? It's already 10 minutes into the procedure. Even if they just got here, they won't be able to complete the surgery, right? They can't be from our school. That would be a huge embarrassment. For a moment, a large group of people in the auditorium began discussing anxiously. They were all worried that the arriving person was from a medical school. However, the students from Andri Medical School became excited. After all, they believed that arriving late would lead to a major twist in the outcome. Although there were already students from a medical school performing the surgery, it couldn't turn the situation around. They could see from a footage that the students from Andri Medical School had only completed half of the surgery. Arrived? An elderly man with a stooped back said slowly. He was also wearing sterile clothing. On the operating table lay a mannequin. After all, this was a medical school. They couldn't use a real person, as none of the students present had a medical license. Of course, although the students present didn't have one, in the old man's eyes, Lan Tian, who was a bit of a freak, was an exception. Principal, am I late to enter? Don't forget, the opposite side has already completed half. You want to hit me, right? Lan Tian joked. Get out of here. Hurry up and get to work. It's just an appendectomy. It's all about speed. This old man was one of the national surgical experts, Lin Guoxiao, and also the principal of a medical school. Upon hearing the arrival, the students who were performing the surgery immediately relinquished their positions. Since Lan Tian hadn't come earlier, the principal had let him in. But he knew that this person was now a national doctor and also their senior. What surprised the students attending the seminar the most was that their arrangement had been intentionally set up by the principal. Hearing this, Lan Tian smiled wryly and then took over the position of a lead surgeon. The outside instantly erupted. What the hell? Changing the lead surgeon at this time? What is the principal thinking? It's over. There's no hope left. The sky is falling on a medical school. For a moment, wails filled the air. However, with the surgical knife in hand, Lan Tian suddenly smiled. He immersed himself in the task. Right now, it was just a mannequin. He didn't need to bear any responsibility. So, although his hand was injured and he couldn't perform surgery in a hospital, it didn't mean he couldn't participate in the seminar. Lan Tian began to move. Knowing it was appendicitis, plus the previous work done by this junior brother, he directly started using the surgical knife to make incisions. The surgical knife in his hand seemed to come alive. He cut to the location of the appendix, opening the peritoneum. Once the peritoneum was opened, Lan Tian immediately suctioned out the exudate. Retractor. Lan Tian reached out, and his assistant junior brother immediately placed the retractor in his hand. Then he pulled the two incision segments apart. Next, Lan Tian quickly located the appendix. Once again, he began to clamp it. The entire process took less than 5 minutes. He started dealing with the mesentery. Gauze. Lan Tian spoke very little, but after each command, the students from a medical school quickly handed him the surgical tools he needed. After finishing these steps, Lan Tian immediately proceeded to the suturing process. Pouch suturing. Ligating the base of the appendix. Removing the appendix. As the situation unfolded, the people outside were already dumbfounded. What the hell? This speed, is he hacking? Even if it's a mannequin, it's still very realistic. A slight mistake could lead to a complete failure. If something goes wrong and affects other organs, then we lose. Fool! Didn't you see that this senior brother didn't make a single mistake? Hiss! I apologize for my earlier behavior, but I still want to ask, why did you come so late? Exactly. If you had come earlier, we could have one. However, this move is from an old doctor, but looking at this, he should be quite young. Although the outside was in an uproar, the people inside the operating room couldn't hear anything. Even if they did, Lan Tian wouldn't change at all, whether it was a real person or a mannequin. Treating it seriously was a basic principle of being a doctor. Chapter 72. Victorious in battle, old mischief maker, you truly deserted the principal, who was watching from the side, was already dumbfounded. He had watched all the videos of the surgeries and everything that happened in the hospital regarding Lan Tian. However, he always thought that no matter what, Lan Tian should only be performing exceptionally well. He could not possibly achieve such perfection with such rapid actions in cutting, operating, and suturing. But now it seemed that this kid was not just perfect, he was simply flawlessly perfect. It seems there's no difference. Good kid. How far has the opponent progressed? The principal suddenly thought to see how Lan Tian's actions compared to those of the opponent. The lead surgeon on the opposite side had already reached the point of encasing the appendiceal stump. A student quickly said, "So, who do you think will win?" The principal suddenly smiled and asked, "Well, judging by speed, the opponent is a bit faster, but they had 10 more minutes than our senior, so our senior should win, right?" The student was also filled with shock. The speed of this surgery reaching Lan Tian's level was simply monstrous. Moreover, it hadn't even been 15 minutes, excluding the initial steps done by the senior. But as soon as Lan Tian arrived, he directly matched the opponent's speed. This truly amazed them. Lan Tian reached out, starting the treatment of the appendiceal stump, straight hemostatic clamp. As he spoke, a straight hemostatic clamp appeared in his hand. Then, he began using small cotton balls dipped in 5-iodine tincture, 75 alcohol, and saline. Everyone carefully watched Lan Tian's operation regarding the appendiceal treatment, because if he passed this step, he could catch up to the opponent's speed. The principal suddenly gasped, nodding repeatedly, starting to remove the saline gauze protecting the cecum. Lan Tian was not alone. He had an assistant beside him. After he put down the straight hemostatic clamp, the assistant immediately began to remove the saline gauze protecting the cecum upon hearing his instructions. Once this was done, they could proceed to the 10th step of appendicitis, encasing the appendiceal stump. He instructed the assistant to use the non-toothed forceps to lift the suture thread on the opposite side of the cecum wall, clamp the hemostatic clamp on knot, and push the appendiceal stump into the cecal cavity. Lan Tian's movements were so fast that they were astonished. His hands moved down, and before they could see his fingers change, he had already completed the action of lifting and tightening the suture thread, and while his hands were moving, he began to bury the stump into the pouch. With a number 1-0 suture, Lan Tian reached out, took the silk thread, and started the figure-8 suturing. Thread. Suture. The needle and thread in his hands seemed to be endowed with new life. With continuous suturing, Lan Tian once again completed the step of treating the covering mesentery. Meanwhile, the opponent had not yet finished. Damn, how could they have completed 12 steps so quickly? A blonde-haired student from Andre Academy asked coldly. What is going on? Andre frowned. He originally thought they would win, but suddenly the opponent had turned the tables. Andre was the principal of Andre Academy and held a high authority internationally. Now he was clearly baffled. He had thought his talented student would be able to handle it. Yet now, the opponent had directly completed 12 steps. The opponent had closed the abdomen. What the heck? For a moment, Andre felt a bit disoriented. If it weren't for his lack of understanding of the Huaxiao language, he would have certainly exclaimed a wonderful exclamation. Yes, the opposite side has closed it well. The student from Andre Academy, who had been observing Lan Tian, stuttered in English. The students from Andre Academy immediately froze. The lead surgeon's face turned even more unpleasant. How could this be possible? His hands were still performing the final steps of closing the abdomen, but he had stopped. Andre suddenly shouted, "You are now a doctor. Nothing can affect you from saving a life." The loud shout brought the Andre Academy student back to reality immediately. His face looked even worse. The operating room had already erupted, not to mention the auditorium outside. What the heck? What has happened? Wow. Incredible. Is this really our senior? Who is this senior? This technique, I feel like it's from an old doctor. My God, this senior can directly become a doctor. Oh my God, what kind of monster is this? They actually lost outside, and it was to a person who just arrived 10 minutes ago? Huff. In the operating room, Lan Tian exhaled a breath of turbid air. Despite his speed, his concentration was extremely high. Any mistake was intolerable. Senior Lan Tian, you are so cool, a female student said nervously. Ahem, everyone can achieve this with effort. So, principal, what is the next project? Lan Tian looked at the principal and directly stared at him. This old mischief maker was truly infuriating, giving no preparation at all. In that situation, he indeed did not think of so much. But he also saw that the opponent's actions seemed to follow the usual steps, to which he used the ordinary steps to solve the surgery, without even looking at the cause of the illness. This had already seriously violated hospital guidelines. Fortunately, it was a school seminar. Otherwise, even if the surgery succeeded, no hospital would dare to take him. However, the principal remained unfazed, not even acknowledging his gaze. He said calmly, "Diagnosis." Lan Tian saw his indifferent demeanor and was completely stunned. Then he gave a thumbs up, as if to say, "You are awesome. You have a thick face, invincible." What was amusing was that when others saw the principal nod, they burst into laughter. The principal is truly impressive. Now I understand why Senior Lan Tian was so helpless. Anyone would feel helpless in this situation. Principal, you really are something. A few people whispered to each other. The principal, however, showed no signs of embarrassment. He even signaled for everyone to leave the operating room. At this moment, the people from Andre Academy also came out, but their faces were not looking so good. Haha, Andre, you're too kind. You know our student just arrived in 10 minutes. Although there is no regulation about this in hospital guidelines, this is a seminar, and there were no such rules at the start. It should be fine, right? The principal said with a grin while looking at Andre. As soon as he spoke, it was shocking. What the heck? That is hilarious. This is killing me. All right, you really are something. Principal, that is hilarious. Since there were no rules at the beginning, it's a pity you're not in a gray area. Principal, old mischief maker, you truly are something. The students from a medical college clearly did not expect their principal to have such a demeanor when facing Andre. He was simply giving no face at all to the opponent. Chapter 73. 3 seconds to diagnosis. Leukemia patient cough cough. Lin Leaguai, don't think you can win. My student this time just has a slower hand speed, but the next one will definitely win. Hearing Andre's translation, the principal smiled slightly and stopped talking. However, this smile made the medical students present feel a chill. They knew that the calmer the principal smiled, the more scheming he was, and he could be ruthless. Cough cough. Principal, we should start the second round of tests. Chin Sini walked over to Andre and said in English, "All right, then let us make arrangements. We'll start in 10 minutes. Andre waved his hand and led the students from Andre Academy away. However, as they were leaving, he suddenly glanced at Lan Tian and nodded repeatedly. What the heck? This old man actually has his eyes on Lan Tian? The principal's words were astonishing. Lan Tian helplessly rubbed his forehead. After all, he was a proper man. The girls picked by his aunt at home were all stunning beauties. An old man looking at him. Isn't that highly ambiguous? He wanted to refute, but the principal continued. Lan Tian, in 10 minutes, throw the diagnosis directly at their faces, the faster the better. Why does that earnest voice sound so unreliable? Lan Tian rubbed his nose and said, Okay, principal, I understand. But isn't Western medicine about checking the body? If we're looking at the instruments, shouldn't the time be the same? As soon as he said this, everyone present looked at him suspiciously, including Chin Sini. The principal suddenly laughed. After making a judgment, then used the instruments, and this time the competition involves the tests of all present, which means this is a team effort. Upon hearing this, Lan Tian nodded. He couldn't help but feel pity for the other side. If the patient really had any illness, the treatment plan would immediately appear in his mind. There was no need for a diagnosis at all. As for the diagnosis, as long as he directly gave an inference and then conducted an examination, it should be fast enough to make them despair. He wondered if he could sign up for traditional Chinese medicine. Lan Tian thought to himself, because he felt that although the treatment plan in his mind was just a Western medicine plan, in traditional Chinese medicine, it's just the 4 examinations of observation. Listening, inquiry, and palpation. Of course, he also thought that Western medicine hadn't completely signed up yet. Soon, a group of people began to discuss. Originally, it was decided to let a second-year student take the lead in the diagnosis. However, the principal directly placed Lan Tian in the first position. Everyone knew Lan Tian's abilities at the First People's Hospital of Huifeng City. Having him go first would be better, and those responsible for the examination would be surprised since he was in charge of the emergency department. Hearing the principal's words, everyone nodded repeatedly. Indeed, Lan Tian had practical experience. While they did not, 10 minutes passed quickly. Lan Tian officially took his seat, and beside him sat the genius from Andre Academy. It was said that he had a great fondness for traditional Chinese medicine and had even studied it. Although this diagnosis was different from traditional Chinese medicine, they were quite different. If this guy combined traditional Chinese medicine with the patient's verbal case and Western medical examinations, the effect would definitely be astonishingly quick. Lin Leaguai, your student is quite good. The evaluator from Andre, sitting below, suddenly made a face at the principal. What the heck? You dog thief. Are you trying to steal my student? The principal immediately stood up. The students behind him all covered their foreheads. Once the principal's mischievous side came out, it was unstoppable. What are you talking about? The world is vast. We at Andre can provide him with more resources for learning. Don't worry. This will still be his alma mater in the future. Andre raised his eyebrows a few times. The principal sat down angrily. This dog thief was too irritating. He simply chose not to talk to him. The diagnosis began. Soon, 2 patients came up. These 2 patients were naturally requested by the school. Moreover, they had indeed undergone tests at the hospital and had done a lot of work to agree to come for the examination. The patient on Lan Tian's side was about 23 or 24 years old, pale-faced, holding his chest with one hand, breathing heavily, as if he was feeling unwell. Lan Tian frowned. Comparatively, the other patient looked somewhat better. Were these 2 patients really brought by the school? The procedures for examining 2 different patients were also different since each step could be particularly troublesome. Some examinations were overly complicated. If it was overly complicated, it would not be favorable for a competition like this. Sit down. Lan Tian gestured for him to take a seat. On the other side, the genius from Andre Academy raised an eyebrow and coldly laughed at Lan Tian, seemingly provoking him. Unfortunately, Lan Tian was not the kind of person who liked to fight back. He directly ignored the provocation, making the other feel like his punch landed on cotton. I see you look like you're feeling short of breath, Lan Tian inquired. Yes, it's particularly uncomfortable, and I don't want to eat anything, the young patient said. Lan Tian nodded, took out his stethoscope, and placed it on the patient's chest. The result, boom, a treatment pathway instantly appeared in his mind. 1. Combined chemotherapy 2. Radiotherapy 3. Targeted therapy 4. Bone marrow transplant 5. 6, 7. Various treatments that suddenly appeared in his mind made him stare blankly at the young patient in front of him. You have leukemia? This statement shocked everyone present. What the heck? Leukemia? The key point is that it's not just leukemia. It had already been diagnosed long ago. The most critical thing is that Lan Tian had only been in contact with this patient for 3 seconds. Not only were the people on site surprised by Lan Tian, but even the principal and Andre all stood up. They knew this result because these were the patients they selected from the hospital. Although the symptoms of the two patients were different, the examination steps were similar. However, now they could guarantee that Lan Tian was unaware and had not previously revealed this patient. But just by listening with a stethoscope, he immediately said leukemia. What was going on? Andre looked at the principal, who shook his head. Let us go check. Lan Tian sat on the stage, in a soundproof room, naturally unaware of what was happening outside. He was just fulfilling his duty as a doctor. Doctor, can you really make a diagnosis like this? The young patient seemed to not expect this situation, looking a bit dazed. Pale face, lack of energy, fatigue, low appetite, bleeding gums. These are your current symptoms, so it should be leukemia. Let us first go for an examination. Everything will be based on the examination results before you tell me. Once Lan Tian's words were out, everyone was astonished. Although this was the most ordinary examination method, not everyone would think it was leukemia. After all, some symptoms were similar to a cold. But Lan Tian spoke so confidently at first, and then said it was based on the examination. For a moment, Andre gasped. However, his eyes became even more fervent. Chapter 74. Andre's recruitment. This student must be from our Andre Academy, no matter the cost. Andre thought to himself. He had made all the preparations since he had already lost this round of competition. Since that was the case, he would take something back from Lan Tian. At that time, he could also take a jab at Lin Leaguai. The principal beside him did not show any expression, but glanced at Andre and secretly smiled. You want to poach my people? You dog thief. You will never be able to take Lan Tian away in this lifetime. The principal laughed inwardly. He was even eager to see Andre's expression when he was rejected in his attempt to recruit Lan Tian. It would definitely be a spectacular scene. At this moment, Lan Tian was writing a list of tests for a patient. Blood routine, sedimentation rate, liver and kidney function, coagulation tests, abdominal ultrasound, bone marrow puncture pathology, chest x-ray. Then he handed it to a junior beside him. The junior's eyes lit up upon seeing the list. These were indeed some routine tests for leukemia. If Lan Tian still needed to see what the patient condition was and likely had to overturn the diagnosis of leukemia, there would be no need to write out the test orders directly. But now that the tests were ready, it meant this was confirmed 100. Lan Tian was unaware of their thoughts. Since the patient had leukemia, they should just proceed with the tests. After the tests, they should quickly send him back to the hospital for treatment. He felt this was a bit hasty. After all, this was a patient, not a normal person, nor someone with a minor illness. Go ahead and get the test done. You just need to follow him, and if there are any issues, you could tell me when you come back. Lan Tian spoke like an experienced doctor, adjusting his glasses. Okay, thank you. The young patient was already bewildered. This was simply a miracle doctor. The instruments hadn't even started the examination, yet he could know the cause of his illness. Moreover, he was so calm about it. Could he also treat himself? However, after thinking it through, he sighed. Leukemia, for now, he could only undergo a bone marrow transplant, but he hadn't found a matching donor, so he couldn't be treated. On the other side, the Andre Academy student saw that Lan Tian had already quickly sent the patient for tests. This shocked him. However, he suddenly sneered. He thought the other party likely did not understand the patient's condition, merely observing the patient's weakness and making random judgments. He intended to rely on instruments to solve it. He planned to defeat himself with speed. However, if the initial tests were incorrect, then no matter how fast the subsequent tests were, it would be useless. Realizing this, he felt reassured, thinking the other party was just a bit quicker in hand speed. 5 full minutes later, he finished all the test orders and had the patient take them for examination. All right, you can go for the test now, he said, shaking the documents in his hand. This scene made the principal furrow his brows, and Andre's face turned ugly. Time passed second by second. The audience below was already anxious. They also wanted to know who would win. However, the answer was in the hands of Andre and the principal. Even if they truly wanted to know, there was nothing they could do about it. It's out. Brother Lan Tian's results came out first. Huh? It clearly came out a few minutes faster. And the other side's results are out too. This means Andri's team is quite fast. Seeing the almost simultaneous test results, everyone was stunned. This indicated that what they were competing on was the speed of the initial tests. Not just speed, but also accuracy. If Lan Tian's diagnosis of leukemia was accurate, then he would win 100. Andri and the principal exchanged glances at the test results and nodded. After all, one was a top-tier medical school in the world, and the other was the best medical school in Huifeng City. Although the gaps seemed large, there wouldn't be significant issues in terms of testing. Andri, will you announce it, or shall I? The principal looked at Andri with a smile, and that expression naturally fell into the eyes of Andri Academy students. With just that one expression, they all burst into laughter. It's secured. With that old rascal's expression, anything would be stable. Andri's face changed slightly. This is not right. What's going on with Lin Leaguai? Isn't he supposed to take this opportunity to strike at me? Why is he letting me announce it? His mind couldn't process it for a moment. After all, in the past when he won, he would always announce it himself and smile at the principal. Ahem, okay. Then I will announce who the winner is. Upon hearing Andri's words, Andri Academy's students cheered. Ha ha, we won again. Seeing the principal announce it, I knew our Andri Academy won again. What about leukemia? In such a short time, just by observing the patient's appearance, do they think this is a competition of traditional medicine? Andri Academy's students cheered loudly. However, the students of Andy Medical School suddenly recalled past events upon hearing this. Their hearts sank. No way, it can't really be like that, right? Why is the principal smiling? They saw the principal's expression and thought they had one. But now hearing Andri Academy's students say this, they felt a bit uncertain. The winner this time is. Andri pretended to be mysterious and took a deep breath. The so-called genius from Andri Academy also took a step forward as if to welcome his victory. Lan Tian from Andy Medical School. As soon as the words were out, the genius from Andri Academy was about to bow when he suddenly froze in place. Lan Tian, Andy Medical School? What the heck? Why? His mind was a bit bewildered. All right, today's victory belongs to Andy Medical School, Andri said helplessly. The students of Andy Medical School erupted into thunderous applause, each laughing and jumping up. At this moment, a sentence caught their attention. Lan Tian, I don't know if you have considered going to the world's top university to study medicine. As soon as this was said, the students of Andy Medical School suddenly became restless. What the heck? Is this old guy trying to poach people again? No way, senior brother, you must hold your ground, or I will introduce my sister to you, since you are so handsome. Senior brother, you can't agree, don't fall into the tiger's den. It's over. Should we get Yang Xiaohua to keep senior brother here? We can't hold on any longer. Report, the position is about to be lost. The students of Andy Medical School were uneasy, but the principal still wore a smiling face. For some reason, Andri suddenly felt that this smile was really annoying. I have already started to poach your people, and you are still smiling? When did you become so heartless? Andri was baffled. Ahem, Principal Andri, I appreciate your respect. But right now, I do not wish to leave our beautiful country or my alma mater. I'm very sorry. Gasp! For a moment, everyone was left speechless. Chapter 75. The little girl with cancer. Anger rising. No, young man, are you really not considering it? Andri was suddenly anxious. His Andri Academy boasted world-class faculty. Previously, when he recruited students from a medical university to study abroad, almost none had refused. They all agreed immediately. Even those who had previously promised not to be poached ended up joining Andri Academy after he offered an extremely high salary. It could be said that the number of Chinese students at Andri Academy was now approaching half. But now Lan Tian had directly rejected him, seemingly politely, yet with no pause in his tone. Well, I'm still a doctor at the First People's Hospital of Huifeng City, so I'm very sorry, Dean Andri. Lan Tian said in extremely standard English. Our academy can offer you better benefits. Once you graduate, you can work at Bilwa's hospital with an annual salary of up to $5 million. Are you really not considering it? Andri continued to press. Lan Tian was determined to get this. The conclusions drawn from merely observing someone's appearance were one thing, but the speed of his previous surgeries was enough to attract attention. His movements were fluid, showing no signs of hesitation. This was something most doctors could not achieve. Even when he was 40, Maintaining such surgical speed while managing the overall steps would be difficult. This was why he was adamant about having Lan Tian attend Andre Academy. I'm very sorry, Dean Andre, but I'm actually not interested in money. I enjoy the atmosphere of the current hospital, like my job, and I believe that as long as I can contribute something to humanity, I have realized my life's value. Lan Tian shook his head and declined again. He really did not want to go abroad. In that environment, he would quickly become someone who only recognized money, which was not his original intention. Moreover, he felt most comfortable at the First People's Hospital of Huifeng City. Signing in was simply a joy. All right, since that's the case, I won't persuade you anymore. If you change your mind, you must come and find me, Andre sighed, looking dejected. At that moment, he happened to see the principal smile. In a fit of anger, he raised his middle finger. Then, the principal burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Andre, you have a day too. Hearing the principal's words, the students from a medical university began to laugh. However, their gazes towards Lan Tian changed. Faced with a salary of millions, he actually rejected it without batting an eye. Faced with world-class faculty, he refused without a second thought. If it were them, they would have agreed long ago without caring so much. In this 21st century, only money is truly reassuring. After bidding farewell to Andre, the principal called him to the office. Kid, you did well. It was worth my earlier investment in you. The principal gave Lan Tian a thumbs up. Lan Tian felt a bit mischievous. He even wanted to say, the one you cultivated is long gone. Now, it's me. Still the Lan Tian with a golden finger. However, such words were often best left unsaid. Otherwise, he would end up spending the next day in a mental hospital. All right, Dean, since there's nothing else, I need to get back, Lan Tian said, then turned and ran. In his memories, whenever this old rascal showed such a kind expression, the next moment would definitely involve him grasping his leg to ask for favors. At that point, he wouldn't know whether to accept or refuse. It was better to run away. Hey, this kid runs so fast. I guess I need to call up Miss Shangwan. I have to get him a few beautiful wives, the old rascal thought, already dialing Shangwan Shitong's number. Lan Tian still didn't know that this old rascal had sold him out and was preparing to count the money. He jogged back to the hospital. He realized that since becoming a doctor, his life seemed closely tied to the hospital. If he didn't work, things got quite boring. Therefore, as long as he wasn't performing surgeries, it was no big deal to see patients. Upon returning to the hospital, he called Chen Gonyuan to inform him that he wouldn't be leaving, which finally put Chen's mind at ease. Hey, Xiaoyu, you seem so relaxed today. Lan Tian teased as he saw Xiaoyu preparing to give a patient in 4. Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. She really wanted to punch this Dr. Lan, but unfortunately, she couldn't win. Xiaoyu, there aren't many patients in my consultation room today, right? Lan Tian noticed her expression and stopped teasing her, directly asking. Not many today. Xiaoyu shook her head. At that moment, a voice came from behind. Doctor, please take a look at my daughter. She's had a high fever that won't go down. A woman saw Lan Tian in his doctor's uniform and called out immediately. Lan Tian turned around and saw a little girl with a flushed face, looking extremely unwell, and breathing through her mouth. Quick, come in for a checkup. Lan Tian hurriedly ushered the patient inside. This child seems a bit bloated, Lan Tian said directly. He could see that the child's stomach was distended, and she kept touching it, but her little hand was particularly weak. Yes, I don't know what happened. She just developed a high fever today. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have left her alone at home, the woman said, starting to cry. Lan Tian nodded. He already knew the root cause of the child's illness. He squatted down, looked at the little girl, and asked, Little sister, how are you feeling right now? Bad, uncomfortable. The little girl mumbled, trying to hold back her tears, but still letting them fall. All right, let Big Brother check you out, okay? Lan Tian always wore a smile when facing children. Okay, the little girl replied in a very soft voice. Lan Tian smiled slightly and used his stethoscope to listen to the child's heartbeat. Suddenly, his expression changed to one of horror. He stared coldly at the child's parents and asked, What did this child eat today? Instant noodles, the middle-aged woman replied. How long has she been eating that? Lan Tian asked. For about half a year, the middle-aged woman quickly answered. Lan Tian covered his mouth. He really wanted to slap her. Half a year, a little girl eating instant noodles for that long. No wonder her treatment plan turned out to be liver cancer. Chapter 76. Thunder on a clear day, looking at the increasingly grim expression on the woman's face, she finally realized the fear. The doctor's expression was also serious, which meant the patient was facing significant problems. And these issues required some observations from the patient herself. For half a year, or even longer, you let your child eat instant noodles. How could you call yourself a parent? Lan Tian stared at her, walked to the door, and closed it with a slam. Then scolded her. Woo-woo. The woman started crying, feeling extreme pain inside. Clearly, she had not expected to only consider convenience during these rush days. First, she needed to get a comprehensive checkup. The child's illness couldn't be delayed. After saying this, he began to quickly write out the examination orders. Ultrasound blood routine. CT. First, go pay the fees, and then bring the child for these examinations. Is her husband here? Lan Tian asked directly. No, he has not. The woman replied while crying, her reddened eyes glimmering with distress. Hand the child to me. Hurry and go. Saying this, he took the child from the woman's hands and urged her to leave quickly. Okay, I'll go right away. After saying this, she ran out crying. Looking at the little girl, Lan Tian felt a pang of pain in his heart. Such a small child, such a fragile life. If it were any slower, something bad could happen. Although he could directly say it was liver cancer and start treatment, hospitals have their protocols, and he understood. To others, he was just a doctor. How could he instantly know what illness the patient had? Even if, after a few times, people realized what he said was true, who could guarantee his own safety? He understood all too well the principle of guilty of possessing a jade. Little girl, shall I take you for an examination? Lan Tian said, teasing the little girl in his arms. I want my mommy to take me. The little girl said sleepily. Lan Tian replied, I'll take you first, and then your mommy will come later, okay? Okay. Listening to the little girl's words, Lan Tian sighed. What a sensible little girl. After saying this, he asked Xiaoyu to wait for the child's mother and told her he would take the child for imaging examinations first. Doctor, I'll take over now. Sorry to trouble you. The woman rushed over and took the child from Lan Tian's hands. Lan Tian nodded. This examination would take a long time, approximately 2 to 3 hours. So, he went back to see other patients. You only have hemorrhoids. What made you think to come to the first hospital? Lan Tian looked at the man in front of him and smiled. Hey, Dr. Lan Tian, I came here for you. You are the national doctor now. The man scratched his head and chuckled. Lan Tian shook his head and continued. You don't need surgery for this. But you do need to change your lifestyle and cooperate with some medication. After saying this, he prescribed medication for him, advised him to correct his bad habits, and let him leave. During this time, Lan Tian's heart was still heavy. Why was the little girl's examination taking so long? Although it was known to be liver cancer, it was at least in the early stages. After the examination, further tests were still needed. However, he had to start preparing some plans in advance. 2 hours passed, and the woman walked in holding her child. Doctor, we're back. The woman quickly handed the ultrasound and CT results to Lan Tian. Lan Tian took them. Ultrasound, multiple solid lesions in the liver, suspect liver CA. CT, large lesion in the right lobe of the liver, suspect liver CA. Looking at the ultrasound and CT results, Lan Tian lowered his head and exhaled a breath of stale air. To speak a not-so-optimistic fact, based on the examination results, your daughter has liver cancer. Boom! The words liver cancer hit the woman like a thunderclap. She never imagined her daughter would have liver cancer. She felt her head spinning. Lan Tian quickly got up and walked behind her, gently supporting her. Now call your husband, Lan Tian said. Yes, on the way. The woman's voice became smaller, and she seemed to age 10 years instantly. Just then, a middle-aged man rushed in through the door. Honey, how is her daughter? The middle-aged man asked urgently. Lan Tian repeated what he had just said. The man looked as if he had been struck by lightning, nearly collapsing to the ground. Watching this couple, Lan Tian was truly furious. Just thinking about having to follow the procedures made him continue to ask, Does your family have a history of liver cancer? No, none. The man quickly came to his senses. So, this child got liver cancer from eating instant noodles? You really have your ways. When Lan Tian asked earlier, the treatment plan had already formed in his mind. But he truly did not expect that this child had been eating instant noodles for over half a year. An adult eating instant noodles like that for a week would be sick. This child had been eating them for 6 months. Thinking of this, he really wanted to slap these two people. Huh. All right, go do the MRI immediately to check the staging. If it's early stage, it's not too big of a problem. Lan Tian suppressed his anger, not scolding them further, and directly instructed them to continue with the examinations. Watching the couple rush out, Lan Tian suddenly slapped the table. Although his hand was still injured, the slight pain couldn't overshadow the sorrow in his heart. Just thinking of that 7-year-old child having to endure such great suffering made him feel incredibly lucky. How is Dr. Lan Tian doing? I don't know. He seemed about to get angry earlier, but held it in until that couple left, and then he slapped the table. Stop guessing. That child has been eating instant noodles for over 6 months. Dr. Lan Tian has been very restrained. Xiaoyu walked over and told a group of nurses. Hearing this, the nurses all looked furious. Lan Tian paced back and forth in the room. Xiaoyu looked at him and said, Dr. Lan Tian, don't be anxious. It's fine. I'll calm down. He already knew that he could perform the surgery. Although there were some risks, it was still manageable. He now had to wait for the hospital's procedures to proceed before he could continue. So, this waiting was the most torturous part. After a while, the little girl's father rushed in with the examination results. Doctor, please take a look. Lan Tian took the examination results from him, looked at them, and shook his head at the man. This scared the middle-aged man so much that he nearly had a heart attack. Don't panic. I can handle this. It's just a bit risky. Hearing Lan Tian's words, the middle-aged man looked at him nervously, trying to hold back his tears but couldn't help it. Chapter 77, Treatment Plan. This surgery can only be performed by me. Afterwards, Lan Tian talked to the middle-aged man about the liver cancer situation, briefly explaining it to him. It is currently in the early stages, so it can be managed well. At this point, Lan Tian paused for a moment. He suddenly thought of a problem. His hand was still bandaged, and if he was going to perform surgery, he would have to wait until his hand healed. However, seeing the man's eyes filled with anticipation, he continued, if we remove the liver cancer, it will be fine. So, if you trust me, I will handle this surgery. What do you think? Hearing Lan Tian's words, the man quickly replied, I agree. How could he not agree? This was related to his daughter's life safety. Thinking about how he had let his daughter eat so many instant noodles made him feel particularly regretful. Is there any danger? The man hurriedly asked. Lan Tian shook his head with a smile and said, there are definitely risks, and the procedure I chose is liver cancer resection, which involves removing the entire affected part of the liver and then completely excising the tumor before reimplanting it. The man was frightened by this. Removing it from a body and then reimplanting it? It sounded life-threatening. Would this pose a risk to life? This was too. The man trembled, looking particularly uncomfortable. Lan Tian shook his head and said, if there were no risks, I wouldn't mention it. However, you must know that although there are risks, it is actually the safest and best method available. Right now, this is the most perfect approach, and no other surgery can surpass it. Moreover, if we wait for the cancer cells to start spreading, that would be troublesome. Lan Tian patiently explained. In the end, the man could only nod and then began to pay the fees and prepare for hospitalization. Once everything started, various checks and fasting would commence, and the little girl needed to maintain a good mood. Lan Tian took the child's medical case to find the hospital director. Director, we have a 7-year-old liver cancer patient today. Lan Tian was direct and straightforward. 7 years old? Chen Gongyuan jumped up from his chair in shock. He was completely stunned. Even after practicing medicine for decades and seeing all sorts of patients, he felt breathless at the thought of a 7-year-old with liver cancer. That's right, 7 years old. So, I plan to use an ex vivo liver cancer resection surgery. Lan Tian dropped another bombshell. Chen Gongyuan trembled as he looked at him and then asked him to hand over the report. The cancer cells are located outside the hepatic portal, which is precisely where resection is possible. However, the idea of ex vivo liver cancer resection still left him in disbelief as he looked at Lan Tian. Are you confident? Anticipation, tension, and various emotions appeared on Chen Gongyuan's face. Yes, and once the treatment plan is confirmed, I can start preparing. However, we will still follow hospital protocols and first determine the treatment plan. Then I will check if my hand can perform the surgery. Lan Tian nodded, his eyes filled with undeniable confidence. Okay, then I will hold a discussion meeting. Chen Gongyuan was very accommodating. He believed in Lan Tian. This young man had risked being expelled from the hospital to pull a patient back from the brink of death. Moreover, the surgeries during this time had been enough to earn his trust. Once the attending physicians received the news, they rushed directly to the conference room. Lan Tian naturally resumed his previous position. Everyone, today the hospital received a 7-year-old liver cancer patient, so we need to discuss a plan. The case and examination reports are in front of you. Take a look. Shen Gonyuan waved his hand and said. After everyone read it, they exchanged glances. Director, the difficulty of this surgery is very high. We won't be able to come up with a precise treatment plan in such a short time. Li Xuanyi said directly. This time, he didn't try to find fault. After witnessing Lan Tian perform surgery on a gunshot patient in that environment, he was already numb. That's right, Director. I have other patients needing surgery this afternoon, so I can't step away. Several doctors immediately chimed in. Dr. Lan Tian, why don't you share your thoughts? Shen Gonyuan nodded and then looked at Lan Tian. Everyone turned to look at him. Well, I think using ex vivo liver cancer resection would be better because this surgery is currently the safest option for this child. Lan Tian spoke directly. Ex vivo liver cancer resection? Come on, Dr. Lan Tian, this isn't a joke. Yes, currently, not to mention everyone being short on time. Even if there were time, only the director could perform this surgery. Linen, who had remained silent, and Tan Long, who was smiling at Lan Tian, both knew him well. Since he said so, he would undoubtedly be the one to perform it. Even Li Xuanyi chose not to speak on the matter. Actually, I didn't say the director should do it. I will perform this surgery. Gasp! A moment of silence fell over the room. Linen and Tan Long had anticipated this. Li Xuanyi was speechless. The few doctors who had just spoken stared with their mouths agape, wanting to say something but unable to find the words. This difficulty is too high, Dr. Lan Tian. Can you really do it? Otherwise, we could also consult Dr. Zhao from the liver surgery department. Yes, I think we should also call the liver surgery department. Today, Doctor. Zhao didn't come. His assistant did, right? Zhao, why don't you call Dr. Zhao? Shen Gonyuan looked at them, knowing what they were worried about. I support Dr. Lan Tian performing this surgery. Lin and was the first to raise his hand in support. Tan Long smiled slightly and also raised his hand. I also believe Dr. Lan Tian can handle this. Li Xuanyi's sudden support surprised Lan Tian, who smiled back at him. Actually, my decision to perform this surgery is not out of bravado, but is well thought out. The child's condition cannot be delayed. I understand Dr. Zhao, Dr. Chiu, and Director Huang from the liver surgery department. Ex vivo surgery requires considerable control, so I believe I am the only one capable of doing this surgery. I believe my controllability is sufficient. Lan Tian stated. Shen Gonyuan nodded repeatedly. He understood how capable Lan Tian was. All right, I will vouch for Dr. Lan Tian. After all, it's a young person's world now. Shen Gonyuan stood up and said with a smile. Fine. What more could they say? The director had already stepped in. However, they were not angry. They recognized Lan Tian's abilities. Everyone had seen it. Finally, after the treatment plan was confirmed as an ex vivo surgery, Lan Tian briefly shared his philosophy. And soon everyone reached a consensus. Chapter 78. A surgery worthy of textbook inclusion after determining the treatment plan. All that remains is to wait for the little girl's examination results. Once all the bodily data details are ready and can support the surgery, the operation can commence. Ex vivo liver cancer resection. Lan Tian, are you really confident? Linen sat opposite Lan Tian, a trace of concern on his face. Yes, in his view, this was incredibly difficult. It seemed impossible to achieve. Moreover, even if the president of the first hospital were 20 years younger, it would still be hard to accomplish. Therefore, although he supported Lan Tian, it didn't mean he had faith in him, even if he had repeatedly created miracles. In fact, during the discussion, I have presented all the explanations. Dr. Lin, I believe I can perform this surgery well, Lan Tian said with a smile. In truth, he was not very surprised about the success of this surgery. He was confident he could do it perfectly. He wasn't particularly worried about any unexpected changes. His physical agility was at 100%, enough to complete all the surgeries of his life. I actually wanted to advise you, but seeing your spirited demeanor during the discussion reminded me of my youth. Back then, like you, I feared nothing and created what were considered miracles. That's why I support you. Linen exhaled, feeling somewhat depressed inside. There was no way around it. Ex vivo liver cancer resection was a first for the first hospital. Furthermore, there was currently no one capable of supporting this surgery. Now, could Lan Tian's appearance really lead to success? Dr. Lin, as I said, let's wait and see. I am still the same Lan Tian, who prioritizes the patient's life above all. Lan Tian's confident smile appeared grand in Lin An's eyes. He nodded, tacitly agreeing with Lan Tian's words. Soon, Lan Tian began his examination. After all, the injury to his hand was still present. Although it hadn't damaged tendons or bones, it had cut through flesh. Wow, Dr. Lan Tian, this is amazing. Your recovery ability is incredible. You're fine now, and you can have the surgery without any issues, said the doctor responsible for examining Lan Tian, astonished. After all, this was the first time he had seen such a situation. Thank you. Days passed swiftly. 3 days later, the little girl's data was all out. The news of Lan Tian's ex vivo liver cancer resection spread throughout the First People's Hospital, sparking endless discussions. Look, Dr. Lan Tian is here. So handsome, it's like he's in love. Forget it, you have no chance. Like you have a chance. Facing a crowd greeting him, Lan Tian smiled and nodded, then walked directly into the little girl's hospital room. Little sister, do you remember me? As her attending physician, Lan Tian had come to observe the little girl over the past 3 days. Dr. Brother, the little girl called out to him. Great. Are you scared? Lan Tian asked, squeezing her little hand with a smile. The little girl shook her head. After exchanging pleasantries, Lan Tian had everyone start preparing. This time, Lin was the first assistant, and Dr. Hao from the hepatobiliary surgery department was the second assistant. After everything was ready, Lan Tian was taken aback. Wow, so many observers? The entire hospital's attending physicians who weren't performing surgeries had gathered. The president, vice president, and department heads from various specialties, including obstetrics, gynecology, and pediatrics, were all present. Lan Tian's mouth twitched. It's just an ex vivo liver cancer resection. Do we really need this many people? Hey, do you think our interns can go and watch? Get lost. Ask yourself if you deserve it. The interns felt a bit uncomfortable. Why did they have to intern while he was already a doctor? The most frustrating part was that this guy even had a qualification certificate. It was something they would find hard to comprehend for their entire lives. How could someone so young already have a qualification certificate? Start the anesthesia. Once everything was prepared, Lan Tian began to direct the proceedings. The anesthesiologist performed intubation for general anesthesia, catheterization, external precision urinary bag placement, left radial artery puncture, arterial external connection with a 3-way stopcock. In an instant, everyone started to feel nervous. Lan Tian maintained a poker face. He knew that this moment was just the beginning. After completing all of this, the formal abdominal incision began. Electroscalpel. Lan Tian extended his hand, took the electroscalpel, and made an incision through the rectus abdominis in the upper right abdomen. He then extended it down towards the left rib. The attending physicians watched in astonishment. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. The incision showed no signs of hesitation and was incredibly perfect. Lan Tian naturally wouldn't stop, as he still needed to use the electroscalpel to cut through the subcutaneous abdominal wall and other layers. Next, he began installing the retractors and exploring the abdominal cavity. They then saw Lan Tian using a wet gauze pad to push the stomach and intestines toward the lower left. Next, he began inspecting the tumor on the liver. After checking, he started the dissection. Everyone held their breath, not daring to make a sound, fearing that even a single breath could affect the entire surgery. If that happened, they would be the ones to blame. Lan Tian's expression remained emotionless. Dissecting the entire liver was a technical task that required utmost precision. His hands moved quickly, removing the liver. Each movement was executed to perfection. Next, he began to obstruct and stop the bleeding, blocking the hepatic pedicle. Using fine dissecting forceps and scissors, Lan Tian reached out, grabbing the fine dissecting forceps and scissors. His movements were swift. He began to dissect and cut the ligamentum teres. Then, he continued to cut the falciform ligament. As time passed, Lan Tian continued to dissect other connecting ligaments. Gulialu, watching his proficient hand speed and movements, those present suddenly understood what it meant to be a genius. Number 7 silk thread. Lan Tian reached out, starting to suture. Wow. Suddenly, a doctor gasped. Although his mouth was covered by a mask, his heart was already boiling. What the heck? Why is this suturing speed so fast? This knotting is too quick. What kind of monster is this? Lan Tian naturally didn't know. He continued on. Next, he pulled the S-hook upwards, exposing the hepatic pedicle, and then began separating the hepatic pedicle. A thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. Now, starting to use number 7 thread for suturing, number 4 thread for small needle suturing, and number 7 thread for distal suturing. After resolving the precise separation of the external arterial and venous connections, Lan Tian issued a series of commands, prompting the doctors present to spring into action. Of course, only those at the surgical table could move. This was his first time, and if successful, it would be enough to be included in textbooks. Chen Gongyuan's eyes sparkled, thinking to himself, Lan Tian's precision was simply shocking. Chapter 79, Perfect Success. Sister Chen's request, the low-temperature box, was ready. Lan Tian continued to separate the liver, and at this moment, he couldn't afford to be careless. As soon as he heard his voice, the low-temperature box was prepared right away. After about 10 minutes, he finally separated the liver and carefully placed it into the low-temperature box. Everyone's eyes were fixed on it, afraid of any small mishap. The nurse recording the surgery was also quickly documenting what was happening. Then, the extrahepatic venous bypass connection was initiated. As soon as the words were spoken, they were immediately recorded. Because the extrahepatic phase blocked the intrahepatic arteries and veins, it could easily cause physiological problems. If the extrahepatic venous bypass connection was not used, complications such as hypothermia, low blood pressure, and hyperkalemia could occur during or after the surgery. This is why they did not remove the tumor immediately, but first performed the extrahepatic venous bypass. With the equipment ready, Lan Tian directly used various devices for suturing and connecting. The connection devices naturally included a centrifuge pump, blood temperature changer, circulating water tank, blood storage container, and a series of tubing. After the connection was completed, the patient's vital signs showed no problems. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the data, fearing any minor error. Impressive. Our hospital has really struck gold. Yeah, I'm truly impressed. Several doctors whispered among themselves at the back, not daring to raise their voices, afraid of disturbing Lan Tian. And this was just the first stage. However, although Lan Tian had cold sweat on his forehead, it did not mean he would encounter any problems. In fact, he had no worries at all. Next came the tumor removal, which was a crucial step. The entire liver of the little girl was placed in a low-temperature environment to minimize damage. Lan Tian located the tumor and continued with the separation step, which naturally involved separating the liver from the tumor. Using an electric knife, he made incisions around the area to separate the liver and tumor. Then he started cutting the ligaments and the arterial and venous blood vessels. During this time, he used a liver needle to dip the liver suture in paraffin oil for lubrication, then continued to suture and stop the bleeding. The various operations were dazzling to watch. Even Chen Gongyuan was intently focused on his hand movements, afraid of missing any step. The second step took a full 36 minutes. Finally, under everyone's watchful eyes, Lan Tian successfully separated the tumor. Phew! A breath of relief escaped Lin and beside him. After Lan Tian separated the tumor, it had not been damaged, meaning there was no cancer spread. This was the reason for their sigh of relief. The child's developmental capacity was strong, so there was no need to worry too much. After the tumor was removed, a tumor the size of a ping-pong ball appeared before everyone. Next, the separated liver was resutured. Using a size 7 suture, Lan Tian continued to operate. Lin quickly handed him the size 7 suture. After the suturing was completed, everyone's faces showed surprise. The incision was repaired, and the surgery was completed. Completed? Really completed? Oh my gosh, I apologize for my previous doubts. I'm sorry, Dr. Lan Tian. I can't believe it. I'm truly amazed. Wow, how did a 40-year-old like me end up learning from a young? Everyone was filled with joy. It was simply incredible. Lan Tian glanced at them and found it a bit strange. Then he casually remarked, "Basic operation. Everyone. Sorry, we're useless. It's really done. Thank you, Dr. Lan Tian." After the little girl was transferred to the inpatient department, the middle-aged couple hurriedly wanted to kneel before Lan Tian. This made Lan Tian uncomfortable, and he quickly helped them up. I'm a doctor. It's my duty. You need to pay more attention to your child in the future, Lan Tian said. Yes, yes. We know we were wrong, the middle-aged couple hurriedly replied. After advising them to monitor the little girl's condition, Lan Tian returned to his office. Seeing that there were no patients on his side, he opened the hospital forum out of boredom. Title: Shocking. Dr. Lan Tian's miraculous operation. Ex vivo liver cancer resection perfectly successful. Replies: No way. Don't tell me this is real. Reply 2. Wow, this is real. I'm a circulating nurse in the operating room. Reply 3. I can't believe it. This must be a divine punishment for us. It's so incredible. Lan Tian found it somewhat amusing. He felt that this surgery was 100% assured, so he didn't think much of it. But in the forum posts, it felt like he had truly become a god. So, he quickly typed on the keyboard. Lan Tian replied, Basic skills, don't be so surprised, everyone has a chance. Forum posts flooded. We might not be human, but you are truly amazing. Even the haters are coming to the forum. After scrolling through the posts for a while, Lan Tian checked the time. He had just finished work. Off work. Another beautiful day. I can cook for myself since I got off early today. Lan Tian smiled and clocked out to go home. On the way, his phone rang. Hello, Sister Chun. Lan Tian took out his phone and answered the call. Lan Tian, where are you? Chun Xiaoyun asked anxiously on the other end of the line. Oh, I'm on my way home. What's wrong? Lan Tian wondered why Chun Xiaoyun sounded so urgent. He had never heard her so anxious before. I'm coming to pick you up. Have you left the hospital? I have something urgent to discuss with you. Hearing this, Lan Tian agreed. After telling her he was at the intersection of Anyang Road, Chun Xiaoyun hurriedly hung up. About 10 minutes later, Chun Xiaoyun's car stopped in front of him. Sister Chun, what's going on? Lan Tian bent down, looking curiously at Chun Xiaoyun, who was wearing an elegant purple dress. Get in the car. There's no time to explain. Chun Xiaoyun urged. Why does that sound so awkward, like I'm about to be taken advantage of? However, he didn't linger. After getting in the car, he soon understood what Chun Xiaoyun wanted. It turned out that today, Chun Xiaoyun's parents insisted that she get engaged to her so-called fiancé, but she was unwilling and refused to comply. Suddenly, her parents said, if you can find someone better than your fiancé, then go ahead. She didn't know anyone better than her so-called fiancé. Her fiancé was a company general manager with a monthly income of around 500,000, which was why her parents insisted on their marriage. This was also why she instinctively thought of Lan Tian. Lan Tian, I beg you, you really have to help me. Chun Xiaoyun said nervously, looking at him. She was taking action without prior notice, fearing Lan Tian might be put off. I understand now, Sister Chun. Don't worry. While I don't particularly like slapping someone's face, for you, I don't mind doing it just this once. Lan Tian smiled slightly, giving her a reassuring look. Chun Xiaoyun then felt relieved. Competing with a monthly income of 500,000? How could that compare to Lan Tian? That was what Chun Xiaoyun thought inwardly. Chapter 80. You really have a problem, however. Hearing Lan Tian say that he would hit her so-called fiancé for her, she couldn't help but feel a surge of joy inside. Although she didn't quite understand what she was happy about. The car slowly drove toward a restaurant. To her surprise, it was a Western restaurant. Sister Chun, your fiancé seems a bit extraordinary. A meal here starts at least a few thousand yuan. Ordinary people really can't afford it. Lan Tian said with a slight smile and a laugh. Upon hearing this, Chun Xiaoyun couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Anyone can't afford it. Don't you feel guilty saying that? But then she suddenly thought that Lan Tian seemed to eat only ordinary meals. Not all like a doctor with a salary of over $1 million. Well, your monthly salary wouldn't even be enough to eat here for a month. Chun Xiaoyun teased playfully. Lan Tian pretended to be surprised as he looked at her. Whoa, Sister Chun, no way are you eyeing my little stash of money. Don't. Hearing this nonsensical comment, Chun Xiaoyun suddenly burst out laughing. After seeing her smile, Lan Tian also breathed a sigh of relief. This girl had been frowning, probably worried about something at home. We're here, let's go. After a while, Chun Xiaoyun parked the car and pulled Lan Tian out. Chun Xiaoyun was half a head shorter than Lan Tian. Standing together, they did have a couple-like vibe. As they entered the restaurant, Chun Xiaoyun's parents immediately stood up. However, when they saw Lan Tian, Chen's mother's expression instantly darkened. Kid, what are you doing here? Chun Xiaoyun's mother said coldly. Upon hearing this, Everyone in the Western restaurant turned to look, their faces showing expressions of amusement. In the dullness of life, seeing such drama added a bit of fun to their boring day. "Ma'am, the guest is here." A man stood up, thinking he was being polite, and smiled. "Hello, I'm Ling, the general manager of Changjiang Group." After saying that, he extended his hand. Seeing this, Lan Tian shook his head inwardly. Wow, he even putting on airs. However, he believed in the saying, "Don't strike a man who is smiling," so he extended his hand as well. Lan Tian. When the two men's hands met, Lan Tian's expression became strange. Ling was tall, around 183 meters, and weighed about 167 pounds. His face was quite decent. But this person, the treatment plan popped into Lan Tian's mind. This guy actually had kidney deficiency. Since he was currently signing up for surgery, there wouldn't be a specific treatment plan, so what appeared in his mind was just some medication usage. Of course, Ling wasn't just suffering from kidney deficiency. The key issue was that he was also infertile. Seeing Lan Tian's strange expression, Ling felt puzzled. Why is this guy looking at me like that? All right, Lan Tian, please take a seat, Chen Xiaoyan said, sensing the strange atmosphere in the air. Okay. Lan Tian smiled slightly and directly sat beside Chen Xiaoyan. In an instant, the Chen couple and Ling all turned their gazes toward him. Kid, don't think just because you're a doctor you can sit here. Today is a family matter. It has nothing to do with you, so get lost. Chen Xiaoyan's mother was aggressive, clearly not taking him seriously. Lan Tian merely glanced at her, too lazy to speak. After all, he didn't have a good impression of Chen Xiaoyan's mother. To him, someone who could disregard their daughter's life and death was even worse than an animal. Mom, what are you saying? Lan Tian is my boyfriend. Chen Xiaoyan saw that she could no longer hold back and directly stated the truth. What? Are you trying to give me a heart attack? Don't you see Xiaoyan is here? Do you think your mom called you here for what? I'm telling you, you must get engaged to Xiaoyan this week. Chen's mother shouted at Chen Xiaoyan. Lan Tian shook his head, feeling a bit of sigh. Then he looked at Chen's mother and said, a person's incompetence is always reflected in their children. Although Xiaoyan is not yet an attending physician, with her ability, she'll be able to perform surgeries in at most 3 years. By then, her salary won't be less than 500,000. To throw your daughter to someone she doesn't like for your own benefit. I'm not looking down on you. But when you wanted to take Sister Chun back from the hospital for that little medical fee, all her earnings must have gone to you, right? Saying this, Lan Tian picked up the wine glass in front of him and took a sip. Everything seemed to be under control. You brat, what do you know? She's my daughter. I can marry her off to whoever I want. Chen's mother's face turned red and purple, clearly furious. The main point was that Lan Tian had hit the nail on the head. This left her with no face. Dr. Lan, I have already settled the engagement with the Chun family. Today is a family matter, and you suddenly show up. Isn't that inappropriate? Ling's expression also turned ugly as he glared at Lan Tian. Alas, I didn't want to mention you, but since you brought it up, I'll just say it. You have a problem? Lan Tian sighed and said slowly, Slap. Don't think just because you're a doctor you can spout nonsense. I just had a physical examination last week. Ling pointed at him. Well, actually some diseases aren't really diseases like kidney deficiency, Lan Tian said with a smile. In an instant, all eyes turned toward them. Lan Tian's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but everyone nearby heard their discussion and turned to look. You're talking nonsense. Kidney deficiency had always been a sore spot for Ling, and having it pointed out like this made him very uncomfortable. And isn't your family only interested because he has that so-called 50,000 monthly salary? Well, you hold on to that. I'm 24 years old, an emergency doctor at the First People's Hospital in Huifeng City, with an annual salary of 1 million and a monthly salary of 350,000. And he, at 35 years old, only has 50,000. I would be embarrassed to call you foolish. If it weren't for you being Xiaoyan's mother, I wouldn't even let her come today. Lan Tian ignored the kidney-deficient man and instead looked at Chen Xiaoyan's mother, slowly saying, You. Chen's mother's face alternated between red and purple, struggling for words. Let's go, Xiaoyan. Lan Tian stood up. To be honest, he had no good feelings toward her parents. He even felt disgusted. However, for Chen Xiaoyan to maintain a sense of kindness in such a family was not an easy task for her. Chen Xiaoyan didn't know why, but she decided to listen to Lan Tian and stood up holding his hand. After walking a few steps, Lan Tian suddenly stopped. Honestly, you really have a problem. Infertility is a major issue for men. Wow. At this, everyone's expressions changed. Even Chin's mother's eyes were off. Ling stood frozen in place, his mind only repeating one phrase. How the hell does he know? Chapter 81. Urgency, chest trauma, remote command by Blue Sky. Blue Sky? How did you know he had that kind of illness? Chen Xiaoyan asked as she glanced back at Blue Sky while driving. Actually, I guess Blue Sky suddenly smiled, as if a primary school student had done a good deed and was being praised. Puffed. Chen Xiaoyan suddenly laughed. As the saying goes, a beautiful woman's smile makes all cosmetics fade. Chen Xiaoyan was already good-looking, and this smile truly left Blue Sky momentarily mesmerized. By the way, Sister Chun, don't you have to go back to work tomorrow? Blue Sky suddenly remembered and asked. Yes, Chen Xiaoyan nodded. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something. Oh, Blue Sky, I think I receive an assignment today to be your assistant. Cough, cough. Blue Sky, who had just taken a sip of water, choked. He looked at Chen Xiaoyan in disbelief. Sister Chun, you're not joking, are you? With your abilities, you only need 2 more years to become a lead surgeon. How could the hospital assign you to be my assistant? Blue Sky felt bewildered. He knew Chen Xiaoyan's capabilities well. If it weren't for her insufficient qualifications and the fact that the hospital currently didn't need more lead surgeons, she could easily be one. But now, she was coming to assist him, and Blue Sky felt like the hospital director had lost his mind. I actually don't know either, but I think it's great. At least if I'm your assistant, I can watch you operate live. Chen Xiaoyan smiled, her tone showing no hint of joking. Sister Chun, this is simply humiliating for me. Blue Sky forced a smile. He was fine performing surgery himself, but if he had to teach someone, he really didn't know how to go about it. This assistant role was obviously Director Chen's intention, to let Chen Xiaoyan learn from him. However, his abilities, to put it bluntly, were something no one in the world could learn. Who could have a system like this? Wasn't that ridiculous? Never mind. Anyway, you're assigned to me now, so you can follow my instructions. Chen Xiaoyan raised her eyebrows. Blue Sky felt a shiver run down his spine. Wow, is this how doctors and nurses in the hospital operate? So bold while driving. He suddenly thought of those nurses driving their cars in the group chat. They should not be called cars, but rockets. They zoomed by incredibly fast. Hearing you say, the sun rises and sets, the weather is unpredictable, and the road is paved by footsteps. At that moment, Blue Sky's phone rang. Hello, Dr. Lin? What's going on? Seeing that it was Lin Ann's number, Blue Sky felt a bit puzzled. Blue Sky, it's bad. A soldier with a chest gunshot wound just arrived at the hospital. Upon hearing this, Blue Sky's pupils immediately constricted. Quickly save him, Blue Sky shouted. We're losing a lot of blood right now. We're not very experienced with bullet surgeries. I have some confidence, but I still hope you can come back, Lennon said directly without wasting words. No, it's difficult for me to rush back right now. The distance is too far. You guys start treatment first. Otherwise, just turn on video. I can guide you remotely. Blue Sky suddenly thought that he might indeed be able to assist remotely. Okay, I'll do that. Lennon suddenly became determined. The only option now was to have Blue Sky direct from a distance, as it would take too long for him to return. Sister Chun, pull over. Blue Sky knew that in this situation, he had to be fully focused, without a hint of negligence. Okay, Chen Xiaoyan naturally heard him and pulled over immediately. Report the patient's current condition, Blue Sky said directly. The bullet is lodged in the chest cavity. There is excessive bleeding. The patient's consciousness is becoming blurred, and he is about to go into shock. Breathing is rapid, and his eyes are rolling back. Listening to the report, Blue Sky looked at their preparations. Perform pericardial puncture and catheterization, peripheral and central venous catheterization, quickly. Blue Sky's commands flowed from his mouth. Chen Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly sparkled at his instructions. However, she only glanced once and then focused her attention back on the operating table. Pericardial puncture and catheterization completed, peripheral and central venous catheterization completed. Upon hearing this, Blue Sky fixed his gaze on the patient on the operating table. Now, the patient's breathing status? The breathing is weak. Having reached a conclusion, he pointed, perform endotracheal intubation, small size. Keep your hands steady, don't apply too much force. He said this while staring at the executing doctor. Lennon stood nearby, focusing on the wound area. Anesthesia. Blue Sky immediately issued the next command as soon as they were ready. Done. Lin's calm voice came through. Administer norepinephrine at 20 micrograms per minute viaduct 4. As Blue Sky directed, he watched them. In fact, none of this was difficult for doctors like them. But since he was able to provide remote guidance, every step needed to be clearly stated and explained. This was a responsibility to the patient, a seriousness towards medicine, and a duty to the hospital. Prepare blood. Draw blood from the pericardial cavity. Place a catheter in the internal jugular vein for transfusion. Dr. Linen, prepare for thoracotomy. Blue Sky acted like a natural conductor, fully directing from his side. This was merely him observing the patient's condition through video and the reports from the doctors. Dr. Lin, perform a thoracotomy in a horizontal incision direction. Blue Sky spoke directly. Horizontal incision? Linen heard this unusual term. It wasn't too unfamiliar, but given the current situation. Make the incision about 3 inches upward from the wound, then enter the cavity and use forceps to extract the bullet. Upon hearing this, Linen suddenly realized, as if he had grasped something important. Following Blue Sky's steps, they proceeded step by step. At this point, Blue Sky's directing work was done. He could only watch Lin and implement the process. Thoracotomy, clearance, separation. Each step was executed flawlessly by Lin and the lead surgeon. Blue Sky observed Lin and surgical techniques with a learning attitude as a junior. Almost 3 hours passed. Ding! A soft sound made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Blue Sky smiled broadly. Very good, Blue Sky softly praised. Although Lin's surgery was not as fast as his, for someone passionate about medicine, watching Lin's operation was undoubtedly a pleasure. Chapter 82. The Boiling Hospital Perfect. Yes, Dr. Lin's skills are truly exceptional. Don't forget, there's someone directing remotely. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze turned to the man in the video, their faces showing shock. They hadn't expected that he could command everything remotely in such a short time. Even the medication, how to perform the chest opening, how to administer anesthesia, and how to connect everything was explained clearly. Those who didn't know would think he was performing the surgery himself. Dr. Lin, congratulations, Lan Tian said with a slight smile. Lin nodded and smiled back. He understood what Lan Tian meant. Although Lan Tian was directing, it was still Lin who was doing the hands-on work. Moreover, his skills were impressive, which is why his brilliance had returned. This was why Lan Tian said congratulations. All right, everyone, let's focus on the patient. I need to head home now, Lan Tian said with a smile before ending the video call. Just as he turned to speak to Chen Xiaoyan, he found her staring at him dazedly, like she was looking at an idol. Being looked at like this made Lan Tian feel a bit awkward. Ahem, Chen Jia, what are you looking at? He asked. Hearing this, Chen Xiaoyan's cheeks suddenly turned red. In nothing. After saying that, she hurriedly drove off towards home. Once they parked, just as they were about to part ways, Chen Xiaoyan suddenly turned around and called out, Lan Tian, come to my house for dinner later. It's to thank you for what you did for me today. Chen Xiaoyan's small hand kept gripping her clothes, as if saying this took a lot of courage. Sure, Lan Tian agreed without a second thought. Since they were friends, there was no need to be overly sentimental. The more sentimental one was, the more others would think you're crazy. They both went home, but the hospital was in an uproar. There were interns in the surgery room as well. Many of them hadn't completed their internships yet and were being guided by others. One of the interns, Lin, and was supervising, participated in that surgery. I'm telling you, today was incredible. Do you know what Dr. Lan did today? Lin how excitedly told one of his friends. Huh, Dr. Lan has become a legend among us. Who doesn't know that? His friend replied, looking confused. The fact that Lan Tian was impressive wasn't new. Saying it now seemed foolish. No, listen to me, it's not that simple. Lin Hao was so excited he was gesticulating wildly, making him look like a monkey dancing in his friend's eyes. Okay, just speak already. Stop jumping around like a monkey. You don't understand. Our ancestors were apes. Why aren't monkeys evolved now? For a moment, his friend was at a loss for words. After taking a few sips of water, Lin Hao finally calmed down. All right, I'm not excited anymore. I was in the operating room with teacher Lin today. Do you know what happened? Dr. Lan actually directed remotely. Gasp. For a moment, you could hear a pin drop. Lin Hao's friend curiously touched his forehead, then frowned and said, But you don't have fever. Fever? This is video. Lin Hao replied, pulling out the surveillance from the monitoring room. It was necessary to have surveillance for their internships, since they sometimes needed to learn and observe repeatedly. Everyone looked at the monitor, listening to Lan Tian's instructions. Suddenly, the entire dorm fell silent for 3 seconds before erupting. Wow, incredible, really incredible. I'm amazed, I need to tell others. In an instant, the news spread like wildfire throughout the hospital. Even the nurses in the corridors would ask each other, "Did you see Dr. Lan's remote command today?" Yes. The forums were overwhelmed with discussions. The hospital's technical staff immediately stepped in to handle the situation. In the dean's office, Chen Gonyuan looked at Lin and in disbelief. He himself was taken aback. He never expected such a maneuver. Who would have thought remote command was even possible? A slight mistake could lead to disaster. He had initially been skeptical, but the surveillance footage left him speechless. This truly is the brilliance of youth, Chen Gonyuan said, as if he had exhausted his last bit of strength to utter those words. Linen found it amusing. The dean rarely swore, but today he let that slip. Linen, what do you think this kid's limits are? I've been holding the scalpel for over 40 years, saving countless lives and witnessing many people. But I really can't see where this kid's limits lie, Chen Gonyuan said, looking at Lin and exhaling deeply. Dean, perhaps he is the future of our hospital. Linen said calmly. Yes, he is very calm. Although Lan Tian was still in the hospital now, he might leave. If he did, the first hospital would have nowhere to cry. Yes, I naturally understand that, but if the country needs someone, we have to give them up. After all, this is our country, Chen Gonyuan said with a slight smile. He had dedicated his life to medicine and was renowned throughout Huaxia. He was deeply concerned about the country. It's no exaggeration to say that if the country called him to save lives, he would pick up the scalpel without hesitation, ready to sacrifice himself. Dean, while we can't stop them from taking people, if other hospitals try to compete with us, Linen fell silent here, as this possibility was quite high. No worries. I've already decided on whom to contact. This kid can only be tied to our first hospital of Huifeng. Chen Gonyuan became increasingly excited. However, Lin was unclear about his underlying motives. Still, considering Chen Gonyuan's reputation, he kept quiet. If this elder couldn't keep him, how impressive would the person have to be to retain Lan Tian? Lan Tian probably didn't even realize that, despite not wanting to leave the first hospital of Huifeng, Chen Gonyuan was already plotting something. Meanwhile, interns, nurses, and doctors were also discussing this matter. Of course, the nurses were still asking, 18 years old, single, available for marriage? Meanwhile, Lan Tian was already having dinner with Qin Xiaoyan. He was surprised to find her cooking skills were actually quite good. The dishes were delicious. Chapter 83, Dr. Lan. It's bad. Your aunt is here again. By the way, I'm on duty tonight. Do you want to join me? Lan Tian was eating when he suddenly remembered he was on duty tonight. Now, that Qin Xiaoyan had become his assistant. Although he could make the decision directly, he still needed to consult her on this matter. He wasn't the type to force others just because of his position, just like with Xiaoyu. Even though she was a nurse, he didn't feel the need to compel her to do anything just because of her job. That's just his personality. Sure, I do like to learn something from you. By the way, how did you learn so much? I feel like there's no surgery you can't handle. Qin Xiaoyan looked at Lan Tian with admiration. After all, she was a girl in her mid-20s. They say once a woman turns 28, she's considered a leftover. But even at that age, women can still have a girlish side. Ahem. Lan Tian was at a loss for words when she asked him that. Should he say he had a system? And that he was a time traveler? And the Lan Tian before he traveled was already a genius? Even if he was a genius, the pre-travel Lan Tian was just a genius. His practical skills were definitely not this impressive. He could say that his current achievements were entirely due to the system. However, he couldn't just say that. Maybe it was just talent, he thought. Scratching his nose and speaking awkwardly. There was no other choice. He was the child of destiny, and with a treasure in hand, he had to keep it a secret. Otherwise, he might be turned into a lab rat in no time. Qin Xiaoyan saw his expression and couldn't help but chuckle. After dinner, Lan Tian walked back to his home. He noticed that his body's agility was increasing. I wonder if my finger dexterity can break a record. Let us give it a try. Saying that, he immediately took a block of tofu out of the fridge and cut it in half. Then he grabbed a needle and number 4 thread used in surgery and started stitching the tofu. The whole process was seamless. He finished stitching the tofu in 6 minutes less than before. Lan Tian murmured to himself. Previously, it took him a full 17 minutes to stitch a whole block of tofu, but now it was down to 11 minutes. This really surprised him. Most importantly, there wasn't a single mistake. I hope I don't turn into a monster, Lan Tian thought, looking at his hands and letting out a wry smile. Although he had gained the system from the novel he wrote, he still felt a bit like he was dreaming. After reading some medical books and writing 2 chapters of a novel, it was already 7 in the evening. Watching the sky gradually darken, Lan Tian took a deep breath. In the past few days, the system's check-in had become irregular. The check-in times had all been at 8 in the evening. Ding! Check-in day 150. Awarded world-class vascular repair technique. Vascular repair. Lan Tian was taken aback. Is there really a world-class version of this? He naturally knew about vascular repair techniques, mainly focusing on the repair of arteries. Many surgeons could probably do this. However, after watching an entire repair surgery, his expression changed slightly. It's really impressive, he murmured, flushing the cut ends of the tube, stripping the outer membrane of the blood vessel, approximating the edges of the rupture, and suturing the rupture. These 4 steps vividly played out in his mind. It was simply incredible. Phew, it's 8 o'clock. I need to get to work. Lan Tian checked the time and went out to call Chen Xiaoyan. The place was a bit far from the hospital. He initially planned to take a taxi, but seeing that Chen Xiaoyan insisted on driving him, he had no choice but to get in her car. Lan Tian, you're so wealthy now. Aren't you planning to buy a car? Inside the car, Chen Xiaoyan asked. Oh, buying a car, isn't urgent. After all, I only go back and forth to the hospital, he replied. It was true. In the whole Weifeng, very few of his classmates invited him out to play. And since he wanted to stay quietly in the hospital, there was naturally no need to buy a car. But don't all men like cars and watches? I really haven't seen you show any interest in those. Chen Xiaoyan said with a smile. Everyone has different preferences. I prefer reading books and writing novels in my spare time. Lan Tian smiled slightly, not hiding anything. You write novels? You can really write novels? That's amazing. What is the name of your novel? I'll go give you a tip later. I have money. Upon hearing he wrote novels, Chen Xiaoyan immediately teased him. She already liked reading domineering CEO stories, so she was naturally interested in that area. Oh, it's nothing much. Let's talk about it later. Lan Tian smiled slightly. During their light-hearted conversation, they arrived at the hospital. Sister Chen, you go prepare first, and then follow me for the rounds, Lan Tian said immediately. Okay, Chen Xiaoyan nodded, and the two quickly parted ways. However, just as Lan Tian was about to enter, he spotted an unexpected guest. Zhang Changming. Why is he here? Is Dr. Lan also here? Lan Tian thought curiously. However, he didn't want to deal with Zhang Changming at all. He was simply a big shot, always inviting him over. In their 2 encounters, he had invited him to join the health team both times. Lan Tian knew the situation with the health team. Going out required reporting, and obeying orders became the team's duty. Even many daily activities were conducted according to military standards. Although this lifestyle was admirable because they protected those lovely soldiers, it was also quite respectable. But Lan Tian was not the type to enjoy being constrained. He thought differently from many people. He believed that Huifeng First People's Hospital was better. Dr. Zhang, Dr. Lin, good evening. On the shortest route, it was unavoidable to run into them. Lan Tian could only greet them personally. Haha, Dr. Lan is here. I'm not looking for you today, so don't be scared. Zhang Changming's words made Lan Tian shiver. Why does it feel like his gaze is like the wolf saying to Little Red Riding Hood, "Today I'm your grandmother. Don't be afraid"? That feeling was quite strange. Wow, Dr. Lan, you're really here? See how you ran over, out of breath. She also needed to be on duty with Lan Tian today. Huh, why are you so flustered again? A bad premonition rose in Lan Tian's heart. Oh, right, Doctor. Lan, it's bad. Your aunt is here again. See how you said immediately. Puffed. Lan Tian felt like he was going to spit blood. Didn't my aunt go back? Why is she here again? This. Run. That's right. The only word in Lan Tian's mind was to run. He must not be caught. Otherwise, he would have to go on a blind date. The last girl made his aunt think they had a close relationship. It was as if she was about to marry him on the spot. If he didn't run, he was afraid that a marriage certificate would be issued by tomorrow. Chapter 84. The Falling Patient. Lan Tian, do you dare to run away from me? Quiet. Everyone was stunned. Lan Tian froze in place, not daring to move. If he took another step, the marriage certificate would appear the next day. Although he hadn't visited the Lan family or the Shangwan family yet, he understood how powerful his family was in this world. However, both the previous Lan Tian and the current Lan Tian were the same in their thinking, wanting to rely on themselves to solve personal needs. Ahem, Andy, you see, how could I possibly run away? Lan Tian turned around and said with a forced smile. Behind Shangwan Shitong, Chun Gongyuan revealed a strange smile. In that moment, Lan Tian realized that his aunt's visit was entirely the doing of this old man. Damn it, how infuriating. If he had known this old man was so insidious, he would have gone to the second hospital instead of staying here. Chun Gongyuan was an old fox. Seeing the look in Lan Tian's eyes, he felt no fear and even wanted to laugh, secretly thinking, it's good that I called your aunt over. Now you won't be able to run away even if you want to. Lan Tian had no idea what he was thinking. If he knew it was to keep him here, he would surely be at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He originally just wanted to stay here quietly, sign in, and become a top surgical doctor in the world. How comfortable that would be. Xiao Tian, is your aunt really that scary? Shangwan Shitong raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile. To Lan Tian, that smile felt like the devil was grinning at him, not the Statue of Liberty. Ahem, Andy, why did you dare to come over from Chongqing late at night? Last time you said you were going abroad. Lan Tian rubbed his nose and asked. If I hadn't come over, I wouldn't even have known you moved. You wanted to go abroad? Those little businesses abroad can't be as important as your lifelong matters. Shangwan Shitong spoke in a way that was hard to look at. It was terrifying. Those businesses? Although Lan Tian knew what the Shangwan and Lan family's businesses were like, they were definitely not insignificant. The market value wouldn't be less than $1 billion. Auntie, you're exaggerating. Those businesses are very important. Lan Tian smiled, glanced at the time, and immediately said, well, Director Chun, could you please help me entertain my aunt? I still have to go to work. All right, Andy, goodbye. After speaking, he raised his leg and was about to leave. It was a joke. If he didn't leave now, he would be stuck here, and that would be a loss. You little brat, do you believe that if you dare to leave, your marriage certificate will appear on your bedside tomorrow, and your mom will fly back from North America, bringing your wife to cook for you? Shangwan Shitong looked at Lan Tian with a grin, as if to say, what do you do about it? Lan Tian was shocked, looking at Shangwan Shitong with disbelief. His legs, which were about to step out, froze in place. Damn, as expected of you, Annie. You even brought up my mom. He knew that he was now Lan Tian, who had inherited memories and that blood connection feeling. It was definitely no joke. So, he understood even more how formidable his mother was in this world. Ahem, Annie, let us not bring up other things. As long as you don't want me to go home to do business or set me up on blind dates or marriages, I'll agree to anything. Lan Tian was truly helpless and could only lower his head and plead. There was no way. One must bow their head under the roof. He didn't even dare to fight back. All right, since you have this intention, that's good. For now on, you just stay in the hospital obediently. And he doesn't need you to do anything but your wife. Shangwan Shitong nodded with a smile, but her words were not finished. A nurse rushed over. Make way, make way. Upon hearing this, everyone moved aside. Shangwan Shitong, being a well-educated person, naturally wouldn't block someone in such a situation and made way. Soon, an ambulance arrived, and several people quickly carried someone down from it. Lan Tian frowned upon seeing this and immediately went forward to inquire. What happened? The nurse, seeing Lan Tian, directly said, high-altitude fall. The person tried to commit suicide by jumping off the building. Safety measures couldn't be put in place in time, but fortunately, there was an air cushion below, which saved their life. Now they are occasionally conscious and sometimes in a coma. All right, let us check immediately. Lan Tian walked over, looking at the man being carried in on the stretcher. The man was almost soaked in blood, still vomiting blood. Lan Tian reached out and gave the man a hard slap. In an instant, a more precise examination than any instrument appeared in his mind. Left chest wall tenderness. Right leg fracture, positive sternal tenderness, weak breath sounds in the left lung, internal bleeding in the thoracic cavity, finger fractures. The results presented in his mind. Lan Tian naturally wouldn't disclose. Moreover, the patient had to be checked first. However, he also decided that this situation was a perfect opportunity to get rid of his aunt. Therefore, a plan formed in his mind. Not only could he save a life, but he could also escape from his aunt. Why not? Director Chun, Annie, I need to go save someone now. We'll talk about other things later. After speaking, Lan Tian ran over immediately, looking at the people who had begun to get busy. Lan Tian suddenly said, "Conduct a physical examination and then inform me of the results immediately." His words seemed a bit strange to others. Dr. Lan, shouldn't we notify the general surgery team for a consultation first, and then do a chest CT and abdominal CT? Otherwise, this is a bit out of order. A doctor quickly said, "Right now, the main thing for the physical exam is to find the source of the bleeding, as this can ensure the patient has life." Lan Tian replied. As for why, he had already had enough understanding of the patient. Currently, the priority was not to do a chest CT and abdominal CT, but to locate the source of the bleeding. All right, if that is the case, let us do the physical examination first. Everyone speed up. Upon hearing the order given, the group immediately started to get busy. Chen Xiaoyan hurriedly ran over. "Dr. Lan," Chen Xiaoyan called out seriously. After all, they were in a hospital, and since she was an assistant, calling the doctor was the proper thing to do. "Yes, let us prepare first. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll need to perform an exploratory laparotomy soon and locate the source of the bleeding." Lan Tian nodded. Before long, the results of the physical examination naturally came out. Everything was as Lan Tian had envisioned. They proceeded with the exploratory laparotomy to find the source of the bleeding. While consultations and CT scans would take too long to execute now, Lan Tian nodded and said, "Now everyone doesn't doubt him," and they immediately began to carry out his arrangements. Chapter 85, Unbelievable Means. "Dr. Liu, you're finally back, just in time for the fall patient," an assistant said to the person next to him. "After 4 months, I'm finally back. Let me handle today's surgery," Dr. Liu said with a big smile. He had been sent abroad for training for 4 months. Originally, his abilities were not inferior to Lin An's, but unfortunately, Lin was better at dealing with people and had a stronger character. His medical skills were naturally not weaker either. Therefore, he had to pull a lot of strings for the training opportunity. Originally, it was supposed to be Lin and who went for the training, but it ultimately fell on him. After organizing his equipment, he hurried to the emergency room. But when the door opened, he was stunned. The emergency room was completely empty. What is going on? Dr. Liu was filled with confusion, not understanding what had happened. Wasn't he supposed to be the one performing the surgery? Wasn't he supposed to return and show off to boost his popularity in the hospital? And now this? Nothing at all. Hey, Dean. At that moment, Luda suddenly saw Chen Gonyuan and immediately ran over. Luda, you're back." Chen Gonyuan also smiled. Luda had gone abroad for training, and now that he was back, it was expected that his abilities would improve. "Dean, I was assigned to surgery today, so I rushed over, but where is everyone?" Luda quickly asked. "Oh, about that," Lan Tian intercepted it. "He's currently treating the patient because the patient's life is at risk. You have a surgery tomorrow, right? You can showcase your skills then." Chen Gonyuan waved his hand and left. He was very happy. With Shangguan Shitong's involvement, Lan Tian staying at the hospital was already a done deal, and there was no need for concern. "Lan Tian? Who is that?" Luda looked at the person next to him with a puzzled expression. "He's the recently acclaimed national doctor, Dr. Lan, very skilled. Now, many patients needing surgery are assigned to him." His assistant quickly explained Lan Tian's achievements. After hearing this, Luda's mouth opened wide, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Start the anesthesia. Lan Tian was already on high alert. The first assistant was Chen Xiaoyan, and the second assistant was another doctor named Hufeng. As he issued his orders, the anesthetist began to take action. Everything was ready. Suddenly, Chen Xiaoyan exclaimed, "Not good. The patient is going into shock." Lan Tian remained expressionless, showing no signs of concern. He calmly said, "Administer fluids, prepare saline and balance salt solution along with glucose solution." His calm tone gave Chen Xiaoyan great encouragement. This wasn't her first time at the operating table, but it was her first time as the first assistant. Soon, after taking action, fluids were administered. Once the shock state of the patient was alleviated, Lan Tian continued, establish an intravenous line. With the efforts of Chen Xiaoyan and Hufeng, they quickly handled it. Lan Tian marked the abdominal area which was the incision site. Scalpel number 4, proceed with the laparotomy. The scalpel was quickly handed to Lan Tian by Chen Xiaoyan. Holding the scalpel, Lan Tian seemed to transform into a different person. His gaze became incredibly sharp. Cut. This was Chen Xiaoyan's first time witnessing Lan Tian perform surgery. Her eyes sparkled. If others didn't know about her obsession with medicine, they would surely think she was a demon who enjoyed watching surgeries. The skin was cut open, and the subcutaneous tissue, external oblique muscle, etc., were gradually sliced by Lan Tian. After securing the incision, Chen Xiaoyun's gaze sharpened. Everyone present was stunned. Good heavens! There was indeed massive internal bleeding. If they had waited for the treatment plan and results before proceeding with the surgery, it could have led to serious problems. What needed to be done now was an exploratory laparotomy. Lan Tian skillfully opened up for exploration. Hiss! The cause of the massive bleeding turned out to be a ruptured spleen. The splenic wound exceeded 4 cm, with a depth of about 1.5 cm. Lan Tian's visual assessment left everyone stunned. In their minds, there were only 5 words, so impressive. A ruptured spleen required consideration of the degree of injury. Grade 1 to 2 could be repaired. Grade 3 to 4 would require removal. Removing the spleen would lead to a decrease in the patient's immunity, making them prone to colds and a series of other illnesses. However, during life-and-death situations, the first principle for doctors is to consider saving lives. Based on the current injury, with the spleen ruptured and blood vessels damaged, it should be in the range of grade 3 injury, requiring removal. Lan Tian glanced at Chen Xiaoyan in surprise. He didn't expect her to come to this conclusion so quickly. Truly worthy of being Sister Chen. That's right, Dr. Lan. This situation should consider removal. Hufeng also spoke up. However, Lan Tian smiled slightly. But with his mask on, others couldn't see it. Repair it. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoyun and Hufeng exchanged incredulous glances. Lan Tian didn't waste any more words, but directly took the scalpel to operate on the spleen area. As the view opened up, blood immediately surged out. Hemostatic clamp. Apply hemostasis. Once Lan Tian spoke, Chen Xiaoyan immediately handed it over. But she was still somewhat uncertain. Repairing a grade 3 injury was no small challenge. Naturally, Lan Tian didn't think too much. After stopping the bleeding, he continued with the next step, suturing the blood vessels, then starting to suture the splenic tissue. Time passed slowly. Everyone was sweating in their palms. 2 hours passed. The gauze continued to turn red. Plasma was also being consumed continuously. 3 hours passed, and sweat began to bead on Lan Tian's forehead. What he needed to do now was to suture all the ruptured blood vessels. Although his skills were impressive, in this situation, even with 100% physical agility, it was still a significant challenge. If it were just removing the spleen, it would be easy, but given that he could repair the spleen, he didn't want to waste any opportunity. Another hour passed. Everyone fell silent. Then, after another half hour, a heavy sigh of relief came from everyone. Who? It was Lan Tian. A perfect spleen appeared before everyone. Chen Xiaoyan, Hufeng, the anesthetist, and the circulating nurse all looked at Lan Tian as if he were a deity. This was simply unbelievable. In this situation, with a grade 3 injury to the spleen, he chose not to remove it, but to repair it. And he succeeded. Truly impressive. No wonder he is Dr. Lan. The anesthetist whispered softly beside them. This is just too amazing. Chapter 86. The enticement from a world-class hospital to surgery was successful, leaving everyone at the hospital stunned. Even Chen Gonyuan was taken aback. At that moment, Chen Gonyuan was sitting in his office, and then, slap, he slammed his palm on the desk and burst into laughter. It felt great. Truly great. It had been a long time since he felt this good. Chen Gonyuan laughed heartily, leaving his assistant across from him bewildered. Could it be that the director has lost his mind? Why is he suddenly laughing so lewdly? Oldly, how long have you been with me? Chen Gonyuan suddenly asked with a smile. Director, it's been 23 years, the assistant known as Oldly replied with a nod and a smile. Yes, 23 years. Your medical skills were not bad, but you chose to be my assistant. After all this time, have you ever noticed when I appreciated a young guy? Chen Gonyuan asked mysteriously with a smile. No, not even for Xiao Lanxin from Chengjing University. You only said she was okay. Oldly nodded and replied. The Xiao family's girl is indeed good, But compared to Lan Tian, she's far behind. Do you know how Lan Tian performed in surgery today? He actually repaired a liver and spleen with a level 3 injury, Chen Gonyuan said, looking at Old Li with a smile that hadn't faded. Wow, Old Li gasped. He was indeed shocked. This surgical case, even Chen Gonyuan from years ago wouldn't have dared to say it was 100% success, but Lan Tian actually did it. With this ability, he could thrive in hospitals all over the world. Now I understand why you want to keep Lan Tian out of personal favor, Old Li said, feeling both amused and helpless. He had known Lan Tian's capabilities were impressive. Whether in surgery or diagnosis, he didn't seem like a young guy at all. It was as if he had been practicing medicine for 10 or 20 years. Now it seemed that this wasn't just impressive, it was terrifying. Indeed, using that personal favor was worth it, Chen Gonyuan chuckled, stroking the few remaining strands of his beard. Sister Chen, let us call it a day for the rounds. Why don't you head home early? At 2 in the morning, Lan Tian said to Chen Xiaoyan. No need. Aren't you on duty until 4? Don't you have another round at 4? Chen Xiaoyan shook her head, her eyes filled with concern. Lan Tian's skills were strong, and he worked hard. Today, he not only performed a surgery for a fall, but also did a heart bypass, taking over 9 hours. Under such high-intensity work, other doctors had come to ask him to switch shifts, but he refused. He said that since it was his responsibility, he had to do it himself. That's why he hadn't gone home yet. Well then, let us wait until 4. Sister Chen, if you have nothing else to do, you can summarize today's work, Lan Tian suggested. Chen Xiaoyan nodded. After 4 o'clock, Lan Tian and Chen Xiaoyan returned to their dormitories. At noon, Lan Tian woke up from his sleep, only to suddenly receive a call. Lan Tian, come to the director's office. Seeing the words director's assistant, Lan Tian felt a bit puzzled. Since it was Chen Gonyuan who called, he figured he should go over to see what was going on. After a quick wash-up, he hurried to the hospital. Have you heard? It seems that people from the Yaglan Military Hospital are here for an exchange today. I heard the Yaglan Military, a world-class military hospital, serving the top soldiers in the world, actually came here for an exchange. Hey, you guys don't know this, but Director Chun used to be a consultant at Yaglan Military Hospital. No way, the director was actually a consultant? That's impressive. Listening to the group's discussions, Lan Tian's eyes immediately became clear. The fatigue from just waking up hadn't fully dissipated, but upon hearing about the Yaglan Military Hospital, his eyes lit up. Wow, a world-class hospital. I heard it's ranked in the top 10 globally, and the medical resources are unimaginably good. Their strength is also quite formidable. Although it can't compare to the top 3 Western medical hospitals, being a world-class hospital means that even a month of internship there would be enviable. Wow, this first-class hospital is actually coming to the First People's Hospital of Huifeng City. Lan Tian shook his head with a smile, murmuring to himself. He really didn't want to say much about this. After all, they were a world-class hospital, which meant their surgical techniques were exceptionally skilled. It's a pity that the techniques he mastered were all world-class surgeries. He was confident that if there were a competition, he could definitely win. Knock, knock, knock. 3 knocks signaled respect. Come in. Chen Gonyuan's voice came from inside. Pushing the door open, Lan Tian saw 3 Western faces, 2 Eastern faces, and most importantly, Andre was also present. Director, you called for me. Lan Tian nodded to them, expressing his respect before looking at Chen Gonyuan. He didn't believe he had the standing to be on the same level as these people in the absence of Lin and others, as he was just a small emergency room doctor. Lan Tian is here. Let me introduce you. This is Principal Andre. You should know him. This is Dr. Louis Deli. And this is Dr. Onli. These 2 are Dr. Li Yun and Dr. Ji Xian. Chen Gonyuan introduced each of them. This is our hospital's Dr. Lan Tian. Chen Gonyuan said with a smile. Ha ha ha, Lan Tian, good to see you again. The standard international language came from Andre. Principal Andre, good to see you again. I didn't expect you to be a doctor from the world-class Yaglan Military Hospital. Lan Tian replied in fluent English, surprising everyone present except for Andre. They even thought Lan Tian might be a Native American. Yes, I came here this time because I still don't want to give up on you, this genius. After today's visit, I'm even more certain that you should join my school, and you should know that we belong to a world-class hospital. Hearing this, Lan Tian was stunned. Wow, they came all this way to recruit him? Didn't he make it clear enough the last time he refused? He was a bit impressed by this old man Andre. He was even more clingy than Zhang Changming. Indeed, starting today, we formally invite you to become a doctor at Yaglan Military Hospital, with your ability to repair a liver and spleen with a level 3 injury. You're more than qualified to join us at Yaglan Military Hospital, Louis Delier interjected. Clearly, today's situation had also shocked him. What he found hardest to believe was that Lan Tian was only 25 years old. That was unbelievable. Exactly. If you agree, your sister can also become your girlfriend, Only said, her mouth slightly open. One must say, this woman, whether in figure or face, was enough to make a man's hormones spike instantly. I'm really sorry, but I still prefer to stay here. Silence. Everyone from Yaglan Military Hospital fell silent. It wasn't because of Only's words, but because someone actually rejected Yaglan Military Hospital. This was simply unbearable for them. However, Chen Gongyuan and Old Li, on the other hand, seemed to be quite confident. Come on, with Shangguan Shidong making sure Lan Tian stays here no matter what. You still want him? That's just wishful thinking. But if they knew that Blue Sky just felt that moving and changing places was too uncomfortable, and that they had been here for a long time and had developed some feelings for this place. The main reason is that it's very comfortable to quietly sign in here. I wonder what they would think. Because Blue Sky is not unwilling to leave because of what their aunt said at all. Chapter 87. The Fierce Aunt Haha. All right, I've said it all. This should be left to the young people to decide, right? Since Dr. Lan Tian is unwilling, let's forget it. Chen Gongyuan said with a smile. Andre's face still showed some reluctance. Such a genius should not slip through his fingers. It was truly a pity. The main thing was that he could see a rising star in Lan Tian. In the future, he would definitely be a doctor renowned worldwide. If he focused on research, he could very well be nominated for a Nobel Prize, or even win one. This was also why Andre wanted someone from the Yaglan Military Hospital to approach him. In his opinion, with the reputation and educational resources of the Yaglan Military Hospital, it would be enough to impress Lan Tian. Who knew? He rejected it again. No. Director Chun, this is not a decision a young person can make. You should know where Dr. Lan Tian's potential lies. It is not an exaggeration to say that he can make greater contributions to Western medicine. Why should such talent be lost? Dr. Lan Tian, I still solemnly invite you to join our Yaglan Military Hospital. Any conditions are negotiable. Ludovico immediately countered Chen Gongyuan's words. Before coming here, he received instructions from Andre to do whatever it takes to have Lan Tian serve at the Yaglan Military Hospital. Whatever conditions could be met must be agreed upon. This is a genius. For Andre to lower his pride to invite a young person and call him a genius, such young people are already rare. And Lan Tian happens to be one of them. I'm sorry, doctors and directors from the Yaglan Military Hospital, but I must follow my heart. I not only feel that this place is great, but I also do not want to leave my country. I am very sorry, Lan Tian said sincerely. He was a bit impatient. Why dig for talent? If you're well-fed and have nothing to do, wouldn't it be better to cultivate a few more talents? Why bother with oneself? Isn't it tiring? Dr. Lan Tian, your talent is not just this. You should know that the compensation we offer is very high. If you are worried about money, we can offer you $3 million a year as remuneration. Ludovico immediately said. Snap! As soon as he finished speaking, the door was opened. Shangguan Shitong walked in with a disdainful expression. She had originally planned to wait outside for her nephew to come out and have a good talk about his blind date. Instead, she heard that the Yaglan Military Hospital was trying to use money to poach her nephew. More than money? Now she couldn't hold back. $3 million? Even if it were $100 million, he wouldn't go. Standard English came out of Shangguan Shidong's mouth. Chen Gongyuan smiled. Now, still want to poach someone? Dream on. This beautiful lady, your words are a bit arrogant. $3 million is already a super high standard in our Yaglan Military Hospital. No, in hospitals around the world. Facing a genius like Dr. Lan Tian, Andre also stepped forward. He could recruit Lan Tian, but he absolutely would not allow anyone to slander the Yaglan Military Hospital, because he had served there for a full 40 years. TSK, this brat only doesn't want money. Otherwise, I wouldn't let him be a doctor at all. Even if he just eats and waits for death. My Shangguan family is not afraid. More than money? My Shangguan family has plenty. I remember that some medical equipment at the Yaglan Military Hospital is managed by the CIE Group. right? How about I withdraw them? Powerful. Unsolvable. Everyone was stunned. Lan Tian was also stunned. After so many years of not being a spoiled rich kid, his aunt's words nearly scared him to death. Suddenly, he felt like he wanted to resign and go home to play the spoiled rich kid for a while. However, that thought quickly dissipated. He understood where his abilities lay. Since he had this system, his life was destined to be anything but ordinary. May I ask who you are? Ludovico immediately realized a serious issue. Shangguan Shitong. Shangguan Shitong said lightly. You're Ms. Shangguan? I apologize for the interruption. Since Dr. Lan Tian is unwilling, then let's forget it. Next time, if there's a chance, I must treat Ms. Shangguan to a meal. We will take our leave now. After saying this, he exchanged glances, and one by one, the Aglan Military Hospital staff retreated. They came in a hurry and left in a hurry. When they left, they didn't take a single cloud with them. Lan Tian looked at his aunt with a startled heart. She wouldn't want him to go on a blind date again, would she? Oh heavens. I'm only 25, still young. Cough. Cough. Aunt, I'm leaving now, goodbye. After saying that, he prepared to run. As a result, ouch, it hurts, and let go, let go. Shangguan Shitong was only about 162 meters tall. She reached out and tugged at Lan Tian's ear, which looked somewhat comical. You should be free around noon, right? Go on a blind date with me. Shangguan Shitong said with a smile on her face. It won't be that school beauty from last time, will it? Lan Tian asked nervously. Yes, but not just one. There's another one. Shangguan Shitong raised her eyebrows and said with a smile. Aunt, what do you think about this? Xiaolong is not small anymore. He is 23. Should you first worry about the big matters concerning your own son? Lan Tian rubbed his hands and asked with a smile. That is fine, but you're the eldest brother. If you don't get married, he wouldn't dare either. Shangguan Shitong said, as if she hadn't said anything. Lan Tian grimaced and said goodbye to Chen Gonyuan, then followed Shangguan Shitong out. Lan Tian, where are you going? Just as he was about to leave the hospital, Chen Xiaoyan unexpectedly came out and casually asked, Sister Chen, I'm going to take care of something with my aunt. I'll be back on time in the afternoon. You go work first. Lan Tian said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly heard Shangguan Shitong start chattering in his ear. Big butt. Great figure. Face can score 80 points, looks like a good daughter-in-law, gentle, and knows how to care. Not bad. Not bad. A good daughter-in-law material. And it's not like we can't afford it. How about we just take them all? Lan Tian almost twisted his ankle and fell to the ground. Who can compete with his aunt in fierceness? Take them all. You can't really think your nephew is a soldier king or a celestial emperor, right? Take them all. You'd be swimming with the pigs in no time. Besides, are you sure your chattering voice is quiet? It's almost like you're shouting in your own ear. Phew. Aunt, I think we should hurry up and leave. Lan Tian had never been so embarrassed. It was too uncomfortable. Who ends up with this? Aunt would be fuming blood in no time. Fortunately, his spirit was good, and he was quite resilient. Chen Xiaoyan naturally heard it as well, and her whole face turned red. After saying goodbye, she hurriedly ran away. Chapter 88. 2 engagements? Sudden poisoning incident, Aunt. Can you give me a hint? Is there something wrong with the third generation of the Lan family? Why are you so insistent on finding me a wife? Lan Tian asked helplessly, his face full of distress as he sat in Shangguan Shitong's vehicle. He really couldn't understand why his aunt was so determined to push him into marriage. Hey, what nonsense are you talking about? Aren't you the only male descendant in the direct line of the Lan family's third generation? Shangguan Shitong rolled her eyes and replied with irritation. She almost wanted to smack her nephew on the back of his head. Ever since this kid started studying medicine, he had become bold enough to say anything. It was simply outrageous. Aunt, really, I still don't want to get married. Didn't I already say that marriage is a grave? I don't want to die young. If you don't pull over, I'll just go back. Lan Tian grinned and joked. Shangguan Shitong glanced at him, and then a sly smile crept onto her lips. Lan Tian's heart skipped a beat. What was his aunt planning now? She wouldn't actually move his mother to Huifeng, would she? If that happened, he would run away, and to hell with any promises. He was already feeling a bit overwhelmed just dealing with Shangguan Shitong. If another relative, especially his biological mother, came into the picture, it would really be the end for him. In fact, he still hadn't quite adapted to his current identity. After all, in his past life, he had never experienced the concept of family. All right, this time you will obediently go on this blind date. If it still doesn't work out, then forget it. Shangwan Shitong sighed. She was also feeling a bit of a headache. If it were her own son, she could scold or punish him as she pleased. But when it came to her nephew, she had no way to deal with him. After all, this kid had suffered since childhood. Because of her sister's guilt towards Lan Tian, she had to take care of him both as an aunt and a mother. This was to ensure that Lan Tian wouldn't really not want to go home. Then it's settled, aunt. You absolutely cannot force me this time. Lan Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he felt he could escape. The car stopped at a Western restaurant, causing Lan Tian to roll his eyes. Why do people nowadays like to set up blind dates in Western restaurants? Isn't roadside, spicy hot pot more appealing? Sigh, it's all about saving face. Life really isn't enjoyable. As he followed his aunt inside, suddenly, what the hell? Lan Tian exclaimed, then prepared to run. Stop right there, you stinky Lan Tian. If you dare run away. By tomorrow, your childhood secrets will be published in all the major newspapers and new media outlets in Huifeng. A tall woman with a cherry-like mouth, willow leaf eyebrows, and phoenix eyes shouted. Just a glance and a smile from her could tug at anyone's heartstrings. Lan Tian felt a mix of emotions, almost wanting to cry. It wasn't that he was particularly afraid of her, but the memories of his past self's fear of this girl reached unimaginable heights. Can you imagine a 6-year-old girl putting a centipede on his bed? Can you imagine an 18-year-old girl using her family's influence to let the entire city know she had a fiancé and that she would only marry him? Can you imagine a 24-year-old beauty issuing an order to acquire 100 billion group? All of this was orchestrated by the woman before him. The shadow of her antics had been deeply etched in his memory. She was the princess of the Su family, the president of the Su Corporation, Su Qingyu. Aunt, I finally understand why you said that. It's one thing for Su Qingyu to be here, but why did you bring Tang Yao along? Lan Tian wanted to cry, but had no tears. Tang Yao, the little vixen of Qingjing, had always been brother this and brother that. If her brother had trouble, she wouldn't take care. If he didn't tea, she would just add fuel to the fire. The key was that both of these girls had engagement ties to him. No wonder Shangwan Shidong had that mischievous smile. It was like getting on a pirate ship. There was no escaping. Brother Lan, you're here. Tang Yao swayed her waist and walked over, her red lips slightly parted, as if inviting him to pick her. Only Lan Tian knew that once she called him Brother Lan, he was definitely in for trouble. Cough, I'll take my leave first. Two sisters, goodbye. He turned to leave immediately. However, as he turned, he caught sight of Shangwan Shitong's smile and the phone she was holding up. Great. There was no way to escape. Feeling aggrieved, Lan Tian had never felt so stifled before. In the operating room, he was so impressive, yet in front of these women, he felt overwhelmed. All right, what do you need me to do? Lan Tian sat down, looking as if he were bravely facing death. Both Tang Yao and Su Qingyu burst into laughter. One appeared as cold as frost, while the other seemed as warm as fire. But when facing Lan Tian, their smiles contained a mixture of emotions. Okay, Lan Tian, you know about your engagements with these two girls. Now it's time for you to make a choice. If you can't decide, just choose both. After all, Aunt can afford it. Shangwan Shidong looked at the two girls, feeling a surge of joy in her heart. She couldn't help but think, if this kid could take them both, wouldn't that directly elevate their family to a top-tier status? Plus, she would have more nephews and nieces. Just thinking about it made her excited. Suddenly, a commotion broke out. Ah, husband, what is wrong with you? A scream made Lan Tian and the others quickly turn their heads. Watching the scene unfold was a natural human instinct. If someone still remained indifferent at this moment, that person would definitely have a terrifying inner world. Not good, Lan Tian said, and in an instant he rushed over. Step aside, step aside. I'm a doctor. Lan Tian shouted. Upon hearing this, the crowd made way for him. Seeing a man lying on the ground, convulsing, Lan Tian's mouth twitched. Seriously, does someone always fall ill wherever I go? Doctor, please, I beg you, save my husband. I can't live without him. A woman who looked to be only in her 30s hurriedly grabbed Lan Tian's hand, almost kneeling. Don't worry, I will do my best. Now everyone step back. After saying that, Lan Tian immediately squatted down and unbuttoned the man's jacket to allow him to breathe easily. Gallstones? Poisoning? This? Seafood poisoning? As Lan Tian touched the man's body, treatment methods flashed through his mind. What did your husband eat? Lan Tian quickly asked. Lobster. The answer came. Lan Tian nodded. Your husband is suffering from seafood poisoning. We need to induce vomiting first. Step back. Give me a pair of chopsticks. After saying that, he helped the man sit up and pried open his mouth. You hold your husband. After handing the man over to his wife, Lan Tian immediately inserted the chopsticks into his throat. Ugh, ugh. The man immediately felt nauseous and began to vomit. Thankfully, there was no one in front of him, otherwise, he would have been vomited on. Has 120 been called? Lan Tian stared at the man's wife and asked directly. Yes, yes. The woman hurriedly replied. About 10 minutes later, the ambulance arrived. Quick, get the patient on board. Upon seeing that it was the second hospital's team, Lan Tian shouted. After getting the patient loaded, Lan Tian stepped onto the ambulance. Dr. Lan, are you going with us? Upon hearing this, Lan Tian almost slapped him. I have to go for myself. The first reason is because of the patient, and the second is that I still have a pile of things to do. I can barely run, and you have to expose me? This is so damn uncomfortable. Yes, let's hurry and take a look first. Lan Tian rolled his eyes and immediately said, watching the ambulance pass by, Shangguan Shitong cursed angrily, heartless. In contrast, Tang Yao and Su Qingyu had returned to their previous demeanor. Su girl, it seems you can't choose today. Tang Yao chuckled, like a little fairy. Hee hee, fairy, do you think he will choose you? Su Qingyu's cold expression surfaced. But when talking about Lan Tian, a faint smile appeared. All right, stop arguing. They're all our family's daughters-in-law. Shangguan Shitong glanced at the two women, then nodded after speaking, beginning to murmur about having children and such. Even Tang Yao and Su Qingyu couldn't help but blush. Chapter 89, Gastric Lavage. Acting as an assistant at the Second People's Hospital of Huifeng City. After the ambulance arrived, Lan Tian also got off. After the man vomited, his condition improved slightly. So, when he arrived at the hospital, he breathed a sigh of relief. There was no way he could fend off Su Qingyu and Tang Yao's attacks if he stayed in the restaurant. It was too intense. He suddenly remembered that he had asked his aunt if she was the same school belle from last time. His aunt confirmed it. This was clearly pushing him into a pit. Truly, a businessman at heart. The way his mind was working was definitely something Lan Tian hadn't considered. Hey, Dr. Lan Tian, what are you doing here? Just as Lan Tian walked to the other side, Dean Zhong approached him. Dean Zhong originally planned to go out, but upon seeing Lan Tian, he greeted him with a smile. Right now, Lan Tian was the most sought-after figure at the first hospital. Dean Zhong wanted to recruit him. However, when he heard that Chun Gonyuan had used a scheme to keep Lan Tian at the first hospital, he secretly cursed the old fox. Coupled with Lan Tian's situation, he was now under high scrutiny. Therefore, whether it was the second hospital, Chongqing, Shengdou, or Hushi, major hospitals were paying attention to Lan Tian. It's not an exaggeration to say that if Lan Tian ever resigned, his phone would definitely be bombarded the next day. Oh, I just happened to see a patient. So when I saw the ambulance from the second hospital, I followed over. Lan Tian smiled and said, I see. Dean Zhong glanced at the patient and suddenly had a bright idea. The second hospital's reputation wasn't particularly high, but Lan Tian's fame could rival that of the entire second hospital. If people knew Lan Tian was practicing medicine here, it would be very beneficial for them. It must be said that in this situation, being able to think of the promotional effect with a business mindset was quite remarkable. Dean Zhong was indeed an extraordinary person. If he were to go into business, he would definitely not lose money. After all, someone who understands how to assess opportunities is a fox in society, able to acquire the ideas they need at the earliest time. Dr. Lan Tian, since you brought the patient back, it seems like fate. Why don't you come along and take a look? Having made up his mind, Dean Zhong immediately spoke to Lan Tian. Lan Tian wasn't a fool. He noticed a glint in Dean Zhong's eyes earlier. He saw it all. Although he didn't know why Dean Zhong wanted him to participate, he knew it would definitely be beneficial for him. He just didn't realize where his value lay, as he could never leave the first hospital. Lan Tian wanted to refuse, but he was also curious about the gastric lavage process, having never experienced it before. However, he understood that cross-hospital participation required the agreement of both hospital deans. It wasn't something he could just agree to and run off. Dr. Lan Tian, it's fine. This time, why don't you just act as an assistant? You want Tini to do anything else? How about it? Dean Zhong said sincerely. Watching the patient leave, Lan Tian hesitated for a moment. Since he would just be an assistant, it shouldn't be a big deal. He then nodded and followed along. Once Lan Tian completely left, Dean Zhong made a call. Immediately arrange for today's gastric lavage procedure to be recorded on video. Make sure to capture Dr. Lan Tian. With a command given, the staff at the Second People's Hospital was already prepared. They also connected the video feed to Dean Zhong's phone. This meant he could watch the entire procedure and retain all the content and audio during the operation. Dr. Lan Tian, what are you doing here? During the preparations, the assistant to the attending physician immediately approached and whispered. He saw Lan Tian also preparing for the procedure, clearly having come with him. I'm just here to learn. Lan Tian smiled slightly and replied, Oh, that's great. I admire you so much. The assistant said, starry-eyed, making Lan Tian feel a bit uneasy. Although he didn't want to get married or anything, he still liked women. Your gaze can easily lead to misunderstandings, you know? After finishing the preparations, Lan Tian entered with the assistant. Hello, Dr. Lan Tian. The attending physician, He Wenjun, extended his hand upon seeing Lan Tian. Hello, Dr. He. Lan Tian smiled slightly, showing enough respect. He Wenjun's heart skipped a beat, secretly thinking, what a talented young man, refined and elegant. He must be referring to him. Sometimes, a simple distinction between you and you can reflect a significant difference. All right, then I'll trouble Dr. Lan Tian. The patient's condition has been fully assessed. So now we need to proceed with the gastric lavage. He Wenjun nodded and looked at the others. After speaking, he checked the report. Seafood poisoning. The patient's condition was stable, and gastric tubing lavage could proceed. Dr. He, if possible, I personally think we could first induce vomiting twice and then use the gastric tube for lavage to clear the stomach. This would ensure a more thorough removal of the toxic substances, Lan Tian said with a smile. This was an exaggerated treatment method that flashed in his mind. However, he had practiced this method many times in his mind and researched it a lot in the ambulance. Such procedures indeed existed in the world, so he brought it up. He Wenjun looked at him in surprise. Then his eyes lit up. Clap. He clapped his hands together and gave Lan Tian a thumbs up. Feasible. Receiving the affirmation, Lan Tian smiled. Now, let us prepare 1,300 milliliters of lavage fluid. He Wenjun's decisive manner also impressed Lan Tian. Prepare the tongue depressor. He Wenjun continued, giving orders. Lan Tian had the patient drink the lavage fluid, and then He Wenjun pressed the tongue depressor onto the patient's tongue. Lan Tian placed the basin under the patient. Ugh. The patient started vomiting immediately. After 2 rounds, it finally stopped, but the patient's face was still very pale. Once this step was completed, the next step was to perform the gastric tube lavage. Lan Tian was interested. It was his first time doing this, as he had only watched before. Dr. Lan Tian, could you adjust the patient's sitting position? Hearing He Wenjun's words, Lan Tian smiled slightly. This was a test for him. However, it was quite common and wouldn't stump him.